Chapter 1. The 10-Euro Struggle. On July 1, 2012, a date etched in sorrow for Italian football, the national team faced a humiliating defeat in the European Championship final against Spain in Kiev, Ukraine. Succumbing to a disheartening score of 4-0. That night, the streets of Italy were deserted, with sleeplessness gripping the populace. The sting of loss was palpable on every face. Some languished in bars nursing a hangover, while others curled up at home, wiping away tears. Meanwhile, in an empty amateur football field in Palermo, Sicily, a boy named Qianlong ran defiantly and slowly, making laps under the flickering lights. His pace was unhurried, yet he never faltered. The gentle sea breeze caressed his sculpted features, which bore the weight of disappointment, but beneath those prominent brows, his eagle-like eyes shimmered with a captivating brilliance and unwavering determination. That it was only after 1 a.m. that he ceased his run, his tall and upright figure gradually retreating into the shimmering glow of the field lights. Qianlong, a local boy of mixed heritage, his father Chinese and his mother Italian, had been watching the tragic match alone at home just a couple of hours earlier. He had witnessed Italy's downfall in Kiev, seen Spain lift the European Cup for the second consecutive time, and watched as his once close friend Mario wept. What? His friend Mario? Wasn't that Balotelli? Indeed, it was true. Qianlong once harbored dreams of a wild future, perhaps even more audacious than that of Balotelli today. To understand this, one must rewind the clock 14 years to the summer of the 1998 World Cup. The tender age of 4, Qianlong was mesmerized by Ronaldo's dazzling performances and fell deeply in love with football, marking the beginning of his obsession with the sport. Even at 4, Qianlong exhibited extraordinary talent, and by the age of 5, he was recruited into the youth team of Inter Milan that sent shockwaves through Italy. Representing the youth team, he played alongside peers who were 4 to 5 years his senior, a testament to his remarkable footballing prowess. However, that very year, one wondered if the misfortunes that befell Ronaldo had somehow been passed on to Qianlong. Just before one match, after consuming a colorful candy, his stamina inexplicably dwindled to a mere 5 minutes. The outcome was inevitable. A child who could only play for 5 minutes was destined to be cast aside. Alongside him, the equally infamous Balotelli was also dismissed from the same team. At the time, Balotelli was training with Inter and shared a room with Qianlong. Despite their age difference, they forged a profound friendship over a brief span of 3 months, a bond that persists to this day, with Qianlong remaining one of Balotelli's enigmatic confidants. Two boys, both cast aside, yet their destinies diverged dramatically. Balotelli, after his dismissal, found his way to the prestigious La Masia Academy, later returning to Inter, moving to Manchester City, and ultimately donning the Italian national team jersey, transforming into the legendary Balotelli.As for the other. Upon returning home, Qianlong first indulged in a steaming hot bath before finally entering his bedroom in a pristine state. Qianlong possessed an unusually large wardrobe. However, he was not a wealthy heir, and thus it contained no luxurious garments, but rather an array of jerseys. As a professional athlete, one might expect a plethora of uniforms, yet a glimpse into his wardrobe would surely astonish any observer. It housed a myriad of jerseys, no fewer than 100 in total. Most dazzling among them was the central piece, the number 9 jersey of Inter Milan, emblazoned with the name Ronaldo. This was his greatest idol, and for 14 years, this jersey had quietly hung there. Since being cast aside by Inter Milan, 13 years had elapsed without any professional team seeking him out again. No one desired a player with merely 5 minutes of stamina, regardless of their prodigious talent or exceptional skills. The world of football had no need for the inept. That fateful candy consumed 13 years ago altered the course of his life. 5 minutes of enduranceia, cruel jest from the heavens, played upon a naive 5-year-old child. The only remedy for increasing stamina, as per the doctor's advice, was relentless running to enhance lung capacity. Yet the pace had to be maintained at a mere 5 kilometers per hour, essentially the speed of walking. Thus, Qianlong's daily existence revolved around study, running, sleep, and clandestine football practice. After 13 years of running, his stamina had not seen substantial improvement. It had barely increased by 15 seconds to be precise, culminating in a total of 5 minutes and 15 seconds. However, that sweet yet toxic candy brought him a modicum of solace. It was only upon reaching the age of 10 that Qianlong confirmed this transformation. Since consuming that candy, his endurance had indeed dwindled to 5 minutes. Yet his football skills had soared. Any technical maneuver demonstrated by a star player, if shown to him more than 10 times, he could effortlessly replicate. This unexpected revelation allowed him to flawlessly imitate the techniques after practicing more than 100 times. Thus, at the age of 10, he had mastered a plethora of skills. Ronaldo's signature tricks, such as the elastico, bicycle kick, pendulum move, nutmeg, wall pass, explosive speed, acceleration, and sudden changes of direction, rendering him virtually indistinguishable from the original. If Ronaldo were to learn that there existed another individual as extraordinarily gifted, albeit retired, he would surely find comfort in this knowledge. Alas, Qianlong remained an unacknowledged talent, forever confined to his 5 minutes of stamina. That same year, unable to contain his enthusiasm, he joined his first team, boys, ultimately becoming the star player, though merely a 5-minute star. From that year on, a new and beautiful legend emerged from Sicily. The king of wild battles, Qianlong, the 5-minute star. If professional football was unattainable, he would still find a place in the amateur leagues. To reign in the amateur realm is still to reign. In the football-enthused nation of Italy, amateur teams outnumber dogs, with thousands of them residing solely in the port city of Palermo on the island of Sicily. The amateur teams in Sicily are perpetually eager to invite him to serve as a substitute, much like a temporary worker. For instance, when a match is scheduled for the following day, they prepare a uniform for Qianlong, welcoming him into the team, only to have him step onto the field in the final moments of a game, earning €10 for each goal he scores. Over the course of a decade, Qianlong has gladly accepted such invitations, relishing the opportunity to play more matches while also earning money, ultimately establishing a commendable reputation. Nowadays, when Sicilian teams engage in matches influenced by betting, Qianlong's name is often excluded, as the last 5 minutes of games featuring him frequently culminate in a goal. Consequently, nearly all teams exclusively invite him for matches outside Sicily. Clearly, if Cristiano Ronaldo is the emperor of professional football, then Qianlong reigns as the emperor of amateur leagues. However, the number of teams in Cristiano's league is certainly dwarfed by the multitude of uniforms that could earn a spot in the Guinness World Records. Standing quietly before his wardrobe, Qianlong meticulously selects his uniforms for the matches scheduled for the following day. He must find 3 uniforms, as he has been called upon to assist 3 different teams. The next day, under the bright weekend sun, Qianlong arrives at the football field early on his bicycle. The first match is set for 9 in the morning, necessitating his prompt arrival. Indeed, playing football requires a sense of urgency. Fortunately, all 3 matches today are taking place within Palermo. Had they been further afield, he would have had to catch a train, though his earnings would have correspondingly increased. Point 1 might describe him as the most unprofessional of professional players, or, alternatively, the most amateurish of professional players. Prior to inviting him, each team ensures that he has no conflicting matches, and should he have other commitments, they will stagger the match times. An odd yet fascinating phenomenon of Sicily. "Welcome," greeted the manager of the Victoria team as he stood off to the side. Which team are we facing today?" Qianlong inquired, brushing back his lustrous black hair with a casual gesture. "A formidable squad recently transferred from Messina, preparing to compete in the Sicilian Regional League. As per our usual arrangement, you'll need to go all out to score this time. The stakes are high 5,000. If we win, you'll receive 200, provided you score, of course. Otherwise, it's merely 10. Not an issue. Just ensure we aren't trounced before I step on the field. Otherwise, I will be powerless to alter the outcome. I'd prefer not to see my 200 diminish to a mere 10. Qianlong smiled lightly, wearing a relaxed expression as he turned to sit on the steps behind him. For him, the first 85 minutes of a match are utterly irrelevant, as he is merely an observer, yet they're also intrinsically linked to his fate, for if the team suffers a significant defeat, his rewards would dwindle to a mere €10 unless he manages to score. He has previously conversed with other teams about entering the game for a brief 5 minutes to secure an early strike, only to then defend vigorously to clinch the match. However, such an effect pales in comparison to the performance exhibited in the final 5 minutes, when the opposing team has already exhausted much of their stamina, rendering it an opportune moment for Qianlong to shine. The match commenced. A wagered game invariably incites fervor. Although Qianlong refrained from placing a bet, he was nonetheless afforded the opportunity to seize the stakes, thereby transforming a match that should have been devoid of concern into one fraught with anxiety. Indeed, he harbored no desire to squander his chance and forfeit an easy €200. The progression of the match was vigorous yet lacked excitement, exemplifying the quintessential Italian style of play. After enduring a rocky journey, Qianlong awaited his moment in the 85th minute. With the score tied at 1 apiece, and at this juncture, his sole objective was to score a goal and secure victory. He approached his task with utmost caution, meticulously conserving his energy as he ambled into the forward zone. He awaited an opportunity that was rightfully his. The ball remained ensnared in a fierce struggle at midfield, unable to roll into his vicinity. His temporary teammates understood the necessity of reclaiming possession and delivering the ball to him for the finish. Qianlong refrained from vigorous running, instead pacing back and forth slowly, akin to a cheetah poised to strike its prey. Yet, time slipped away, and after 2 minutes, the ball still eluded him, prompting a sense of urgency. The ball was either in a positional exchange at midfield or had gone out of bounds in his half, rendering it inaccessible. It appeared that he would need to retreat to regain possession. Upon this realization, Qianlong suddenly quickened his pace and dashed back. The defenders instinctively followed suit. It is crucial to note that any newly substituted player should never be taken lightly after all. Fatigue and unpredictability loomed large, and no one dared to be complacent. Indeed, Qianlong's retreat bore fruit, as his movement drew the defenders forward, shortening the passing lanes and creating additional opportunities for his team. Yet, the ball still failed to find its way to him. 3 minutes elapsed, and Qianlong remained without the ball. However, a glimmer of hope emerged as his team earned a throw-in opportunity near the halfway line, approximately 10 meters past it. Without hesitation, Qianlong sprinted over, signaling to his teammate to throw the ball to him. In truth, his signal was unnecessary. The situation demanded the ball be thrown to him, for time was running short, and should he fail to score, the match would conclude. His teammate unhesitatingly hurled the ball forward. As the ball approached its speed, Qianlong swiftly adjusted his stance, opting not to stop the ball, but rather to gauge its trajectory. He shielded himself with his body, simultaneously using his right foot to control the ball, deftly nudging it past his right side, while accelerating to circumvent the defender from the left. In a flash, Qianlong's movements flowed seamlessly, a succinct and effective maneuver that allowed him to glide past the opponent's defense with the grace of an EEL. This moment, Qianlong's sole focus was to seize the ball and accelerate again and again, propelling himself toward the goal situated 40 meters away. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, the opposing defenders were completely outmaneuvered by Qianlong, who surged to the edge of the penalty area, facing the goalkeeper in a unknown situation. The opposing goalkeeper swiftly decided to charge forward. Unfazed, Qianlong cast a sidelong glance, maintaining his pace. Just a meter away from the goalkeeper, he lifted his right foot, feigning a shot to the left side of the goal. The goalkeeper, having anticipated the direction, hastily slid in an attempt to block the shot. However, to his astonishment, Qianlong deftly nudged the ball to the right with his left foot, gliding past both the goalkeeper and the ball, ultimately placing it into the empty net with his right foot. Wow! Victory! The spectators and team leaders erupted into exuberant cheers, their excitement palpable on the sidelines. Astonished coaches exclaimed in disbelief, questioning why such a formidable player had only appeared in the final moments of the match was nothing short of a remarkable professional athlete. Meanwhile, the towering defenders from the opposing team glared at Qianlong with intense resentment, as if witnessing their money being ruthlessly pilfered from them. Their expressions brimming with frustration, Qianlong ambled back to the center circle, completely indifferent to the hostile gazes directed at him. With only a smidgen of energy left, he had no time to indulge in the interpretations of his adversaries. His remaining task was simply to linger on the field. Biding his time. Defense was certainly not his responsibility. If the most illustrious player in football history is Cristiano Ronaldo, then he found himself even more leisurely, as the remaining matters were no longer his concern. He merely needed to observe his teammates defend and await the conclusion of the match. Of course, no one would forego the allure of money, so aside from him, everyone else exerted themselves until the very end. He was rewarded with an income of €200, though this was not his final earnings for the day, that he still had 2 more matches to play, albeit with a combined playing time of merely 10 minutes. At that moment, the opposing team remained perplexed as to why Qianlong had only taken the field at the last moment. Had they known that a 5-minute ace resided in Sicily, they would not have approached the match so nonchalantly. Chapter 2. The Arrival of Juventus. After completing the first match, Qianlong drove onward to the next venue. Akin to fast food delivery or postal express, wherever there was a need, he would go. Naturally, in such low-tier amateur competitions, the 5 minutes that Qianlong had showcased his prowess revealed no signs of struggle. In the afternoon and evening matches, he continued to reap goals and cash, enjoying a splendid weekend that gracefully faded with the setting sun. For a child who has played street soccer for 8 years, reaching the age of 18 in Italian nation steeped in the fervor of football, one might consider him a seasoned veteran of the sport. At 18, his friend Balotelli has already established himself as a prominent forward for Inter Milan, while the illustrious Del Piero has become the golden boy of Juventus. Meanwhile, the 17-year-olds Ronaldo and Pele have already graced the World Cup stage. Yet, what of Qianlong? At 18, his life remains bleak and devoid of hope, reduced to merely a temporary worker on the football field. Icons have yet to be surpassed. Qianlong has perpetually been in the shadow of emulation. Over the span of 13 years, he has devoted every 5-minute segment to mimicking Ronaldo's every move, obsessing over each gesture. But is he truly a failure? To the discerning eye, he should be deemed a prodigy. As Chun Long rides his bicycle, reflecting upon the tumultuous journey of his 13 years, a sense of melancholy and discontent washes over him. However, this discontent is not new 2 years prior. He endeavored to share his edited videos with every club within reach, even those in regional leagues. The outcome was tragically uniform. While onlookers marveled at his prowess, their enthusiasm waned upon learning of his limited 5-minute endurance, leading to silence and abandonment, an echo that has persisted until now. The root of all evil lies in the consequences wrought by that singular candy. Chun Long found himself pondering that had he not consumed that piece of confectionery all those years ago, he might have stood on the grand stage of the European Championship final just yesterday. The summer training sessions of the Italian league have quietly commenced across various locations. This year, in addition to the local Palermo team, the defending champions Juventus have also arrived to conduct their 2-week training in Palermo. Aside from the 6 players participating in the European Championship who are still on holiday, the rest of the squad has already begun their training. In recent days, Palermo has become notably lively. The shadow of the recent final defeat has been somewhat alleviated by Juventus' arrival. After all, football is but a game, and life must go on. Dragon, are you going to watch Juventus' training? A familiar, boisterous voice called from downstairs, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered. It belonged to his childhood friend, young Urshi, a chubby mixed-race fellow. I'm not going, just resting, Chun Long replied indifferently from the rooftop. The afternoon sun lazily bathed Chun Long in warmth, a gentle comfort that was hard to express. Unlike others who eagerly rushed to the training ground to watch Juventus, he chose to recline quietly in a rattan chair, savoring local grapes and sipping soda while lost in thought. Without Pirlo, what was there to see of Juventus? The atomic ants were decent, but ultimately fell short. Pirlo had not returned, rendering it even less appealing, he mused. In truth, Chun Long was an ardent Juventus fan. With Ronaldo as his idol, yet his allegiance lay with Juventus. The pivotal match in '98 between Juventus and Inter, where Ronaldo was denied a penalty after being fouled, had left him in turmoil for half a year, torn between his favorite player and his beloved team. I have some thrilling news that will leave you ecstatic. Young Urshi continued his loud proclamations. Tomorrow, we will play a training match against Juventus. His voice diminished as he panted, drenched in sweat, as if he might faint from the excitement. Though the voice had softened, Chun Long on the rooftop heard him distinctly. With a swift motion, he sprang to his feet. What? Say that again. As he spoke, he hurried downstairs, soon finding himself beside young Urshi. Juventus is going to have a training match with our boys, young Urshi exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow, struggling to convey the news. Really? What time? Chun Long inquired, his heart racing. Yes, the team manager has already agreed. It's set for 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. You'd better give your best performance. You might just catch Juventus' eye, young Urshi encouraged. Catch their eye? If they were interested, they would have already noticed me at Palermo, and I wouldn't still be languishing in the amateur leagues at 18, Chun Long retorted, a self-deprecating thought creeping in. Yet, while his words conveyed cynicism, was that truly the sentiment he harbored within? Upon hearing his mocking words, Urshi found himself momentarily at a loss for a response. He merely patted his shoulder and finally remarked, "Let us consider ourselves fortunate. To play against Juventus in this lifetime is indeed a grand blessing. Indeed, tomorrow I shall score a goal against Juventus, and what a fulfillment that would be. In my old age, I could boast to my son about it." Aha! Chun Long's thoughts raced, for he had long since accustomed himself to self-comfort, swiftly emerging from that moment of despondency. Do you think I could score against Juventus? Chun Long suddenly turned, his piercing gaze fixed on Urshi as he earnestly inquired. Faced with his hopeful eyes, Urshi sincerely replied, "The odds are nearly 0. Firstly, you won't even get the ball. Secondly, how can you withstand their physicality? They are top-tier defenders. In truth, the probability is 0. Then let me have the ball. I will surely accomplish it. I will score." Chun Long bit his lip, responding with determination, "In 5 minutes of play, I shall not be outdone by anyone. Even if I cannot play in the professional league, I will not be inferior to anyone." Urshi looked at Chun Long, brimming with ambition, and felt a pang of sympathy. This child has endured much. Were it not for his physical limitations, he might have become a figure akin to Balotelli, perhaps even greater, having grown up with Chun Long. Urshi was well aware of his past trials and his connections with Balotelli. "Well, keep pushing. You can do it," he encouraged Chun Long. Qianlong felt exhilarated. Though he could not quite comprehend the source of his inexplicable enthusiasm. He had faced Palermo before, yet the impending match against Juventus filled him with an overwhelming excitement. That night, for the first time in a long while, he found himself unable to sleep. Did he truly not care? No, he did care. He just chose not to display it before others. Having endured countless setbacks, he was loath to reveal yet another vulnerability. Thrumming with excitement, he lay in bed, already envisioning the techniques he would employ to score the next day. Tomorrow, he would confront defenders of the Serie A champions. Did he have a chance to outmaneuver those defenders and find a net within 5 minutes? Could he? He turned his gaze to a poster of Ronaldo affixed to the wall opposite, depicting the iconic player soaring with confidence and charisma. He pondered. Did he not yearn to embody such greatness? What did he truly seek? Perhaps merely an opportunity for recognition from his adversaries or a chance to become a professional player. Amidst these boundless musings, he gradually slipped into slumber. Chapter 3. The perfect goal. Juventus would naturally regard boys not as a rival, but merely as a training partner to regain their stamina and form. Nevertheless, even under such circumstances, the training ground attracted thousands of spectators, all there to see their idols. No one cared about the identity of the opposing team. When Qianlong and his companions arrived at the training ground, they were completely overlooked. Had it not been for the boys' captain bustling over to consult with the Juventus coaching staff regarding match matters, their presence would have gone entirely unnoticed. Upon entering the field, Qianlong made his way directly to the substitutes bench, selecting a spot to settle down and await the commencement of the match. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of a figure on the opposing coaching staff. Alessandro Del Piero, impeccably dressed in a suit, graced the bench with his distinguished presence, his handsome, weathered face a testament to his legendary status. This summer marked his departure from Juventus, yet he remained ever present in spirit. Del Piero was engaged in a quiet conversation with Juventus's head coach, Conte, their laughter echoing in a relaxed and carefree manner. Qianlong contemplated approaching him for an autograph, but felt rooted to the spot, believing he ought to have a more compelling reason, though he couldn't exchange jerseys as one might after the match. Surely he deserved a motive more substantial than mere fandom. Legends gaze unwaveringly ahead, never casting sidelong glances at the masses. Thus, he felt compelled to become a legend himself. The match commenced. Stars like Pepe, Vucinic, and Vidal took to the field, and the crowd erupted in cheers. As anticipated, this was a predictable contest. The proceedings grim to behold. Despite the absence of a flurry of goals, the match was one-sided, with possession firmly in the hands of Juventus. The boys were utterly outmatched, their goal under siege. By halftime, they found themselves trailing 0-3, a scoreline that reflected the opposing team's restraint, as many substitutes were still on the pitch. With the rugged Matri astonishingly netting 3 goals. Throughout the first half, Qianlong focused intently on observing the defensive players' habits and technical attributes, disregarding the match's flow. If it were the pairing of Chiellini and Barzagli, Qianlong would not have needed to pay much attention, as he was intimately familiar with their styles. Since the age of 10, alongside his obsession with gathering videos of Ronaldo, he had developed a penchant for studying the defensive players of every major club. In essence, he was a miniature assistant coach, diligently analyzing the top defenders and defensive systems across the 5 major leagues, striving to know both himself and his adversaries in order to secure victory. His motivation for this relentless study stemmed from a desire to seamlessly integrate into the perfect state when he eventually became a professional player. Such a prodigy, if granted the opportunity, might achieve unimaginable heights. Alas, he had only 5 minutes. With 3 national team defenders yet to return, Juventus fielded an ad hoc central defensive pairing for this match. One of them was the recently returned Cáceres, on loan from Spain, while the other was Ligt, stepping in as an emergency central defender from his usual right-back position. Ligt, relatively speaking, presented a vulnerability as a right-footed right-back filling in at center-back. I could exploit his left side, distancing myself from Cáceres, thus making my breakthrough considerably easier and more likely to succeed. The team utterly lacked possession, and I had to retreat to retrieve the ball from the very outset if I were to create an opportunity for a decisive strike, thought Qianlong. This is a grueling match for the boys, yet it is also a trivial and even exhilarating contest, for their adversary is Juventus. Thus, while the players strive to perform, they also revel in the beauty of football, for how fortunate it is to share the pitch with such illustrious stars. Time, unbeknownst to them, has slipped away to the 80th minute, and soon it will be Qianlong's turn to take the field. Qianlong is filled with excitement. Yet he is also gripped by an inexplicable tension, akin to a bride meeting her in-laws for the first time, merely a figment of his imagination. After all, no one else harbors such fantasies. Fantasies are but illusions, detached from reality. At last, Qianlong steps onto the pitch, positioning himself near the center line. Striving to close the distance with his teammates, whether due to nerves or some other reason, as soon as he enters the fray, a pass unexpectedly arrives at his feet. Momentarily stunned, akin to Balotelli pondering the meaning of life, he finds the ball swiftly intercepted by the tightly marked Ligt. Frustrated, Qianlong feels a surge of anger. Regretting the squandered opportunity, just moments ago, he had mocked Lichtsteiner's defense. This incident starkly reminds him of the intense focus required of professional players and the blistering speed at which they operate. Indeed, theory and practice diverge significantly. To make matters worse, after Lichtsteiner's interception, he deftly threads the ball through to the diminutive Giovinco, who skillfully sidesteps his own teammate to create a clear shot on goal, elevating the score to 5-0. Is fate toying with him once more? The game resumes with a kick from the center circle. Before taking the kick, Qianlong exchanges a knowing glance with a teammate, who acknowledges him with a slight nod. After lightly nudging the ball to his teammate, Qianlong suddenly accelerates forward with the swiftness of an arrow, charging directly toward the opposing center-backs. Simultaneously, his teammate sends a long pass soaring in Qianlong's direction. As Qianlong sprints forward, he glances at the ball, gauging its descent. Facing the oncoming Qianlong, Cáceres smirks with disdain. "You, still unseasoned? Think you can pass me? The high ball is mine." With that, he leaps into the air, forcefully heading the ball. At that very moment, Qianlong also springs upward. Though he jumps half a second later than Cáceres, he surges ahead, leaping higher and lingering in the air longer. What astonishing leaping ability! On the Juventus bench, Conte is momentarily speechless. In a clash of titans, the brave prevail. Ultimately, Qianlong makes contact with the ball. Yet, in the instant he heads it, Cáceres' arm strikes violently against Qianlong's right shoulder, a deliberate act by a seasoned professional. If he cannot seize the ball, he shall ensure that you cannot either. Qianlong loses his balance and tumbles to the ground, while the ball continues its slow descent through the air. The defensive duo of Lichtsteiner and the holding midfielder Vidal hasten towards the scene, poised to clear the ball away. In the fleeting moment before the ball touched the ground, Qianlong instinctively extended his right leg, gently flicking the descending sphere with his foot. The ball soared gracefully, arching over Qianlong's head. In an instant, he leaped into action. As Lichtsteiner closed in, he deftly controlled the ball with his right foot, accelerating past Lichtsteiner and finding himself face-to-face with the goalkeeper. What? The young lad has managed to bypass him. Cáceres, still on the ground, wore an expression of pure fury. How infuriating. Outmaneuvered by a mere child, Lichtsteiner found himself at a loss, and Vidal was unable to reach the ball in time, merely watching in dismay. Ultimately, Qianlong chose to unleash a powerful shot towards the bottom left corner of the goal, and the ball found its mark. A wave of jubilation erupted from the stands. His teammates, overflowing with excitement, embraced one another in celebration. Who is this remarkable individual? How astounding it is that he has so effortlessly breached Juventus' defenses. Truly remarkable. Surpassing even the legendary Piero. A miracle indeed. The sheer brilliance is beyond comprehension. Conte is left in a state of disbelief, his mouth agape. He moves with the same swiftness and explosive power reminiscent of Ronaldo. Absolutely unbelievable. Meanwhile, Piero maintains his calm demeanor. The ball finds its way into the net, leaving goalkeeper Manninger no choice but to retrieve the ball from within the goal. Qianlong, as per usual, strolls back leisurely. In the eyes of Cáceres, who had been fixated on Qianlong, an ember of fury ignites. Witnessing Qianlong's nonchalant demeanor only serves to stoke his ire further, as if to convey to Cáceres that scoring this goal was merely a trifling task. Little does Cáceres realize that Qianlong's lack of exuberance in celebrating his exquisite goal stems from his imminent exhaustion. To others, it may seem as though he is merely attempting to appear aloof. Consequently, after scoring, Qianlong vanishes from the field, becoming a mere spectator in the game. Cáceres and his companions are left dumbfounded, gazing at the motionless figure of Qianlong, pondering whether they have encountered yet another introspective Balotelli. In the stoppage time, Juventus scores once more, finalizing the score at 6-1. The score itself may be trivial, but the significance of Qianlong's goal remains paramount. Chapter 4. The legendary invitation. Piero, the greatest captain in Juventus' history, engages in a lively discussion with Conte. This lad possesses great potential, but alas, he has a fatal flaw. His stamina lasts only 5 minutes. Conte laments with a shake of his head. Perhaps 5 minutes is sufficient for him to showcase his talent. Piero offers a contrasting perspective. With Juventus's premier training regimen, perhaps his endurance could be continually enhanced. Of course, I do not imply the use of performance-enhancing substances, Piero muses, glancing at his own well-defined muscles, his brow furrowing. Years ago, the then coach of Roma, Zeman, publicly condemned Juventus's medical staff for administering muscle-enhancing drugs to players, causing a sensation in the football world. In retrospect, it is those very substances that have altered his agility and finesse, to some extent. No teams across Italy had faith in him, least of all Juventus. Conte, undeterred, asserts that Chenlong may not be as lackluster as he initially perceived. He has certainly attracted the attention of scouts from various youth clubs in Italy. Yet, Juventus has subjected him to humiliation, Piero reflects, observing the weary figure in the distance. And responds with a smile, so what? It was merely a training match. The goal was far too unexpected. Conte, wearing a blank expression, spreads his arms, pondering how the team would train and utilize him if they were to recruit him. What of the contract? Piero cradles his chin in contemplation for a considerable time before speaking. Training may present some unique challenges, but those could be easily addressed. As for the contract? Well, isn't that akin to what he is doing now? A temporary role is quite suitable. Indeed. It is remarkable how you have become so professional in just a few days as a scout. As Conte repeatedly uttered the term temporary worker, he could not help but turn to Pirlo, their eyes meeting in a shared, mischievous smile. At that moment, if Chenlong, resting on the grass a distance away, were aware that these two individuals were discussing his future, what emotions would envelop him? In their brief exchange, a decision regarding Chenlong's future was already being forged. Chenlong sat quietly on the grass, gradually attuning his body. By now, most of the spectators had departed from the training ground, leaving only a few who lingered, hoping for autographs from the stars. Though Chenlong contemplated rising to join the crowd for signatures, he quickly dismissed the thought, realizing how arduous it would be to navigate through the throng for just a few scribbles. Hence, he picked up his sports bag and departed from the training field. A simple training match passed, yet unlike before, although Chenlong netted a goal, he did not earn any euros. Nevertheless, he garnered the attention of Juventus, albeit unbeknownst to him. To attract the interest of a club is already a commendable feat, but to capture the gaze of a prestigious team is an unparalleled honor. While others might have already signed with a professional club, Chenlong found himself constrained by the limitations of his physique, akin to a decorative vase in football, merely an observer, unable to partake. Thus, a trace of melancholy etched itself upon his face, reminiscent of a girl confessing her affection to a boy, only to swiftly find herself in another's embrace, leaving the young man powerless to act. In truth, with Chenlong's current physical condition, he could only remain passive. This inertia felt even more daunting than the inability to play football itself. The boys gathered at a secluded bar named 0 Point in the city, and Chenlong was among them. However, he refrained from drinking. Alcohol would deplete his stamina, a dire consequence for him, for stamina was his sole treasure akin to gold. Thus, he opted for a glass of plain water and settled into a relatively quiet corner. Chenlong's life mirrored that glass of water, colorless and tasteless, devoid of any alcohol or stimulation. Such a life felt monotonous, and at that moment, he sipped on the blandness of his future. In the days to come, he would enter the University of Turin to study business management, bidding farewell to Sicily, no longer just a casual player earning a side income. He would transition into adulthood, becoming just another ordinary individual. Would he still find joy in playing football in such a future? Chenlong found himself engulfed in endless contemplation, or perhaps simply daydreaming. Do you mind if I sit down? A mature, magnetic voice resonated from across Chenlong. Instinctively, he nodded, his gaze remaining fixed downward, lost in reverie about his future. You did well today. A perfect goal. I'm used to it. It's just that now it's with Juventus. Just one more kick, and I can score again. Haha, confidence is quite admirable. The middle-aged man took out a piece of paper and a pen, inscribing a series of numbers, then stood up and patted Chenlong on the shoulder before departing. This is my number. I would like to discuss something with you tomorrow morning. If you're interested, give me a call. After the man left, young Urshi approached, swaying slightly with a beer in hand, plopping down beside Chenlong with great curiosity. Hey, what did Piero just say to you? What Piero? Are you out of your mind? Didn't you see? You must be the one who's lost it. The person who just spoke to you is Piero, young Urshi exclaimed with a booming voice. Just now? Piero? Oh, The person from earlier was Piero? Chen Long suddenly jolted awake, lifting his head. The note, where's the number? He exclaimed, feeling as though he had discovered treasure as he rummaged on the table. Alex, is this, really? Is it truly his number? What was I just doing? Chen Long's face was a mask of disbelief as he turned to young Urshi. Aren't I asking you? You think more than Balotelli. Seems like he wants me to call him tomorrow morning. Yes, I'm sure. There was a noticeable tremor in Chen Long's voice, his excitement palpable. Oh yeah, brother, it seems you've hit the jackpot. Yang Urshi shouted, wrapping Chen Long in a hearty bear hug, nearly going in for a kiss, clearly exhilarated. Get off me, you fatso. I can't breathe. Don't celebrate too early. It's not a done deal yet. We'll only know what after the call tomorrow. The emperor is not in a hurry. So why should the eunuch be? Chen Long struggled to break free from the embrace, momentarily elated before regaining his composure. Why haven't previous opportunities turned into something significant? Why is this one so exaggerated? He retorted, as if questioning Yang Urshi, or perhaps himself. Because all the previous ones were fools, and now it's Piero stepping forward. Is that the only explanation? Chen Long carefully folded the note and placed it in his pocket, then retrieved it to stow it in his backpack. Before long, members of the boys, having heard the news, flocked over to offer their congratulations. It is a splendid day, a beautiful night. After a struggle lasting 14 years, Chen Long seems poised to embark on a path illuminated by promise. Returning home at night, for the first time, Chen Long did not jog on the court. Instead, he sat in contemplation for an extended period before finally making his way home and drifting into slumber. Chapter 5. Who is worthy of your emulation? Chen Long has always cherished the act of dreaming. Beyond his daydreams, he often finds himself immersed in dreams featuring a particular individual or entity, though he sometimes questions his own sanity, wondering if he is on the verge of folly. Since the tender age of 5, he has frequently dreamt of elusive objects, devoid of form, yet rich in essence, which consistently manifest within his subconscious. Whenever Chen Long masters a skill, he is greeted by dreams that are nebulous and indistinct. However, tonight's dream is strikingly lucid, unexpectedly involving dialogue. Do not waste your time emulating the dross, nor replicate the trifles of the mediocre. Such an endeavor would be a grave insult to my essence. The voice is arrogant and domineering. Damn it, you've carried me within you for 13 years, and yet you remain in such a pitiful state. You've gained a mere 15 seconds of stamina. You are utterly inept. Who are you? Chen Long inquires within the dream. I am no one in particular. Call me Star Tier. I am the embodiment of your footballing skills, a distinct entity, though not a mere object. I am Star Tier. Chen Long, enveloped in his dreams, is bewildered, unable to discern who speaks to him. I am but an abstract concept. To put it simply, I reside within your being. You cannot see or touch me. Only sense my presence. The voice pauses before continuing. To clarify, I am indeed a fragment of your consciousness, a facet of your footballing intellect. Can thoughts truly articulate? Chen Long is astonished. Of course. Wouldn't he, being devoid of thoughts, be a fool? Would I converse with a fool? While you are not a fool, you are undeniably inept, Chen Long. Let me reiterate, I am Star Tier, the essence of your footballing intellect. Remember, I am here to assist you in replicating football skills. Do not concern yourself with my appearance, though I assure you, I possess great charm. For 13 years, I have aided you in emulating extraterrestrial techniques, such as the pendulum dribble, the cowtail flick, Beckham's curling free kick, and Ronaldo's axe-like strikes, among numerous other elite skills. Yet today, you dare to request the replication of Matri's crude skills? What merit do they hold? They are nothing but trash, and you expect me to replicate refuse? Being of the highest caliber, I naturally specialize in the replication of supreme skills. Henceforth, refrain from pursuing such rubbish. It is a waste of my time and yours. The most exceptional players disdain scoring with headers. The truly extraordinary players maneuver past the goalkeeper to find the net. Do you truly believe you are endowed with innate talent? It is only through my assistance that you have acquired so many skills. Without me, you would be utterly inept in just 5 minutes. Your words are indeed quite blunt. Chen Long, let us leave it at that for now and converse later. This is merely a dream. Indeed, it is but a dream. When Chen Long awoke in the dead of night, he dismissed it as such, yet he could not fathom why this dream involved his awareness of studying Matri. During the day's match, he had been intentionally and inadvertently observing Matri's headers, attempting to glean some insights into the art of heading. Could it be that what occupies the mind by day manifests in dreams by night? Nonsense. He resolutely refuted this notion in his mind. It did bear a resemblance to a conversation conducted over the telephone, did it not? He absently rubbed his head and patted his chest, discovering nothing amiss. Thus, he shut his eyes once more, yet sleep eluded him. Star tears? Thoughts? What on earth are these? Lying in bed, Chen Long pondered how these two concepts could be equated. Was there truly some essence of star tears within his thoughts, capable of aiding him in directly replicating the skills of football stars? A flicker of imagination ignited within him, and a subtle thrill began to course through him. Why not give it a try right now? As Chen Long opened his eyes, it was as if he could hear his mind conversing with him. This sudden notion propelled Chen Long to rise from his bed and power on his computer. He searched online and promptly located a compilation of Messi swift dribbling and feints. He began to observe and meticulously analyze the footage. A quarter of an hour later, his expression transformed, astonished. After over a decade, he discovered for the first time that his mimicking abilities were indeed extraordinary. Naturally, if one casually believed that merely watching Messi's videos a dozen times would allow them to master his techniques, they were not a genius, but rather a genius of a peculiar kind. Such a person would be 10 times more exceptional than Messi, and if that were the case, the football world would be flooded with players like Messi. Yet, there exists only one Pele, one Maradona, one Ronaldo, and one Messi in this world. Thus, it became clear to Chen Long the gravity of this realization, and he found himself partially convinced of the dream he had just experienced. Perhaps it was worth believing. If he possessed such abilities, could he truly be considered extraordinary? Chen Long mused, feeling a surge of joy. While contemplating the potential scenarios for his meeting with Pirlo the following day, which left him wide awake. Damn his stamina. If only it lasted longer than 5 minutes. He could truly unleash his prowess on the pitch, torn between the angelic and demonic nature of his body. Was this a cause for joy or concern? Who was worthy of his imitation? This question was easily answered. Top strikers, elite midfielders, and even premier defenders were all deserving of emulation. The more, the merrier. He sarcastically thought to himself, as one would never complain about having too much money. With such an impressive ability to replicate football skills, he pondered the possibility of imitating skills in other sports. He had already entertained such notions and began typing basketball skills into the computer, directly inputting videos of Jordan. Another quarter of an hour passed, and he collapsed onto his bed, a visage of disappointment. Not only did he aspire to be a god of football, but he also found himself salivating at the prospect of becoming a basketball deity, his greedy nature laid bare. Ultimately, he begrudgingly concluded that he could only replicate football skills with speed. Suddenly, he realized that if this so-called star tear or thought was indeed genuine, had it not cursed him for 13 years? He was incensed. It was this very thing that had rendered him a mere shell of himself for over a decade, robbing him of the chance to become a star at Inter Milan, depriving him of the joys that others enjoyed, and even leaving him, at the age of 18, still a virgin. 18 and still a virgin? It was evident that this was all due to that wretched 5-minute limitation, which was utterly embarrassing. The more he contemplated this, the more furious he became, wishing he could extract it from his mind and deliver a sound thrashing. But how could he extract it? Digging into his own skull? It was an impossible proposition. By the time he managed to do so, he would already be lying in a morgue. But was Chen Long truly miserable 13 years later? At least from tonight's perspective, yes. What about tomorrow? Would this starter bring him good fortune or ill luck? As the sun gradually rose, Chen Long once again drifted into the realm of dreams. Chapter 6. The Temp Worker. Chen Long awoke early, reclining in a wicker chair atop the building, savoring the gentle sea breeze and the invigorating sunlight. However, it was not a poetic inclination or a fondness for the morning's beauty that prompted his early rising. Rather, it was the black widescreen phone in his right hand and a slip of paper inscribed with numbers in his left that revealed the true reason for his early start. The dark circles under his eyes spoke volumes, for he had temporarily forgotten the dreams of the previous night, consumed instead by thoughts of Juventus and Pirlo. The wait was interminable. Thus, Chen Long endured the hours from 6 to 8, a torment of unbearable anticipation, especially considering he had originally planned to make the call at 9. Little did he know whether Pirlo, having transitioned from player to official, might still be lost in slumber. In July, the port of Palermo began to warm under the morning sun by 8 o'clock. Despite the refreshing sea breeze, the heat became increasingly oppressive. Ultimately, Chen Long decided against lingering any longer and descended the stairs, contemplating that rather than wait idly, he might as well stroll to the training grounds early. Just as he was about to step outside, he noticed a special delivery resting at his doorstep. Bending down, he picked it up, astonished to find his name as the recipient and the sender marked as the University of Rome. Opening the envelope, he discovered an acceptance letter from the University of Rome. To his surprise, he had been accepted by both the University of Turin and the University of Rome. The latter is renowned as the finest university in Italy, particularly esteemed for its finance program. This unexpected correspondence brought Qianlong immense joy. However, the pressing matter remained that phone call, prompting him to set the letter aside and ride his bicycle to the training grounds. With a heart full of trepidation, Qianlong finally arrived at the training facility. Juventus had already commenced their training, and he could distinctly hear Coach Connie's commanding shouts from the sidelines. Perhaps it was due to the humiliation he had inflicted upon Cáceres the previous day, but today Cáceres appeared particularly zealous and fierce. Qianlong witnessed the formidable sight of Cáceres fiercely tackling Borriello to the ground. A rush of exhilaration surged within him as he thought that had he faced such a challenge yesterday, he would have fared far worse than Borriello. Fortunately, fate had smiled upon him. Despite his unfortunate lack of stamina, he was blessed with extraordinary talent and luck in scoring. And now he had received acceptance letters from two of the finest universities. Moreover, he had also caught the attention of Pirlo. Scanning the area, Qianlong found himself momentarily disheartened by the absence of Pirlo's familiar figure. Finding a relatively secluded spot, I settled down and quietly observed everything around me. After 9 o'clock, Qianlong finally dialed Piero's phone. The location was the Ballon Hotel, room 1202. "Hello, Long," as Qianlong entered the hotel lobby. He was approached by an unusually tall and robust man, his face adorned with a thick beard, who greeted him with a cheerful smile. Upon closer inspection, a look of disgust instantly crossed Qianlong's face. It was Bang from Messina. "When did the Sicilian breeze bring you from Messina? Unable to make it there anymore?" "Hee. I just met Piero from Juventus." "Envious, aren't you? Next season, I will be a forward for the Juventus youth team," Bang declared boastfully before shifting his tone. "What brings you here? Not checking into a hotel room with some young lady, I hope? TSK, with that physique of yours. You can barely last 5 minutes on the field, yet you aspire to check into a hotel room? All show and no substance, TSK, Qianlong replied, disregarding Bang's provocation, and walked past him with an expressionless face, stating, "Yes, I am indeed checking into a room with Piero." With that, he entered the elevator, leaving Bang standing alone, pondering how such a useless individual could catch the eye of Juventus. 2 years younger than Qianlong, Bang was quite renowned in Messina. At 16, he possessed a physique reminiscent of an adult, akin to Amori, powerful yet technically skilled, earning him the nickname Little Beast. Among his peers, none stood out more than he did, though his flaws included a foul mouth, an overbearing nature, and premature baldness. In recent years, he often competed against teams from Palermo, and Qianlong had faced him no fewer than 20 times, with both sides experiencing victories and defeats. Yet, Bang could endure 90 minutes on the pitch, while Qianlong could manage only 5. It was surprising that Juventus had taken an interest in him. Qianlong steadied his thoughts and knocked on the door of room 1202. The meeting felt relaxed. Piero did not exhibit any air of a superstar, but remained as approachable as ever, which significantly lightened the atmosphere of their conversation. "What would you like to drink?" Piero inquired naturally. "Oh, just some water, please." "Thank you." Qianlong felt a bit nervous. After all, this was Piero, who even poured him water. "I have spoken with Connie about you," Piero said, handing him a glass of water and crossing his legs comfortably as he sat opposite Qianlong, technically skilled. With exceptional awareness, strong in confrontation, remarkably fast, and quite young. Well, you know, this seems to embody the very definition of perfection. As Qianlong listened to Piero's description, the acknowledgement from a legendary star stirred profound emotions within him. Could it be that I truly am that remarkable? Qianlong, however, remained grounded, for he lamented that his stamina lasted merely 5 minutes. As others pointed out, 5 minutes hardly suffices to accomplish anything substantial, especially within a professional team. Pirlo, not glancing at Qianlong, was oblivious to the expression that now adorned his face. Qianlong's countenance, once radiant with joy, darkened with a hint of melancholy, though he refrained from overtly displaying his feelings, as this was an undeniable reality. Nonetheless, 5 minutes could indeed yield remarkable miracles, much like in a football match. Until the final whistle is blown, one can never truly ascertain the outcome. Pirlo, akin to a wise elder, spoke in a methodical manner. Qianlong's gaze fixated on the glass of clear water before him, listening intently and motionless. If 5 minutes can engender miracles, why then could we not conjure other wonders? Perhaps 5 minutes could transform into 10, then into 15, ultimately culminating in a full match. Upon hearing this notion, Qianlong abruptly lifted his head, his eyes sharpening with resolve as he bravely met Pirlo's gaze. This is not mere encouragement. It is a demand that you must fulfill. We require the spirit of Juanito. With a sharp clap, a thick stack of contract materials was cast upon the table. Throughout the conversation, Qianlong had listened anxiously while Pirlo spoke leisurely. Until this particular statement demanded a response from him. Temporary worker? A temporary player? A temporary worker for Juventus? Qianlong's mouth fell agape. Chapter 7. Pirlo, the villain. Was it shameful to be a temporary worker for Juventus? Qianlong found himself questioning his own thoughts. Not shameful, he assured himself. What is the weekly wage? He inquired with a stoic expression. None. Monthly wage? None. Daily wage? None. There must be a guaranteed minimum, surely? None. Remember, you are a temporary worker. Temporary workers have no conditions. Then what is there? Qianlong's face turned ashen after hearing 4 consecutive negatives. Surely there is a goal bonus? Indeed. And it is significantly higher. 1,000 euros per goal, 500 euros per assist, regardless of the match outcome. A match fee of 200 euros. Naturally, these figures pertain to the first division. The youth league only offers a mere 50 euros per match. Starting from the youth league, Pirlo added. This bears little distinction from my current predicament. That is expected, but you must understand the difference in starting platforms. Moreover, there is also a complimentary top-tier physical training program provided. Alas, one of my sacred idols is also quite mundane, Qianlong mused. Upon hearing this, Pirlo could not suppress a chuckle. This is the club's decision. I am powerless to alter it. Do you have any further questions? Well, sign 100 of these for me. Ah? Why? I shall sell it for money. I do not wish to face starvation. I need to ponder this. Is a day's time sufficient for me? Indeed. One final inquiry, has that bike bang joined the team as well? Yes, he is a key talent nurtured by the club. Ah, your judgment seems rather lacking. No matter, I shall take my leave. I will call you once I have made my decision. Having concluded his statement, Qianlong stood up, casually taking the contract with him. You are merely criticizing yourself for a prompt response. The reason Qianlong did not immediately acquiesce was not due to any embarrassment associated with the temporary position, but rather the admission letter from the University of Rome he had received that morning left him in a state of indecision. To Rome or to Turin? Rome promises no failures, potentially paving a smooth path for his future. And Turin? It is shrouded in uncertainty. Should he falter, he may find himself entangled in a second-rate university. Yet if he succeeds, perhaps unexpected glory awaits him. Though one must wonder, is such glory attainable? This presents a paradoxical proposition. When one is consumed by an insatiable desire for something perpetually out of reach, one is in a constant state of pursuit. Yet, when that very object unexpectedly manifests before you, trepidation takes hold, leaving you at a loss for action. At this juncture, 2 paths emerge. One offers you solace in your dormitory, while the other presents an opportunity, shrouded in uncertainty of its outcome. As he opened the door, Qianlong turned back to inquire. Idol, I am curious, how did you endure after missing those clear chances during the 2000 European Championship? Perseverance, came the reply. Oh, I was one of your supporters back then, Qianlong admitted, a shy smile gracing his lips. I remain one of your advocates for joining Juventus, indeed the most pivotal one. Pirlo rose, gazing intently at Qianlong. Very well, I shall sign. Qianlong remained silent for a considerable time before finally closing the door. However, he chose to return to the sofa, where he picked up a pen and affixed his name with certainty. A glint of appreciation flickered in Pirlo's eyes. Though his words were tinged with irony, you have been deceived. Without lifting his gaze, Qianlong retorted, Indeed, you are not even in the same league as my first idol. Ronnie. Pirlo was a rogue, Qianlong's initial thought upon genuinely engaging with him. I certainly cannot compare to him. Even the bald-headed Zinedine Zidane surpasses me. Everyone knows his monikers. Alien or phenomenon. Yet, I dare say I am far more handsome than you. Qianlong could not resist another jibe. But I am your legend. At this moment, Qianlong found himself utterly speechless, confronted by a rogue who was not only villainous, but also irrefutably so. Before him, Qianlong had no choice but to acknowledge that he was indeed a legend. Any attempt to contest this would require one to achieve a legendary status akin to that of Ronnie. Although the contract was signed between him and Qianlong, it was executed under the auspices of head coach Conte. Henceforth, it would be incumbent upon Long to win over Conte through his own performance. Only time would reveal whether he would emerge as a dragon or remain a mere insect. He was granted 2 days to address pertinent matters before reporting to the team. Thus, the nascent professional footballer Long found himself unwittingly signing a 5-year contract with Juventus, albeit a temporary one devoid of any guarantees. Nonetheless, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy at this contract. Deep down, he would have gladly accepted a similar offer from a second-tier team. After all, this was Juventus. Even if it ultimately ended in failure, he felt no loss, for he would be in Turin. The moment he affixed his signature to the contract, his choice of university naturally gravitated towards the University of Turin. The only clause in the contract that struck him as fair was the opportunity to pursue his academic studies while training and competing. Nothing could surpass such a favorable outcome. Naturally, to his friends, the mere fact of joining Juventus was nothing short of miraculous, let alone any other aspect. I essentially sold myself cheaply to Juventus. Much like Fabregas did when he paid to join Barcelona last year, Long remarked with a hint of irony. Just mentioning Fabregas irritates me. Only last week, he assisted Silva in scoring the opening goal, one of his teammates expressed indignantly. Well, you can look forward to the day when I assist Balotelli in scoring against Spain. And then I'll net a decisive goal myself, Long mused, his imagination running wild, before adding, no, perhaps I should just give them a slap to avenge past humiliations. I don't mean to dampen your spirits, but your most immediate goal should be to secure an opportunity to play with Juventus. Young Urshi interjected wisely. Indeed. I must first conquer the youth team. Long replied, retracting his earlier smile, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Long was a quintessentially dual-natured individual. He was jovial and carefree with his friends, yet transformed into a diligent and earnest persona when faced with significant challenges. This brought to mind the loathsome future club teammate, Donny, whom he encountered that morning. If I cannot surpass Beckenbauer, how can I establish myself at Juventus? If I cannot even compete for a substitute position against Beckenbauer, how can I aspire to greater ideals? According to Del Piero, Beckenbauer is a key player being nurtured by the club, while what about me? Am I merely a substitute or just a temporary player? Long contemplated this matter with utmost seriousness. No, from this day forth, I shall no longer be an amateur. From this moment, I will no longer be a drifter playing casually. I am now a member of Juventus, even if just a temporary one. A fervent fighting spirit ignited within Long's heart. Chapter 8. Where the sick cat comes from. Long, you've entered the professional football arena. It's rather unbecoming not to have an agent, don't you think? The shameless Yang had somehow slid back to his side, posing the question without a hint of embarrassment. Keep your distance. I don't even earn a salary, so you have nothing to gain. Long disdainfully shot him a glance and forcefully pushed him away, creating space between himself and the unsavory individual. I understand the principle of fishing with a long line, especially since I have boundless confidence in your future, Yang replied with unabashed audacity. However, I have yet to hear of a football agent who has become a beggar. I sincerely hope I am not that person. Pausing for a moment, he added, does being an agent come with 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, calculated by weekly salary? Long, who had tried to ignore him, immediately recalled his own pitiful circumstances upon hearing this. He glared at the rotund man, wishing he could deliver a punch. I can barely afford a meal. I am no different from a beggar. What are you trying to negotiate with me regarding treatment? He lifted the cup in front of him and took a delicate sip of ice water, earnestly stating, since I am a temporary football worker, if you are to be my agent, naturally you must start as a temporary one too. When I become a permanent member, you shall follow suit. Heaven, do not let me fall alongside him. And so it was decided, perfectly to assist in your weight loss. 2 days later marked the 10th day since the conclusion of the European Championship. On this particular day, Long arrived early at Juventus training ground in Palermo. He had always been fortunate, as he found himself among the first-team players of Juventus, with the exception of himself and the newcomer from Messina, Bekbang. It is well known that during the 2011 to 2012 season, Juventus, despite being the newly crowned champions of Serie A, struggled with their forward-scoring abilities. Matri and Borriello were vigorous, yet lacked finesse. Vucinic was unpredictable, yet inconsistent, and Quagliarella resembled a barren tree, unable to blossom. Thus, Juventus was urgently seeking strikers that summer, pursuing the formidable Higuain from Real Madrid and eyeing Dzeko from Manchester City as potential targets. Simultaneously, the club aimed to recruit exceptional young talents from Italy to serve as valuable reinforcements for the team. Consequently, both Qianlong and Bekbang were fortunate enough to receive a temporary call-up to train with the first team. As newcomers to such a prestigious club, they naturally felt a twinge of nervousness. Unless one is a marquee player transferring from another club, individuals like Qianlong often find themselves entirely overlooked by teammates. Indeed, not even met with disdain, but rather with outright disregard. Fortunately, during a recent practice match, Qianlong managed to showcase a glimpse of his abilities to his teammates. Thus, when he stepped onto the training field, he garnered a few surprised glances, including from the likes of Cáceres. In contrast, Bekbang, brimming with confidence, paid little heed to the attention they received. The two approached Connie to introduce themselves. Connie gathered the players and provided a brief introduction. While they were familiar with everyone present, the reverse was not true. They were merely two inconspicuous figures, hardly worthy of notice. Even Cáceres, who had once underestimated Qianlong, was unlikely to be entirely convinced. He would seek to reclaim his pride at some point. This meeting was markedly different from the last. The team had welcomed back its illustrious stars, the renowned maestro Pirlo, the legendary keeper Buffon, the elite defenders Chiellini, Barzagli, and Bonucci, along with the young Prince Marquisio and the diligent end of the squad, who returned promptly after the conclusion of the European Championship. The opportunity to observe so many national team players up close filled Qianlong with excitement and joy, although he felt a touch shy as he greeted them. As the team captain, Buffon graciously extended his hand to shake hands with the two, signifying the team's warm welcome. The elegant gentleman Pirlo merely nodded in acknowledgement, while the more seasoned players, such as Marquisio, displayed an air of indifference, treating Qianlong and his companion with a casual disregard, their handshakes perfunctory at best. Such an attitude from the national players was not surprising. After all, they were merely newcomers attempting to establish their place within the squad, a daunting challenge indeed. Securing a starting position was fraught with peril, as a poor performance could lead to being put on the transfer list by the club. This reality is universally applicable. The world of professional football is merciless, where the emergence of promising newcomers can threaten established players' positions. Due to the return of the national players, the day's training was divided into two segments. The seasoned internationals engaged in adaptive relaxation training, while the remaining members undertook high-intensity drills. However, on this particular day, Qianlong found himself in a rather awkward predicament. "Beckham, you will join the high-intensity group," announced assistant coach Alessio. "Long, you will participate in adaptive training, Belkley. Please adjust his training regimen accordingly." Upon hearing that Qianlong was assigned to adaptive training, all the players cast puzzled and incredulous glances in his direction. How could a newcomer receive such special treatment? Even Captain Buffon was baffled by the coach's decision. In truth, the fact that Qianlong's stamina was virtually non-existent remained a secret to all, and neither the head coach nor Qianlong offered any explanation. Suddenly, under the scrutiny of so many stars, Qianlong felt at a loss for words, awkwardly scratching his head, feeling quite embarrassed about the situation. Of course, Beckham was an exception. He was well aware of Qianlong's physical condition. Nevertheless, a twinge of jealousy surged within him, as he had imagined that Qianlong would be utterly exhausted and eliminated from training on the very first day. Now, he could only mutter inwardly, "Indeed. He is riding on someone else's coattails. His father must be Li Gang." Amidst the confusion, fitness coach Belkley led the national players and one exceptional newcomer to a separate training area. The first fitness exercise was a slow jog of 50 laps, an exceedingly simple task. Yet, upon hearing this, Qianlong felt a sense of foreboding. 50 laps were not the issue. Rather, it was the prospect of jogging alongside the national players, whose definition of a leisurely pace diverged significantly from his own. As expected, as soon as the slow jog commenced, Qianlong began to lag behind the others. It was merely a little over 100 meters, yet he had already fallen behind by more than 20. The youthful and impetuous Marquisio, upon noticing Qianlong's carefree demeanor, could not help but exclaim, "How did this lad get in here, swaggering about on his very first day? He seems more exhausted than we were after an entire European championship." It was likely that he was merely a privileged scion of some noble, here, just for amusement. "He looks like a sickly cat," Chiellini interjected. Balzarelli added, "Do not speak carelessly. What if he happens to be Connie's illegitimate child? That would be troublesome. For heaven's sake. Must you all be so sordid? If you have any questions, direct them to the coach later. Do not engage in such idle chatter here," Buffon promptly intervened, halting the conversation to prevent it from spiraling further into absurdity. Pirlo merely shook his head, chuckling wryly, as the distance between them widened. The national team had completed a lap and swiftly caught up to Qianlong. By this time, he felt a rush of heat and wondered why the coach had not clarified his special circumstances to the team, causing unnecessary suspicion and embarrassment. He felt like a prodigal son, inviting ridicule. Yet what could he do? After all, he was a genius trapped in a frail body. Thus, he continued his leisurely jog, ambling around the red track as if on a casual stroll. When Buffon finally reached him, Qianlong raised his head and, feeling bashful, turned slightly to offer Buffon an innocent, awkward smile. "Apologies, but I'm unwell. You all go ahead." Buffon chuckled in response, nodding as he jogged past, soon increasing the distance between them by several meters. To play football while being ill, truly, one must be unwell, they mused. What could be the ailment? A mental disorder? Kidney deficiency? Impotence? Or perhaps something more scandalous? He might have gone so far as to undergo a self-castration, seeking mastery over some esoteric technique. Just look at his feeble physique. It saps my enthusiasm. It seemed that a substantial Chinese conglomerate was poised to take over. They say 3 women create a drama, but 3 men are not far behind in that regard. Chapter 9. Buffon declared, "You shoot, I defend." Meanwhile, another group engaged in an intense 7-a-side training session. Beckenbauer appeared on one side, playing as the lone striker. As Qianlong jogged, he cast envious glances toward him, fully aware of the tumult of emotions within. With Beckenbauer's robust physique, he was undoubtedly formidable. His vigor was on par with that of Juventus' first team, holding his own against Cáceres without faltering. Truly a standout among Italy's young generation. Reliable sources reported that Beckenbauer had been selected for the Italian U17 youth squad an hour and a half later. While the national team finished 50 laps, Qianlong had barely completed half. Belkawi summoned the national team players and casually called for Qianlong to stop. Qianlong approached with a leisurely demeanor, making one wonder if he was a renowned star. A brief note of clarification is warranted. Qianlong possesses an unusual physical condition. Succinctly put, he has the stamina for only 5 minutes of standard play, which renders his training regimen rather unique, thus dispelling any undue speculation. The conditioning coach, Belkawi, discerned the uncertainty in the player's eyes. However, to dismiss his capabilities based on this would be a grave error. Should you doubt, you need only inquire with Cáceres to learn the truth. In time, you may even have the opportunity to experience this for yourselves during practice. Such peculiarities indeed raise eyebrows. And whispers began to circulate among the crowd. "Perhaps this will be a delightful surprise," they murmured, anticipating the upcoming drills. Meanwhile, the other group concluded their high-intensity trainings, with the promising young talent, Bekbong, standing out by scoring a goal and assisting another. His remarkable performance during the training match indicates a bright future ahead. Subsequently, the entire team congregated once more. Barzagli, Chiellini, and Bonucci led the defensive players to the gym, while the attacking players, including Marchisio and Pirlo, remained behind to practice shooting. With Qianlong joining their ranks, the goal was guarded by Buffon and Manninger as the players practiced their shots from outside the penalty area. As newcomers, Qianlong and Bekbong were not afforded the luxury of shooting against Buffon. Instead, they found themselves at the opposite end of the pitch, practicing with Manninger alongside Matri, Quagliarella, Pepe, and Elia. Naturally, the younger players were last in line. After witnessing Matri and Quagliarella's lackluster shooting displays, Bekbong confidently picked up a soccer ball, placed it a few meters from the penalty area, retreated slightly, and then surged forward. With a vigorous swing of his leg, he unleashed a powerful strike, sending the ball hurtling toward the upper right corner of the goal like a cannonball. Manninger, taken aback by the force and speed of the shot, swiftly repositioned himself to dive, managing to graze the ball with his fingertips. The ball ricocheted off the crossbar and soared into the air. Interesting. This young lad possesses considerable strength, Matri mused, a flicker of caution igniting within him. Quagliarella, perspiring slightly, reflected that even his own shooting power paled in comparison. Manninger subsequently made several impressive saves against Bekbong's attempts, yet ultimately, Bekbong managed to score once more. Quite formidable, Matri and Quagliarella simultaneously concluded, exchanging knowing glances. Could this young talent potentially seize opportunities from them in the forthcoming season? Such thoughts brewed within each of them. Finally, it was Qianlong's turn to take the field. Upon his entrance, he resolved not to emulate Doni's powerful shooting style but opted instead for a free-kick approach. He merely repositioned the ball to a distance even further than where Doni originally shot, approximately 25 meters from the goal. Does this lad look down on others? How arrogant. Manninger observed Chunlong's audacity in executing this move. How brazen to attempt such a feat from so far away. Elia, standing nearby, remarked to Pepe, "Don't forget he was impressive last time. Just wait and see." Positioned before the ball, Chunlong took a deep breath, lifted his gaze, and commenced his run-up. With his left foot planted firmly, his upper body tilted to the left, and his right leg swung rapidly, he struck the ball with great force. The football soared like an arrow, arcing dramatically to the left, heading straight for the lower left corner of the goal. "Oh my, that curve!" Pepe exclaimed in awe. The first to be captivated by the perfect trajectory and angle. "This fellow is extraordinary." Beckenbach had to concede. The ball was hurtling toward the lower left corner, and Manninger anticipated the direction correctly. He leaped with all his might, diving toward the left corner. Unfortunately, just as his body extended, yet before he could fully lay flat, the ball grazed the post and nestled into the net. Manninger crashed heavily onto the grass, failing to make contact with the ball. "What kind of little prodigies have come today? I've made a grand fool of myself." He mused inwardly, then rose to his feet, ready for another attempt. Chunlong offered an apologetic smile, expressing a hint of remorse, before placing the ball once again in the same position as before. Once again, he executed the same shooting motion, and the ball traced a perfect arc as it soared towards the goal, this time heading for the bottom right corner. Manninger, having correctly anticipated the direction, dove swiftly to the lower right. Yet, the outcome mirrored the previous attempts, as the ball reverberated into the net. Undeterred, Manninger rose from the ground, having faced humiliation for the third time, first on the training field, and now twice during free kicks. Another goal found its way into the bottom right corner, following the left upper and lower corners. This was undeniably formidable. On the opposite side of the goal, Krasic had turned his gaze towards the other end, sensing a resemblance to Beckham's signature arc. Pirlo, standing beside Krasic, quietly concurred, pondering whether he could ever replicate such precision in his own free kicks. It seemed, perhaps, even superior to Beckham's. Buffon, at some point, had also ceased guarding the goal, directing his attention to the spectacle. Under the vast, clear sky, Chunlong's ball repeatedly traversed the beautiful expanse, finding the net time and again. While Manninger retrieved the ball from the goal frame, his head hung low, devoid of any temper. Indeed, this was the very Beckham-esque arc he had diligently practiced, perfected to an art form. Meanwhile, standing at the edge of the training field, Pirlo couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, glancing up at the radiant sky. A prodigy, discarded by Inter Milan 13 years ago, now resurfacing just as he retired. One couldn't help but wonder how Inter Milan would feel upon witnessing Chunlong's dazzling performance in the future. "Hey, let me join you for some practice," Buffon remarked after Chunlong scored his 10th free kick. Buffon's words prompted teammates on the training field to consider stepping in themselves, raising their expectations of Chunlong's free kicks. In truth, a free kick without a wall is akin to a standard shot, greatly favoring the shooter. However, the ability to score with various arcs directly into the net speaks volumes about the shooter's incredible technique, and at this moment, it was embodied in Chunlong. "You shoot, I'll guard," Buffon declared as he replaced Manninger, bending his body, spreading his legs, and extending his arms in anticipation of the approaching ball. Chapter 10, The Crescent Moon Blade and the Battle Axe. Buffon versus the Unsung Hero. This may sound like a fanciful tale, yet it was indeed unfolding. It was said that within Juventus, only two players could breach Buffon's defenses, Pirlo and, of course, Beckham, referring to free kicks without a wall. Chunlong was simply following his habitual routine in taking free kicks, unaware of the multitude of eyes now upon him. Typically, one merely practices and shoots. Today, however, the goalkeeper has changed. Is that truly all there is to it? This is the Juventus goalkeeper, and soon to step onto the field is Buffon. What does Buffon represent? He is the world's #1 goalkeeper, reigning supreme in the football realm for nearly a decade. Is it really that astonishing that Buffon is here? I am merely experimenting with my free kick technique. Chunlong had not anticipated such a result, scratching his head habitually, revealing an embarrassed smile. Perhaps he had been forgotten by football for too long. Is this lad still smiling? Gazing at Buffon, who stood resolutely in front of the goal. An overwhelming sense of ambition surged within Chunlong, and his expression grew profoundly serious. Receiving real-time guidance from Buffon is an honor, and he must show an adequate level of respect. Should I employ the Beckham curve? No, I shall opt for something entirely unexpected. He silently resolved this in his mind. Chunlong lifted the ball with his right foot, cradled it in his hands, then retreated about 10 steps before halting and placing the ball down. What on earth does this kid intend to do? To toy with me is one thing, But to approach Buffon from 30 meters away is utterly audacious, muttered Manninger. His face darkened by indignation. Buffon observed as Qianlong took his steps back, yet he felt no disdain. He had already recognized that this young man's free-kick capabilities were undeniably elite, and he would not allow himself to be careless. Pirlo, too, watched Qianlong with keen interest. He was equally astonished, sharing Buffon's sentiments. Taking a deep breath, Qianlong gazed intently at Buffon, who remained immobile. His gaze fixed firmly on the ball at Qianlong's feet, resembling an insurmountable mountain. Not everyone has the opportunity to face Buffon in a one-on-one duel. But those who have experienced such a moment surely share the same sentiment. Once you look at him, you feel an icy aura of menace and the profound fear it evokes. Clearly, Qianlong was also affected by this atmosphere. I will score this goal. I must execute this kick flawlessly, he thought to himself, striving to dispel any trepidation. He placed his left foot in front of the ball, consciously measuring the distance before stepping back 5 paces, then shifting 1 step to the left to create the angle for his shot. This action, could it not be a signature move of Cristiano Ronaldo? Is he perhaps employing this technique? Pirlo, who had previously engaged in free-kick exchanges with Ronaldo, instinctively thought of him. Of course, Pirlo himself had scored countless goals with this method. No wonder Qianlong retreated so far, as such distance was indeed necessary for an effective strike. In the realm of free-kick specialists, few rival the likes of Beckham's spinning ball, which has vanquished countless opponents. And now, with Pirlo, Juninho, and Ronaldo carrying on the tradition of the axe, they rain goals upon goalkeepers. The former has already become second nature to Qianlong, while the latter is poised to be unleashed at his feet. Qianlong began to focus his attention, spreading his legs apart, letting his arms hang down beside his body. And taking a deep breath, he initiated a slow start with small steps, then struck the lower middle part of the football with the instep of his right foot. The ball soared through the air like a celestial arrow, astonishingly devoid of spin, racing towards the goal before suddenly plummeting. The shot was so precise that I remarked upon it the instant it was taken. However, in the blink of an eye, Buffon remained composed, his gaze fixed on the ball. As he assessed its trajectory, he extended his fist protectively before his chest and forcefully deflected the ball away. Indeed, the shot was impeccably executed, prompting Qianlong to shake his head in disbelief after the attempt. Nevertheless, Buffon did not falter. He opted for a cautious approach, striking the ball with his fists. Although the angle was insufficient, the power was undeniable. Buffon smiled, casting an admiring glance towards Qianlong. The first attempt was thwarted, and now came the second. Frustrated, Qianlong realized he had prioritized power over precision, vowing to adjust his force this time. Assuming the same stance, he took another shot, and the ball surged forward once more. Yet this time, Buffon was not as fortunate as before, unable to simply stand at the goal and forcefully clear the ball. It hurtled towards the lower right corner of the goal with great speed, descending rapidly. The power was ample. The angle was perfect. What a terrifying shot. I despise this unpredictable trajectory. Buffon, towering at nearly 2 meters, leaped with all his might, resembling a falcon diving for its prey, swiftly targeting the ball. With a resounding thud, the football struck the right post and rebounded into the field. Unfortunately, many believed the ball was destined for the net, only to realize it had struck the post instead. A free kick demands not only solid technique but also a significant measure of luck, and at that moment, it was clearly on the unfavorable side. Buffon, having failed to intercept the ball, initially thought it was a certain goal, but the post had come to his rescue. Phew. That was close. Otherwise, I would have suffered another ordeal like with Pirlo. It truly would have been unpleasant. Buffon silently sighed with relief. Yet he couldn't shake the discomfort of the situation. Why must I endure this? My illustrious reputation seems on the verge of ruin. There's still hope. Let us try again. Remarkably, Qianlong did not lose heart. The ball striking the post had invigorated his confidence, though he sensed his stamina waning. He positioned the ball for the 3rd time, adopting a similar stance and retreating once more. This kid is relentless. Does he truly intend to bring me down? How disrespectful. Buffon observed Qianlong's determination, clearly intent on a showdown. From a distance, Pirlo and Conti watched intently, captivated by the unfolding drama. Even I find myself envious of this young man. He has mastered both the crescent moon blade and the battle axe. How can one live in such a shadow? I'll take a gamble. Tonight's dinner will be on me if he scores. Piero turned sideways to Conti and said, "You know that I do not engage in gambling." Conti, with a troubled expression, hesitated for a moment before replying, "Unless I were to place a wager on the outcome." it might be permissible. Ha ha ha. Well then, I must confess I lack confidence in Buffon. These words must resonate with Buffon and Chen Long, leaving them to ponder their sentiments. The third goal has arrived, an unstoppable force akin to a dragon soaring through the heavens, striking with the swiftness of thunder and lightning. The ball hurtles towards the lower right corner of the net, even more urgent and enigmatic than the previous two. Oh, the malevolent, mysterious arc. I curse you. Buffon internally wrestles with his emotions, yet he is compelled to execute another extraordinary leap. After showcasing yet another flawless save, the ball ultimately finds its way into the net. Chen Long, having expended every ounce of energy to deliver that shot, bends over, gasping for breath, clearly drained of all his strength. I'm done. This is too extreme. Buffon quickly scrambles to his feet, exclaiming childishly. Extreme? Ha! Buffon dares to utter the word, leaving Pirlo in fits of laughter for the first time in delight. Meanwhile, the forwards of Juventus wear a different expression. Thankfully, his stamina falters. Otherwise, his starting position would be in jeopardy. Matri and Vucinic exchange a glance, both silently relieved. They then glance at Becken not far away, a bead of sweat trickling down. It appears that the upcoming season for Juventus will indeed be tumultuous. Chapter 11. Toying with the entire Italian defense on the football field, one speaks through their feet. Only formidable strength can earn the respect of teammates. Clearly, Chen Long's impressive display has established a certain standing in the eyes of his companions, at least garnering the respect of some. However, players like Marchisio, brimming with youthful exuberance and arrogance, remain dismissive of Chen Long's prowess. A free kick might be remarkable, yet it does not guarantee effectiveness in actual combat. Ultimately, technical skill is paramount. Evidently, Marchisio is not convinced, implying that Chen Long may only excel in free kicks, while he, Marchisio, possesses true talent. The words were spoken in a hushed tone, and naturally, Chen Long did not hear them. However, the individuals beside him caught every detail. Footwork skills? Are you certain his footwork is lacking? Pepe, listening nearby, shrugged and couldn't resist glancing at Cazares, a sly smile creeping across his face. The practice match from a few days prior remained vividly etched in memory, and the teammates who participated would undoubtedly hold a particularly profound impression of Chen Long. Thus, Pepe regarded the so-called skills that Marchisio was extolling with skepticism, contemplating that the young man would soon regret his words and would pay the price. Marchisio had yet to witness Chen Long's abilities. Perhaps had he done so, he would not have held such disdain. Pepe simply patted Marchisio's somewhat gaunt shoulder with a knowing air, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Cazares stood quietly to the side, evidently unwilling to revisit the humiliation from the recent match, a moment that no one would wish to relive. By some twist of fate, during the afternoon training session, the assistant coach once again organized a 7-on-7 scrimmage. This time, the newly returned national team members donned yellow vests as the main team, while Chen Long was assigned to the green shirt group. Despite being a practice match, everyone approached it with utmost seriousness, whether in the starting lineup or as substitutes. All players exerted themselves to perform well. As a starting player, a poor performance could lead to being supplanted by a substitute. Conversely, substitutes would strive even harder to secure a place in the main roster. Newcomers like Beckenbauer had to exert themselves more than others. This competitive spirit is why one often hears about players from the same team engaging in altercations during training, especially among players in the same position. The competition revolves around who is superior, who is more diligent. Professional football does not accommodate idleness, yet Chen Long was an exception. For those who were not exceptions, newcomers like Beckenbauer poured every ounce of effort into the game. The pitch resembled a battlefield. Thus, Beckenbauer leveraged his striking physique to relentlessly challenge the yellow-vested team. Disregarding the nationality of the defenders he faced, he was undeterred by anything, as if he recognized neither deities nor kin. In terms of physique, Beckenbauer was on par with any member of Juventus, which granted him a slight advantage in physical confrontations. However, his handling of the ball, teamwork, and timing in shooting revealed a considerable gap when compared to the seasoned players. Nonetheless, Beckenbauer continued to display his characteristic vigor. Meanwhile, Chen Long leisurely observed the match from the sidelines, occasionally directing his gaze toward the defensive maneuvers of the main team. Upon witnessing Beckenbauer's vigorous efforts, he offered a look of appreciation. This lad is indeed quite remarkable, managing to hold his own amidst the illustrious partnership of Chiellini and Barzagli, with a future that knows no bounds. The alarming fact is that he is merely 16 years old, a stroke of fortune that eclipses his own. He mused about the nature of his contract. Was it perhaps akin to mine, a mere temporary arrangement? The match unfolded with great intensity, defying its classification as a training game. Every player was fiercely engaged, with even the head coach and his assistants vociferously directing their teams from the sidelines. There were moments of players tumbling and heavy falls, and an abundance of goals. Within just over 20 minutes, the score stood at 2-2. Clearly, the relaxed mindset and aggressive offensive play had birthed such an array of goals. Typically, a half in an intra-squad match lasts only about 30 minutes. Unlike a formal match that spans 45. At this juncture, Conte summoned Qianlong to his side, imparting a few instructions. Qianlong nodded in understanding. As the match reached the 25-minute mark, Qianlong replaced Vucinic, forming an attacking partnership with Ballon. This was their first time playing together, and it marked Qianlong's debut in competitive play. Following Conte's directives, Qianlong was tasked with seizing the ball and making breakthroughs, avoiding aimless passes or lofty balls. He was to explore how to effectively penetrate and resolve situations against top-tier defenses. Serie A is not the Premier League. One cannot simply thread a pass through the entire defensive line at will. The Italian chain defense demands a more calculated approach. Securing possession is paramount. Thereafter, passing or breaking through to create better opportunities is the preferred course of action. Qianlong, like a cheetah freed from its cage, entered the fray with a fierce aggression. What does Qianlong possess? He boasts an invincible 5 minutes, a span in which he could toy with these Italian defenders. He hardly resembled a novice. Having honed his skills over 8 years of street football, he was likely indistinguishable from professional players during those fleeting moments, and perhaps even held an advantage. What can one achieve in 5 minutes? It is merely a formality. Marchisio, upon witnessing Qianlong's entrance, scoffed disdainfully, dismissing him entirely. Conte and the other coaches remained vigilant, observing every detail on the field. This was their second time watching Qianlong play. They were eager to ascertain whether Qianlong could indeed contribute something to the team in those 5 minutes, and concurrently, what tactical approach the team would assign him. Conte observed everything with a relaxed demeanor, fixating on the young talent before him. Signing Qianlong had been a decision orchestrated by Del Piero. It took Conte considerable deliberation before he acquiesced to Del Piero's proposal, bringing Qianlong aboard as a temporary player. Caution has always been a hallmark of Conte's mindset. He did not wish to become the architect of Juventus's ridicule. In the annals of football history, there exists a plethora of underachievers. Even the formidable Brazilian team has produced its share of disappointments, such as the flamboyant Denilson from the summer of '98. With a serene mindset, Qianlong seized the ball for the first time, and as usual, the final 5 minutes belonged to him. This time, he would not allow it to culminate in an unexpected turn of events. Attempting to confine Qianlong during these crucial moments seemed nearly impossible. A sentiment echoed by amateur teams. But what of professional squads? As Qianlong received the ball on the right flank, he cast a furtive glance around. Noting the absence of supporting teammates, he refrained from hastily distributing the ball, while Beckham, stationed deep in the penalty area, was closely marked by 2 imposing center-backs, beckoning him to pass. Yet, Qianlong remained unfazed, pondering that even if he were to pass, Beckham would struggle to maneuver the ball past such formidable defenders. De Segli was closely aligned with him. Qianlong leaned against De Segli, facing the sideline, and executed a feigned forward acceleration while simultaneously nudging the ball ahead with his right foot. As De Segli pursued, Qianlong abruptly halted, pulling the ball back with his right foot, leaving De Segli momentarily stunned. Qianlong then deftly shifted his body, flicking the ball with his right foot, swiftly pivoting inward, easily evading De Segli's grasp. Just then, Pirlo arrived to thwart Qianlong's path of advancement. With a series of deft touches on the ball using his left foot, Qianlong executed several bicycle kicks. Although Pirlo was not deceived into lunging, he found himself momentarily perplexed by Qianlong's next move. Seizing the opportunity while Pirlo hesitated, Qianlong, upon completing the bicycle kicks, swiftly nudged the ball towards the baseline, propelling it forward by over 2 meters. The touch seemed slightly excessive, yet Qianlong accelerated towards the ball, his explosive speed leaving Pirlo trailing behind, perfectly attuned to the distance required. Before him lay an expanse of open field. All he needed to do was carry the ball into the penalty area to create a scoring opportunity. At that moment, the diligent Marchisio surged in from an oblique angle, intent on intercepting. Clearly irked by Qianlong's effortless display against his teammates, he charged in with determination, executing a forceful sliding tackle that arrived in an instant. "Let us take him down. How audacious!" Marchisio muttered through gritted teeth as he slid, Long had already sensed Marquisio's menacing approach, timing his move perfectly. He deftly pulled the ball back with his right foot, evading Marquisio's tackle, and continued his lateral advance with his left foot, still remarkably composed. Marquisio, now sprawled on the ground, was left in shock at Long's calm and formidable demeanor, utterly taken aback by the ease with which he had been outmaneuvered. He scrambled to regain his footing and pursue, but it was too late. At last, Long found himself with a chance to face Buffon. However, the angle was tight. Positioned just to the left of the 6-yard box, with Barzagli looming ahead. Barzagli did not rush in recklessly, but instead quickly advanced, positioning his body to block Long's shot. Long feigned to the right, attempting to deceive Barzagli, but Barzagli remained steadfast, unwavering like a mountain. Standing resolutely before him, realizing his ploy had failed, Long lifted his right foot, mimicking a shooting motion. In that fleeting moment, Barzagli finally reacted, swiftly lunging forward and extending his left leg, aiming to block Long's shot at a sharper angle. This was the very moment Long had been anticipating. Just as the instep of his right foot was about to make contact with the ball, he restrained himself, gently nudging it to the left, thus successfully eluding Barzagli's defense. The ball finally landed at his left foot as Chiellini closely marked Beckenbauer, unable to arrive in time for a block. While Long stood in the center of the small penalty area facing Buffon, it was merely a fleeting moment. A sequence of actions that spanned no more than a couple of seconds. Long unleashed a strike, and in that instant, the ever-alert Buffon lunged forth like a fierce lion upon witnessing Barzagli being bypassed. Indeed, Buffon surged ahead. His advance could thwart any attempt on goal, whereas hesitation would likely result in retrieving the ball from the net. Thus, without a moment's doubt, he swiftly charged forward, positioning himself to dive at Long's feet. In that electrifying instant, Long's left foot seamlessly transitioned from a strike to skillfully dribbling the ball to the left, his body gliding effortlessly in that direction, narrowly evading Buffon's desperate lunge. An open goal awaited him. With a gentle push of his left foot's instep, the ball found its way into the net. The entire sequence of breakthroughs unfolded in one fluid motion, with no pauses in between. A splendid goal. The opponents approached to offer their congratulations. Pepe affectionately patted Long's head, while Cáceres exchanged a high-five with him. The applause from Conti and the other teammates on the sidelines erupted, though not fervent. It was a testament to the brilliance of the goal. Except for Conti and a select few, the astonished expressions of the others were unmistakable. Is this a newcomer? Is this even a person? The demeanor exhibited is entirely of a different caliber. It's utterly enchanting. The goal was executed with exquisite finesse. A true testament to the player's exceptional skills. It is through years of immersion in Italian football that Long could navigate the field with such poise, effortlessly breaking through to take a shot. The Italian defense operates as a cohesive unit, making it nearly impossible to evade a single defender and gain a favorable angle for a strike. Yet, Long has become accustomed to bypassing one opponent after another, eventually overcoming their formidable defense before choosing to shoot. But what did Long truly surpass this time? He transcended the entirety of Italy's defensive line with remarkable ease. How is it that no one in the European Championship has managed to dismantle the Italian defense in such a manner? In the blink of an eye, Long treated these national players as if they were mere participants in a five-side match, thoroughly enjoying the process. What of the national players? What of the stars? They too were effortlessly outmaneuvered and scored upon. The prominent national players hung their heads in shame, particularly Marquisio, who felt a wave of embarrassment for his earlier comments. The once vocal Bekbong, who had been complaining about Long not passing to him, was rendered speechless following the goal. On the pitch, it is performance that speaks volumes. And at this moment, Long was certainly letting his prowess do the talking. In football, this style of dribbling is referred to as dribbling solo. However, Long could only maintain this solo performance for a mere 5 minutes, for those final moments were destined to be his, the Long time. Clearly, he did not disappoint Conti, nor Del Piero, and certainly not himself. Yet, he left his teammates in utter despair, their dignity shattered, ultimately earning their respect. Chapter 12. The arrival of Higuaín. Chiellini approached Barzagli, laughing boisterously. This is utterly humiliating, being dribbled past by this kid. How are we supposed to hold our heads high now? Is it possible that little Barzagli has possessed you? Are you all collectively reflecting on life? Barzagli, his face flushed, was momentarily at a loss for words and could only lower his head in embarrassment. Buffon, on the other hand, bellowed at them, urging his teammates to focus, warning them to be cautious, Yet they continued to play like fools, being outmaneuvered one after another. Particularly, he directed his ire at Marchisio. You claim to possess technical prowess. Yet how could you be so easily bypassed? Where do you think you can hide your face? Marchisio, thoroughly chastised by his captain, felt his face redden, akin to a monkey's rear, unable to utter a single word, as he bore the brunt of the humiliation. Pirlo, however, wore a smile, seemingly oblivious to any discontent. After the match concluded, Marchisio was the first to approach Qianlong, expressing his admiration. Incredible performance, kid. I'm genuinely impressed, he said, patting Qianlong on the shoulder, shamelessly praising him while conveniently ignoring what had been said earlier that morning, as if he had always been an ardent fan of Qianlong. Buffon then approached, hesitantly complimenting. Your free kick skills are as extraordinary as those of Pirlo and Cristiano Ronaldo. However, I never anticipated your dribbling would be equally formidable. How are we supposed to compete with you in the future? Qianlong's display, though impressive, had required immense physical exertion, as he was in the process of recuperating. Hearing Buffon's praise invigorated him, and he humbly responded, I didn't expect to play so well. It's merely a result of my habitual practice. I've become quite addicted to dribbling. Addicted? Fortunately, you only had 5 minutes. Otherwise, if you were to play for 90, who could keep up with you without exhausting themselves? Marchisio remarked, left speechless by Qianlong's nonchalant attitude. Pirlo then approached, greeting him with, You have a bright future ahead. My exquisite surgical passes will finally find their purpose, and I won't have to squander them anymore. Ha ha. While complimenting Qianlong, Pirlo took the opportunity to boast about himself as well. Qianlong, catching his breath, offered an awkward smile. Next time, if you give me such opportunities to break through, won't you just be forced to tackle me down? He pondered, at such a young age, how do you possess such extraordinary skills in every aspect? Chiellini was also filled with curiosity. As they practiced, Qianlong candidly responded, seemingly unperturbed. With enough practice, one will surely master it. Why can't I? At that moment, Estigarribia interjected. You? At your age, just accept it. On this day at the training ground, Qianlong's remarkable shooting skills and techniques astonished his teammates, earning him their acceptance. Within just a few days, his displayed prowess allowed him to begin carving out a niche for himself within Juventus. Meanwhile, not far from the training field, a red Lamborghini had been parked for approximately half an hour. This car was no stranger to the Juventus players, as it belonged to the club's owner, Mr. Agnelli. Curiously, why was it here today? After the training session concluded, activity finally stirred within the vehicle. The first to emerge was the club president, Mr. Agnelli, followed closely by another individual, tall, with striking eyebrows and eyes, dressed in casual sportswear, radiating a vibrant charm. As the president and the young man walked towards the training field, Conti and Piero approached them. They eagerly shook hands with the tall youth, leaving Mr. Agnelli somewhat sidelined, an unusual occurrence indeed. The other teammates noticed this situation and turned their gazes in that direction. Conti's face even twitched with excitement. What was going on? Did the president grant a raise? Such fervor was puzzling. The unrefined Marchisio muttered in a gleeful tone. Hey, that person looks familiar. Where have I seen him? Elia, ever talkative, stumbled over his English. Of course, we see him on television all the time, Buffon remarked nonchalantly, clearly recognizing him. Higuain, the one from Real Madrid. What brings him here? It appeared that Pirlo also recognized him, having faced off against Higuain several times during his tenure at AC Milan, naturally making him well acquainted with the striker. Upon the utterance of those words, the forwards of Juventus fell into varying degrees of silence. The arrival of Higuain signified that some forwards would inevitably need to depart and seek transfers to other teams. This reality could not sit well with those strikers who had underperformed in the previous season, particularly for Quagliarella, who had recently discussed transfer matters with Conti. The situation must have been especially disconcerting, leaving him to ponder whether his future was indeed shrouded in uncertainty. As the saying goes, a person thrives by moving, while a tree withers when relocated. For any professional athlete, when relegated to a non-starting role, departure becomes the most prudent course of action. The younger players, Qianlong and Bekbang, were indifferent to the identities of their counterparts, as they posed no immediate threat, especially Qianlong, who was merely an auxiliary player, a temporary fixture, and a substitute. No matter how proficient he might be, he would not vie for a position against others. Each individual harbored their own thoughts as they congregated. The real-life Higuain appeared even more dashing than on television. Conti introduced Higuain to everyone and, in turn, introduced each of them to Higuain. The latter seemed composed and courteous, shaking hands with each teammate while displaying a tranquil and charming smile, as pure as a blossoming flower. If not for his full beard, one might mistake him for a youthful lad, or perhaps even a bashful girl. When Qianlong's hand met Higuain's, the latter suddenly remarked, "You are quite impressive. I just witnessed that splendid goal." This unexpected first encounter, receiving praise from a star player, caught Qianlong off guard. "Oh, you saw that? Flattery, flattery. I'm just lucky. They are all slacking off," he mused, holding Higuain's hand, overwhelmed by the surreal nature of the moment. It was truly a dreamlike experience, one that defied words to describe. Qianlong stood at the same height as Higuain, their hands of similar size. Yet their positions were worlds apart. One was a celebrated superstar, while the other was merely a temporary worker. Nevertheless, fate had intertwined their paths, indifferent to status or wealth. Instead of heading to Turin, Higuain went directly to Palermo to undergo a medical examination, promptly followed by his arrival at the training ground to meet his teammates. For Higuain, the previous season had been remarkable. He not only helped Real Madrid triumph over Barcelona, but also secured a league championship that had eluded him for years, showcasing his commendable performance. However, he had not been afforded a stable starting position or corresponding salary at the club, leading to a friendly parting with Real Madrid. Many Real Madrid fans likely did not anticipate Higuain's sudden departure, despite prior speculation in the news about his potential transfer to Juventus. Few believed it to be true. Yet today, Higuain was undeniably present at Juventus's training camp. Clearly, Juventus's aspirations for the upcoming season extended beyond merely winning the league. They aimed for glory on the European stage. Chapter 13. Does a temp worker also get to wear the number 10? The unexpected and delightfully surprising day swiftly drew to a close. Qianlong found himself retained by Kean, marking his inaugural opportunity for a private conversation with the coach. Although Piero was also present. "Your training is rather unique. I have discussed it with the team," Kean stated directly, gently tapping the armrest of his chair with his right hand. "I am perplexed, given that your stamina lasts only 5 minutes. How is it that your physique remains so well maintained, entirely contrary to what one would expect for someone with such limitations?" Qianlong innocently gestured, unable to elucidate. "It seems to be innate. I cannot explain it." Conti, unable to suppress his curiosity, turned to Piero, musing internally about the peculiarity of such a phenomenon, which defied medical logic. Piero, too, was rendered speechless. He recalled needing medication to stimulate his muscles in his own youth. And now he faced this young man whose condition was utterly chaotic. Why such a bizarre occurrence? He couldn't help but express his astonishment. He is entirely like a whimsical footballer. "We believe that conventional training methods may not suit you. You need only practice your physical conditioning and fundamental techniques. Of course, you must also participate in the final 5 minutes of competitive matches. In the future, most of your time will be spent training under fitness coach Belcher, who will guide you in physical training. As for technical training, you will practice alongside the others and should take the opportunity to learn from seasoned players like Pirlo. It will always be beneficial. I will strategically arrange for you to take the field during matches. You need only to be prepared," Conti elaborated with great enthusiasm. "The team will devise a tactic centered around you, particularly for those crucial final 5 minutes, so you shall indeed be regarded as the team's key player in that time frame." He added with a hint of reassurance, "The most important thing is to avoid injuries. Consider that you only have 5 minutes at your disposal. If you were to sustain another injury, we would have no choice but to terminate your contract. Particularly in matters of romantic relationships, you must exercise restraint." Upon hearing the mention of contract termination, Qianlong's facial muscles twitched slightly, reflecting his internal realization of the precariousness of being a temporary worker, devoid of any safety net. He pondered that he must strive to secure his position, lest he find himself in a situation where he wouldn't even know how he met his demise. Moreover, as thoughts of romantic relationships crossed his mind, his face turned crimson, not due to flirtations from beautiful women, but rather from his utter lack of knowledge in such matters, compounded by the pressure of his physique. 5 minutes can encompass many activities, yet in that context, it indeed seems somewhat insufficient. "Do you have any questions?" Piero interjected, observing Qianlong's lack of response. "I would like to inquire whether training will affect my studies." Qianlong brought his thoughts back to the fore, posing a question of utmost concern to him. "Your situation is quite unique. You may commute between university and the club. The team will not interfere with your academic pursuits, but you must attend daily training in the afternoons and on match days, provided you are on the team's roster. The same applies to youth league matches. While there is a degree of freedom, it still remains a temporary position. In his heart, Qianlong quietly contemplated, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Given the current circumstances and treatment, he felt as though he had stumbled upon a serendipitous windfall, an opportunity too good to be true. How could he dare to push for more? It was better to feel a tinge of discontent within himself, for maintaining a balanced mindset was paramount. In truth, this situation was not entirely unfavorable, working as a temporary staff member at Juventus. He could still participate in professional leagues and enjoy unrestricted access to both the university and the team. Such a position would be coveted by many ordinary individuals, as it provided a temporary means of sustenance and a chance to enjoy life. While it differed significantly from the experiences of other professional players, what more could one desire at the tender age of 18? Are you Messi? No. Cristiano Ronaldo? Neither. So, on what grounds could one still feel unsatisfied? As for my basic needs, training is naturally provided by the team on practice days, yet not during the rest of the time. Accommodation? There is none. Transportation? If you do not mind, the team bus can pick you up at the university entrance, came the shameless reply from Del Piero. Oh. The sheer audacity of this temporary worker, utterly devoid of any merit. What would happen if he fails to score? Would he merely be left to the desolate winds of the northwest? The conversation meandered through a myriad of trivial topics, with Qianlong nodding helplessly in a daze, while the shameless Del Piero incessantly belittled him. Eventually, Connie inquired, "What number do you desire for your jersey?" Qianlong cautiously posed the question, pondering internally. Surely the desirable numbers have all been claimed. I shall select an inconspicuous high number to avoid drawing the ire of the illustrious players. In truth, Qianlong had grown accustomed to wearing higher numbers, having spent years languishing on the substitutes bench in amateur leagues, donning jerseys that were far from prestigious. Numbers in the 30s were quite commonplace. However, should Qianlong's physical condition permit him to take the field as a starter, he would undoubtedly have the privilege of choosing first. Are there any numbers left? Connie mused. 2, 9, 16, 29, 31, and all those beyond 34, he counted nonchalantly, glancing at Del Piero. Oh, I almost forgot. There's also the number 10, he gestured towards Del Piero. The new owner of number 9 is Higuain. Number 2 belongs to a defender, Connie continued. I intend to reserve number 16 for Jovinko, while it seems Asamoah has claimed number 29. Qianlong had not been overly concerned with the number. He certainly would not wear number 9, as that was reserved for the stars. Although the other numbers were lamentably lackluster, they were better than being unclaimed, allowing for a more subdued presence. He found himself gravitating towards the number 34 and beyond. At that moment, Pirlo approached with a cup of coffee, smiling as he inquired, "Are you truly planning to disregard my number 10? Number 10? Of course not. Who would dare don your number 10? If I venture out, I'd either be struck by lightning or drowned in the spittle of your fans," Qianlong instinctively replied, without a second thought. Pirlo was momentarily speechless, pausing before responding. "Do you genuinely not wish to wear the number 10? I like it, but mere affection does not necessitate wearing it. To wear it would be perilous. It's akin to love. Liking something doesn't mean one must possess it. It suffices to hold it in one's heart." This metaphor was quite apt. Yet the issue remained that no one was vying for it. Having the opportunity, would you not indulge yourself, instead of leaving it for others? I cannot. Human greed is insatiable. I fear that if I partake, I might overindulge and suffer the consequences. Perhaps it's best to abstain. Qianlong resolutely rejected the idea. Is liking it not enough? Why all these convoluted thoughts? You are nearly akin to the deceased. Who knows, wearing it might be far better than being dead. Then I shall wear the number 10. I want tea. Do you truly wish to see me perish? What benefits are there to wearing this number? The advantage is that the bonus for scoring 1 TB halved. Chapter 14. He is the discarded waste of Inter Milan. It was not until the next morning's press conference that Qianlong, having pondered throughout the night, still could not comprehend why the two old eccentrics, Conti and Pirlo, insisted on compelling him to wear the number 10. Was not wearing it tantamount to doom? Qianlong questioned himself throughout the night, yielding to their intimidating presence. By the following day, he remained in a state of anxious trepidation. This is not all. I am also mandated to attend the press conference today. Initially, Qianlong thought it would suffice to dress modestly, but he was taken aback by the requirement to participate in the press conference. How could he possibly face the throngs of fervent fans? Arriving at the hotel entrance, he couldn't help but shiver, a surge of the urge to flee bubbling within him. Hesitating at the entrance for quite some time, he ultimately decided to timidly step inside. At that moment, The hotel lobby was already teeming with hundreds of journalists and numerous fans, creating an atmosphere so dense it felt as if it could burst. The purpose of their gathering was, of course, to witness Higuain. The former Real Madrid striker's transfer to Juventus warranted a press conference of considerable stature. Had the team not been preparing in Palermo, and had the event been held at the headquarters in Turin, it surely would have drawn thousands of fans. For Qianlong, however, this turned out to be a stroke of fortune. Amidst his panic, Qianlong navigated through the crowd, unnoticed by anyone. Once he changed into the number 10 jersey in his hotel room, he timidly trailed behind the others, descending the stairs with trepidation. Attendees of the press conference included club president Ranieri, head coach Conte, the legendary Del Piero, Higuain clad in the number 9 jersey, and the number 39 Bang, with Qianlong bringing up the rear in his number 10 jersey. "I'm going to die. What should I do?" Qianlong murmured, clutching his chest as he stepped out of the elevator. "Look at you, so cowardly. Could you muster a bit of confidence?" Del Piero turned to Qianlong, unable to resist a jibe. In contrast to Qianlong, Bang remained relatively composed, partly due to his established recognition from being selected for the national youth team, and partly because his transfer to Juventus was a rather routine affair. As for Qianlong, his brashness in donning the legendary number 10 jersey made one wonder if he thought it was as trivial as picking up groceries from a market. Joining Juventus ought to be a moment of jubilation. However, at that moment, Qianlong felt utterly the opposite, his expression resembling that of someone in mourning, quite uncomfortable indeed. That model looks splendid, wearing Del Piero's jersey, even more handsome than Del Piero himself, a female fan remarked in awe upon spotting Qianlong. Yet why the long face? Qianlong heard her words clearly, a sheen of sweat forming on his forehead. Someone mistook him for a model. He pondered whether this was a blessing or a curse. Feeling rather displeased, "Madam, you may find this delightful, but if given the chance, I would gladly strut down the runway rather than face the impending embarrassment." This serves as a brief interlude, as all the cheers are directed towards Higuain. Today, Higuain has shaved, presenting a fresh and youthful appearance. Resembling a charming and dapper heartthrob, reporters have undoubtedly wasted countless frames, as the flashbulbs continue to pop incessantly. "Higuain, I adore you. Juventus welcomes you. Watermelon, you are the most handsome." Since taking his seat, the fans have not ceased their fervent calls for Higuain, a testament to his immense popularity. Following the departure of the forward Trezeguet from Juventus, the club has been in search of a true heir to the number 9 jersey. In recent years, Matri and the lone Borriello have proven unreliable as top-tier strikers, while Vucinic and others are not traditional forwards. Therefore, Higuain's arrival is undoubtedly the much-needed striking force for Juventus, with no one dissenting against this transfer. Higuain symbolically displayed his captivating smile and raised his hand in a calm wave to the crowd. Meanwhile, Qianlong, having chosen the seat farthest to the right, thought to himself that the further away, the better. He wished for the event to conclude swiftly. Most attendees were puzzled as to why this model was seated at the press conference, even in a seemingly insignificant position, and momentarily, no one reacted. However, a few quick-witted reporters noticed this peculiar occurrence and instructed their assistants to review Juventus' recent training news, attempting to uncover any unusual details. The theme of the conference naturally revolved around Higuain, beginning with mutual exchanges of extravagant praises about each other's greatness. Eventually, the discussion turned to contractual matters. The contract was signed for 5 years with an annual salary of €5 million. Thus, until the 2017 season, Higuain will serve as Juventus' principal goalscorer. 5 million. Goodness. I only earn €1,000 per goal and have to bear this cursed number 10. And now, I must attend this press conference. Oh God. What a situation this is. How can one live with such disparities? Upon hearing Higuain's salary, Qianlong felt an overwhelming sense of despair. The flashes of the cameras illuminated the room, but they did not shine upon him. He was not the protagonist, but merely a temporary worker. Thus he refrained from displaying a radiant smile. He felt that for the first time in life, time had become unbearably long, never reaching its conclusion. After Higuain showcased the Juventus number 9 jersey before the media, it was time for the appearance of Ballon. The club briefly introduced his footballing background without excessive embellishment, merely clarifying that Ballon would be a key youth prospect for the club. Naturally, Ballon received a commendable youth contract, yet the disparity between him and Higuain was stark, akin to heaven and earth. This is a natural progression. Typically, if a player aspires to attain the status of a renowned star, they must first establish themselves as a star. At last, the moment has arrived for Qianlong. It is my distinct honor to introduce the new bearer of the number 10 jersey. This statement was made by Del Piero, who paused momentarily and then proclaimed, Qianlong, a young lad hailing from the island of Sicily. Given that the number 10 is associated with Del Piero, it is only fitting that he should utter these words. As he spoke, his gaze was directed towards the distant figure of Qianlong, prompting the crowd to naturally follow his line of sight. In an instant, Qianlong became the center of attention, akin to the detonation of a bomb that ignited the entire venue, or like a large stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across its surface. "Ah, is that not the model?" exclaimed a previously unknown beauty, realizing he was a player for Juventus. Indeed, she was not the only one to utter a cry of astonishment at that moment. Such an inexperienced youth, utterly oblivious to the intricacies of the game. A boy who has yet to showcase any remarkable footballing prowess. This is the new number 10 of Juventus? A myriad of large question marks instantly appeared on countless faces. Gasps, shouts, expressions of astonishment and indignation intermingled, creating a cacophony of confusion and mixed emotions. This revelation was as shocking as Alessandro Del Piero's announcement of his departure from the team, a moment that left many in disbelief and despair. The flash of cameras was incessant, with film reels being squandered in abundance. All they could see was a handsome young man, yet they failed to recognize a great number 10. Hence, their gazes were filled with skepticism and even hopelessness. Some fans were so overcome that they wept openly, a reaction that was indeed hard to fathom. Qianlong gazed at this scene in bewilderment, uncertain of how to respond. Fortunately, Del Piero did not allow this atmosphere to linger. He seized the microphone and decisively interrupted the tumult, stating that the choice of number 10 was a decision made by himself and Conte. Qianlong possesses extraordinary talent. He is the future of Juventus, of that I am utterly convinced. In the forthcoming matches, everyone will come to discover and understand Qianlong's potential, and he will undoubtedly bring surprises. One reporter, seemingly well-prepared, rose to voice a loud objection, but it appears he has a congenital physical deficiency. I've heard he can only play for 5 minutes. Is that true? Indeed, but physical issues can be resolved. 5 minutes can become 10. And even 5 minutes is sufficient to alter the outcome of a match. Historical examples abound in football. Del Piero responded with poise. Isn't the club's decision rather thoughtless? It is no wonder the journalist posed such a question. After all, Juventus' number 10 has historically been held by luminaries such as Platini and Del Piero, the very souls of the team. The number 10 symbolizes Juventus. Yet, numbers do not define a player, and Qianlong is capable of embodying that essence. Let us observe his journey gradually, he suggested. This is not merely a compelling justification for wearing the number 10. Talent itself is the reason. He is a target of the club's development efforts. Soon after, a reporter even insinuated whether there was a Chinese consortium backing him, covertly promoting the player. Undoubtedly. The most explosive revelation was that he was deemed a discarded asset by Inter Milan 13 years ago. As soon as these words were spoken, a wave of astonishment swept through the entire venue. Chapter 15, I am not useless. The emergence of this news can be attributed to a reporter who, upon realizing a discrepancy, instructed their assistant to promptly investigate the background of Qianlong. To their astonishment, they discovered that Qianlong bore an identical name to that of a prodigy discarded by Inter Milan 13 years ago. Further scrutiny swiftly confirmed Qianlong's identity, leading to the earlier mention of this revelation. A discarded talent by Inter Milan, indeed, from 13 years past. The moment this topic was raised, it once again elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Seasoned journalists immediately began to reminisce about the events that transpired 13 years ago concerning Inter Milan. That year marked Ronaldo's ligament tear and Vieri's injuries, a year when Baggio came to the rescue and experienced a benchwarmer's existence, a year of Lippi's internal strife. In that year, was there news about this young man as well? Many reporters racked their brains for quite some time, yet could not recall such an incident. Ultimately, after consulting their laptops for clues, a hint of clarity dawned upon them, and the elder among them finally pieced it together. A news story from 13 years ago, which should have long faded into the annals of history, was now being revisited. It turned out he too was once a prodigy endowed with great expectations, one who had once shaken Italy, even though he was merely 4 years old then, and by 5, he had vanished like a shooting star. Throughout this process, Qianlong remained silent, his inner turmoil akin to a roller coaster. He had never expected anyone would recognize him, nor that his past could be unearthed so swiftly. leaving him in a state of emotional disarray. It dawned on him that one day, having been cast aside by Inter Milan, he was still remembered. One day, he could join Juventus. One day, he could return to the epicenter of the football stage. The corners of his eyes could not help but well up with a hint of crimson, yet he fiercely suppressed the tears, preventing them from escaping into the world. The tenacious journalists embarked on yet another round of relentless questioning. Was Juventus foolish enough to sign a waste cast aside by Inter Milan for 13 years? Did Juventus really need to validate a failure proven 13 years ago? Was it necessary to don the number 10 jersey to prove anything? A multitude of such irksome inquiries incessantly surfaced. "Please maintain respect," Pirlo said, his expression darkening and his tone turning grave. It was rare to witness Pirlo in such a manner. His typically elegant demeanor before the press was now severely challenged. Although he often appeared sinister alongside Qianlong, he was markedly different at this moment. Qianlong, for the first time, witnessed the journalist's ugly side, and a flicker of anger ignited within him. Yet he chose to endure it silently. Who has provoked whom? What does it matter to be forsaken by Inter Milan? What significance lies in joining Juventus? No, I am not a failure. I am not inferior to anyone. I yearn to demonstrate my genius at Juventus. Even if I lose my 85 minutes, I still possess 5 minutes to prove my brilliance. 5 minutes, sufficient time. Qianlong glanced at Del Piero, signaling his desire to speak. This was the first instance of Qianlong wanting to voice his thoughts. Del Piero did not impede him, passing the microphone over. Qianlong accepted the microphone, pausing momentarily to compose himself. At that moment, he felt no tension or fear, nor any other thoughts. He was solely focused on exhaling a breath of relief. "I am not a failure." Qianlong's voice, though soft, resonated with a deliberate strength. The youthful visage reflected not impulsiveness but an indescribable steadiness. "For me, 5 minutes is ample time, perhaps even unnecessary. If I were a failure, then I would have been discarded 13 years ago. Yet, here I stand, 13 years later, on the grand stage of Juventus, proving one undeniable truth. It is either Inter Milan that has faltered, or it is you who have failed." The journalists were evidently taken aback by Qianlong's proclamation. An eerie silence enveloped the room, with no one daring to refute him. Ignoring the stillness, Qianlong continued to speak. "For the vast majority of you, the match lasts 90 minutes. For me, it is merely 5 minutes. In that brief span, I shall exert every effort to determine the outcome of the game. Perhaps among you, there are many who will continue to mock me, relishing in my misfortunes. But laugh all you wish, for I shall not grant you the opportunity. Remember, the new number 10 of Juventus is I, Qianlong. And you shall never have the chance to disgrace this jersey. On the contrary, as long as I, Qianlong, am present, you shall endure humiliation every single day." With that, Qianlong naturally set down the microphone, choosing silence thereafter. Subsequently, Del Piero led the applause, his hands clapping rhythmically. Moments later, the arena resounded with enthusiastic applause. You may not acknowledge him as a genius. You may not recognize him as a member of Juventus. However, you must concede to his unwavering perseverance over the past 13 years, his relentless spirit. You must acknowledge that 13 years later, through his own efforts, he has returned to the football stage. And let us not forget, 13 years ago, he was merely a 5-year-old child. Such experiences, such torment, such anguish, how many can truly endure them? Over the course of 13 years, countless stars have risen to fame and subsequently faded into retirement, while many souls have journeyed from the vigor of youth to the twilight of old age. A prolonged ovation lasting over half a minute was bestowed upon Qianlong. This unexpected tribute brought him to tears, though it was only after the press conference concluded and he retreated backstage. No one anticipated that the outcome of the conference would unfold in such a manner. The initial pessimism was completely transformed by Qianlong's heartfelt words. This was meant to be an inspirational tale, though this narrative marks merely the beginning. Kind-hearted individuals seem to have already envisioned the protagonist ready to launch a renewed pursuit of the life he had been preparing for over 13 years. One can easily imagine how the internet and newspapers will soon be saturated with news and reports about him. What delightful surprises might a young man, bearing the legendary number 10 of Juventus, bring to them? An hour later, various online platforms, news outlets, and social media were already disseminating the news of Juventus' new number 10 across the globe, while over 50 million Juventus fans eagerly scoured his video highlights, engaging in a frenzy of sharing. The most clicked content was not his 5-minute showcase of extraordinary skills, but rather the news of his dismissal from Inter Milan 13 years ago. Italy's foremost sports newspaper, Gazzetta dello Sport, penned an article titled 13 Years, From Inter to Juventus, which described this journey as a football career that merely set the stage for the true beginning of his footballing odyssey, prepared over 13 long years. The Roman Daily remarked, "This is a legend, an inspiring story deserving of admiration." The Republic proclaimed, "A talent unexpectedly emerging from the black hole of Inter in '99. How fortunate indeed." Thus, the protagonist Qianlong was unwittingly thrust into the limelight of Juventus football. Chapter 16. The late arrival life unfolds in such a way that one can never predict what the next moment may hold. Clearly, today's events were more than sufficient for Qianlong. Before and after the meeting, he seemed like two different individuals. Del Piero comfortingly patted him on the shoulder, mysteriously producing a pair of sunglasses to hand to Qianlong. "You must get accustomed to being a star, even if just for 5 minutes," he remarked, his tone reverting to its usual mischievousness. "You are quite thoughtful. Did you foresee this outcome?" Qianlong took the sunglasses and donned them with ease. At that moment, he still could not comprehend why he had been thrust into the spotlight, yet it no longer mattered. What truly counted was proving himself. In 18 years, he had never felt such urgency to validate his existence. Was it important? Yes, indeed, it was of utmost importance. He felt the need to prove himself. Such is the essence of existence. Wearing sunglasses, he emerged from the hotel's rear entrance. Have you ever attempted to experience the sensation of suddenly becoming a celebrity? For Qianlong, that was the case. Surely, if he were to step onto the street now, he would encounter no shortage of complications. At that moment, his phone rang. Mario? Qianlong glanced at the caller ID, feeling no surprise, merely bemusement at receiving a call from him at such an hour. After all, that fellow typically favored sleeping in, rarely stirring before noon. Indeed, the call was from Mario Balotelli, the notorious Super Mario. "Congratulations on joining Juventus," he said. "Congratulations, my foot. Did you not witness how I was humiliated at the press conference?" Qianlong replied indignantly. "By the way, how come you're up so early? Don't you usually laze about like a dead pig?" "Ah, I was awakened by a girl today. You know, I've been quite popular lately." "Oh, just the other day, weren't you saying you wanted to cheat with me? I can only imagine how many women you've ensnared." Such harsh words. "Being popular is hardly my fault. Unlike you, no matter how charming you may be, it's futile. You barely last 5 minutes, your foreplay barely begins before it's all over. Enough nonsense. Have you forgotten what you did in the finals, still pondering the meaning of life? Please, spare me the heavy topics. Just hearing that makes my heart ache." The two exchanged barbs. And if reporters were to discover that the illustrious Balotelli and Qianlong were indeed close friends, they would have an abundance of material to unveil. The call from Balotelli lightened Qianlong's mood slightly. Afterward, he retrieved his bicycle and hurried home, as the team was holding a press conference that day. Coinciding with his day off, he had little desire to celebrate with the club. Returning home was his sole thought. Moreover, a guest awaited him there, a mysterious individual from China, as his parents had informed him. As he pedaled absent-mindedly, his mind lingered on the prior press conference. While navigating a right turn, he collided with another cyclist, a woman. It was only when he fell to the ground, pain coursing through him, that he snapped back to reality. He then beheld a similarly fallen bicycle and a woman with dark hair. "How do you ride? Even a bicycle can't escape a rear-end collision," she complained, clearly displeased, as she sat on the ground, nursing her injured knee. "What are you staring at? I'm talking to you." Qianlong lifted his head, glancing around, and upon confirming she was indeed addressing him, he sheepishly removed his sunglasses. "My apologies. I was lost in thought about life like Balotelli while riding." He sincerely apologized, gazing into her equally dark eyes, pondering what kind of day he was having. "It seems that I have encountered a series of unfortunate events today. Am I unaware that riding a bicycle while distracted can be perilous? The words of a beautiful woman linger in my ears. Such is the beauty of the East, lustrous. Raven black hair, captivating eyes that ensnare the soul, a playful cherry-red mouth, a heart-shaped visage, and skin fairer than snow." Qianlong pondered this, unable to resist stealing another glance at her. The earlier sense of gloom had long since dissipated. "Quite lovely, I know," remarked the dark-haired woman casually, noticing Qianlong's unwavering gaze. "MMM, Qianlong replied, mindlessly nodding in response. "Beauty will eventually lead to bloodshed. I have no desire to meet my demise alongside you," she stated, laboriously rising to her feet. She shuffled over to a nearby bag, opened it, and retrieved some cotton swabs and alcohol to tend to her wounds. "Quite adept," Qianlong mused, observing her with a hint of admiration. Once she had dressed her injuries, she approached Qianlong, crouched down before him, and gingerly began to bandage his wounds. So young, yet your complexion is so sallow. You must have indulged in your share of vices. These foreigners are rather uninhibited. Most likely, you are suffering from kidney deficiency, she opined in fluent Chinese. Upon hearing her words, Qianlong's expression darkened further, resembling a specter. Miss, I believe I have not offended you in any way. Is it necessary to curse me so? I have already had my fill of misfortune today. Could you refrain from further maledictions? He replied, equally in Chinese. The dark-haired woman was taken aback, astonished that Qianlong understood her. Ah, you speak Chinese as well? Upon recalling her earlier comment, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Have you not noticed that I too possess black hair and dark eyes? I am half Chinese. Qianlong replied with utmost seriousness. Am I mistaken then? Just look at your complexion. It is evident that your kidneys are compromised. What else could it be? She insisted. Qianlong spread his hands in resignation, gazing at the woman of similar age before him with innocence. Must I be inherently afflicted with this ailment? Inherent? That is indeed a possibility. Let my grandfather examine your condition on another day, she suggested. Ah, I have been battling this illness for over a decade without improvement. Unless your grandfather is a deity, Qianlong replied, not intending to mock her grandfather, but rather expressing his lack of hope regarding his ailment. Not a deity. But a miraculous healer is not far off, the dark-haired woman stated with a sense of pride. The two individuals naturally began conversing in Chinese, a rather unremarkable occurrence. Oh no, I must take my leave. I have guests awaiting me at home, one remarked. Upon the mention of illness, Qianlong abruptly rose. As the visitors he was to meet were indeed there for his treatment. Ah, I nearly forgot. I must go as well. The dark-haired woman also stood. They each lifted their bicycles, only to realize they could not ride them, exchanging a smile as they reluctantly began to push them forward. Are you headed the same way? They asked in unison, laughing once more at their synchronicity. Do divine beings exist in this world? One pondered. Surely, they do. We in China believe in the Buddha. Came the reply. Oh, I share that sentiment. Is your grandfather a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? Quite remarkable, isn't he? Indeed, he resembles a deity. Can my ailment be cured? Perhaps. My name is Qianlong. What about you? I am Shan. Yi Shan. I've arrived. So have I. What? They echoed, laughing again. Realizing they were both headed to the same destination, Qianlong's home. Yi Shan was to visit, which meant she would indeed meet Qianlong's guests, namely her grandfather and herself. Such serendipity, a precise intertwining of fate, this was their peculiar coincidence. Qianlong and Yi Shan. In a rather clinched yet romantic twist of fate, Qianlong looked up at the familiar doorplate of his residence, shaking his head with a resigned smile. He then took the initiative to open the grand door of his home. Chapter 17. Constricted Meridians. Qianlong welcomed Yi Shan, who stood a half-head shorter than him, into his abode. Home was a sanctuary of relaxation and joy. Thus, upon entering, Qianlong felt liberated from the melancholia that had previously burdened him. At that moment, his parents and Yi Shan's grandfather were already seated in the living room. At first glance, Qianlong could only describe Yi Sun, her grandfather, with the words immortal demeanor. On their way back, he learned that her grandfather was named Yi Sun and was over 70 years of age. His snowy hair, paired with a matching beard, complemented his rosy complexion and traditional attire, leading Qianlong to perceive him as a figure from a storybook. As Qianlong and Yi Shan entered, both muddied, the family wore expressions of confusion, unsure of the unfolding events. Yi Shan stepped forward to explain the situation to her grandfather, thus clarifying matters for everyone. Qianlong performed a deep bow, a traditional Eastern gesture of respect, before retreating to take a seat. Yi Sun had, in fact, been observing Qianlong since his entrance. He set down his teacup, stroked his graying beard, and spoke in a slow, resonant tone. Indeed, a rare talent graces us today, he remarked, unabashedly expressing his admiration. However, he soon shifted to a more solemn tone, standing up to approach Qianlong with measured steps. You are aware of this, are you not? Qianlong was taken aback and momentarily at a loss for words. Could one truly ascertain a person's destiny merely by their appearance? Had he not already encountered enough bizarre occurrences today? Was it possible that he had indeed come across a celestial being? He pondered. Yi Sun reached into Qianlong's garment, his fingers tracing the acupoints along the chest. Buluo, Shinfeng, Lingshu, Shensong, Yuzhong, and Yufu, nodding and shaking his head intermittently, sometimes lost in contemplation, other times his eyes sparkling with insight. After about a quarter of an hour, he finally ceased his ministrations and instinctive musings, returning to his seat to sip his tea. The kidneys store reproductive essence and the essence of the vital organs. The kidneys serve as the root of one's innate vitality. However, your entire foot-showing kidney meridian is nearly entirely paralyzed. This condition has likely persisted for over a decade. Logically, you should be completely incapacitated. Fortunately, you play football, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Qianlong was bewildered by these statements, but his father, standing nearby, comprehended their gravity and broke into a cold sweat, hastily inquiring, "Is the situation really that serious? Is there any hope for treatment?" Paralysis is not inevitable, but his meridians have collapsed. It is akin to a river that once flowed abundantly, but has narrowed each day due to the accumulation of silt, until it ultimately runs dry. Of course, if it were a case of kidney stones, it would not have reached this extent. The current situation is a result of the meridians collapsing of their own accord without external force, Yisun stated gravely, indicating that the prognosis was not encouraging. Thus, it became clear why young Master Qin could only manage to play football for 5 minutes. After all, he only had 5 breaths to spare before he could no longer continue. Through this simple analogy, Qianlong finally grasped the nature of his ailment and could not help but sigh. Yisun continued, "It is natural that Western medicine cannot provide a cure. After all, one cannot simply wield a knife to sever all the meridians as one would butcher pork. Therefore, Western medicine is powerless in this regard. What shall we do then?" Qianlong's face was etched with frustration as he pressed for answers. To restore the meridians to their normal state requires long-term treatment and adjustment through periodic herbal remedies. With time, healing is ultimately achievable. I have a medicinal dispensary in Italy. I can prepare a prescription for you. In the mountains of Sicily, there are numerous herbs available for my use. During this period, you should visit me for treatment. The results should be quite evident, Yisun explained with a smile. There is hope. There is hope. Upon hearing this, Qianlong was overwhelmed with joy, his voice trembling with excitement, a reaction mirrored by his parents. After this revelation, they finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. Hearing her grandfather's words, Yu Shanshan also felt elated. Naturally, if grandfather said there was hope, then there was indeed hope. Clearly, this was a tremendous source of optimism. For the first time, someone had told Qianlong's family that this illness was treatable, akin to a common cold that could be cured. One can easily imagine the exuberance that filled Qianlong's heart at this moment, while his parents incessantly expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Thanking him profusely, Qianlong bowed deeply to Yisun, conveying boundless appreciation and respect. Nothing held greater significance for him than this moment. Even if offered a fortune, his heart would remain unmoved. The prospect of healing his ailment outweighed any material wealth. However, do not rejoice too soon. This is not a matter that can be resolved in a day or two. It demands a long-term treatment plan, and one must be mentally prepared for it. Furthermore, it would be prudent for you to acquire some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, as it would greatly benefit your health, Yisun advised diligently. Study traditional Chinese medicine? Can I really do that? Qianlong inquired, feeling somewhat bewildered by the concept. Although he had been intrigued by the East since childhood, he had never truly delved into this realm of knowledge, having only encountered some fantastical concepts in martial arts literature, which were mere fabrications. A Western youth, who would willingly peruse Eastern medicine when in discomfort, would either be foolish or have a peculiar mindset. Indeed, traditional Chinese medicine is profoundly intricate and challenging to master. Yet, consider the advantages. If you become proficient in it, the assistance it could provide in times of injury would be invaluable, far surpassing that of Western medicine. There was once a footballer named Ronaldo in your realm, was there not? Do you believe he recovered through Western medicine? In truth, he rehabilitated under the care of traditional Chinese medicine. Really? Qianlong's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing Yisun mention Ronaldo. Is that so? He questioned, struggling to fathom this revelation. Do you doubt it? It was my grandfather who treated him personally. Yushan intervened, sensing Qianlong's skepticism. Qianlong was rendered speechless, muttering, I believe. I will learn. Could it possibly be any more astonishing? Should you require anything, you may contact me through this young lady. She is also versed in traditional Chinese medicine and will soon commence her studies in Western medicine at the University of Turin. You attend the University of Turin? Qianlong exclaimed in surprise, turning to Yushan. Could it be that you are as well? Yushan gazed at him with her enchanting eyes, exuding an irresistible charm. Indeed. I am studying at the School of Management there. Our communication will be quite convenient. Qianlong replied with a smile. After enjoying a sumptuous Chinese lunch with Yi Sun and Yi Shan, Qianlong's family reluctantly bid them farewell. Before departing, Yi Sun presented Qianlong with a book, An Introduction to Traditional Chinese Medicine. It seems you are quite the missionary, Qianlong mused to himself. All right, I confess that I have been rather fortunate lately, he sighed. Lying in bed and reflecting on the areas Yi Sun had previously examined on him. Chapter 18, The Unashamed Agent. Following the press conference, Qianlong attained celebrity status. Naturally, his entourage of friends wasted no time in flocking to his home, with Yang Ershi leading the charge, swaggering into Qianlong's room under the guise of being his agent. Thus, Qianlong's idyllic afternoon nap was abruptly interrupted. Yang Ershi, with a serious demeanor, held a contract in his hands as he earnestly discussed matters with Qianlong. As Qianlong perused the document, his expression grew increasingly grim. How outrageous. You demand 10% for advertising fees. And now you expect 10% of the transfer commission as well? Why not ask the club for it instead of exploiting your own? How can you take advantage of your own kind? Standing nearby, Yang Ershi wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Upon hearing Qianlong's complaints, he quickly adopted a playful tone, saying, how many transfers can one experience in a lifetime? At most, just 3 or 5. Don't be stingy. Besides, you've already struck it rich. Why not lend a hand to your brother? Look, I've even followed you through university just to keep you company. Isn't that worth something? Yang Ershi shamelessly continued, urging, come on, hurry up and sign. What are you waiting for? Unable to withstand the persistence of his rotund companion, Qianlong reluctantly acquiesced and affixed his signature to the contract. Upon signing the contract, Yang Ershi was filled with excitement, an impish grin spreading across his cherubic face. He embraced Qianlong's shoulders with an affectionate familiarity, exclaiming, that's more like it. Haha, my brother, I shall lead you to prosperity. As he spoke, Yang Ershi retrieved yet another contract from his bag. Qianlong gazed at him in astonishment, pondering the man's intentions. Could it be that there was yet another contract to sign? Was he selling me out? No way. I'm here to help you earn money, Yang Ershi declared, patting the contract on the table with an air of mystery. Take a look. Just take a look. This is an advertising contract. An advertising contract? Qianlong incredulously took it in his hands, scrutinizing it closely. His expression darkened once more. What on earth is this? Can you not present something more respectable? Taking on this job, how can I face anyone? The more Qianlong looked, the angrier he became. It turned out that Yang Ershi had accepted a commission from a local pharmaceutical company in Palermo. While the company itself posed no issues, the problem lay with the product. The medicine in question was ostensibly harmless, yet its purpose was to enhance physical strength and served as an aphrodisiac, specifically targeting male impotence and premature ejaculation. Isn't it rather fitting? Just consider it. You possess only 5 minutes of stamina, and, after collapsing 13 years ago, you rise again 13 years later. Such an impressive narrative, paired with the advertisement, would be nothing short of miraculous. Yang Ershi rambled on, seemingly quite pleased with his own creativity. Meanwhile, Qianlong was on the brink of madness. Glaring at him as he exclaimed, you must be joking. I will never endorse this advertisement, unless I were to perish first. If you wish to proceed, you may do so on your own. How could I possibly maintain my dignity in such a manner? Even in my lowest moments, I cannot stoop to this. This was the first time Qianlong had uttered such vulgarities. Yang Ershi, realizing Qianlong was furious, quickly attempted to extinguish the flames of his ire. Well, I anticipated you wouldn't sign that one, which is why I brought along an alternative. Huh, I am truly brilliant. He then produced another contract and handed it to Qianlong. Qianlong meticulously examined it, fearful of yet another perverse advertisement. This one seems more acceptable. At least it pertains to legitimate matters. I'll settle for this one. However, a mere 3,000 euros? My worth seems rather low. Indeed. Is there ever a time when my genius has faltered? 3,000, and you find it inadequate? It should suffice for quite a spell of indulgence. By the way, are you truly not going to sign that pharmaceutical deal? The remuneration is quite generous. If you seek more money, then let us not discuss it further. Just 2 words, firmly shut the fat man's mouth. This second advertisement is a sponsorship for a supermarket in Palermo, merely involving the display of a few large photographs on the walls, which has not in any way tarnished Qianlong's identity or reputation. Therefore, Qianlong readily agreed to it. Speaking of which, your actions are impressively swift. The press conference was held only this morning, and you have already begun to promote me everywhere. Remarkable indeed. Qianlong glanced at him, unable to suppress his admiration for his commercial acumen. To jest. Had I emerged today, I would have been left to the winds. I had already started my efforts days in advance, eagerly awaiting today's press conference. Humph. The chubby fellow boasted with satisfaction. Both of these companies were established by him. A few days ago, when Qianlong joined Juventus, Yang Ershi began to get busy, just as he himself stated. Although Yang Ershi appears rather portly and somewhat mismatched in appearance, he possesses a sharp intellect and excels academically. Otherwise, he would not have been admitted to the prestigious University of Rome. While he, like Qianlong, opted for the University of Turin, he pursued a degree in business. He has not yet commenced his university studies, yet he is already eagerly preparing to manage Qianlong. It is evident that he has discerned the potential for business within Qianlong and has taken steps to actualize it. This advertisement marked the inaugural step in his venture with Qianlong, representing his first endeavor as an agent. You ought to inform the club, after all. I am your agent now. Henceforth, any matters pertaining to finances must be negotiated through me, Yang Ershi asserted with utmost seriousness, having fully embraced his role as an agent. After a moment of contemplation, he shifted to a more playful demeanor and inquired, "Are you truly not considering signing that? Goodness, the money." Frustration and anguish were vividly etched across his features, his expressions fluctuating with unprecedented rapidity. Naturally, Qianlong was resolute in his refusal. He would rather face death than engage in an advertisement for aphrodisiacs. Thus, under the relentless persuasion of his shameless agent, Yang Ershi, Qianlong unwittingly signed his first advertising contract. In truth, I possess several more, but given your current disposition, perhaps I shall refrain. More? Let me see them. Qianlong replied, astonished at Yang Ershi's ability to procure such a plethora of contracts. His curiosity piqued. Yang Ershi obediently retrieved the contracts, placing them steadily upon the table. Moments later, a singular voice echoed, "Get out." Indeed, Qianlong had unceremoniously ejected Yang Ershi from the premises, not for any trivial reason, but due to the contracts. As the portly agent exited, he left the contracts strewn across the table, hastily departing. What kind of contracts are these? Qianlong gazed at the myriad of so-called agreements piled upon the table, unable to suppress a sigh. This corpulent fellow truly possesses an eccentric mind, having amassed such an array of contracts. The table was cluttered with XX Beauty Salon, XXX Abortion Clinic, XXXXX Financial Company, XXXX Marriage Agency. The portly fellow certainly knows how to stir things up, and he tends to do so in rather unconventional ways. In truth, it makes perfect sense. When Qianlong first joined Juventus, he was merely a youth team player. The fact that he has managed to secure such a multitude of contracts is already quite impressive. Naturally, after donning the iconic number 10 jersey, Qianlong's market value has soared. However, just a few days prior, things were not so favorable. Chapter 19. Replicating Pirlo's leaf-like strike? Juventus is diligently preparing for their upcoming matches, and even without sufficient stamina, Qianlong is making the most of his fleeting 5 minutes on the pitch. Recently, the number of journalists outside the training grounds has surged, particularly those from China, most of whom are there for Qianlong. His legendary background as a Sino-Italian hybrid and the news of his signing with Juventus are compelling reasons for the Chinese audience to take an interest. The club has opted for closed training sessions, denying journalists access to the grounds. Consequently, the reporters are left to wait patiently outside, while the players enjoy a moment of tranquility. On this day, Juventus continued their training, focusing on free kicks. A few days prior, Qianlong had showcased his exceptional free kick skills during shooting practice. However, today he refrained from participating in the free kick drills, having just completed 50 laps around the field, leaving his stamina far from its usual state. Thus, he found himself seated on the sidelines, observing his teammates as they trained. Among the current Juventus squad, there are few adept at free kicks, but Pirlo undoubtedly stands as a master of the art, having dispatched countless teams with his signature falling leaf shot. Recently scoring one at the European Championship, Qianlong watched intently from the sidelines as Pirlo prepared to take a free kick. Being skilled in free kicks himself, Qianlong was particularly fascinated. His self-taught crescent moon and battle axe techniques were arguably on par with, if not superior to, those of Pirlo. As Pirlo executed the falling leaf shot, a mischievous smile crept across Qianlong's face. He recalled the peculiar dream he had a few nights prior, in which a mysterious entity known as Startier possessed the ability to replicate football skills. With this in mind, he intentionally positioned himself to study Pirlo's execution, seeking to determine if such replication was indeed feasible. With elegance, Pirlo gently placed the ball on the grass and slowly retreated, unlike the exaggerated bravado of Cristiano Ronaldo, the flamboyant flair of David Beckham, or the unpredictable charm of Ronaldinho, Pirlo's approach was simply natural. He relaxed his body, took a measured run-up, and struck the ball with a fluid motion, sending it on a graceful arc. The ball, imbued with a sense of fleeting melancholy, soared toward the goal, reminiscent of drifting leaves, seemingly aimless yet purposefully directed. Suddenly, as if it had found its target, the ball plummeted with astonishing speed, cutting through the air with precision. Akin to Jing Ke's fabled assassination attempt on the Qin emperor, one sword, sacrificing life for righteousness. Pirlo unleashed 10 consecutive falling leaf shots while Chun Long meticulously observed, imprinting every detail in his mind. Compared to the battle axe, the falling leaf exuded less dominance but displayed an unwavering commitment, evoking a sense of solemnity. Although Chun Long had previously watched Pirlo take free kicks, this close-range observation allowed him to absorb far more, yielding significant insights. He had once believed that the battle axe was the most formidable free-kick technique. However, after this experience, he found himself filled with profound respect for Pirlo. The dedication, the haunting elegance, the regal aura, what a spirit and depth that was. Such artistry was beyond the reach of ordinary players, including Ronaldo. In his heart, he firmly believed that only Pirlo could achieve such mastery. Yet, he did not feel like a mere photocopier replicating Pirlo's technique. Nor did he envision himself as a computer executing a copy-paste command. The only sensation was a yearning to step onto the field and take a falling leaf shot himself. What? Can I also execute a falling leaf? Am I capable of it? Why do I feel as though I have already mastered it? Why does this thought surface in my mind? I have yet to practice. Wait, could it be that my heart truly resonates with the art of the falling leaf? After watching Pirlo's exquisite execution, why has the notion of this technique suddenly surfaced in my mind? Chun Long tapped his head, feeling as if something had been abruptly inserted into his brain, and suddenly, an uncanny familiarity with the falling leaf emerged. Strange, bizarre, though I have experienced dreams that hinted at this today. In the presence of reality, an entirely new skill seemed to materialize in my mind, which felt rather unsettling. Have I succeeded? Have I replicated it? Just like that? Well, I suppose I shall reluctantly accept it. I yearn to play to execute the falling leaf. He rose and approached the spot where Pirlo had taken his free kick. Andrea, let me have a few attempts as well, Chun Long courteously greeted. Sure. Let us torment Buffon together, Pirlo confidently replied. Buffon, stationed at the goalpost, listened to the shameless banter between the two, wearing a glum expression. As they presumed Chun Long would once again showcase his signature techniques, the bending moon or the battle axe. Without pretense or measurement, he simply followed his instincts, positioning himself behind the ball, and executed it naturally. Drawing upon his recent understanding of the falling leaf, he took a run-up, lifted his leg, and struck the ball. The sequence of movements flowed seamlessly, and the ball soared towards the goal, much like Pirlo's earlier attempt. Yet, this shot bore a hint of naivety. If Pirlo's falling leaf were akin to an aged fine wine, then Chun Long's shot resembled a freshly brewed concoction, each distinctly different in flavor, yet both exhibiting an unwavering intensity and gravitas. This shot, this technique, it is undeniably my own falling leaf. Pirlo's eyes sparkled with surprise. Though Buffon managed to deflect the ball, he too was astonished. You young rascal, I find myself envious of you. When did you acquire this skill? Pirlo approached and patted Chun Long on the shoulder. To be honest, I just learned it moments ago, Chun Long admitted with a hint of bashfulness. Moments ago? Don't tell me you learned it just by watching a few shots? Pirlo murmured in disbelief. Sebastiano Giovinco, who had been observing from the sidelines, could no longer contain himself. Little dragon, are you joking? If you can master a technique in mere minutes, how are the rest of us to survive? Countless teammates cast murderous glares filled with envy, jealousy, and suspicion. Is there still a place for us? The three great free kick techniques, the bending moon, the battle axe, and the falling leaf, have all been mastered by this fellow, and he claims to have just learned them? Certainly, no one would believe it. This is not a film. And such miraculous events do not exist in reality. The facts articulated by Chun Long, in the eyes of everyone, are utterly implausible. Even if it were true, they would prefer to believe that it is the result of Chun Long's 13 years of relentless dedication to football rather than a newfound skill. Such a revelation could lead to despair. It is simply absurd. Thus, Chun Long ultimately clarified that he was merely jesting earlier, and that he had indeed been training in secret for quite some time, which somewhat alleviated the overwhelming sense of injustice felt by others. Imagine, If there were a player beside you whose skills far surpassed your own, one might feel utterly despondent. If this prodigious player could master a new technique in merely a few minutes, how many times would you wish to disappear? Just as Qianlong was calming the situation, he suddenly heard a voice, causing his heart to leap in fright. Indeed, it is the art of Pirlo's free kick that I have replicated. Behold my brilliance, as I bestow upon you a new skill. Goodness, to think you would appear to frighten me in broad daylight. Qianlong was drenched in cold sweat. I am not a ghost. I am Xing, as I have previously informed you. Wait, you can even discern my thoughts? Of course, I am one of your thoughts. Hence, all your actions are reflected within your mind. Am I then perpetually under your surveillance? Qianlong broke into another sweat, realizing the situation was not as splendid as he had imagined, but rather quite troublesome. Did you observe me during my private moments? I witnessed it once. Goodness. I typically only manifest during football-related matters. The last time you were, while watching a match, so, from now on, please do not appear unless it pertains to football. Qianlong's expression was decidedly grim. Henceforth, you may summon me by calling out Xing from within your heart, and I shall appear. By the way, since you have acquired 3 free kick skills, shall I assist you in merging them? You possess the ability to merge skills? Qianlong was once again astonished, left speechless. Indeed, after replication, similar skills can be fused together. Quite exhilarating, isn't it? Then let us proceed. How long will it take? Qianlong had resigned himself to this extraordinary reality. 15 minutes. Qianlong was once again left without words. Thus, the two engaged in a silent exchange of thoughts, completely disregarding the presence of others on the field. It was truly as if one were conversing with a specter in broad daylight. Chapter 20. The merge free kick. 15 minutes later, Qianlong approached Buffon with a mischievous smile. Gigi, shall we engage in another round of free kicks? I suddenly have a novel technique I wish to experiment with. Gigi is a nickname for Buffon, a moniker he has carried since childhood. After becoming acquainted with Buffon upon joining the team, Qianlong adopted the familiar name as well. Aside from Buffon, the expressions of the others were equally filled with astonishment. Another instance? This individual truly possesses an array of tricks. Is there more? Is this person even human? Could he possibly be the legendary prodigy? Did he somehow learn something profound in just a quarter of an hour? Javinko once again sighed, touching his forehead to check if he had perhaps lost his mind or misheard the situation. Does this lad regard football as merely a game? Unlike us, who treat it as sustenance. Chiellini expressed his disbelief. Buffon's eyes sparkled with renewed interest as he faced Qianlong, yet he did not decline the challenge. Come on. With Buffon's consent, Qianlong selected a football and stepped outside the penalty area, opting to strike from a distance of 30 meters. Gigi, pay attention. I am about to take the penalty. Qianlong reminded Buffon before the kick. Come on, little dragon. Let us see how formidable you've become. Buffon playfully retorted. A challenge? Let us see what new tricks this lad has up his sleeve. The teammates eagerly gathered around. Krasic proposed a wager for dinner. The mischievous Giovinco suggested a bet of €100, while the unconventional Elia wagered that the loser would don underwear and run 3 laps around the pitch. Ultimately, a myriad of bets emerged. The stakes were evenly balanced, with some betting on Qianlong to score and others on Buffon to prevail. Given that the players were aware of Qianlong's remarkable skills, including the crescent moon and battle axe techniques, and his recent addition of a falling leaf maneuver, bets on Qianlong's victory slightly outnumbered those on Buffon. Buffon regarded the crowd with disdain, as if to say they would soon regret their choices. Wait, this is unfair. We need to form a wall, otherwise Buffon will be at a disadvantage, Balzaretti interjected, with others such as Caceres and Bonucci echoing his sentiment. They promptly ran to the front of the penalty area and began to set up a wall. Observing the shift, some teammates who initially supported Qianlong began to switch allegiances and bet on Buffon instead. Qianlong appeared visibly disappointed, exclaiming, "You're so disloyal. By doing this, you've defected. Don't have any regrets." However, Pirlo and Marchisio firmly stood by Qianlong, with Pirlo having absolute confidence in Qianlong's free kick prowess, while Marchisio offered unwavering support rooted in friendship after their previous interactions. For reasons unknown, Vucinic and Matri also aligned themselves with him. The competition would consist of 10 shots, with 3 goals required for Qianlong to win. Anything less would signify Buffon's victory. I'll bet €100 on Qianlong's victory, proposed Del Piero, who had appeared on the training ground at some point, standing behind the group. Everyone nodded in agreement, expressing no objections. The distinction between free kicks taken with a wall and those taken without is indeed significant. A free kick without a wall closely resembles a penalty kick, albeit with a naturally diminished accuracy due to the increased distance. However, when a wall is present, regardless of the distance, the probability of scoring diminishes exponentially. Scoring 1 goal from 10 free kicks is considered an impressive feat. Hence, once the rules were established, it was no surprise that Wozniak and Matry, who had initially positioned themselves alongside Qianlong, discreetly retreated to the opposite side. This shift illustrates the extraordinary nature of Pirlo's regulation, as requiring 3 goals from 10 attempts reflects an exceptional level of trust and confidence in Qianlong. Nonetheless, such a rule appears to be an insurmountable challenge for most. Yet, despite this, Qianlong's countenance radiated with a serene smile, reflecting his unwavering self-assurance and Pirlo's faith in him. Standing before the ball, Qianlong inhaled deeply, creating distance between himself and the ball before halting. "Behold the culmination of my mastery of the 3 essential free kick techniques," he mused internally with a sly grin. At that moment, his mind was infused with the free kick skills that Startier had merged with him merely a quarter of an hour prior, rendering his thoughts remarkably lucid. Although it was his first attempt, it felt as if he had long possessed the ability to execute an extraordinary free kick, as familiar and adept as if he had practiced for over a decade. Buffon stood resolutely in front of the goal, vociferously orchestrating the formation of the wall, directing everyone to establish the perfect barrier he envisioned. If this lad manages to curve the ball around the wall, his chances of scoring might reach 50%, making it quite challenging to defend. Buffon, however, clearly did not find it as easy as his teammates imagined. He believed it was impossible to prevent Qianlong from scoring altogether, but he aimed to limit him to no more than 2 goals, deeming that a successful endeavor and not a complete embarrassment. Thus, he exhibited a great deal of caution and was particularly discerning about the quality of the wall. "Come on, little dragon, will you shoot a crescent moon, a war axe, or a falling leaf?" Buffon shouted, directing the wall. "Hee, none of those, Andrea, here it comes." Qianlong replied with a mischievous grin. It had been quite some time since Buffon had appeared so serious. "When was the last time?" Pirlo whispered softly. Connie, too, had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. "Forget it." Qianlong began his elegant approach, devoid of any superfluous movements. At the moment of contact, the ball shot forth with the swiftness of a leopard, soaring into the sky and, like a falcon, sweeping over the wall. At first glance, it seemed as if the ball might veer off course, but after clearing the wall, it suddenly plummeted towards the lower left corner of the goal without any spin. As a top-tier goalkeeper, Buffon naturally reacted with remarkable speed and sensitivity to the incoming ball. He accurately gauged its trajectory and dove towards the lower left corner of the goal, just as a smile graced his face. Believing he was about to make contact with the ball and safely deflect it away, the ball unexpectedly spun rapidly, altering its path with force, shifting precisely 10 centimeters to his right, and nestled itself into the net. From the moment of the free kick to the goal, scarcely a second had elapsed. As the teammates forming the wall turned to glance at the goal, the ball met the net with a resounding thud. How was that possible? How did the ball suddenly change its course like that? Buffon struck the ground with his fists, clearly baffled by the goal that had just occurred. This is neither the crescent moon blade, nor the battle axe, nor the falling leaves. Buffon had indeed made the correct judgment. Yet just as he was about to strike the ball, it unexpectedly changed direction, leaving him powerless. A straight bending shot? How could that be possible? Higuain, witnessing this shot, could not help but exclaim, "This fellow is actually a fan of youth football," and after witnessing the shot, his first reaction was to think of Tsubasa Azora. "What? Is there really someone capable of executing such a shot?" one of the teammates remarked, clearly indicating that the fandom was not limited to just one. It turns out that even football stars have a penchant for comics. Buffon wore a grim expression, mirrored by the faces of his teammates in the wall. Buffon's dark demeanor stemmed from the fact that this powerful free kick had nearly shattered his confidence, while his teammates were concerned that, at this rate, they would soon lose their wager. Qianlong appeared innocent, amused, and internally relished the exquisite sensation of having just taken that shot. Having such an opponent is truly vexing. Next season promises to be immensely entertaining. Del Piero revealed a long-awaited smile. Scoring from the very first free kick was evidently beyond the expectations of the majority. The stunning scene was soon followed by a suggestion from an unknown source, prompting the teammates to advance the wall by more than a meter, seemingly aiming to block another impending goal. Naturally, most still believed that the previous goal had a considerable element of luck, doubting that anyone could score from consecutive free kicks. Indeed, during the second free kick, the advance of the wall resulted in Qian Long's shot striking Caceres' head and flying out of bounds. The subsequent third free kick, though it cleared the wall, sailed over the crossbar. Nevertheless, Buffon was already drenched in cold sweat, as he did not wish to become an overlooked target. Relieved that his teammates performed admirably, allowing him to exhale deeply. After witnessing 2 consecutive missed free kicks, the teammates became increasingly convinced of the luck factor, consequently relaxing significantly. To be honest, they really did not want to run around naked on the training field. However, the fourth free kick instilled a sense of panic. In the previous 2 free kicks, Qian Long had been searching for the optimal angle and landing point, and having just employed this technique, even if familiar, it would inevitably feel somewhat foreign. It is akin to returning to a primary school you attended a decade ago, although you remain familiar with it. The passage of time can render it strangely distant. The initial strike was indeed impressive. The subsequent attempts were merely a matter of the wall and technique. A free kick is not guaranteed to be a successful shot, so missing is hardly surprising. By the time he took his fourth free kick, he had become increasingly adept, akin to 2 long-lost friends embracing. Thus, when the ball soared into the net once more, reminiscent of the first time, his teammates were left utterly astonished. While Buffon stood aghast, they finally comprehended that Qian Long's free kicks were nothing to scoff at. This novel technique could bewilder even Buffon. Even a goalkeeper as formidable as Buffon found himself powerless against such a strike. When the 5th free kick arrived, the ball struck the crossbar. They began to resort to desperate measures. Barzagli, in a moment of cunning, obstructed the path of the 6th free kick, necessitating a retake. Yet again, Qian Long blasted the ball into the net. As the 7th free kick approached, his teammates formed a human ladder or leapt to thwart the ball. This was indeed an extraordinary spectacle on the football field. However, when the 8th free kick came, the ball slipped through their legs. Buffon was furious. He slammed his gloves onto the ground and uttered a fierce remark. "No more free kicks with me. I'm done playing with you. Go torment Casillas or someone else." "I'm going mad, you little freak," he muttered to himself while removing his shorts. The match's outcome had long been determined. Out of 8 attempts, 4 had found the net. Such a staggering conversion rate for free kicks was bound to stir emotions. Truly, a prodigy. Buffon had already begun to lead a lap around the training ground, with Vucinic and Matry paying the price for their recent timidity. Thus, a peculiar sight emerged on the training field. A group of players clad only in their shorts, running in circles. Pirlo and Conti erupted in laughter. "Poor Gigi. Per them," Del Piero silently lamented. Fortunately, today was a closed training session. Otherwise. Chapter 21. The shameless tactics crafted for a prodigy in a mere span of 10 days. The fervent Qian Long had completely won over his club teammates. Since that wager, he acquired a new moniker, Prodigy, as declared by Buffon himself. Marchisio, displaying his creativity, affectionately dubbed him Dragon Demon, while Pirlo preferred the endearing little dragon. Qian Long was well liked within the club, not only for his extraordinary skills but also for his uncontentious nature. A mere 5 minutes of playtime posed no threat to anyone, fostering goodwill among his peers, free from any intrigue or rivalry. Kean, who joined him, had also blended well into the club, with commendable training performances. Yet with a plethora of star forwards in the team, he would need to exert greater effort to carve out more space for himself. Recently, the Juventus coaching staff convened a tactical meeting centered on how best to utilize the 5 minutes of Qian Long. The coaches, naturally, are most familiar with Qian Long. His daily training performances could not have escaped their notice. His series of spectacular displays has brought immense joy to Conti's heart. With his remarkable dribbling skills and extraordinary free-kick techniques, who would not be elated? Clearly, the coaching staff also recognizes Qian Long as a prodigy. However, amidst his astonishment and delight, Conti finds himself angrily pounding his chest, for he greedily perceives that 5 minutes is far too brief. How could the heavens not grant him a full 90 minutes of Qian Long? Just imagine what might transpire if such a talent graced the training ground. Could the match scores even resemble those of basketball? Conti himself dares not entertain such thoughts, given Qian Long's prowess in free kicks. If he were afforded 10 opportunities throughout the match, would he not score at least 3 or 4? Surely, fate is equitable, much like the legendary Ronaldo. Had he not endured 2 severe injuries that kept him sidelined for over 6 years, who knows how high he might have soared. Alas, Qian Long, too, cannot be so fortunate. It would be unjust for him to claim all of life's finest offerings. Nevertheless, at this moment, Having Conte personally devise tactics for him is already a stroke of good fortune. 5 minutes on the football pitch can indeed alter the outcome of a game, which is why the meeting room is rife with heated debates stemming from tactical disagreements among the coaching staff. Alessandro Del Piero, serving as both technical director and scout, also partakes in this meeting. The first contentious topic is whether to deploy Chen Long in the final 5 minutes of the match, a notion Conte strongly supports, believing it to be the most suitable and prudent approach. This strategy ensures that they will not find themselves in a reactive position. The last moments are when Chen Long is most likely to excel. Conversely, assistant coach Alessio audaciously proposes that Chen Long should start the match, striking swiftly to alter the dynamics and then be substituted after 5 minutes. The advantage of this tactic lies in achieving victory with minimal effort, using the initial 5 minutes for an offensive onslaught, followed by 85 minutes of defense. However, Conte retorts, "Are you certain that within those 5 minutes, Chen Long will definitely score?" This silences the assistant coach, highlighting the reason he is not the head coach. The second point of contention revolves around the tactical approach during Chen Long's 5 minutes on the field. Tactical coach Strini advocates for an all-out attacking strategy, while another coach, Carrera, counters that such an approach is overly risky, suggesting they should adhere to their usual tactics instead. Conte, seeking to mediate between the two, asserts, "You are all mistaken." At such a critical juncture, the most unscrupulous tactics must be employed. With utmost seriousness, he continues, "Consider this. Deceiving the opposition into conceding a free kick just outside the penalty area could very well resolve the match." Upon hearing Conte's words, the two previously bickering coaches suddenly feel enlightened, as if a profound truth has dawned upon them, and they unanimously commend Conte. "You are truly the most shameless. How could you have thought of this?" Piero, who had been quietly seated and listening, could not help but mock Conte. Thus, it is imperative to engage more in ball play, fully exploiting Chen Long's speed and technical advantages. Drawing fouls should be quite effortless. Conte, however, chose to disregard such compliments, adopting the demeanor of a self-assured guardian, and continued to speak at length. Therefore, the players must exert themselves to the utmost, focusing entirely on ground passes, striving to deliver the ball to Chen Long's feet. I refuse to believe we cannot elicit a single foul. The underlying implication here suggests that it is quite effortless for Chen Long to score goals, as everyone seems to be relentlessly passing the ball to him. By the way, hasn't Zambrotta returned from Milan? Let us invite him out for dinner tonight. Perhaps he can impart some knowledge to our trainees." Conte suddenly exclaimed with the delight of a newfound discovery. The others exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by his statement about inviting Zambrotta for a lesson. What sort of lesson could that be? Is Conte considering recruiting another coach? The two newly appointed fitness trainers, Tuss and Colati, broke into a cold sweat, fearing that Conte was dissatisfied with them and might replace them again. Sensing their apprehension, Conte proudly articulated his thoughts. "Are you all fools? Isn't the objective of the match to draw fouls? Not everyone can excel at that. Without a certain level of theatrical finesse, how can one effectively commit fouls? Zambrotta has spent a considerable time at Barcelona. What is Barcelona's greatest strength? It is the art of deception. Zambrotta, having previously been part of Juventus, has undoubtedly acquired valuable insights that he can now bring back to serve our club. Goodness, how is it that none of you possess half my cleverness?" Conte boasted. The crowd listened, momentarily stunned into silence, with a singular thought crossing their minds. It is not a lack of intelligence on your part, but rather a deficiency in your shamelessness and cunning. Yet, one cannot help but admire this old fox. His capabilities are truly remarkable. No wonder Juventus triumphed over Milan last season. Conte's cunning strategies are certainly abundant, though one wonders who might bear the brunt of them. "Alex, you are quite familiar with that fellow. Let us dine together tonight, lest he withhold something. Pirlo has increasingly become a mastermind. I wonder why we never recognized your talent in this regard when we played together. Back then, you were just a young sprout, still budding. What did you know?" Conte retorted wittily. "Fine, I want to indulge in further banter. I'll follow your lead," Pirlo conceded. "I can't shake the feeling that we are straying from our primary duties, engaging in rather dubious enterprises. This matter must not reach the journalists, otherwise it could escalate dramatically. Everyone must maintain confidentiality, absolute confidentiality." The atmosphere grew tense, as if they had unwittingly been drawn into a dark vortex, particularly for the two newly arrived fitness trainers, who felt as though they had wandered into a den of wolves. Everyone must remain focused, treating this as a long-term project, united in purpose. Chapter 22. The actor's self-cultivation Zambrotta spent 7 seasons at Juventus, having joined the club in 1999. He shared a close bond with Pirlo. And to outsiders, they appeared to embody the archetype of well-behaved individuals, often seen together, while their teammates were frequently out socializing, hardly noticing their absence. Conte was naturally well acquainted with him, given that he spent 13 years at Juventus, retiring as the team's captain in 2004. With both former captains inviting Zambrotta and their enduring camaraderie, it was inevitable that Zambrotta would not stray far. Without hesitation, Conte swiftly acted. That very day, he and Del Piero returned to Turin and dined with Zambrotta in the evening. Consequently, the next day, Zambrotta was present on the training ground. Although Zambrotta was a long-time associate of Juventus, few of his former teammates remained. Apart from Coach Conte, retired Del Piero, and a few others like Buffon and Chiellini, only Giovinco could be considered a partial connection. Pirlo, however, was his former companion at Milan. If one were to count national team acquaintances, there were many, including Giovinco, Barzagli, and Marchisio, among others. On the training grounds, Buffon embraced him tightly, while the others lacked that privilege. Today, he arrived as a mentor. Naturally, Conte refrained from personally informing the players about the day's lesson. Such a humiliating task was entrusted to assistant coach Strini, who seized the opportunity to stroll through the streets of Palermo, while Del Piero mimicked Conte's demeanor, adopting an aloof attitude and retreating to the hotel. Strini, understanding the nuances, chose not to expose the two cunning old foxes but instead announced directly. Yet, any astute observer would recognize that such a decision could only have been made by the head coach. Strini passionately discussed the necessity and significance of simulation in football, referencing illustrious players like Messi, Ronaldo, Iniesta, and Busquets, ultimately elevating the act of simulation to a sacred endeavor worthy of pursuit. By the end, he felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that these sentiments were more suited for Zambrotta to express, while he had voiced all the distasteful rhetoric. When it was Zambrotta's turn to speak, he began by recounting his own history, specifically his experiences with simulation at Barcelona. Initially reluctant to embrace the concept of practicing simulation, he eventually recognized its benefits. He articulated several advantages of simulation. First, simulation is not a matter of morality, but rather a tactical necessity within the realm of competition. If simulation is deemed distasteful, what then of players who handle the ball to score? Icons like Maradona, Messi, and Henry have all utilized the hand of God. The examples he cited were among the most notorious. Maradona's infamous hand of God is widely recognized, as is Messi's incident, and Henry's handball assist during the World Cup playoff against Ireland. As he made these points, he glanced at Buffon, who looked back at him incredulously, expressing dissatisfaction with the retort, "I have never simulated." He likely referred to the goal you retrieved from the net last season. Pirlo timely patted him on the shoulder. In this instance, Buffon is drenched in sweat. Secondly, if it has become a tactic, it must be advantageous for the team, perhaps leading to a penalty or a free kick, ultimately securing victory. I believe this explanation is sufficiently transparent. I have little more to add. Thirdly, it serves to prevent injuries. Consider, for instance, Chiellini, who might deliver a dozen ruthless tackles during a match. It would be remarkable if one were not left incapacitated. Should one fail to evade his challenges, would they not find themselves in the hospital for half a year? Given this reality, why not simply fall at the slightest contact? Prioritizing safety. Chiellini, observing this individual, seems to either commend or mock him. Of course, if one's performance is lacking, they will naturally receive a yellow card and be bombarded by critical headlines the following day. Thus, to achieve the stature of a cinematic master, it is imperative we commence our study of the actor's self-cultivation. Do not underestimate the importance of an actor's self-discipline. It is not solely possessed by the formidable Barcelona, as many clubs offer such courses. When I joined AC Milan, I was the one to spearhead this initiative. Therefore, do not find it distasteful or disdainful. What you require is merely to learn. Admittedly, I have only scratched the surface. The La Masia training camp is the pinnacle of such education. That you have missed your opportunity, for they do not accept students over the age of 16. I wonder what Balotelli learned during his time there. With his glasses perched on his nose, Zambrotta spoke at length, resembling a true educator. Meanwhile, the Juventus players remained silent, with Chin long concealed among them, pondering his thoughts. What had long been viewed online now materialized into his actual sight. The matter of feigned falls, which he himself has occasionally employed, is something he admits to. Yet, he remains curious about the sensations it evokes within the sphere of professional leagues. the authoritative figure of Zambrotta, embodying the essence of a teacher, commenced the inaugural round of theoretical instruction following his astonishing remarks. He utilized a notebook to demonstrate on a makeshift podium some of the more renowned instances of theatrical tumbles, surprisingly including performances by actors from China, as well as productions from world football, featuring notable stars such as Busquets. Naturally, he also presented some cautionary examples, including an obscure Chinese player's gravity-defying dive, alongside the classic performance of Little Donkey Ortega during the 1998 World Cup, which he critiqued. The class was lively and amusing, filled with bursts of laughter, revealing that Zambrotta could indeed pivot to a teaching career with ease. In the second session, Zambrotta shared insights from his year at Barcelona concerning the art of feigning falls, proceeding to provide demonstrations. Such demonstrations are the most effective means of imparting knowledge, akin to a driving instructor showcasing techniques to pupils. He even enlisted Chiellini on the training ground, encouraging him to tackle boldly while he illustrated various actions in the essence of the feigned fall. He even recreated the 360-degree aerial flip that Pepe fell victim to at the hands of Busquets, executing the movements with remarkable realism that left the audience speechless and in profound silence. Krasic, known for his technical prowess and penchant for breakthroughs, felt a wave of shame wash over him after witnessing Zambrotta's performance, realizing the considerable gap in skill. Meanwhile, the defensive players, Chiellini and Barzagli, broke into a cold sweat, astonished at the heights to which feigning could be elevated. Thankfully, they had not yet encountered such opponents, otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Thus concluded the two engaging sessions, ensconced in a delightful blend of humor and astonishing revelations. In closing, Zambrotta articulated a profound insight. The pinnacle of feigning is not merely succeeding in the act itself, but rather the moment one believes they have not feigned at all, aggressively questioning the referee, thereby deceiving even oneself. A deep silence followed this reflection. Pirlo mused internally that Zambrotta's year at Barcelona had endowed him with skills that could only be described as terrifying, a veritable descent into moral decay. Finally, the lesson came to an end. At this juncture, the assistant coach aptly emerged to announce to the team that each day of the week would allocate an hour for practicing theatrical falls, now deemed an essential component of their training regimen. The notion of incorporating such theatrics into their training would undoubtedly send ripples through the media, igniting a considerable uproar. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind this initiative, Juventus head coach Conte, likely found a secluded corner to stifle his laughter. Chapter 23. Into the roster the sweltering days of July slipped away, and in the blink of an eye, Qianlong had spent over 2 weeks at Juventus. The team's training progressed with admirable organization, while the lively self-improvement sessions for the players came to a close after a week of rigorous training, culminating in formal assessments. Under the direct tutelage of Zambrotta, the players' proficiency in the art of simulation advanced remarkably, with the Kean practitioner Krasic standing out among them. Other notable talents included Elia, Estigarribia, and Vidal, all hailing from South America, which seemed to suggest that South American players possess a natural aptitude for theatrics. Zambrotta awarded these individuals high marks. Surprisingly, among the Italian players, the young Bong achieved the best results, also receiving an excellent rating. This revelation astonished Zambrotta and delighted Conte, who mused that at merely 16 years of age, the lad had already grasped the essence of theatrical diving, evidence that such skills should indeed be nurtured from a young age. The other Italian players, however, exhibited considerably less talent in this regard, with Pirlo receiving the lowest score, failing to pass. Conversely, Giovinco, Giacorini, and Barzagli managed to secure satisfactory grades, with the remainder, including Qianlong, barely scraping by. Initially, Zambrotta intended to provide Qianlong with special attention, but after 3 days, he ultimately relinquished this notion, as Qianlong displayed a complete lack of theatrical talent, ranking just above Pirlo. Had it not been for Pirlo's dismal performance, Qianlong would have acquired another undesirable skill. Qianlong himself acknowledged his deficiencies in this area, grateful to have at least achieved a passing score. Naturally, such clandestine activities would remain undisclosed by the club, with stringent confidentiality measures ensuring that not a whisper reached the outside world. On the final day of July, after the training session concluded, Conte convened the players for a meeting. He personally announced the roster for the upcoming Supercoppa Italiana match in China. For this prestigious event, young players were understandably excluded. Even Bong, who had been selected for the Italian U19 team, was unable to secure a place on the bench. However, Chun Long emerged as an unexpected inclusion. When the head coach called out his name, Chun Long felt a surge of exhilaration. His extraordinary performance made his selection seem inevitable, and his teammates welcomed his inclusion, especially considering the recently devised 5-minute strategy tailored for him, which was anything but random. However, being selected for the prestigious Super Cup for the very first time filled Chun Long with an exhilarating sense of excitement. Meanwhile, the newcomer Bake Bang, who was not chosen, felt little envy. After more than half a month of camaraderie and interaction, the players had developed a profound understanding of one another. Despite being a member of the national youth team, Chun Long's extraordinary prowess commanded Bake Bang's respect. In a mere 5 minutes, who could possibly stand against him? Bake Bang, due to his youthful baldness, earned the playful moniker Egg, a nickname bestowed upon him by Chun Long. The team did not require a substitute who could merely wait on the sidelines for 90 minutes. Rather, it needed a substitute capable of saving the game in a critical 5-minute window clearly. Chun Long was that exceptional player. The Italian Super Cup serves as the grand opening match at the commencement of each season, featuring a decisive single-match format. The 2012 Italian Super Cup pitted the league champions Juventus against the Coppa Italia champions Napoli. The Super Cup has taken place in Beijing, China for 3 years now, with the inaugural event in 2009 when Lazio triumphed over Inter Milan to claim the trophy. Last year witnessed the Milan Derby, culminating in AC Milan's victory. This year marked the first appearance of Juventus and Napoli in Beijing for the Italian Super Cup. The match is set to commence on August 11, 2012, Beijing time. Chun Long, having been included in the roster, certainly did not anticipate representing Juventus in an official match so soon. Although uncertain whether he would take the field, he was in high spirits, his face radiant with joy. Chun Long was no stranger to China, although he had grown up in Italy. He returned to China each year during the Spring Festival with his parents and regularly engaged with the Chinese language and literature. In simple terms, he was, in essence, half Chinese. With such delightful feelings coursing through him, Chun Long found himself at the Rejuvenation Hall, the clinic of a renowned traditional Chinese medicine master. He looked up at the 3 elegant Chinese characters adorning the entrance and inhaled the fragrant air infused with the essence of traditional herbs, truly embodying the spirit of joyous occasions. After regaining his composure, he stepped over the threshold of the Rejuvenation Hall. The lobby was tranquil, and at the front desk stood the graceful Yu Shanshan, clad in a pristine white nurse's uniform that exuded an air of purity and naturalness. This was the visage of an earthly angel, and Chun Long felt a ripple of admiration, unable to resist stealing a few glances at Yu Shanshan. Upon his entrance, Yu Shanshan immediately recognized him and promptly stepped forward to greet him. "You're here," she said with a smile. "Yes, I am," Chun Long replied casually, adjusting his hair and averting his gaze. Their interaction felt effortless, akin to that of old friends, devoid of any awkwardness. Noticing his gesture, Yu Shanshan teased him lightly. "Always fiddling with your hair like a girl. It's quite annoying. At least that's preferable to your boyish demeanor, lacking any semblance of feminine grace," Chun Long retorted playfully. It is evident how insincere his words are. Just moments ago, he was praising her as an angel, and in the blink of an eye, he has turned into a boy full of mockery. After a few days apart, his complexion has certainly improved, and Yu Shanshan, unwilling to engage in any banter, poured him a glass of water as she spoke. Chun Long watched her every move with growing interest, reflecting that the more he observed her, the more appealing she became. And he found himself momentarily lost in thought. His skills have evidently improved, resulting in a refreshing spirit. "Where is Grandpa Yi?" "He is my grandfather, not yours," Yu Shanshan quickly interjected, adding, "He has gone into the mountains to gather medicinal herbs and left me a prescription, instructing me to prepare medicine for you. Since you are here today, it is perfect timing. Aren't they all elders? It's as if I could steal him away." Chun Long dismissed her concern. The two exchanged playful banter, and before they knew it, some time had passed. Following the prescription left by Yi Sun, Yu Shanshan concocted a bitter and potent herbal brew for Chun Long. As he took a sip, he nearly gagged, but, thinking of his frail body, he held his breath and swallowed it all down, despite the unbearable bitterness. Observing Chun Long's distress, Yu Shanshan couldn't help but burst into laughter, disregarding her own status, and was more than willing to pour him a glass of refreshing water. Is it appropriate to laugh at someone like this? Chun Long grimaced in protest. What is wrong with a little laughter? Grandpa said this medicine is exceptionally strong. You can only drink it once a week. So you must come here every weekend. Every weekend? That won't do, especially during away games. It's impossible to come here then. Midweek would be more suitable. Besides, we will be in Turin at that time, not here. Qianlong suddenly realized this posed a dilemma. Indeed, how did I not think of that? Let us make it Wednesday then. I can take the medicine to the university by then. Yi Shanshan clearly agreed and followed Qianlong's suggestion. I am going to China next week. Qianlong suddenly mentioned this, clearly excited. Without lifting her head, Yi Shanshan walked into a room, replying, "Isn't it just the Italian Super Cup? Who doesn't know that? Is your team taking you along?" Qianlong struck a pose, appearing as if it were a matter of course. Of course, who do you think I am? The star substitute. How vain of you, boasting about being a substitute. When Yi Shanshan emerged, she held a Juventus jersey emblazoned with the prominent number 10. Upon seeing the number, Qianlong's heart skipped a beat, though his face remained impassive. So, she intends to ask for my autograph and dares to mock me. I don't give autographs to fans casually, Qianlong declared with an air of arrogance, signaling his refusal. Continue to bask in your self-importance. I am not asking you for your autograph. Don't think just because you have a pair of wings you are a phoenix. Yi Shanshan cast a disdainful glance at the figure of Qianlong standing before her. And with a tone laced with sarcasm, she remarked, "So you're holding on to my jersey number?" However, before she could finish her sentence, he swallowed his words. It was evident he realized that this young lady was seeking the autograph of the illustrious Piero. He quickly altered his tone, stating, "If you wish to ask him, I shan't assist you." What is so captivating about an outdated old man? A twinge of irritation surfaced within him, accompanied by a hint of jealousy towards Piero. After all, what young man would not relish the attention of an attractive woman? Yet, this enchanting lady's affections were directed towards his senior, Piero, entirely disregarding his presence. Furthermore, he was the current bearer of that very jersey number, which struck a heavy blow to his pride. Yi Shanshan, completely oblivious to his dismay, retorted sharply, "If you refuse to help me with the autograph, I shall not assist you with your herbal concoction. Let us see who falters first." "You're ruthless," Qianlong exclaimed upon hearing her blatant threat. He snatched the jersey from her grasp and stormed out the door. Piero, he sighed. "Don't forget to bring it along when you come for your medicine next week." Chapter 24. I have returned to China after consuming that unbearably bitter bowl of traditional Chinese medicine. Qianlong returned home, feeling an intense heat coursing through his entire body. At that moment, he perceived this potion not as a remedy, but rather as a potent stimulant. The sensations of impulsiveness and agitation overwhelmed him. For the first time in his life, he felt the urge to expel this excess energy, and he began to question whether Yi Shanshan had mistakenly administered the wrong concoction. Consequently, he resorted to the training ground to run, hoping to exhaust all his desires. He opted for a slow jog. Any attempt to quicken his pace left him breathless. Yet he still craved more, compelling him to continue his leisurely run. Having experienced this, Qianlong approached Yi Shanshan the second time with heightened caution, particularly regarding the composition of the medicine. He meticulously noted down the name of the remedy to study it further, curious about what could have induced such exhilaration within him. Naturally, Qianlong brought along Piero's signed jersey as per their agreement, only to endure a round of mockery from his teammates. Who would feel humiliated carrying their own number 10 jersey to seek an autograph from someone else? On Tuesday, he ventured to Yi Shanshan's establishment, still feeling a tinge of indignation, and boldly proclaimed, "One day, you shall come bearing my jersey, pleading for my signature." On that Tuesday, aside from revisiting Yi Shanshan for a refresher on herbal medicine, he spent the remainder of his time preparing his belongings and meeting friends. Since joining Juventus, Qianlong had rarely ventured out to meet his old companions, dedicating his days to training or poring over the book on traditional Chinese medicine that Yi Sun had entrusted to him before leaving. While he found solace in this routine, the knowledge contained within the text proved to be exceedingly obscure. Were it not for the aid of the internet, he would have been utterly lost. Over the course of 2 weeks, he had only managed to decipher a mere 20 pages. To aim for proficiency in such a short span was akin to chasing a mirage. During his second visit to Yi Shanshan's establishment, he did not forget to humbly seek her guidance. Yi Shanshan's response suggests that when beginning to explore traditional Chinese medicine, one should not worry about understanding everything at first. Instead, one should simply engage with the material and develop a general impression, which will naturally lead to a deeper understanding over time. The words spoke with such enigmatic depth that Qianlong could only respond with a vague inquiry, which amounted to little more than silence. Since young Urshi became Qianlong's agent, he had suddenly become extraordinarily busy, rarely seeking Qianlong out. This individual was perpetually engaged in the planning of commercial advertisements. Finally, He made an appearance on Tuesday evening, only to surprise Qianlong once more. Upon learning that Qianlong would accompany the team to China for the Super Cup, he unhesitatingly purchased a plane ticket to Beijing. When Qianlong inquired about his reasoning, Yang Ershi replied that as a professional agent, failing to personally accompany Qianlong to such a wondrous country as China would be the gravest error of his life. Being half Chinese himself, he was acutely aware of the immense market potential that Juventus and the extraordinary Qianlong possessed in China. When Qianlong questioned where he had procured the funds for the ticket, the plump man candidly responded that he had temporarily diverted some of Qianlong's advertisement fees. As Wednesday morning arrived, Qianlong appeared early at the hotel entrance, awaiting the team's assembly. In truth, he carried little luggage, merely a small satchel containing a few articles of clothing and several bank cards. To his surprise, Beckham was also present. "Well, little egg, you are indeed diligent, here to see the team off?" Qianlong jested as he approached. Having witnessed countless skilled players and renowned figures, he had matured quickly, shedding the earlier arrogance he once held. His relationship with the similarly young Qianlong had grown quite close, and upon seeing Qianlong approach, he excitedly replied, "I am fortunate. The head coach called me last night and asked me to bring my belongings and join the team tomorrow." He glanced around and whispered, "Haven't you heard? Quagliarella has been sold by the club, reportedly transferred to Udinese." "Oh, Fabio is a good person. I wish him continued success upon his return to Udinese," Qianlong responded, his demeanor surprisingly calm upon receiving the news. He was well aware of the harsh realities of professional football, after all. He too had long yearned to step onto the professional stage. When it came to the passage of time, who could rival his own lengthy journey? "You must also strive hard. Juventus is not an easy place to thrive," he added earnestly. "Let's encourage one another." The Juventus bus awaited outside, ready to transport players and accompanying club officials to Rome, where they would then board a flight directly to Beijing. Several hours later, the plane landed at Beijing Airport. It was now 7 in the morning on Thursday, Beijing time. Juventus had arrived in Beijing a day later than Napoli, marking their first visit to China. Some fans had supported Juventus since the Platini era, others since the Del Piero days, and some had even grown fond of the team during Nedved's tenure. Regardless, this year provided a visual feast for Juventus enthusiasts. Yet, the stars they once admired had long since retired from the team over the course of a decade or two. Meanwhile, the fans had journeyed from youth to middle age alongside their beloved icons. Once brimming with youthful exuberance, Piero has now assumed the roles of scout and manager. Meanwhile, Captain Buffon and Pirlo are approaching the twilight of their illustrious careers. Nevertheless, the opportunity to witness the presence of such legends brings immense joy to the fans, some of whom are moved to tears. The Juventus players did not make their exit through a special corridor, but rather through a regular exit, inciting excitement and frenzy among the thousands of fans waiting at the gate. Naturally, the most revered were the three enduring icons, with supporters of all ages waving posters and fervently chanting the names of Piero, Andrea, and Gigi. A similar scene unfolded when the Milan duo graced the occasion last year. As one generation gracefully transitions into another, with legends poised to depart from the football arena, emerging talents like Beckenbauer and Qianlong are set to take center stage. Qianlong, a unique individual with Chinese heritage, receives a distinct level of adoration in China. Among the crowd, a striking banner stood out. "Qianlong, you are remarkable, Juventus new number 10. This news instantly exhilarated Qianlong upon his return to China, as it revealed that he had fans in his homeland. Unable to contain his excitement, he emulated his teammates by enthusiastically waving to the supporters, gratifying his own vanity. The group was ensnared at the airport for over an hour, desperately trying to escape the throngs of fervent fans, a testament to their fervor. The Armani suits of Pirlo and Buffon were in disarray, crumpled and torn. Nevertheless, these two gentlemen graciously met the fans' demands, almost to the point of self-sacrifice. Pirlo was an exception, donning a simple casual t-shirt that day, as he had visited China the previous year and understood the magnitude of the frenzy. Qianlong and his less renowned teammates did not receive such extravagant attention, but they still managed to sign numerous autographs. Qianlong opted for his Chinese name, which endeared him further to the fans. After the team checked into their hotel, Agnelli, Conti, Higuain, Del Piero, and Buffon sequentially attended the day's press conference, which erupted into chaos once again. The questions posed were largely repetitive, lacking in novelty. While the other players succumbed to exhaustion and began adjusting to the time difference, Qianlong was no exception, sleeping for an entire day. As night fell, his teammates awoke and ventured out for shopping and leisure, sharing a room with Beckham. Qianlong naturally invited him to indulge in some local delicacies and explore Tiananmen Square under the night sky, thrilling Beckham, who was visiting China for the first time. Initially, Qianlong intended to invite Yang Ershi, who was also staying nearby, but after disembarking from the plane, he could no longer locate him, leaving Qianlong to wonder what had become of him. The following day, the team resumed regular training as the match approached. Qianlong was filled with excitement at the prospect of playing on familiar soil, amidst familiar faces, and at a familiar venue, half of his homeland. Half of his home, half of a Chinese identity. His first official match was likely to occur in China, albeit for a mere 5 minutes. Therefore, he was more eager than anyone else for the match to commence and for his opportunity to take the field. All the uncertainties would soon transform into reality. Chapter 25. A long-awaited debut in August, Beijing basked under a bright sun, with a cloudless sky that, while picturesque, felt oppressively dry and hot. Juventus head coach Conte was on the training ground strategizing for that night's match against Napoli. After suffering a 0-2 defeat to Napoli in this year's Coppa Italia final, Conte was determined to ensure that his team would not lose the Italian Super Cup again. Napoli's strength was formidable, having nearly toppled the newly crowned European champions Chelsea earlier this year. The squad boasted the likes of Cavani, who had emerged as one of Serie A's premier strikers, and the exceptional Argentine winger Lavezzi, both of whom had delivered outstanding performances in the previous final against Juventus. Other players like Pandev and Hamsik also commanded respect. Juventus could not afford to repeat their past mistakes. The fans would not tolerate it, even if the team were to promise otherwise. Conte's tactical approach predominantly revolves around ball possession. Juventus boasts nearly the entire Italian national team's defensive lineup, including Chiellini, Barzagli, Bonucci, and Buffon. The midfield engine, Pirlo, along with the agile midfielder Marchisio and the withdrawn forward Giovinco, further enhance their strength. Additionally, the recently acquired powerhouse Higuain serves as their most formidable asset. Qianlong has successfully secured a place on the bench, and there is no doubt that Conte will not squander this invaluable resource. With his extraordinary free kick abilities, he could very well alter the outcome of the match. In Conte's strategy, the final 5 minutes are of paramount importance. This is evidenced by his previous initiative to establish a training session for diving, aimed at maximizing Qianlong's impact during those critical moments. At 7:30 p.m., the Bird's Nest Stadium was ablaze with lights, packed to capacity with a sea of spectators. The venue, with a capacity of 91,000, accommodated an additional 10,000 temporary seats, bringing together a crowd of 100,000 to witness this grand event. The stands were predominantly filled with the black and white colors of Juventus, a testament to their vast fan base in China. Of course, Napoli supporters were also in attendance, a legacy of the Maradona-led team of the 1980s, with many fans from the 60s and 70s aligning themselves with Napoli. The match commenced promptly at 8 p.m., with Juventus taking the first kick. Juventus favored a stable possession-based approach, while Napoli exhibited a more aggressive style. Comparatively, Juventus appeared to have the upper hand, as their solid defense ensured ball control. Even when the ball reached the forwards without resulting in shots on goal, it posed no threat to their back line. Conversely, Napoli's straightforward and effective play consistently delivered the ball to Lavezzi or Pandev, both of whom, with their remarkable speed, either cut in with the ball or swiftly crossed in search of Cavani, thereby exerting constant pressure on Juventus's defense. Had it not been for Juventus's top-tier defensive capabilities, they might have conceded the first goal. Compounding their troubles, Juventus's forwards continued to exhibit the lackluster performance from the previous season. Matri, who started the match, failed to register a single shot on target despite 4 attempts in the first half, squandering the diligent and creative passes from the midfield. Fortunately, Juventus benefited from Higuain, whose moment of brilliance just before halftime resulted in an unexpected goal, ending the first half at 1-0. As the second half commenced, Conte swiftly substituted Matri for the agile Vucinic, aiming to disrupt Napoli's defense with a more dynamic forward line. At present, Napoli has taken no significant action. Yet their tactical approach has become increasingly evident, aiming to bypass the midfield and instead threaten by playing the ball directly behind the opposing defense. Juventus, on the other hand, remains steadfast, maintaining possession in the midfield. Pirlo meticulously orchestrates the defense and midfield, while Marchisio tirelessly scampers between the two halves. The flanking players, the industrious Giacorini and Krasic, frequently drop back to receive the ball, endeavoring to dismantle the opponent's defense through effective coordination. However, Napoli matches this diligence with tenacity, compensating for their lack of possession with an impeccable defensive display. The atmosphere of the match is characterized by a palpable tension, a sentiment shared by all spectators present. This is indeed typical of the old ladies' games, is it not? Yet, last season's Juventus played with far greater audacity. Today's cautiousness may stem from a profound fear of relinquishing the championship. At the 70-minute mark, Kean substituted Elia for Higuain, aiming to enhance control and fortify the defense. Higuain had performed admirably, yet as a newcomer, he still exhibited a lack of synergy with his teammates. After all, Serie A offers scant room for maneuvering compared to La Liga, and being a renowned star, he received considerable attention from Napoli's players. Scoring even a single goal is a commendable debut, and as he departed the pitch, the audience rose in a standing ovation. If the score of 1-0 were to persist, Juventus would secure the championship. However, fate often deviates from intention. Juventus began exhibiting the same flaws as last season, faltering in their lead and allowing the opponent to score. Shortly after Higuain's exit, Lavezzi made a breakthrough and delivered a cross that found Cavani, who equalized with a powerful header. Buffon, wearing a grim expression, reluctantly retrieved the ball from the net, visibly frustrated. Barzagli and Chiellini, unable to meet Buffon's gaze, shook their heads in dismay, clearly aware that their lax marking had contributed to this outcome. With Napoli having equalized, they no longer rushed their attacks, prioritizing defense instead. Conte, anxious on the sidelines, resembled an ant on a hot stove, repeatedly shouting instructions to his players, yet to no avail. Time slipped away, and as the match approached the 80th minute, the score remained locked at 1-1. At that moment, Conte turned to glance at the substitutes bench. He hesitated, refraining from immediately calling out the name of the player to be substituted. Should he aim to secure a draw and push the game into extra time, or resolve the matter within the 90 minutes? Conte's mind was in turmoil. His gaze swept across the bench once more. Yet he remained indecisive about who to bring onto the field. Substitute me. Bring me on, Qianlong thought fervently, his heart yearning for his name to tumble from Conte's lips. After a brief internal struggle lasting half a minute, Conte finally reached a decision. Attack. 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 Let's resolve this within 90 minutes. I have prepared for this moment for so long. Was it not for today? Qianlong, get on the pitch. Now. He gestured vigorously at Qianlong, signaling him to enter the game. Qianlong's heart raced wildly. Is he really calling me? Despite his excitement, he could hardly believe it and pointed to himself to confirm once more. Am I really going on? He asked himself, overwhelmed with joy, momentarily lost in a daze. Vidal gently nudged him from behind, prompting Qianlong to instinctively step forward. Yes, I'm going on. He swiftly removed his jacket, revealing his Juventus kit, eager and ravenous like a wolf upon its prey, as he hurried towards the substitution area. Hurry, Conte shouted at him. Qianlong felt no need for warm-up. Any warm-up would merely squander his energy. Thus, when the substitution board displayed that number 16 Giovinco was off and number 10 Qianlong was on, he was already standing in the substitution zone donned in the number 10 jersey. The match clock read 85 minutes. The stadium erupted in applause, not for any particular reason, but simply because this new number 10 for Juventus was half Chinese. The broadcast extended the cheers for the Chinese dragon. Chapter 26. A perfect debut. Del Piero sat in the front row of the stands, watching the familiar figure in the number 10 jersey from a distance. Waves of nostalgia washing over him, accompanied by a profound sense of solace. Listening to the roar of the crowd, he recalled the cheers that once belonged to the great Platini, the glorious shouts that had echoed for the legendary Baggio, and now, at this moment, they belonged to Qianlong. As Giovinco and Qianlong shook hands, Qianlong stepped onto the pitch, quickly darting into the forward area. With only a few minutes left to make his mark, Juventus's new number 10, Qianlong, a blend of Italian and Chinese heritage, was evidently no stranger to the audience. Would he deliver surprises? Could he clinch the victory? All awaited with bated breath. The voice of the Chinese commentator resonated in the broadcast. It's my first time watching this young man play. I've seen plenty of his video highlights, and from the perspective of these 5 minutes, he appears to be an exceptionally formidable talent. The host, Zhang Lu, readily echoed the sentiments expressed. Some netizens humorously remarked that Qianlong possesses a talent rivaling that of the legendary Ronaldo, one so extraordinary that even the divine would be envious. Yet he too has endured exceptional hardships. It seems Juventus is poised to take a gamble. One wonders what strategies they might employ. It has been said that Qianlong has a remarkable free kick technique. It remains to be seen whether it will come into play. However, If Qianlong were to take the shot, would the master Pirlo then retire to the fields? The host and guest continued their banter. On the pitch, as the game approached its climax, both teams proceeded with utmost caution, resorting to powerful clearances rather than considering intricate plays. The ball soared back and forth through the air, often veering towards the sidelines. Naturally, the stakes are higher at such a juncture. No team dares to underestimate the other. Upon his arrival, Napoli's center-back, Fernandes, closely marked Qianlong. In the realm of true competition, no player is taken lightly. To do so would invite dire consequences, and Fernandes would not make such a misstep, maintaining his vigilance regardless of his opponent's inexperience. The ball continued to be fiercely contested, lacking any semblance of order. As 3 minutes slipped by in a flurry of intermittent play, Qianlong had a fleeting opportunity to touch the ball. Yet the dense defense and lack of support from teammates led to his attempted pass being intercepted by Marco. With only moments left in the 90-minute match, Qianlong had yet to seize any opportunity, yet he relentlessly pursued the ball. At this point, the distinction between strong and weak teams dissolves. Anyone could fall victim to a last-minute goal, a recurring theme throughout football history. Had Pirlo stepped forward to assert some control over the ball, the situation might have improved significantly. However, he was engrossed in defense, leaving little room to focus on attack, thus leaving Juventus's midfield in disarray. Nevertheless, since Qianlong's introduction, Juventus had indeed implemented a new tactic, not a mere gamble by the coach, but an effective strategy to draw fouls. Creating a foul within 30 meters of Napoli's goal would signify opportunity, and opportunities must always be forged. Recently, a training exercise involving feigned falls had been employed by Marchisio during the match. Whether it was the awkwardness of a first attempt or something else, the referee refused to blow the whistle, indicating a lack of refinement. If teammates could not create chances, then Qianlong would take matters into his own hands. Through his relentless running and the fervent efforts of his teammates, he finally seized an opportunity. Hamsic's blunder allowed Pirlo to intercept the ball. Without a moment's hesitation, Pirlo opted to unleash a curved shot with the outside of his right foot, propelling it directly towards Qianlong. The ball hurtled towards Qianlong's feet, and at that moment, he found himself surrounded not only by Fernandes but also by the tenacious little Cannavaro. Fernandes positioned himself behind Qianlong, while Cannavaro pressed tightly from the side. The host, Zhang Lu, aptly remarked, "It's akin to two eagles hunting a chick. Can Qianlong withstand it?" Indeed. The two defenders are formidable, tall and robust, suggesting that Qianlong may struggle to retain possession of the ball. What options does he have? A back pass? That seems implausible given the considerable distance. Any chance would be lost. Should he shield the ball while awaiting support from teammates? That too appears futile. As Qianlong observed the rapidly approaching ball, he contemplated briefly and resolved, "All right, I'll take the ball and surge forward." Before the ball descended, Qianlong swiftly altered his posture, transitioning from relying on Fernandes from behind to positioning himself sideways against him, with his other side shielding against the smaller Cannavaro. His arms slightly spread, he protected his body, exerting all his strength to disengage the ball. Should he forcibly pivot? No. At the moment he released the ball, he suddenly leaned forward, utilizing Fernandes' pressure to retreat, his right foot deftly rolling the ball backwards. He stumbled slightly, but managed to maintain his balance. Typically, one would falter in such a scenario, often falling to draw a foul, yet Qianlong had premeditated this movement, allowing him to execute it with readiness. As a result, Fernandes lost his footing unexpectedly, stumbling as well, while Cannavaro was similarly caught off guard. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Qianlong swiftly adjusted his body's trajectory, pivoting, pulling the ball with his left foot, unleashing his explosive power to accelerate his form, and the ball seemingly gliding through the air like phantoms. Success. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Qianlong as he prepared to dash forward with all his might. Suddenly, a collision. Qianlong was catapulted into the air. A shadow had swiftly darted in, Dosena, executing a forceful slide tackle that sent both Qianlong and the ball soaring. The referee's whistle pierced the air, and he hastily approached, brandishing a red card towards Dosena. Qianlong crashed heavily to the ground, clutching his shin and rolling in agony, clearly suffering from the severity of the foul. The crowd erupted in a chorus of boos. Teammates from Juventus rushed to encircle Dosena, while the team doctor hurried onto the field with a stretcher. Dosena, surrounded, retreated cautiously, but the fiery Chiellini was the first to confront him, pushing him back. Fortunately, other Napoli teammates intervened, preventing the situation from escalating further. Meanwhile, Captain Buffon pursued the referee for accountability. Qianlong was indeed in immense pain. This was no act. Those present dismissing it as theatrics must surely be blind. Thankfully, the tackle struck the front of his shin, where shin guards provided some protection. The team doctor promptly applied a pain-relieving spray to his leg, alleviating much of his discomfort with its cooling effect. After a moment of struggle, he resolutely rose to his feet. His mission remained incomplete. Pirlo approached him, cradling the ball, and handed it over. Indeed, it was Vinícius's free kick, not taken by Pirlo, but by Qianlong. Qianlong was the designated executor of the free kick, the master of Vinícius's set pieces. Not only the Neapolitans, but the entire audience was taken aback. The kicker was Qianlong, Vinícius's number 10, Qianlong. With the ball in his arms, Qianlong slowly advanced toward the spot for the free kick. At last, he had obtained his opportunity, even at such a cost. The Neapolitans nervously formed their wall. Though the distance was 30 meters away, no one dared to underestimate the situation. Pirlo did not even step forward to orchestrate any coordination. He simply allowed Qianlong to stand alone before the ball. This location is one that both of them are exceedingly familiar with. Yet standing at the penalty spot is only Qianlong. He takes a step back, retreating to the position he requires, then draws in a deep breath to relax his body. Here it comes. He begins his run-up, erupting in an instant. The silhouette that has been witnessed countless times during training, the graceful arcs traced time and again, the dominance displayed repeatedly, and the calm, yet lethal precision, all manifest once more in the air above the verdant pitch, before the eyes of 100,000 Chinese spectators. A profound silence envelopes the scene, followed by an eruption of cheers, gasps of astonishment, exclamations of disbelief. Chapter 27. I am just a temporary worker. Qianlong, making his debut on the professional football stage, executed a performance so flawless that it unfolded like a scene from a grand film during such a pivotal event as the Super Cup final, achieving instant fame with a single goal, a moment worth its weight in gold. Following the conclusion of the match, the entire team surged onto the field in celebration, with Buffon, as captain, triumphantly hoisting the trophy aloft. The trophy then circulated among the players, ultimately arriving in the hands of Qianlong. His youthful, handsome visage radiated joy. Everything felt surreal, almost dreamlike, leaving him at a loss for words to articulate his emotions. The big screen then displayed the best player of the match, Qianlong. Although his time on the field lasted merely 5 minutes, being named the best player served as the finest reward for him, while others exerted themselves to exhaustion. It was Qianlong's brief 5 minutes that captivated the audience and conquered the pitch. A renowned football commentator from China, Huang Jinxiang, sought to interview the exhilarated Qianlong immediately on the field. Hello, Qianlong. I am Huang Jinxiang from XXTV. Hello, Qianlong replied politely with a nod, inwardly pondering why this man's voice resembled that of a duck, a raspy timbre that felt strangely familiar, as if he had encountered it before. The name also seemed recognizable. But despite rifling through his memories, he could not place it and found himself stumped for a moment. How does it feel to have such a perfect debut? Exhilarating. Qianlong contemplated, wiping the sweat from his brow, still feeling as if he were in a dream. It was too perfect. You have made millions of Chinese people remember you, the new number 10 of Juventus. Thank you. I hope to have more opportunities to showcase my football talents in the future. And thank you for providing us fans with such an extraordinary goal. You reminded us of Ronaldo, and I was equally thrilled. This is the second time I've lost my voice from excitement. Huh? He is my idol, my deity. When did you first lose your voice? With a curious tone, Qianlong inquired, recalling the last time when the illustrious Italian left-back Grosso scored against Australia. Oh, I remember you. You were once the host of World Football, and your commentary during that famous World Cup match was quite remarkable. I watched it on television. And since I speak Chinese, I have retained your memory. Oh, how many years have passed? Let us continue to support one another. Their mutual affinity was palpable, and they felt as if they had met too late in life. Following a brief interview, the post-match press conference commenced, starting with Napoli. The head coach, Mazzarri, appeared composed before the cameras. He succinctly reflected on the match, ultimately summarizing the reasons for their defeat. Higuain's goal raised our concerns, but Juventus error allowed Cavani to score. After we equalized, I believed our team could at least reach extra time, drawing closer to the championship. Yet, in the final moments, that last-minute player, that extraordinary individual, brought everything to an end. The extraordinary individual referred to was, of course, Qianlong, and Mazzarri's excitement was evident when he mentioned him. I have not witnessed such an exceptional player in years. The last time was in 1996 when I saw him on television, he continued, clearly alluding to Ronaldo. Indeed. That boy bears a striking resemblance to him. Such praise feels almost surreal, yet he truly astonished me with his swift movements, blistering speed, and instantaneous calmness and judgment. More frightening still was that free kick. It was utterly unsolvable. I thought I could only encounter such brilliance in films, yet here I am today. Congratulations to Juventus. And congratulations to Chun-Long. Mazzari promptly concluded the press conference. It is evident that Mazzari's comparison of Chun-Long to Ronaldo signifies the high regard in which he holds him. Indeed, in just a few minutes of performance, Chun-Long had captivated everyone, leaving them in awe and shock. Next, it was Juventus's turn to take the stage. Kean appeared with Higuain and Chun-Long, both of whom had been the focal points of the match, each making their debut, one a star debut, the other a newcomer. Both achieved similar success, both displayed perfection. Kean commenced with a brief summary. Both sides played valiantly and magnificently. There were no losers. A draw would have been more just. Yet we were simply more fortunate to have Higuain and Chun-Long, which led us to victory. With those few words, Kean concluded his remarks, leading into the journalist's questioning. Unexpectedly, the first inquiry directed towards him was about Chun-Long. What are your thoughts as a head coach on Chun-Long's astonishing performance in his debut? Kean took the microphone, pressed his lips together, and remarked, he is exceptional, the team's ultimate weapon. His performance today was anticipated. Though we did not foresee such swift success, Chun-Long was remarkable. However, Chun-Long's playing time is limited, and his professional journey is still quite lengthy. One successful match does not guarantee future triumph. He has a long road ahead. Conte's words carried a formal tone, starkly contrasting with his private demeanor, embodying a clear disconnect between his statements and actions. With a player of Higuain's caliber alongside Chun-Long's role, does the club harbor significant ambitions for the Champions League next season? Naturally, Juventus has always been a club of champions, filled with unwavering determination and pursuit of glory. This is indisputable. Higuain's arrival can greatly enhance the team's attacking strength. Next, a reporter from an unknown publication inquired about Chun-Long. I would like to pose a question to Chun-Long. I have heard. Are you a temporary worker? The reporter appeared somewhat hesitant to broach the subject, but ultimately voiced the question. As these words were uttered, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Kean's expression appeared rather unnatural, and Chun-Long seemed equally uncomfortable. Confronted with this inquiry, he first glanced at Kean, whose facial muscles twitched momentarily before gesturing for Chun-Long to respond. Clearing his throat, Chun-Long calmly addressed the question, stating, well, indeed, I am merely a temporary worker. It seems that temporary workers exist even in professional Italian football. A half-Chinese individual, surprisingly, has ventured to Italy to work as a temporary laborer. How lamentable. Someone lamented quietly. Could you disclose the compensation for such temporary work? Another reporter posed a rather harsh question. Chun-Long wore a pained expression, internally lamenting how awkward this made him. Such a miserly query left him at a loss for words. However, a thought struck him. Perhaps this was an opportune moment to apply pressure on the club for a salary increase. How amusing. Well, for this match, I earned €1,000 with no base salary or benefits. My income solely depends on scoring or assisting. Chun-Long expressed with a face full of resignation. The atmosphere in the stands had turned into a bustling hive, and the reporters redirected their inquiries towards Kean. Higuain, too, was taken aback, hearing Chun-Long speak of his contract for the first time. This is the stark exploitation of naked capitalism. How can Juventus offer such an insecure contract? Do they even regard Chun-Long as a human being? This is truly one of football's greatest oddities, a disgrace to professional football, a disgrace to Juventus. Someone derisively commented. Indeed, Juventus's stinginess is unsurprising, considering their reputation as the old lady. Another added with sarcasm. Come to Evergrande, Chun-Long. The salary they offer you will undoubtedly be substantial. Playing in our Chinese Super League is far preferable to your Italian league, a reporter whimsically suggested. Kean, awkwardly bowing his head, seemed at a loss for how to respond, clearly overwhelmed. Eventually, it was Pirlo who stepped in to smooth over the situation. Taking the microphone, he earnestly stated, in truth, we signed Chun-Long to a temporary contract because he was initially recruited for the youth team. However, should he excel with the first team, we will certainly increase his salary. This arrangement is also designed to alleviate undue pressure on him. If the club did not believe in his potential, why would they have bestowed upon him the iconic number 10 jersey, a symbol of the team's core? Therefore, Let us not impose excessive pressure on Qianlong, but rather allow him the freedom to develop in a relaxed environment. Rest assured, the club will provide him with the utmost support. With such a luminary figure as the former captain Pirlo vouching for him, the reporters quickly fell silent. Qianlong silently cursed under his breath. What a rogue. Truly adept at putting on a show. Qianlong, as a half-Chinese individual, will you represent the Chinese national team in future competitions? At last, the journalist returned to the proper course, refraining from posing such acerbic questions. Confronted with the query, Qianlong responded with remarkable composure, stating that receiving a call-up from the Chinese national team was, in itself, an honor. However, he expressed that he would also be delighted to receive a call-up from Italy in the future, given that he had grown up in Italy and perhaps leaned more towards it. Yet, he mused, this seemed rather far-fetched. With a hint of disappointment, Qianlong lamented about his uncertain future, acknowledging that he was merely a temporary player for Juventus. Could he truly aspire to represent the national team as a mere temp? He couldn't help but indulge in some self-deprecating humor. Indeed, even someone as esteemed as Vieira had been overlooked by a certain coach. As for the Chinese team, it certainly appeared reflective, as some journalists pondered. Chapter 28. The conspiracy of the agent on the very first day upon arriving in Beijing. Qianlong was unable to get in touch with young Urshi that evening. Where could that rascal have gone? No one knew at the time. And the following day was no different. It was not until after the match and the conclusion of the press conference that young Urshi emerged from some corner. Beaming and greeting Qianlong, noticing his mischievous grin, Qianlong sensed something was amiss, but could not pinpoint the issue. Generally, when young Urshi wore such a smirk, it indicated that he had stumbled upon some elusive good fortune. Pulling him aside to a secluded corner, Qianlong curiously inquired, "You rotund rascal. What could possibly have you grinning like that? Speak up." Young Urshi continued to chuckle, leaning in close to whisper in Qianlong's ear, "Brother, I let slip the news about your temporary status to a Chinese journalist, and that's how we ended up with this situation. Pretty impressive, right? What? So it was you behind this? No wonder the news leaked. You've done splendidly. It seems my salary is bound to increase," Qianlong quietly replied. "Now you've truly become a celebrity, scoring goals and being a temp. How outrageous. We're destined for prosperity now." Young Urshi could hardly contain his exhilaration, envisioning advertisements and salary hikes, perhaps even a transfer to a superior team. In a moment of leisure, Qianlong inquired about young Urshi's whereabouts and why he had been unreachable. "As soon as I disembarked, I dove headfirst into commercial development in China. While in Italy, I reached out to various Chinese enterprises, hoping to forge collaborations. The news I just divulged will allow your renown to spread across the globe at an astonishing pace," he replied with a chuckle. At that moment, the two had departed from the press conference and returned to Qianlong's room, where they continued their conversations. As Beckham was absent, "I've spoken to several Chinese companies. They all express interest in collaborating with us, provided your performance is commendable. What was once merely a fleeting opportunity has swiftly manifested before us. It is akin to a serendipitous gift from the heavens. Tomorrow, I shall introduce you to our most significant collaborative enterprise." "Which enterprise?" you may inquire. "At this moment, I cannot divulge that information," the portly fellow responded. "Awaken early and come to me tomorrow," before quietly slipping out the door. In the stillness of the night, Bekbang had vanished, leaving Qianlong alone in his chamber. With no companion by his side, he reclined on his bed, once again perusing the introductory texts on traditional Chinese medicine. Following Yi Shanshan's advice from the other day, he endeavored to abandon his quest for comprehension and instead sought to immerse himself in the sensations of the text, gradually engaging in its reading. Meanwhile, in Conti's room, Piero sat in contemplation. Who could have possibly leaked the details of Qianlong's contract? Conti pondered, perplexed, observing Qianlong's reaction today. It did not appear that he himself had divulged any information. Piero, wearied, replied, "Could it be an insider from the club? Have you considered that Qianlong's performance today would certainly attract the attention of many clubs? We must exercise caution. It seems that a discussion regarding Qianlong's contract is imperative tomorrow to prevent any potential poaching." Yet, what of the poaching? The contract must still be negotiated in the same manner, perhaps with an increased bonus for goals scored, but it is unlikely that a formal contract could be signed. After the Super Bowl, the team rested for a day in Beijing. When Qianlong awoke, he discovered that Beikong had yet to return, leading him to suspect that the lad had been up to no good, lingering out all night. With a sense of delight, Qianlong donned his sunglasses and casual attire. Rising early to visit Yang Urshi led Qianlong to a CAF on the ground floor of the hotel, where they settled into a booth. Before long, a slender Chinese man in his 40s joined them at the table. The gaunt gentleman introduced himself and expressed his admiration for Qianlong. They quickly delved into the heart of the matter, steering the conversation towards advertising. After a preliminary exchange, Qianlong finally grasped the situation at hand. The man was the marketing manager for Jin Sengzi Throat Treasure, and his purpose for visiting was to discuss a contract regarding the product, as well as the representation of Qianlong in advertisements within China. Unfamiliar with Jin Sengzi Throat Treasure, Qianlong looked to Yang Ershi, who, having extensive knowledge of various Chinese enterprises, particularly since taking on the role of Qianlong's agent, had diligently researched information regarding Chinese companies seeking to hire football superstars for endorsements. After thorough investigation, Yang Ershi was pleasantly surprised to discover that Jin Sengzi Throat Treasure was the most suitable company for generating substantial profits. Following the 1998 World Cup, advertisements featuring Ronaldo endorsing Jin Sengzi Throat Treasure suddenly appeared on Chinese television, leading the entire nation to believe that Ronaldo had genuinely endorsed the product. The advertising impact created a sensation akin to people donning Ronaldo's number 9 jersey throughout the streets. It was only many years later that Ronaldo uncovered the infringement by Jin Sengzi and subsequently filed a lawsuit, while Jin Sengzi later set its sights on CAC. Demonstrating an unyielding avarice, Yang Ershi proactively approached Jin Sengzi Throat Treasure to negotiate Qianlong's advertising contract. Naturally, with Yang Ershi's acumen, he would not engage in a venture that would not yield profit. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to his intellect. In his view, the audacity of Jin Sengzi Throat Treasure to illicitly utilize the likenesses of 2 generations of Brazilian football legends for advertising was indicative of their unique approach. Much like the distinction between the Chinese Jordan brand and its American counterpart, however, both achieved the common outcome of obtaining maximum profit through extraordinary means, with that profit being nationwide in scope. Consequently, he mused that if, after Ronaldo and CAC, Qianlong were to become the third figure represented, the advertising impact would be monumental. This would undeniably mark a tremendous success for Qianlong in China. Initially, Jin Sengzi Throat Treasure had no intention of pursuing this matter, believing they could easily deceive Chinese audiences with celebrity endorsements without the need to invest in authenticity. However, following last night's Super Bowl and Yang Ershi's audacious proposal to allow Jin Sengzi Throat Treasure to represent Qianlong in the Chinese market, the two parties swiftly reached an agreement, forming a nefarious alliance that ultimately culminated in this outcome. At that moment, within the confines of Vinícius' hotel, the officials remained blissfully unaware, clearly not anticipating that a mere agent like Yang Ershi could so astutely elevate matters to such a significant level. Through the tireless explanations of Yang Ershi and the promotional manager of Jin Sengzi Throat Treasure, Qianlong finally grasped the entirety of the situation and gracefully acquiesced to the arrangement. Chapter 29. The scramble for temporary workers upon exiting the CAF. Qianlong and Yang Ershi embarked on a thorough exploration of the city of Beijing. Despite both being half Chinese, their curiosity about their homeland was insatiable, particularly regarding the unfamiliarity of Beijing, which sparked even greater intrigue. Qianlong had an additional motive for this excursion, to procure some traditional Chinese medicine books for Yi Shanshan. Unbeknownst to him, he had no idea how to purchase them. He was merely tasked with retrieving the books from a specified location. With a heavy bag of books in hand, Qianlong returned to the hotel to rest. Hardly had he settled in when he received a call from Conti. Shortly thereafter, he made his way to Conti's room. In the living room sat Conti, Piero, and another middle-aged man. Qianlong cast a few more glances at the middle-aged individual, feeling an odd sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered him before. His mind raced as he pondered the recognizable visage. Finally, he recalled where he had seen him. Isn't that Vieira? Just yesterday, the reporters were mentioning him, and now he has truly appeared. Qianlong finds this world to be filled with wonders, utterly bizarre. Indeed, it is Vieira who has come. He currently serves as the technical director for Manchester City, overseeing the club's market development and the acquisition of new players. Of course, Qianlong was unaware of Vieira's purpose for visiting. He mused to himself why those 2 old perverts summoned him. Was it to introduce him to Vieira? How absurd. After Conti elucidated Vieira's intentions, Qianlong finally grasped the situation. It turns out Vieira had come on behalf of Manchester City to discuss the possibility of Qianlong's transfer. Manchester City wishes to acquire Qianlong. This momentous revelation sent a tremor of astonishment through Qianlong's heart, simultaneously filling him with delight. He mused to himself that Yang Ershi truly possessed remarkable foresight, as he had indeed captured the attention of other teams who had preemptively considered this possibility. Although Manchester City has yet to solidify its status among the elite, it proudly holds the title of last season's Premier League champions. The club's owner is one of the wealthiest figures in football, and the squad is replete with star players, often referred to as the Barcelona of the Premier League. Given time, it is conceivable that they will ascend to the ranks of football's elite. This sudden stroke of fortune inevitably brought with it a tinge of concern for Qian, despite harboring a secret unknown to others. The recognition from other clubs was indeed a cause for celebration. The significance of a team approaching him merely a month after joining Juventus was not lost on him. Vieira's approach mirrored his playing style, bold and direct. He presented a contract with a weekly wage of 10,000. This left Qian utterly astonished. A weekly salary of 10,000. What an astounding concept. He was currently earning a mere 1,000 as a temporary wage, and that was only under the condition of scoring goals. In stark contrast, such an insecure contract rendered the 10,000 per week utterly incomparable, like heaven and earth. As the saying goes, people die for wealth, and birds perish for food. Qian pondered this internally, feeling a stirring within him, seemingly forgetting the words imparted by young Urshi that morning. Piero observed Qian's reaction intently but said nothing, while Connie remained silent as well. Naturally, both were lamenting why the club had not offered Qian a more favorable contract. In truth, after the press conference yesterday, the club had been deliberating on providing Qian with a more reasonable and secure contract. The two had exchanged thoughts late into the night over this matter. But they had not anticipated that Vieira would come knocking the following day. Vieira, having previously played for Juventus and being acquainted with Piero, was not immediately dismissed by the club regarding his interest in Qian. Instead, they offered him a chance. Qian experienced a slight internal struggle, feeling conflicted. As an 18-year-old, the notion of rationality seldom graces the minds of youth. Setting aside any alleged conspiracies with young Urshi and others, the offer from Manchester City was undeniably thrilling. The prospect of playing alongside so many elite stars, merely hearing the names Agüero, Dzeko, Nasri, and his friend Balotelli, was enough to excite him. Yet, after the initial thrill, a modicum of composure returned. First and foremost, his love for Juventus was profound. It had always been his cherished club, and he adored his teammates. The kindness they showed him was unparalleled, something that Manchester City could not match. Save for his friend Balotelli, the English league was not his favorite, either. Although the remuneration was immensely tempting, it was not the paramount consideration, at least in Juventus. He had begun to forge friendships, received guidance from numerous veterans, and embarked on a new chapter. Wasn't this happiness sufficient? Secondly, according to his discussions with young Urshi, he was required to stay at Juventus for at least half a year or a year. To rashly leap to another team would be detrimental to him, particularly in terms of showing respect to both the club and its supporters. Lastly, it boiled down to matters of personal integrity. After contemplating these 3 points, Qian effortlessly resolved not to go. He consoled himself, deeming it merely a beautiful encounter in life. Ultimately, Vieira was unable to secure Qian, and both Piero and Conti sighed in relief. However, to their surprise, after bidding Vieira farewell, Conti's phone rang. Upon hanging up, Conti angrily exclaimed, "What the hell? Do they even want us to live?" Piero, bewildered, inquired about the situation, to which Conti replied that it was a call from Zidane. Although he did not disclose the specifics, Qian, listening on the side, remained oblivious to the matter and refrained from questioning further. This marks the 8th call that Conti has received this morning. Apart from Manchester City's inquiry, the previous 7 calls came from Paris Saint-Germain, Bayern Munich, Siena, Atlanta, Roma, as well as Arsenal and Manchester United. All the teams from the top 5 leagues have made their presence known. Of course, Conti would not divulge this information to Qian. The allure presented by Manchester City is already substantial enough. He can scarcely imagine the chaos that might ensue if Qian were to discover that Real Madrid, Manchester United, and Arsenal all have their eyes on him. It is uncertain where his excitement would lead him. The two are oblivious to the true intentions that lie deep within Qian's heart, focusing solely on the possibility of his being swayed by other teams, entirely unaware that the young lad is harboring another scheme. Moreover, unbeknownst to the 3 of them, at this very moment in Milan, Massimo Moratti, the president of Inter Milan, sits in his club office, watching highlights from the Italian Super Cup with a stern expression. He appears to be reminded of the painful summer of 1999. That summer brought an abundance of sorrow to Inter. to the extent that reflecting on it now causes him a slight headache. The child before this television set appears to have been a self-proclaimed genius, eagerly celebrated and promoted, only to ultimately be deemed a failure by their own hand. Is this merely the least significant and most inconspicuous player that Marathi, in his tenure as president, has ever ruined? Within the depths of Inter Milan at that time, he truly seemed unremarkable. Yet, astonishingly, this most inconspicuous lad resurfaced 13 years later, finding himself amidst the ranks of arch-rival Juventus. In his debut match, he came off the bench and instantly rose to fame. Marathi appeared considerably aged, at least in comparison to his demeanor from 13 years prior, as the expression on his face now exuded the same gentle fondness he once had for Ronaldo. After Qianlong provided a definitive response, the two aged titans felt an immense weight lifted, preparing to discuss a new contract with him. Friendship is cherished, yet without sustenance. Even the strongest bonds can lead to starvation. Ultimately, they agreed upon a contract offering Qianlong a weekly salary of €5,000, with bonuses for goals and assists remaining unchanged. However, a clause was added stipulating that his buyout fee would astonishingly amount to €30 million. At that moment, Chapter 30, Apologies, I am just a temporary worker. This matter felt rather rushed, and I must consult my agent before proceeding. Qianlong gazed at the contract before him, unusually calm and unmoved. His demeanor and reaction took the two men by surprise. What? When did you acquire an agent? Connie inquired, astonished. Pirlo immediately recalled that since the last contract signing, it seemed Qianlong had not engaged with anyone else at the club. How could an agent suddenly emerge? A sense of foreboding washed over him, as he sensed they had unwittingly become entangled in a trap. The young man had been led astray by his peers, and Connie pondered how best to address this issue. So, will you sign or not? He inquired. With an air of confidence, Qianlong replied, Of course I will sign, but I need to discuss the details with my agent first. I'll call him over now. He proceeded to dial his phone. Conti and Del Piero exchanged glances, both realizing that Qianlong had become increasingly astute, evidently having plotted this beforehand. It seemed that the individual who leaked the information about the temporary position was none other than Qianlong's agent. They shared a knowing look, each understanding the implications of the situation. Approximately 10 minutes later, a new figure entered Connie's living room, young Urshi, a portly man clad in a suit, glistening with sweat. His perspiration was not due to anxiety or fear, but rather the natural consequence of a heavier physique moving swiftly. He had not anticipated Juventus would respond so promptly, nearly half a day behind his own schedule. On his way, he had been contemplating strategies to achieve the best outcome. Connie regarded the young, rotund man before him with mixed feelings, incredulous that this seemingly inexperienced child was orchestrating the events of the past few days. He had assumed young Urshi was an old hand in the business, a cunning fox, yet this youthful figure left Del Piero equally taken aback. What kind of mind concocted such a farce, placing them entirely in a reactive position? Now, as they discussed the signing of a new contract, they were faced with unnecessary delays, a scenario he had never anticipated. Young Urshi unapologetically settled onto the sofa, adopting a demeanor of maturity that belied his youth, his chubby face framed by glasses that seemed incongruous with his age. Connie did not underestimate him. He maintained a serious demeanor throughout. Qianlong, seated nearby, found the scene amusing yet dared not laugh. Originally a player for the boys, Qianlong had later signed a professional contract with Juventus, which posed no issue. Young Urshi spoke confidently, failing to detect any absurdity in the situation. However, it was crucial to note that Qianlong had signed a temporary contract, meaning that either the club or the individual could terminate it unilaterally. Now, as Juventus sought to negotiate a new contract with Qianlong, it was imperative for me, as his agent, to discuss the contract details with him and the club. Young Urshi articulated this with a level of seriousness that left Conti and Del Piero momentarily stunned. I have been fully entrusted by Qianlong to represent him in the negotiations regarding the renewal of his contract, he stated. Qianlong is genuinely eager to sign a new professional contract with the club, while salary is not the primary concern and we wish to proceed as before. It is important to clarify that we still seek a temporary contract rather than one of long-term commitment. At this moment, young Urshi held the contract provided by Juventus in his hands, perusing it while articulating his thoughts. The young man harbors some ulterior motives, engaging in a rather mischievous game. Conti's expression darkens as he gazes at the portly lad before him, a sense of foreboding creeping into his thoughts. Naturally, the temporary accommodation is the responsibility of Juventus, with contracts signed for a duration of 6 months, devoid of any notions such as breach of contract penalties. It appears that you are reaping substantial benefits from this arrangement, which is essentially akin to a loan agreement, is it not? Upon hearing Yang Urshi's remarks, a clear displeasure washed over Piero's face. Conti could no longer restrain himself and interjected, questioning the fairness of the situation. The club has painstakingly nurtured Qianlong, and now, after 6 months, will he simply depart at will? What then becomes of the club's interests? This is inequitable. With a smile that seemed to squeeze his eyes into the folds of his cheeks, Yang Urshi remained unperturbed, articulating his thoughts with clarity. This contract was intended to be temporary. If Qianlong fails to score or assist throughout the season, would the club still require him? Surely. Qianlong would feel embarrassed to remain under such circumstances. You are well aware of what can transpire in just 5 minutes, which is precisely why a temporary contract was initially signed. Were it not for Qianlong's sudden emergence and commendable performance catching the attention of other clubs, you would not be so hastily negotiating a second contract. Yang Urshi embodies the essence of a true businessman, his discourse rooted in the pursuit of profit, devoid of any sentimental ties or superfluous chatter. Is a formal professional contract not preferable to a temporary one? What scheme are you concocting? Conti, still wearing a frown, remained perplexed by this young man's intentions. Logically, a formal contract is superior to a temporary one, primarily for the security it offers. Yet, Yang Urshi's perspective diverges. In his view, a temporary worker contract is most advantageous for Qianlong. He harbors a secret, a grand blueprint known only to him and Qianlong. In truth, what harm could a temporary worker contract pose for Juventus? If Qianlong underperforms, Juventus need not deal with a liability. If he excels, and another club wishes to acquire him, Juventus would receive nothing in return, but what would that amount to anyway? Yang Urshi's analysis was astute, and he glanced at Qianlong, wary of invoking the term liability and inciting Qianlong's ire. He continued, stating that signing every half-season is also beneficial for Juventus. Our foremost consideration will always be the interests of Juventus. Thus, should another club extend an offer, if Juventus matches it, our natural choice will be Juventus, a clause we can incorporate into the agreement. Upon hearing the mention of prioritizing Juventus in the contract, Conti and Piero finally exhaled in relief. At least this would ensure that under equal terms, Juventus retains the upper hand regarding Qianlong. However, this arrangement also implies that Juventus might find itself at Qianlong's mercy. And the most daunting prospect is that if Qianlong truly decides to leave, Juventus would gain nothing. Conti and Piero felt a profound discontent brewing within them. A young lad has astonishingly taken the initiative at the negotiation table, a stark contrast to the past. This fortunate turn of events can be attributed to inquiries from other clubs. Otherwise, how could Yang Urshi have spent an entire day shouting in vain? If Qianlong were to depart, would Juventus not end up with nothing to gain? Conti appeared to be in a quandary. Well then, let us not allow him to leave at the end of the season. That would be fair, Yang Urshi remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Numerous clubs have recognized Qianlong's potential. Otherwise, it wouldn't be plausible that so many suitors have appeared within just 2 days. How about this? It seems a bit unjust for Juventus. Let us add a clause to the contract stating that if any club engages with Qianlong and he expresses a willingness to join, they must compensate Juventus with 5 million euros. What do you think? Pirlo mused thoughtfully. That is certainly acceptable. But at least 30% of that 5 million belongs to Qianlong, Yang Urshi readily agreed, only to pivot and present yet another demand. This left Conti and Piero grim-faced, pondering the sudden emergence of such a peculiar individual, whose scheming was indeed audacious. Qianlong, do you have any objections? Piero helplessly sought assistance from Qianlong, who was idly seated nearby. Qianlong merely shrugged in resignation and gestured towards the portly fellow, implying that the final decision rested with him. Ultimately, amidst Qianlong's silent acquiescence and Yang Urshi's shamelessness, the seasoned Conti and Piero reluctantly consented to this unconventional method of contracting. Chapter 31. The football dilettanti having returned triumphantly, Juventus arrived back in Italy, taking a bus directly to Turin and their training base. Naturally, Qianlong and Yang the Fatty shared in the celebratory return. The duo who had aided Juventus in clinching victory in the finals, Higuain and Qianlong, were warmly embraced by fans. The former had not even made an appearance at Turin following his signing, while the latter had risen to fame in the capacity of a temporary worker. The fervor surrounding their return far surpassed that of Pirlo's arrival the previous year, underscoring the immense popularity of both Higuain and Qianlong. Upon reaching Turin, Chen Long received the club's permission to make a brief visit to Palermo. Yang the Fatty, ever relentless, began to circulate rumors upon landing, suggesting that Juventus had entered into a new contract with Chen Long, albeit still of a temporary nature. This led to a frenzy in the media, prompting Juventus to issue denials and clarifications, while clubs that had previously resigned themselves began to stir with renewed hope. Outsiders found it difficult to comprehend Chen Long's willingness to continue signing temporary contracts under such inequitable circumstances. Unaware that this entire charade was orchestrated by Chen Long and Yang Ershi, Juventus, caught in a predicament, refrained from stating that this was Chen Long's own decision. For who would believe such a narrative? Conti and Piero seethed with frustration, yet felt powerless. In Yang the Fatty's eyes, they perceived the insatiable greed of the renowned agent Mendes. Moving forward, Juventus would begin preparations for the TIM Cup. The TIM Cup, a summer warm-up tournament held among the traditional giants of Serie A, is organized by TIM Telecom, marking the first genuine test of the teams following the commencement of summer training. The tournament format includes Inter Milan, AC Milan, and Juventus, where the teams engage in matches against one another, each lasting 45 minutes, with rankings determined by the outcomes of the 3 encounters. The TIM Cup has previously witnessed 11 editions, with the last champion being Inter Milan, although it is a friendly match. The clash of these 3 strong teams represents the pinnacle of Italian football. It encompasses not only the city derby but also the national derby, as well as the historical grievances and alliances that compel all 3 parties to approach the match with utmost seriousness. Overall, by mid-August, the team's plans for the upcoming season have largely taken shape. However, both Inter Milan and AC Milan seem to have only seen veteran players depart, with no prominent stars joining their ranks. As August draws to a close and the transfer market nears its closure, it remains uncertain whether the 2 teams can maintain their composure or if they intend to accept the status quo. AC Milan, having sold their top central defender Silva, the towering Swedish striker Ibrahimovic, and the young prodigy Robinho, has undeniably seen a significant decline in strength. Inter Milan, on the other hand, appears to be relying on its past glories. Consequently, the fans of both Milan clubs have expressed their discontent in increasing waves, staging protests against the club's actions. The intentions of Moratti and Berlusconi remain obscure, and while there are rumors of several high-profile transfers, thus far, they have proven to be mere whispers without tangible results. In contrast, Juventus continues to bolster its squad, with the addition of Higuain greatly enhancing the attacking prowess of the team. As the match date of August 19th approaches, Juventus is methodically preparing for the encounter. In the meantime, the latest news from the club indicates that head coach Kean has made significant progress in the betting scandal and is nearing liberation from the turmoil, further unifying Juventus in its resolve to seize this year's TIM Cup and lay a solid foundation for the new season. On Wednesday, Chen Long arrived punctually at Yu Shanshan's place to receive his medication, bringing along the medical books as advised by her. Unexpectedly, Yu Shanshan produced the jersey that Chen Long had previously brought and requested him to sign it with his name. After a week apart, Chen Long couldn't help but express his feelings about the altered treatment he received. The reason for this newfound regard was undoubtedly due to his stunning performance last week, which completely transformed Yu Shanshan's preconceived notions of him. Fans, after all, can be won over in an instant. Chen Long felt a sense of relief and willingly signed his name. Truly a person who shines brightly when given a little sunshine. In recent days, his manager, Yang Ershi, rented a large truck to transport an abundance of luggage, and the 3 of them arrived in Turin. Yang Ershi and Yu Shanshan naturally commenced their studies at the University of Turin, while Chen Long reported back to the club. However, apart from his daily training, Chen Long would rush to the university as night fell. Why at night? He was still unaccustomed to being admired as an idol, especially at the onset of university life. The club swiftly arranged for him to stay in a temporary residence at the training base, a quaint yet elegant abode. Although the space was small, it was sufficient for Chen Long. It was a 1-bedroom apartment, just right for him. The shameless Yang Ershi initially intended to move in with Chen Long to enjoy free meals and lodging, but was firmly rejected by Chen Long, leaving him with no choice but to return to the university, justifying his decision to himself by noting the abundance of beautiful girls on campus. Why endure life in that shabby apartment? After consuming 2 doses of traditional Chinese medicine, Chen Long felt a significant improvement in his health. While his stamina had not noticeably increased, he felt a marked enhancement in his physical strength. His complexion glowed with vitality, and he constantly felt invigorated, brimming with energy, relatively speaking, of course. In the words of his fitness coach Belkley, Qianlong's hormones were surging wildly. Belkley remained uncertain whether this was due to the herbal medicine or the inspiration from girls, but he chose to believe in the latter, seizing every opportunity. Qianlong did not let a chance slip by, regardless of the circumstances, and began to indulge in daydreams at the university, with Yang Shutu fanning the flames behind him. As the competition approached, Qianlong continued his training regimen. Aside from participating in the team's final minutes of scrimmage, he oscillated between running and the gym. It could be said that he had truly begun to acclimate to life at Juventus. The term football layabout aptly described him, more annoyingly. His teammates would find him leisurely hiding in the gym watching the Olympic closing ceremony during training. Yet, such treatment was enviable by few. For it was Qianlong's unique physical condition that rendered him so exceptional. Finally, the Olympic Games concluded, and Italy did not qualify for participation. Ultimately, the Spanish U21 team emerged victorious, claiming the Olympic gold. Thus, after securing the European Championship, Spain added the Olympic title to their accolades this year. This sight ignited a fire within Qianlong's Spain, having dominated the football scene for many years, coupled with the presence of the two giants of La Liga. Left one feeling utterly helpless. When will Spain's reign come to an end? With an indescribable sentiment, Qianlong returned to the training ground, immersing himself in the team's rigorous training. Through relentless professional training, his movements became increasingly streamlined and practical, showcasing a remarkable transformation compared to his initial performance. This was evident from his first match, as his teammates began to tighten their defensive strategies against him, making him progressively more challenging to defend against. One could only wonder what he might accomplish given a full 90 minutes. On the eve of the TIM Cup, European betting agencies launched a new betting column, posing the question of whether Juventus's number 10 would score. The odds for a goal were set at 2.8, while the odds for not scoring were at 2.0. This sparked a frenzy among Juventus fans. Within a mere half-day, over 1 million bets were placed in Italy alone, while fans in China also engaged in various online betting activities, numbering in the tens of thousands. It must be said that the market acumen of the betting companies is astute, capitalizing on Juventus's recent moments of brilliance for a remarkably successful promotion. Finally, the much-anticipated TIM Cup arrived. The youthful and united Juventus team was ready to commence the new season. The match commenced with a 45-minute Milan derby, where both sides fielded nearly the same lineup as last season, resulting in a lackluster display. Both teams suffered from significant aging, with no signs of rejuvenation. Inter Milan continued to rely on the aging Milito to support their attack, while the prime-age Pizzini had been sold off. On the other hand, AC Milan relied on Cassano and El Shaarawy as their attacking spearheads. Yet, neither team's attack showed any promise, with Milan enjoying possession but failing to convert chances. Ultimately, the match ended in a goalless draw. Rumors circulated that both Milan clubs were vying for Tevez, yet this farce had persisted since last winter's transfer window, without any resolution. It appeared that unless both teams bolstered their attacking capabilities, they would struggle to make an impact. Chapter 32. The Eagle soars high. Qianlong was aware that the betting agency had set odds for him to score. Just before the match, a cousin called him, urging him to score as he had wagered 500 on Qianlong to net a goal. This left Qianlong feeling somewhat dizzy. Louis XIV. Do you think Milan is a mere pushover? Do you truly regard me as a deity? Assist could still earn half. He chuckled. Just don't let my cousin down. Nearly everyone here has placed their bets on you. If you fail, don't even think about returning to Sicily. Many will come looking for you to settle the score. I will give it my all and leave the rest to fate, Qianlong replied. Yet he became acutely aware of a crucial truth. Betting on my victory is acceptable, but wagering against me is utterly inadmissible, for I would never throw a match. Remember this, lest you find yourself in hot water. Why does Qianlong say this? That is a matter for another time. In the second match, Milan faced Juventus. Qianlong, as per his usual habit, sat on the bench to watch the game. He is undoubtedly the happiest fan and player in the world. Not only able to observe nearly 90 minutes of the match up close, but also to step onto the field in the final minutes, kick the ball a few times, and even score, savoring the essence of football. The clash between last season's champions and runners-up was naturally intense. For Milan, a number of seasoned players departed last season, including Seedorf, Gattuso, Van Bommel, and others. The current team bears a striking resemblance to Juventus in terms of player composition and playing style. With a midfield comprised of industrious and pragmatic players such as Aquilani, Nasserino, Emanuelson, and Boateng, all in their prime. Juventus, on the other hand, boasts the likes of Marchisio, Pepe, Elia, and Vidal, who are equally effective. The only distinction lies in the fact that Juventus's helmsman was once the engine of Milan, and with Seedorf's absence, Milan's creativity has undoubtedly diminished. Up front, Cassano's prowess is beyond question, yet Juventus's Higuain is a formidable counterpart. As for the defense, Juventus represents the entire Italian backline, while Milan, after the departure of Thiago Silva, finds itself in a precarious situation. This match epitomizes a clash of Italy against itself. A contest between two teams of similar styles, inevitably resulting in a spectacular display of sparks. Juventus, traditionally the more creative side, found their playmaker Pirlo stifled by the familiarity of Milan's players, particularly his former teammate Ambrosini, who effectively curtailed his passing options. Allegri's Milan, having shed its flair and creativity following the departures of Ibrahimovic and several seasoned players, has increasingly adopted a more pedestrian approach. In contrast, Conte's team retains a blend of elegance and resilience. The coaching styles of Conte and Allegri bear notable similarities, extending even to their tactical habits on the field. However, the controversy surrounding Conte's involvement in match fixing has engendered skepticism towards him, while Allegri maintained a relatively high popularity index after securing the league title last year. It is worth noting that during his tenure at Juventus, Conte achieved an impeccable record, culminating in an unbeaten championship season, an impressive feat indeed. Following Gattuso's departure, Ambrosini continues to embody the role of a relentless enforcer, charging with unrestrained vigor across the pitch. Pirlo watches in astonishment, pondering when this once gentle player transformed into a tenacious warrior. This marks Gonzalo Higuain's second starting appearance for Juventus. Much like the last time, the defensive prowess of Italy is indeed formidable. He frequently finds himself the victim of fouls, subjected to an array of sly infractions. It is astonishing just how many times Flamini has tugged at him, even to the extent of being inappropriately touched and having several strands of his beard pulled. This does not account for the delicate French massage administered by Mexes. After half an hour, Higuain is thoroughly exhausted, and a thought arises within him. If La Liga is a paradise for forwards, then Serie A is undoubtedly a hellish ordeal. The usually composed Higuain has been mercilessly bullied, unable to connect with his teammates. The small end has been tossed about with abandon. When Claudio Marchisio faces off against Andrea Nasserino, it is indeed a clash of rivals. These two are locked in a relentless struggle, despite being national teammates. Their exchanges are filled with unspoken tensions, and it is unclear what they are muttering to one another, both carrying a hint of animosity. Conte, unable to contain his frustration any longer, signals for the substitution, bringing on Matri, who weighs in at a hefty 80 kilograms, to replace Giovinco, aiming for a more substantial forward presence. Allegri, in pursuit of goals, responds by introducing Elpez, opting for a three-forward formation. This constitutes the entirety of Milan's attacking lineup. Yet, this tactic yields little result, as Juventus's forwards fail to breach Milan's defenses, while Milan's attackers similarly struggle to penetrate Juventus's impregnable wall. As time gradually slips away, both teams, despite their valiant efforts, seem to be reenacting the same play for the spectators. For Qianlong, the area of Trieste is unfamiliar. Having spent 18 years in Italy, he has never set foot on this land. Therefore, as the match approaches the 40-minute mark, he finally gets the chance to play football on this territory. Upon noticing Conte's intention to field Qianlong, Allegri loudly calls out to Mexes, signaling him to adjust the tactical approach for defense. Having witnessed the Super Cup, he is well aware not to repeat Napoli's mistakes. He understands that this young player possesses the capability to alter the course of the match, particularly with set pieces, and his other skills are equally formidable. Qianlong swiftly enters the fray, prompting a shift in Juventus's style of play. Higuain finds some relief, no longer being so tightly guarded. Positioned at the forefront, Higuain is complemented by Qianlong, who plays a deeper forward role. This arrangement alleviates the congestion of defenders, providing Qianlong with the space to receive the ball and make runs. Mere seconds after his arrival, Qianlong seizes an opportunity, deftly threading a pass to Higuain. Higuain secures the ball, but, as he turns, Flamini manages to poke it away. Certainly, Juventus is once again intent on executing free kicks, a matter that has particularly heightened Allegri's vigilance, prompting him to raise his voice in fervent admonition. The players from Milan remain equally alert, thwarting Juventus's ambitions. A mere 5 minutes proves insufficient for Higuain and Qianlong to mount a coherent offensive under such tight scrutiny. As Juventus regrouped, Qianlong retreated, the ball finding its way back to him once more, closely marked by Flamini, who shadowed him closely, prompting another decision to pass. Milan's defensive depth posed a significant challenge, rendering breakthroughs exceedingly difficult, necessitating a more prudent passing approach. Regrettably, when Marchisio received the ball, he opted to surge forward, disregarding the pressing circumstances, resulting in yet another interception. The ball ricocheting back into Juventus's defensive territory, landing at Chiellini's feet. At this juncture, Juventus's defensive line had pushed high up the pitch, with Chiellini nearly stationed at the edge of the center circle. Observing Chiellini in possession, Qianlong, without a moment's hesitation, surged forward. As Qianlong dashed ahead, Chiellini unleashed a powerful clearance, their synergy evident from their frequent play and communication. The ball hurtled toward Milan's penalty area, traveling with almost no curvature, soaring through the air in a straight line. Qianlong raced into the box with the swiftness of the wind, closely pursued by the robust Flamini. Though a significant distance separated them, while Abate also moved closer to Qianlong, yet still fell short by half a body length. However, the ball's trajectory veered away from the goal, heading toward the right sideline, near the small box. The speed of the ball was daunting, and its height remained beyond Qianlong's reach for a controlled stop. Given the distance from the goal, Milan's goalkeeper found no compelling reason to rush out. Observing the ball's imminent exit from play, Flamini and Abate behind him noticeably slowed their pace. Yet, one individual refused to concede, the rapidly sprinting Qianlong. His peripheral vision catching sight of the box noted that Higuain had also made a swift incursion into the area, just as everyone anticipated the ball would cross the baseline. Fulfilling its brief journey, Qianlong suddenly propelled himself off the ground with his right foot, leaping high into the air. His body extended dramatically as he arched backward, his left foot naturally following the lean, retracting his right foot and elevating it skyward, striking the ball forcefully with the inner side of his right foot. The young lad astonishingly intercepted the ball. After Chiellini executed the kick, he himself sensed that he had overexerted, thus refraining from intervening as his teammates stood idly by. Unexpectedly, in that fleeting moment, Qianlong soared into the air, executing a bicycle kick to intercept the ball, which subsequently transformed into a pass. Flamini and Abate, in that instant, were filled with regret, wishing to intervene, but it was too late. The ball, struck by this precise interception, swiftly altered its trajectory, hurtling towards the penalty area. Meanwhile, the tenacious Higuain had made a rapid advance into the small box, his eyes fixed on the suddenly arriving ball. Without hesitation, he leaped high, powerfully directing his header towards the ball, leaving the Milan goalkeeper utterly unprepared. The moment Qianlong landed heavily, the ball found the back of the net with a resounding thud. The ball arrived with such unexpectedness, Milan was left in utter disarray. Allegri on the sidelines could no longer contain his frustration, losing all composure as he tore off his red tie in indignation, expressing his extreme dissatisfaction towards Flamini and Abate for their lapse that led to the goal. Yet, all of this was drowned out by the jubilant cheers echoing throughout the stadium. After 1 minute of stoppage time, the referee blew the final whistle. Thanks to Higuain's spectacular goal, Juventus triumphed over Milan with a score of 1-0, momentarily securing first place in the TIM Cup with a 3-point advantage. Meanwhile, Milan could only vie for third place with Inter. Undoubtedly, Higuain's goal owed at least half of its credit to Qianlong. It was his calm bicycle kick in a moment of crisis that led to this outcome. In the end, Qianlong felt a sense of relief, having not disappointed his cousin's expectations, as he had at least secured him half of the prize money, albeit a mere 250. Chapter 33. Relentlessly dragging Sneijder along without pause, Juventus, having completed the first 45 minutes, was immediately confronted with the fierce offensive challenge posed by Inter Milan. The earlier kickoff had granted Inter a physical advantage, placing Juventus at a slight disadvantage. With their main players deployed, Inter aimed to swiftly overpower Juventus through their superior stamina. The young coach Stramaccioni, with his robust arms waving dramatically from afar, shifted into a chopping motion, followed by pushing forward as if wielding a bloodied cleaver. His actions exceedingly exaggerated. Despite his seemingly refined exterior, Stramaccioni possessed a fiery temperament, issuing stern commands to the players, even commanding renowned figures like Sneijder to bow their heads in submission. The atmosphere clearly indicated that Inter was poised to pursue an offensive strategy. In the initial 40 minutes of the match, naturally, Qianlong had little involvement, leading to a period of languidness on the field. However, the others were far from idle. Coach Kean made a bold decision, substituting Higuain for Kean. This unexpected choice left Kean, seated on the bench, momentarily bewildered, his prominent muscles visibly quivering with anticipation. It marked his first start. Conte's rationale for this arrangement stemmed from Higuain's struggle to adapt to the Italian teams in the first half. He opted for the more robust Kean to engage in a physical battle with the opposing defenders, paired with the equally imposing Matri, which he deemed potentially more effective. The midfield and defense remained unchanged, with Giovinco replaced by Krasic, who exchanged positions with Marchisio. Under the direction of Margoni, Inter Milan dispelled the lackluster spirit of the previous segment, emerging onto the pitch with palpable intensity, while Juventus appeared as a composed and unhurried monarch, awaiting Inter's advance, albeit seeming somewhat diminished in spirit. As the match commenced, Inter Milan seized the momentum, quickly overshadowing Juventus. Shortly thereafter, the pink-booted Sneijder earned a free kick opportunity, which he executed with remarkable precision, only to be met by Buffon's stunning diving save. Sneijder, exuberant, as if invigorated by a surge of energy, subsequently maneuvered past Krasic, delivering an equally high-quality cross from the right flank. The 33-year-old Milito was poised at the goal, yet regrettably, Buffon once again intercepted the ball. In the 13th minute, it was Sneijder once more, reclaiming the ball from Marchisio and delivering another cross. This time, it fell to Alvarez, who regrettably directed his header off target. In a display of bewildering skill, Sneijder weaved effortlessly through Juventus' defense, seemingly impervious to their attempts to thwart him, as he danced upon the pitch with an almost ethereal grace. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Conte seethed with frustration, vociferously directing his ire at the players. The absence of Kean felt akin to losing an arm. How could they allow such audacity to flourish? Conte, aflame with indignation, could not restrain himself from shouting again. Yet, while Kean had departed, the Japanese player Yuto Nagatomo remained on the field. As a left-back, his ability to assist was by no means inferior to that of Kean or Zanetti. Krasic, in a dismal state, found himself bereft of the ball thrice in quick succession at the hands of Nagatomo. An inconvenience that paled in comparison to the fact that each of those interceptions landed fortuitously at Sneijder's feet, who unleashed a flurry of 3 shots. Buffon, with remarkable agility, thwarted each attempt, preserving the sanctity of his goal. The valiant Sneijder, in a moment of sheer frustration, clutched at his bald head, yearning to grasp a few strands of hair to vent his pent-up discontent. Alas, his head was bare, observing the team's offensive efforts yield no fruitful results. The ancient relic of Inter, the 39-year-old captain Zanetti, surged forward with the ball, executing a deft change of direction that allowed him to glide past Marchisio and reach the vicinity of the goal line. He then delivered a precise cross. With the vigor of a man in his prime, Milito, despite being over 30, seized the opportunity, leaping amid the dueling forces of Carciers and Chiellini with relentless determination. The ball met his head with unyielding force, and he sent it crashing into Buffon's domain. Such raw power. As Milito landed, he roared in triumph, pounding his chest like a liberated titan, radiating strength and stature. This was the embodiment of momentum, a force seemingly born from a season of oppression by Juventus and Milan. The Inter bench erupted in fervor. The stands filled with fervent supporters ignited with excitement. Coach Marconi, in the instant the goal was scored, sprinted to the stands, performing a jubilant slide on his knees in celebration. Juventus' entire defensive line appeared as if entranced. At this juncture, in the 25th minute of the match, it was ironically noted that the starting player, Doni, had yet to even touch the ball. This is intolerable. It's merely Sneijder, merely Alvarez, and even the Japanese players. But to see the 39-year-old Zanetti move as if in a realm untouched, ultimately delivering an assist, is nothing short of astonishing. And for Milito to execute such a commanding goal is utterly unforgivable. A disgrace. Buffon is enraged. Chiellini is furious. Pirlo is incensed. Conte is also furious. The entire Juventus squad is aflame with anger. Do not mistake a tiger's silence for that of a feeble cat. The slumbering lion has awakened. Substitutions. With a swift motion of his hand, Conte calls for a change. Off goes the dazed Krasic. Off goes the seemingly somnambulant Marchisio. Off goes the introspective Caceres. Off goes the demoralized Beckham. Conte swiftly replaces 4 players in one go, introducing Elia, Pepe, Barzagli, and Borriello onto the field. Given the friendly nature of the match, the substitution limit exceeds 3. This is a fierce and bloodthirsty struggle, a primal battle among men. Football transcends life and death, yet it embodies a spirit that surpasses both. The newly joined quartet of core players, alongside their 7 teammates on the field, resemble a regal cavalry galloping across the plains, brimming with strength, relentlessly charging into the enemy's depths until ultimate victory is attained. As if infused with a surge of vitality, the Juventus players instantaneously turned the tide of the match, rendering their momentum irresistible. A fervent 10 minutes, an intense 10 minutes. The emotions of the fans ignited, soaring to new heights. The roar of their cheers reverberated throughout the stadium. The AC Milan players, seated quietly in the stands, were equally swept up by the fervor of the on-field action. What a thrilling and exhilarating contest it was. Allegri, filled with frustration, pondered why they had not displayed such fervor moments ago. Regret coursed through his mind. Just 10 minutes prior, Inter Milan had overwhelmed Juventus with a relentless assault. Yet now, 10 minutes later, Juventus had sent Inter fleeing in disarray. This was not merely a matter of tactics or strategy. It was a matter of dignity, of honor, a clash of wills. At last, Borriello delivered a similarly dominating header in response to Inter Milan. The stadium erupted once more, silencing the Inter fans while Juventus supporters rejoiced. Meanwhile, Conte, in his exuberant celebration, tore his shirt, revealing his still robust physique. Yet, that was not enough. Another goal was needed. With 40 minutes on the clock, Conte waved his flag, summoning Chun Long onto the field. Chun Long, already invigorated by the atmosphere, charged onto the pitch with an indomitable spirit, embodying the relentless zeal of his club teammates. He raised his hand, signaling for the ball. This was his first action, raising his hand while swiftly maneuvering, drawing the weary Samuel into a frantic chase. Panting heavily, Ranocchia rushed over to assist. Unlike the others, Chun Long had 5.5 minutes to unleash his potential, with the ultimate goal of disrupting and dismantling the opposing defense, seeking either an assist or a goal to secure victory. Thus, he exerted every ounce of energy, even if it meant exhausting himself in those fleeting moments. In a state of exhilaration, Juventus completely dominated Inter Milan. Within a mere 2 minutes, Chun Long had already claimed the ball 3 times. Had it not been for Inter's desperate and relentless defense, they would not have been able to withstand Chun Long's formidable prowess. His presence seemed almost out of place amidst the match. His ghostly movements and nimble footwork resembled a high-performance sports car operating at full throttle, leaving one utterly incapable of matching his speed and rhythm, rendering them merely exhausted in pursuit. Within mere minutes, Inter Milan's midfield and defense had been transformed into a veritable hornet's nest by Chun Long's relentless assault. Yet, despite this turmoil, Juventus failed to secure a single goal. Long-range shots, strikes, and headers were all thwarted, either by the goalkeeper's interventions or by defenders' blocks. Meanwhile, Samuel and Ranocchia remained tenaciously in pursuit, pressuring Chun Long with unwavering determination. However, even the mightiest bow must eventually falter. As Chun Long prepared to seize the ball for the 5th time, poised to breach Inter's defenses, Samuel, in a moment of desperation while retreating, clutched Chun Long's robust waist with fervor, yet the forceful Chun Long managed to surge forward by a meter before reluctantly succumbing to gravity. Thus, Samuel was unwittingly dragged forward by that same meter. The terrifying prodigy, is this a football match? In the throes of the game, Chun Long remained blissfully unaware of the surrounding astonishment. The spectators were left in awe. At last, the referee's whistle pierced the air. A free kick? Gasps echoed throughout the stadium. Juventus rejoiced, while Inter Milan was engulfed in a cold sweat. It was not a free kick, but rather the final whistle. The referee's 2nd and 3rd whistles resounded. The match was over. The audience was so engrossed that they lost track of time. Meanwhile, Sneijder, in a rare display of disarray, lay breathless on the grass. Chun Long turned around, extending his hand towards the revered master Sneijder. Friendship first, competition second. Chapter 34. When happiness knocks at the door, the match concluded. A breathtaking spectacle had unfolded. Chun Long may not have scored, yet he received resounding applause. The moment Chun Long and Sneijder clasped hands moved everyone present. In the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd matches, Chun Long delivered flawless performances, showcasing a miraculous display within a mere 5 minutes. Throughout the week, Italian news and newspapers revolved around this young talent. The phrase emerging from obscurity could not be more fitting for Chun Long. Even when Balotelli made his debut, such brilliance was never witnessed. After the TIM Cup, Chun Long did not attend the press conference, yet his 1 goal and 1 assist made him the most radiant presence on the pitch. After 3 matches, his statistics stood at 2 goals and 1 assist, an impressive feat achieved in just 15 minutes. What a remarkable concept. The media frenzy was relentless, bordering on tedious. Post-match, Chun Long was whisked away by Pirlo in his sports car, destined for an unknown location. Does Pirlo have a penchant for youth? Indeed. Pirlo held great admiration for this young lad, typically reserved, he found himself compelled by Chen Long's performance to invite him along. Accompanying them were Chiellini, Marchisio, and Buffon. Pirlo, the quintessential scion of wealth, is rumored to be the descendant of Italy's steel magnate, overseeing businesses in numerous countries. And he even possesses his own vineyard, truly a life of unparalleled elegance. Chen Long had heard of this online, but today, he never imagined he would have the fortune to visit Pirlo's vineyard. This is truly a dream. The estate is nestled in the suburbs of Turin, where serene green fields envelop the surroundings in tranquility and harmony. Pirlo, as the host, had long instructed his servants to prepare the necessary provisions for the gathering. Alas, it was a pity that Chen Long could not partake in the wine, rendering Pirlo's exquisite vintage somewhat wasted. The Chiellini clan indulged without restraint in the sumptuous delicacies, particularly Buffon, who left a trail of chaos in his wake. Meanwhile, Chen Long merely nibbled lightly, constrained by his constitution. Halfway through the banquet, Chen Long experienced a moment of astonishment as Inzaghi made an unexpected appearance. Indeed, the legendary number 9 had arrived, igniting a surge of excitement within Chen Long. The debonair Inzaghi approached in a charming little car, exuding none of the pretentiousness typically associated with a star. Even more astonishing was the arrival of Pirlo himself. Was it not said that these two harbored animosity? Chen Long pondered in confusion. Yet, before him stood the two, playfully bantering and embracing each other in Pirlo's estate. A stark contrast to the tales of discord. It is widely known that Pirlo and Inzaghi, during their time at Juventus, were at odds, ultimately leading to Inzaghi's departure from Milan, thus creating two distinct legends. However, at this moment, the reality seemed far removed from such narratives. Observing their camaraderie, it was evident they were the best of friends. Where was the discord? As the younger Chen Long sat awkwardly in his chair, he found himself at a loss for words, with only two words resonating in his heart: happiness. Such is the nature of circles. Individuals tend to congregate with those who mirror their own essence. Today, Chen Long has evidently ventured into this realm for the first time, encountering an atmosphere previously beyond his reach. The illustrious figures present did not dismiss Chen Long. Particularly, Inzaghi extended a handshake, commending him for his performance today, which left Chen Long both flattered and astonished. Both Piero and Inzaghi are legendary figures whom Chen Long has admired since childhood. While their stature may not rival that of Ronaldo, the respect he harbors for them is undeniably profound. The warm greetings from these prominent individuals alleviated Chen Long's initial shyness, allowing him to gradually assimilate into the ambience, feeling as blissful as a blooming flower. Time flew by swiftly, and before long, the midnight hour had arrived, signaling the end of the grand feast. Lacking transportation, Chen Long was graciously driven home by Chiellini. He now possessed his own abode, albeit a temporary one provided by the club. Lying alone in bed, he reflected on the day's extraordinary events, scarcely believing them himself. He resolved to seek counsel from Inzaghi at the earliest opportunity, contemplating that frequent interactions with such stars could present abundant learning opportunities and chances to replicate their skills, an opportunity that is indeed rare and precious. Being a burgeoning celebrity in Italy, Chen Long never forgets to don his sunglasses when stepping outside. The following day, he set out early to fulfill his first advertising contract. Arriving as scheduled for a photo shoot, dapper in a suit, Chen Long epitomized the quintessential handsome figure. The photographer requested 2 sets of photos, one in a suit and another in Juventus attire. After the shoot, Chen Long returned to university with Yang Ershi. Despite his newfound fame, he adhered to his academic obligations. On the way, Yang Ershi wore a perplexed expression, prompting Chen Long to inquire about his troubles. Yang Ershi lamented his oversight, exclaiming he had foolishly signed a contract with a woefully inadequate sum. He mused that adding a 0 to the figure would have been far more appropriate. It seemed even Yang Ershi had his shortcomings, lacking foresight in evaluating this first advertising opportunity, which had sold Chen Long for a mere €3,000. However, Yang Ershi's despondency was short-lived. He swiftly redirected the conversation towards more promising news. He announced that advertisements from China had already commenced, with Chen Long's visage prominently displayed by Jean Sangzi throat treasure, making him a household name in China. The rapidity of this news astonished Chen Long. Yang Ershi's prowess in his work was indeed remarkable, employing methods of celebrity making that left one speechless. In truth, following the Super Cup, Jean Sangzi throat treasure had swiftly propelled Chen Long into the limelight, seizing the moment with utmost agility. Indeed, Chen Long had begun to shine brightly on the land of China. As they continued their conversation, They arrived at the entrance of the University of Turin. Sporting his sunglasses, Qianlong did not incite any commotion. The tranquility and cleanliness of the university campus filled Qianlong's heart with joy. As he walked through the simple and natural surroundings, he felt like an ordinary student. As fate would have it, he and his companions stumbled upon the football field, where they spotted Yi Shanshan. At that moment, two teams were engaged in a match. Yi Shanshan was pleasantly surprised by Qianlong's arrival. "Did you bring your football shoes?" she inquired with a hint of urgency. "No," he replied. "I'll find you a pair of shoes and a kit. Could you lend a hand as a temporary worker?" Yi Shanshan offered graciously. Wearing sunglasses, Qianlong cast a sidelong glance at Yi Shanshan, feeling somewhat exasperated. "So, you want me to be a temporary worker? Is there any compensation?" €10 per goal. Yang Ershi interjected eagerly, clearly enticed by the prospect. "Are you serious? Look at the medical team on the field. They're about to be overwhelmed, and you still won't help. Playing football at this hour is quite a nuisance." Chapter 35. Do you mind if I play football? Like magic, Yi Shanshan soon produced a complete set of football gear and shoes for Qianlong, transforming him into a temporary player for traditional Chinese medicine. The match was merely a friendly competition within the university, lacking in significance. Yet, despite its informal nature, none wished to face defeat. The game commenced at 10 o'clock in the illuminated stadium, drawing a considerable audience. At that moment, the traditional medicine team was trailing by a goal. And the astute Yi Shanshan had cleverly detained Qianlong, having secured such an impressive foreign player, though at that time, no one recognized him. Wearing sunglasses late at night, one could either be deemed foolish or simple-minded, leading everyone to regard Qianlong as a pretentious simpleton. Eventually, this so-called simpleton took to the field. Having honed his skills through 3 professional league matches, Qianlong approached this amateur contest with ease, as if slicing through vegetables. Upon removing his sunglasses, he stood on the pitch, and for a while, no one recognized him, for not everyone had watched those 3 matches. On the football field, Qianlong was a stark contrast to his demeanor off it. Upon receiving the ball, he immediately embarked on a frenzied dribble, effortlessly shaking off the defenders and racing towards the goal, striking the ball with force into the net. The goal appeared so effortless, as if it were a mere formality. The opposition was taken aback by his performance. When had the traditional medicine team acquired such a prodigy? Had he merely been feigning modesty? His entrance had stunned everyone. In just over a minute, Qianlong scored, and the simplicity and brutality of his approach starkly humiliated the opponents. Their previously commanding lead had been equalized by this young man, a devastating blow to their morale. Yet, the shock was not over. Merely a minute later, Qianlong executed another solo run, finding the net once more in the same manner. Once was one thing, but to repeat such an act was utterly humiliating. In less than 3 minutes, the score had turned in favor of his team. Infuriated, the opposing team resorted to rough tactics, directly toppling Qianlong. Whether he was a professional player or a star mattered little. Arrogance bore consequences. This was a sentiment shared by all players who had faced humiliation. Finally, someone in the audience recognized Qianlong, gasping in astonishment. A voice called out his name, prompting others to quickly realize who he was. It is truly astonishing to witness a substitute from Juventus gracing a university field. Such a spectacle is indeed shocking. One cannot fathom the absurdity of it all. Even professional teams seem to score effortlessly, let alone in an amateur match. Meanwhile, Yi Shanshan and Yang Ershi exchanged amused glances, pondering the sheer cruelty of allowing Qianlong to take the field. His brutish style of play inevitably led to fouls, and it was none other than Qianlong who fell victim to one such infringement, the consequences of which were all too predictable. No one dared to contest the opportunity for a free kick against Qianlong, especially after learning his name, Qianlong, the makeshift number 10 from Juventus. Not even Pirlo would dare to vie for the chance. No one else in existence holds the right to challenge him for such a privilege. Qianlong once again showcased his exquisite free kick technique, the ball soaring into the most unreachable corner of the net. This is entirely not a competition of the same caliber. Thus, within a mere 5 minutes, Qianlong astonishingly scored 3 goals, leading the traditional Chinese medicine team to a miraculous victory with a score of 3-1. As the crowd sought Qianlong's presence, he had mysteriously vanished, leaving behind a sense of regret and discontent among the spectators, as well as ire from the opposing side. Shameful, utterly shameful. It's one thing to recruit foreign players, but to bring in professionals to play? Someone indignantly remarked. What is the issue with that? It simply demonstrates our capability. If you're so impressive, why not recruit a professional player as well? Retorted the traditional Chinese medicine team with equal sharpness. By the way, How did Yezi come to know Qianlong? In future matches, she should be asked to bring him along. They certainly wouldn't lose. It's absurd. Within just 5 minutes, he scored 3 goals. Could it be that they share a deeper connection? Is there any way to continue playing with such an anomaly on the field for even 5 minutes? I heard he also attends our school, the management department, a fellow alumnus and possibly a classmate. Perhaps I should inquire further tomorrow. After indulging in their football passion, Qianlong, along with Yishan Shan and Yang Ershi, went out for a late-night snack, with Yishan Shan treating. Oblivious to the murmurs that arose after their departure. It must be said that such a nominal appearance fee, merely a late-night meal, is quite disgraceful. Qianlong, with a piece of meat in his mouth, wore an unwilling expression. Come on, it was just 5 minutes. Consider it a friendly cameo. The fat guy has tea even spoken up yet, so you shouldn't be so worked up. Be careful, or I won't brew your medicine. Yishan Shan, however, was unyielding, her disdain evident. Just 5 minutes? My dear sister, are those people in your department even fit to play football? They might as well go to China and play table tennis instead. Is this how football is played? Did you not see how many goals I scored in 5 minutes? According to Juventus regulations, I should collect 9,000 euros from you. Since this is a friendly price, I'll offer in 20 discount, fatty. You'll be in charge of collecting the money. Am I that kind of person? It's only you who is greedy for money. I value loyalty, Yezi. Just ignore him. The response from Fatty was unexpectedly loyal, resembling a knight ready to defend. Qianlong shot a scornful glance at Yang Ershi, contemplating when these two had become such close allies. Brothers are indeed meant to be sold out. Outnumbered, Qianlong was naturally at a disadvantage, ultimately resigning to his fate as he lowered his head and continued to gnaw on his meat. Speaking of which, I just landed another advertising deal, this time. You're bound to earn a good sum. Yang Ershi redirected the conversation. As long as it's not a pharmaceutical advertisement, I want to accept it. Qianlong replied earnestly. This one is impressive, absolutely impressive. It's an advertisement from China that could significantly bolster your finances. Huh? It's not that golden throat lozenge again, is it? Always dealing in unprofitable ventures? Qianlong regarded the situation with disdain. It was merely an advertisement they had created, undoubtedly exaggerated. When had he ever engaged in a losing venture? That would be a disservice to his intellect, he thought, as Yang Ershi pointed at his own plump head. Your talent for boasting surpasses even your weight. The three of them shared a simple late-night meal, conversing aimlessly from all corners of the world. After bidding farewell to Yishan Shan and Yang Ershi, Qianlong returned to his abode alone. The following day, the team had a day off, and Qianlong intended to meticulously plan his schedule. He aimed to make arrangements for his weight management, formally report back to school, and finally visit Yishan Shan for study and medicine. His day was fully booked, akin to a student fervently preparing for an impending examination, leaving no minute to spare. Chapter 36. The Dragon's prestige for Qianlong. Playing football was a straightforward endeavor. However, delving into traditional Chinese medicine literature felt like deciphering an ancient script, tormenting him endlessly. Another night of frustration ensued as he struggled to comprehend the material, only to awaken the next day still grappling with its complexities. At the crack of dawn, he was roused by Yang Ershi's boisterous antics. Enthusiastically, Yang Ershi sought out Qianlong, eager to introduce him to clients, as he now relished promoting Qianlong. According to Qianlong's plan, they would first meet with clients and then proceed to report to school, so he dutifully set out. Who knows what Yang Ershi had concocted this time? In any case, seated across from him were 2 Chinese individuals with yellow skin. One he recognized as Zhang Taiwei, the promotion manager of Golden Throat Lozenge, who left a deep impression on him with his meticulous attire, which clung to his frail frame. The other was a newcomer named Wang Zhang, sporting an endearing youthful visage, appearing to be in his early 30s. As they were all Chinese, communication flowed effortlessly in their native tongue. Wang Zhang, the head of a certain Chinese sports brand, had come to Italy to discuss product development with Qianlong, primarily focusing on a new line of sneakers aptly named Zhanlong or Dragon. The name resonated with a sense of power, distinctly appealing to the Chinese aesthetic. Qianlong was taken aback. The notion of endorsing a product and having it named after him seemed far-fetched. He expressed his inability to accept such an idea. Despite the subsidiary's name already being established, L'Impententia, the Zhanlong series of sneakers, the audacity of this individual from China is quite remarkable. On what basis does he presume he will achieve fame? In the realm of international football, he is but a mere minnow, inferior even to that. Although he has enjoyed a fantastical beginning, it does not necessarily signify a promising future, does it? The weight of this treasure rests heavily upon him. Might he meet a tragic end? How has Yang Ershi managed to command these individuals to revolve around him so effortlessly? It seems the chubby fellow's eloquence has grown increasingly formidable, capable of coaxing even the birds from the trees. As for Qianlong, having signed a temporary contract with Juventus for advertising and similar endeavors, he finds himself entirely detached from the club's affairs. Such is the advantage of temporary employment. After all, he harbors no understanding of these commercial intricacies and is reassured by the knowledge that his brother, Yang Ershi, would never betray his trust. At worst, he might embroil himself in some unsavory situations, but Qianlong is content to let him navigate this tumultuous path. Little did he anticipate that Yang Ershi would allow this snowball to grow ever larger, far beyond his expectations. With a swift flourish of his signature, he felt as though he were no longer involved in the matter at all. Having completed his first task, Qianlong left the trio behind and made his way to the school to report alone. Students like Yang Ershi and Yu Shanshan had already registered, while Qianlong had been preoccupied with competitions in recent days, neglecting the registration process. Today marked his official enrollment. Despite being a mere star on the horizon, he did not anticipate any special treatment. As a first-time visitor, he was even unaware of the direction to the School of Management. Had he not inquired with passers-by, he would have struggled to find his way. After signing in at the Student Affairs Office, Qianlong ventured to his department and directly selected traditional Chinese medicine, a rather obscure discipline, as his elective. Having completed these formalities, he sought out Yu Shanshan at the traditional Chinese medicine college. It turned out that she was indeed a football enthusiast, having dashed off to the football field to watch a match. Qianlong pondered how she harbored such a passion for football. It had eluded his notice until now. With sunglasses perched on his nose, he stealthily approached Yu Shanshan. Surveying the surroundings, he sensed something amiss. It felt strangely lacking. Fans, he murmured to himself. Indeed, there are too few fans here. It is too quiet. It's all due to the traditional Chinese medicine crowd. He continued. The students here are mere bookworms, buried in their tomes. Playing football would be rather embarrassing. Just look at the basketball court over there. It's sheer madness. Yu Shanshan, overhearing, provided an explanation. Qianlong followed her gaze. What on earth is happening? When did basketball become Italy's most beloved sport? He exclaimed, unable to comprehend the scene before him. The basketball court was teeming with throngs of people. A sea of bodies surrounding it, and numerous long legs dazzled the eye. A wave of discontent surged within Qianlong. It felt profoundly unjust. All the beautiful girls had flocked to the basketball court. Damn it, not a single soul here. A few fellows are lounging on the grass, engrossed in their books. He lamented, growing increasingly frustrated. Hey, buddy, may I borrow a football? He called out as he strode toward the center of the field, requesting a football from a bewildered player, before turning back and unexpectedly heading towards the basketball court. What is this fool up to? Yu Shanshan observed Qianlong's actions with great curiosity. Hey, are you planning to go over there and show off your fancy football skills? Perhaps earn a little tip along the way? She remarked, following closely behind. As Qianlong walked, he replied, only one who truly knows me, Shanshan, would understand. Indeed, I am off to demonstrate a few tricks and restore the football's original allure. Qianlong certainly had an eye for the right spot, selecting another adjacent field where a match was taking place to showcase his skills. Yet, no one seemed to pay him any mind, as they were engrossed in the intense game. How embarrassing. If you don't perform some spectacular moves, who would care to watch? Yu Shanshan chided from the sidelines. Qianlong felt a twinge of annoyance at her words. Just watch closely. I shall now show you what it means to hit the target from 100 paces. I can direct my shot with precision, akin to that famous advertisement by Ronaldinho. Only I shall surpass him, Qianlong declared with a proud expression. He placed the ball in the center circle of the basketball court and stepped back a few paces. What is he doing? Is he out of his mind? Why would a footballer come to a basketball court? Some onlookers began to murmur. Can't you see he's wearing sunglasses? Clearly, he's blind. What can one expect from a blind man? Upon hearing this, a bead of sweat trickled down Qianlong's forehead. Who says I'm blind? Allow me to show you that I can achieve what you can only do with your hands, using only my feet. You're boasting now. If you can manage to kick a football into the basketball hoop, I will eat the ball right here. Then you better hurry and prepare to vomit, lest the basketball be too large for you to swallow later. I'm eager to see how you intend to get that ball in. If you manage to score even once, I'll concede defeat. No worries, I can easily score twice. Once the notion of a wager was introduced, the atmosphere grew lively. Those nearby, intrigued by the prospect of a bet, began to gather. eager to witness how this man in sunglasses would manage to score in the hoop. Chapter 37. A shot through the heart of the hoop. Those unfamiliar with Qianlong awaited the spectacle of his folly. Kicking a ball into a basketball hoop from the center circle? It was utterly absurd. Even someone as formidable as Ronaldinho would hesitate to undertake such a challenge. The odious man in sunglasses audaciously uttered such words? It is nothing short of a grand jest. The thought of individuals from the traditional Chinese medicine college playing football? One could not help but burst into laughter at the absurdity. If the students from the electronics department were to hear this, who knows how long they would be subjected to ridicule. Qianlong paid no heed to the scornful jibes surrounding him. His objective had already been partially achieved, drawing the crowd closer to him. Now, all that remained was to kick the ball into the hoop and silence them, completing his task. In truth, Qianlong was quite familiar with this style of play. Otherwise, he would not dare to be so audacious at this moment. What may pose a significant challenge to others felt reminiscent to him of Yang 21 running laps around the playground, as he consistently lost miserably to Qianlong during their basketball wagers. Without further ado, Qianlong fixed his gaze upon the football, inhaled deeply, and commenced his run. The ball was struck with finesse, soaring into the sky, its trajectory aimed directly at the hoop. It was accurate and precise. Could it be a goal? The spectators felt an inkling of anticipation. In an instant, the ball struck the small black frame of the backboard with a resounding thud. It was poised to enter. Yet, alas, due to excessive force, the ball rebounded off the backboard and soared high into the air, landing outside the rim. A collective sigh arose from the crowd. Qianlong merely scratched the back of his head, appearing unfazed. For the second attempt, the ball failed to even graze the backboard, plummeting directly to the ground. Boos erupted from the sidelines. It had been a while since he last played. His touch was evidently lacking, he mused. The echoes of laughter rang in his ears, causing a faint blush to creep onto his cheeks. In truth, both attempts were well executed, one too forceful, the other too gentle, yet both aimed unerringly at the center of the backboard. While some jeered, others offered words of encouragement. Those with an understanding of the game recognized the skill involved in striking the ball with such finesse. How many could achieve the elegance of kicking a ball as though it were a shot at the basket? Qianlong readjusted himself and retreated once more. For the third attempt, the ball once again struck the small black frame of the backboard, ultimately bouncing into the hoop. It was in. Finally, a goal. Cheers erupted from the crowd. The sound drew the attention of those nearby who were watching basketball, unable to resist glancing over. Someone is kicking a basketball like it's a football? Increasingly curious gazes were cast in his direction. Was one goal sufficient? It would suffice, but for Qianlong, it was merely a start. He sought to score more goals to impress the spectators gathered there. Thus, he advanced towards the center circle for his fourth attempt. Having found his rhythm, the second goal followed swiftly after the first, when the fourth ball gracefully sailed through the hoop. It signified to others that this was no longer a matter of luck. It was a testament to skill. As the fifth ball once again found its way into the hoop, Qianlong came to a halt. He no longer felt the need to prove himself. Who would have thought that football could be played in such a manner? To kick the ball into a basketball hoop using one's feet, how could that not leave basketball players feeling disheartened? He began to playfully showcase his skills, with freestyle football coming to life beneath his feet. Engaging in a delightful display, Qianlong executed a series of intricate maneuvers, crossing his legs, performing back kicks, heading the ball, and executing difficult sideline tricks as if every part of his body was imbued with magic. The crowd gathered, their numbers swelling, drawn in by his charisma. Those who had initially congregated to watch the basketball game began to flow towards him. At that moment, someone miraculously rushed to the loudspeaker and played an upbeat, melodious tune, complementing Qianlong's performance and elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch. A young man donned in sunglasses was, at that moment, illustrating the allure of football on the basketball court of the traditional Chinese medicine college. When had such an extraordinary talent emerged from this institution? Most could not recall any such individual. For over a century, the college had not produced even a substitute for a school team, perpetually finishing last in inter-school competitions. Yet now, there was a lad exhibiting such fervor for football. The dashing Qianlong's performance lasted just over 5 minutes. His stamina dictated the brevity. However, during that brief span, he had certainly dazzled his audience. As the performance concluded, drenched in sweat, he impulsively removed his sunglasses and shed his shirt, revealing his well-defined muscles while waving to the crowd. In an instant, without his sunglasses, he was quickly recognized by the onlookers. Upon hearing his name called out loudly from the crowd, He instinctively snapped back to reality. Oh no, this could spell trouble. Time to flee. Acting on impulse, he swiftly grabbed his clothes and bolted, his movements resembling those of a frightened mouse scurrying across the street. Within mere seconds, he dashed several meters away, not daring to look back as he slipped into a nearby alley. Wasn't he just out of energy? It seemed that under certain circumstances, one could indeed summon extraordinary vigor. Was that really Qian from Juventus? How handsome! Shrieks of admiration from female fans began to ripple through the crowd. No wonder his skills were so remarkable. It was indeed him. From this point on, basketball would be forsaken for football. This is how initial fans come into being. One might call them insincere or foolish, but every fan starts as a novice, and evidently, Qian had captured the hearts of some novices at the traditional Chinese medicine college. With a blend of shyness and boldness, Qian had made quite an impression over the past night, and today, it seemed impossible for him to remain inconspicuous here. After a brief encounter with Yi Shanshan, he finally distanced himself from the clamorous throng. He has one final purpose today, to consult Yi Shanshan regarding traditional Chinese medicine and to drink that bowl of bitter medicine. Since her arrival in Turin, Yi Shanshan has promptly established a traditional Chinese medicine clinic, seemingly aspiring to create a chain of such establishments across Italy. Previously, Qian, who had just exited the academic affairs office, chose traditional Chinese medicine as an elective course, completely unaware of what he was to learn. However, upon delving into the material, he discovered it to be quite intriguing. The elective course primarily focuses on practical experiments, emphasizing hands-on skills. Yet, there is also a significant amount of theoretical coursework. Without sufficient theoretical knowledge, how can one hope to engage in practice? That afternoon, after a hasty meal with Yi Shanshan, he spent the entire day engulfed in a mountain of books, or rather, a heap of traditional Chinese medicine. By the time he emerged from the pile of herbs, the sun had already dipped below the horizon. Enduring the bitterness, he finally consumed the bowl of medicine before bidding farewell to Yi Shanshan. Chapter 38. Kean returns on the same day. The city of Milan was shaken by a momentous announcement. Adriano Galliani, the vice president of AC Milan, declared to the world that Kean would be returning to Milan. The news was confirmed that afternoon as Kean donned the number 22 jersey and appeared at the press conference. This number, which he originally wore at Milan, now signifies his return. For Milan fans, there is no greater joy. The transfer was orchestrated by Milan's honorary president, Berlusconi. And after a summer of anticipation, the fans were finally reunited with a familiar superstar. In the past decade, Milan's stars who departed have ultimately returned home, with the most recent luminaries being Shevchenko and Kean. However, these former icons have struggled to regain their former glory after leaving. Shevchenko's tenure at Chelsea saw him fade into obscurity, unable to find the net, leading him back to Milan. Kean, too, faced adversity at Real Madrid. Plagued by injuries that hindered his ability to secure a starting position, years passed, and he found himself without a place at the club, forcing him to return to Milan. Once the world's best player, Milan is essentially reviving past glories by bringing back stars who have lost their luster, while the recognition of Kean reignites nostalgia. His prowess has undeniably diminished. This is a truth that must be acknowledged. Kean's hallmark was his swift dribbling in midfield, culminating in goals. Yet, to expect the current Kean to execute such feats is akin to chasing phantoms. His career has been marred by debilitating injuries. Had it not been for these setbacks, Milan might not have experienced such a swift decline in Europe. It is evident that Berlusconi and Galliani share a similar philosophy to appease the fans with star power. Kean, with his modest transfer fee and immense fame, is clearly the ideal choice for Milan supporters. Unfortunately, the fans have once again been misled by these two figures, though they have likely grown accustomed to such disappointments over the past 5 or 6 years. Nevertheless, Kean's return brings joy, especially to the Italian populace. Of course, rivals, particularly Inter Milan, cannot resist mocking this development. Yet, Inter fans are even more disheartened. At least Milan has Kean, while they have nothing. The happiest of all are the Juventus supporters, who welcome genuine talent in their ranks, with players in their prime. However, a single Higuain is insufficient. Even a midfield maestro like Pirlo cannot guarantee success on the European stage. Regrettably, it appears that the ailing Italian football scene can only engage in such second-hand transactions. The European battle has already ignited, with the Champions League and Europa League qualifying rounds underway for over 2 weeks. And the teams progressing to the main events have been determined. On the national front, the 2014 World Cup qualifiers are set to commence. and the major leagues are finally ready to begin their campaigns. As August draws to a close, the footballing arena is ablaze with competition. In just a few days, the 2012 to 2013 Serie A season will kick off, with Juventus facing Parma at home. For a seasoned veteran of a professional league, the commencement of each annual season elicits little sensation, as one has grown accustomed to the routine. However, for a newcomer like Chen Long, the experience is entirely different. The exhilarating anticipation is profoundly stirring. Baker has been dispatched to the youth league for further development, while Chen Long remains with the first team, often retreating to his abode to read, resembling a reclusive scholar. Remarkably, after nearly 2 weeks of residence, he had yet to discover the identities of his neighbors. It was not until one morning he opened his door and witnessed Higuain and Giovinco jogging past that he realized he shared his neighborhood with several Juventus teammates. To his astonishment, Higuain lived next door. How fortunate it was to have such a prominent figure as a neighbor. Surely, he could casually visit Higuain from time to time. That very evening, he found himself at Higuain's home, which was pleasantly serene and tranquil. Higuain graciously welcomed Chen Long, personally preparing Argentine barbecue. As Chen Long savored the meal, he could not help but express his admiration. Higuain is undoubtedly one of football's most affable personalities, approachable and devoid of the airs typically associated with superstars. Shortly after arriving at Juventus, Chen Long became quite familiar with him, especially considering they lived so close to one another. The reserved Higuain, having been single since his breakup with the actress Fantini last year, remained without a new girlfriend. Chen Long's presence added a lively atmosphere to Higuain's home. Surprisingly, Higuain is also an avid reader, boasting a substantial bookshelf adorned with a variety of literary works. This suggests that Higuain possesses a commendable level of cultural sophistication, a rarity in the world of football. Influenced by Higuain, Chen Long immersed himself in his books, making modest progress in his studies of traditional Chinese medicine over the course of 10 days. Since the sensational incident at school, Chen Long has rarely been seen on campus, opting to pursue his studies online. However, the elective course in traditional Chinese medicine he had enrolled in necessitated his physical presence, as it often involved practical experiments. For someone like Chen Long, who possesses considerable manual dexterity, engaging in experiments proved to be quite enjoyable, thus significantly enhancing his knowledge in the subject. In the interim, Yang 20 visited several times, primarily to discuss advertisements. During his last visit, Chen Long was taken aback to see Yang arriving in a car accompanied by a strikingly attractive woman. It was surprising to witness how, in just a few days, Yang had managed to charm a girl and acquire a vehicle. As the competition approached, the training regimen remained consistent. With one notable exception, Conte placed significant emphasis on the art of simulation, incorporating it as a mandatory aspect of daily training. It could be said that within Juventus, there exists an abundance of players who excel in this particular skill. Of course, for Chen Long, who possesses no innate talent for theatricality, his performance remained dismal, with no discernible improvement. This prompted Chen Long to ponder deeply for quite some time, contemplating whether feigning injury could be considered a footballing skill. He yearned for a satisfactory answer. If he could not obtain a foul through simulation, what alternative means could he employ to gain possession of the ball? Counterpressing. He reminded himself. How could he enhance his success rate in counterpressing? At that moment, he began to grasp a glimmer of insight. He realized it was time to embark on learning defensive interception skills. Casting his gaze upon the global football stage, he pondered who the elite players in the realm of interception were. Chapter 39. Enticing Vidal. Stone? Come forth, Chen Long silently mused. I am not a stone. Well, somewhat close. Stone is quite fitting. I quite like it. Recently, Chen Long had been in frequent communication with Xing Lei. Previously, he had contemplated defensive skills, and now he sought to acquire them. How could he obtain defensive skills? In contemporary football, there are but a handful of prodigious talents in interception. Counting them yields only a few exceptional players. The recently transferred Lassana Diarra from Real Madrid stands out, while De Jong is also commendable, and of course, Mascherano has his merits. In Juventus, the likes of Vidal are quite remarkable. Vidal? Indeed, it seems so. Then help me replicate his interception skills. Are you certain? His skill is the mad bull charge. Is there anything wrong with that? Nothing at all, it's just rather wild. When a person becomes wild, they can accomplish anything. No worries, I can handle it. How can I replicate it at the fastest speed? Would watching videos online suffice? Generally speaking, observing live performances is the most direct and effective method, akin to how humans find attending a live strip show more immediate than watching adult films. That makes sense. This analogy is quite vivid. Qianlong broke into a sweat, pondering how this entity possessed such knowledge and professionalism. What exactly was it? You should challenge Vidal one-on-one. You dribble past him, and he will attempt to intercept you while I replicate it directly. Like this? All right. Let us proceed with that plan. Half an hour later, at Juventus training ground, Marquisio stood by helplessly, his face a picture of resignation, indicating, God knows what madness this kid is up to today. He is out to terrorize someone again. Poor Vidal, there existed an unwritten rule on the training ground. One could play with anyone, but never with that little freak, Qianlong. Especially when it involved dribbling and tackling, for one would meet a most dreadful fate. At that moment, Vidal was the unfortunate soul caught in the crosshairs. Come on, Arturo. Bring it on. With great enthusiasm, Qianlong extended an invitation to Vidal. To Vidal's surprise, he found himself inexplicably agreeing to Qianlong's proposal. Earlier, on the training ground, Qianlong had lavished praise upon Vidal, his words echoing those he had once spoken to Xing Lei. He extolled Vidal's defensive prowess to the heavens, declaring him the most formidable defender in contemporary football, dismissing the likes of Las Diera and Mascherano as mere trifles, and asserting that De Jong and Cambiasso were but novices in comparison. In summary, Vidal ultimately acquiesced to Qianlong's request, naively engaging in a game of ball-stealing with him. This is not merely a game of seizing the ball. It is a dynamic duel between the runner and the dribbler. Qianlong, skillfully maneuvering the ball, hurdles forward from several meters away, while Vidal's objective is to intercept the ball or halt Qianlong's advance. The rapidly advancing Qianlong resembles a galloping war chariot, roaring towards his target. Vidal's fervor is ignited by Qianlong, reminiscent of a frenzied bison, charging ahead with equal fervor. Vidal, with his well-built physique, charges forward without hesitation, his enormous frame blocking Qianlong's path. Without uttering a word, Qianlong decisively opts to pivot and accelerate, employing a series of feints before deftly pushing the ball to the right. Vidal, however, is unfazed by this tactic. Possessing an innate defensive instinct, he prepares to retreat and accelerate in response to Qianlong's approach. Vidal contemplates that preventing Qianlong from passing is improbable. The feints are too convincing, and ultimately, he would be left bewildered. Instead, he decides to disregard the feints, accelerating backward as Qianlong approaches, intending to closely shadow him and wrest the ball away using sheer physicality. As Qianlong surges past, so too does Vidal, unleashing his full potential and mirroring Qianlong's south speed while maintaining close proximity. Qianlong is taken aback by Vidal's astuteness. He did not fall for the feints but chose to match him in speed and strength. Realizing this, Qianlong swiftly adjusts his position to guard against being outmaneuvered by Vidal. Well done, Arturo. I didn't expect you to devise such a strategy. Qianlong remarks while protecting the ball. Of course, you should know who I am. You won't outsmart me that easily. Vidal responds with a powerful shoulder charge against Qianlong, embodying the fierce competition of the match, yet Qianlong remains steadfast, shielding the ball as he advances. In the midst of their exchange, Qianlong suddenly halts, catching Vidal off guard and propelling him 5 meters away, leaving him momentarily stunned. Qianlong then stops, planting his foot on the ball and gesturing with his finger, beckoning Vidal to approach once more. Provoked by this challenge, Vidal charges back like a wild bison. But this time, Qianlong chooses to remain stationary, safeguarding the ball. As Vidal approaches, he exhibits greater cunning, halting just before reaching Qianlong. Initially, Qianlong intended to let Vidal rush past before deftly pulling the ball away, but this tactic falters as Vidal does not commit to the tackle. In that instant, Vidal sweeps his right foot horizontally to the left. Familiar with Qianlong's habitual leftward pull, he anticipates this move. However, Qianlong remains unperturbed. Before Vidal's foot can make contact, he deftly nudges the ball backward and retreats a step, narrowly evading the tackle. Yet, Vidal's foot does not cease. He plants his right foot firmly on the ground and follows through with his left, swinging it forcefully forward. Indeed, he is as wild and untamed as a raging bull. Qianlong was taken aback by sudden action. As he watched Vidal's left foot surge menacingly towards him, he swiftly executed a Marseille turn, deftly pulling the ball out of harm's way. However, the speed of his turn could not match the direct advance of his opponent. In that fleeting moment when Qianlong attempted to evade, Vidal's left foot made contact with the ball, his robust thigh, reminiscent of a sturdy barrel, obstructing Qianlong's path. What began as an elegant Marseille turn abruptly transformed into a misstep. You committed a foul, Long lamentably acknowledged as he was thwarted, the ball slipping from his control. "Heh, I touched the ball. You merely spun yourself dizzy. Look, you cannot surpass me, can you?" Vidal proclaimed triumphantly, reveling in his success. It dawned on Long why this fellow was nicknamed Mad Bull. He was indeed fierce, filled with animosity, and remarkably swift. "Come again, and I shall ensure you experience a resounding defeat," Vidal declared with renewed enthusiasm, eager to challenge Long once more. "Not a chance, if we continue. You will surely overwhelm me. I must decline. You are indeed formidable. Perhaps next time." Long shamelessly rejected Vidal's proposition with a chuckle. In truth, during those brief moments, Long had already envisioned a vivid image of Vidal's skills in his mind, leading him to decide against further engagement. Unbeknownst to the Mad Bull, Long was secretly reveling in his triumph. Naturally, the defensive skill he had just acquired would not be employed in training. It was a weapon meant for the battlefield of competition. Chapter 40. Let us not linger on that for 5 minutes. August 26th marked the commencement of the Serie A season. 2 days prior to the match, Juventus convened a season mobilization meeting. During this assembly, club president Ranieri made a succinct address, emphasizing the necessity of defending their league title while also striving for success in the Champions League. The prize for the league championship remained unchanged from last year, yet the rewards for the Champions League were astonishingly high, amounting to a staggering €10 million. This invigorated the players, who had previously shown little enthusiasm for the lecture. The figures indicated that each individual could receive a bonus nearing $500,000. This amount even constituted half of the annual salary for certain players. Clearly, Juventus aims to motivate its athletes to exert their utmost in the Champions League through substantial financial incentives, yet who can predict the outcome? In football, mere effort does not guarantee victory. The Champions League is a long and arduous journey, populated by formidable adversaries. Moreover, fortune plays a significant role, akin to last year's Chelsea. Akin to the indefatigable cockroach. Does Juventus embody the spirit of resilience? They undoubtedly possess remarkable talent. Yet not every resilient soul can survive until the end. Head coach Kean has instituted new regulations for the upcoming season. The cunning strategist has always governed with stability as a foundational principle, maintaining a disciplined and meticulous approach. He has issued stern warnings to players prone to frequenting nightclubs, imposing a strict prohibition on certain activities the day before matches. This rule prompted some players on the sidelines to engage in hushed whispers, with Marquisio's expression being the most pronounced. This lad is notorious as the most celebrated playboy within Juventus, leading a life replete with indulgence, and thus naturally holds a deep disdain for this regulation. Last season, he faced severe reprimands and penalties from Conte due to his behavior in this regard. Conte cast a knowing glance at Long, particularly at him, suggesting that he should exercise greater caution. Just 5 minutes, let us not dwell on that. A hearty laugh erupted in the conference room. Long felt quite embarrassed, facing the ridicule of his teammates, which was indeed a blow to his pride. Conte was genuinely concerned that after engaging in such activities, Long might lose even those precious 5 minutes of playing time, a serious issue at hand. Yet, Long remained a virgin. The thought of losing those 5 minutes became a source of anxiety for him. "Coach, I haven't even held a girl's hand. I'm still quite pure." Another wave of laughter ensued. To think he was still a virgin. "Little dragon, tonight I shall take you to your first experience. In Italy, the likelihood of an 18-year-old man remaining a virgin is considerably lower than that of an 18-year-old woman. Such men are nearly non-existent." Sweating profusely, Long felt utterly humiliated, vowing to himself that one day he would surpass 30 minutes. Juventus is a club marked by rigor, and its players embody this same discipline. Despite their jovial banter and playful antics, they approach matches with unparalleled seriousness and never take things lightly. This spirit has become deeply embedded in each generation of players. The meeting transformed into an exceptionally light-hearted affair, thanks to Long's comedic predicament. Ultimately, he was temporarily assigned to the youth team, which meant he would compete in youth league matches every Tuesday and Friday, and play in the Serie A on Wednesdays, Saturdays, or Sundays. The schedule appears to be rather demanding. However, for him, it poses no challenge even with matches every day, as each encounter lasts merely over 5 minutes, accumulating to only a few dozen minutes in total. It is worth mentioning that the following day marks the youth team's match, and after the meeting, Long will be assigned to the youth squad, making it particularly significant to familiarize himself with new teammates and establish a rapport. The youth team is a novel environment for him, yet he is acquainted with one individual, Bike Bang, who had joined the youth team a fortnight prior. While he struggles to secure a position in the first team, in the youth squad, Bang commands respect and exudes confidence. In truth, there lies an undisclosed reason for Bang's presence in the youth team, tracing back to the night of the Super Cup, when he was caught out late, reveling with the likes of Marquisio, and subsequently confronted by Conte. The one leading this endeavor is none other than Marquisio. It remains a mystery as to how he came upon the notion that Beijing is home to a multitude of Russian girls. Despite having never conversed with a Russian girl in his life, he boldly took on the role of the ringleader. Meanwhile, Beckham, who has nurtured such interest since childhood, was naturally drawn into the fray, accompanying his underage 16-year-old self in this escapade. Upon encountering familiar faces, joy was palpable. "Dragon, are you here in the youth team to be my substitute?" Beckham jested, a rare display of humor. "Indeed, I'm merely a temporary worker, here to be your backup." Chen Long replied with a touch of nostalgia as he playfully patted Beckham's bald head. "But you, young lad, have joined the youth team. If you don't perform well, how will you return to the first team?" "I am already the star of the youth team," Beckham declared, his eyes ablaze with determination. Confident in his standing, he believed that soon the head coach would recognize his talent and summon him back to the first team. Having already ingratiated himself within the youth squad, he introduced Chen Long to his new teammates. While they were familiar with Chen Long, the latter had yet to meet them. With peers of similar age, conversations flowed effortlessly, in stark contrast to the first team where renowned stars congregated and competition ran fierce. The youth team resembled a childhood team, devoid of pressure. As long as one played well and performed admirably, recognition would inevitably follow. At 18, Chen Long found himself in the role of the elder statesman of the youth team, as those who reached this age had either been promoted to the first team or scouted by other clubs. Thus, the squad was composed of youthful, ambitious children, blissfully unaware of their limitations. Chen Long emerged as a figure of aspiration for these youngsters. In the final minutes of practice, he exhibited an extraordinary performance. Playing alongside Chen Long as a teammate brought both joy and a tinge of anguish. Witnessing his mesmerizing displays was exhilarating, yet simultaneously disheartening, as the disparity in skill became starkly apparent. If one were to pursue Chen Long as a life goal, the pressure would be immense, much like the rivalry between the two titans of contemporary football, Messi and Ronaldo, where it is undeniable that Ronaldo has often been cast in the role of the pursuer. On the first day of joining, Chen Long quickly made new friends. After training, these exuberant youngsters clamored for his autograph and sought to challenge him. Had they known that not even the first team dared to provoke Chen Long, their fervor would have surely waned. Yet, the innocence of youth shielded them from such realities. This untainted joy allowed Chen Long to swiftly bond with the youth team, forging new friendships. These peers, sharing the same age bracket, would in the years to come become either fierce rivals or steadfast teammates, ultimately rewriting the annals of Italian football history. Chapter 41. From the Small to the Great. On the afternoon of the 25th, Chen Long was arranged to arrive at the football field. Matches for the youth team are typically scheduled to take place the afternoon before the first team's games, and they often face the same opponents. Thus, on that day, it was Juventus youth team versus Parma youth team, once a breeding ground for prodigious talents and football stars. Parma was home to illustrious players such as Buffon and the Ballon d'Or winner Cannavaro, as well as the formidable Adriano, the recently retired Argentine star Crespo, the ever-determined Mutu, and the legendary figures like Chiesa, Zola, Varane, and Ortega, one of the seven sisters of Serie A in the 1990s. Parma has experienced its share of ups and downs, but is now on the rise once more. The Parma youth squad has always been a formidable force, often perceived as superior to Juventus, even harboring a sense of disdain towards them. Unfortunately for them, they were mistaken this time, for Juventus possessed an extraordinary talent. Though Chen Long was only slightly older than his opponents, his experience on the field was unparalleled. He cherished his 5 minutes of stamina, launching into a blitzkrieg upon entering the game, leaving no opportunity for the opposition to catch their breath, swiftly dismantling their defensive line. The disparity between youth matches and first-team contests was stark. Chen Long approached the game with an air of superiority, not out of disrespect for his opponents, but rather from a place of respect, as his prowess overwhelmed them. The Parma youth team had not lost to Juventus in 7 years. Although this match ended without a humiliating defeat, they succumbed to a goal from Chen Long in the final 5 minutes, accompanied by an assist to Bond, resulting in a final score of 2-3. Naturally, the coach of the Parma youth team recognized Chen Long, believing he had been relegated to the youth squad, thus resigning his own team to misfortune. He assumed the matter had concluded, only to be taken aback the following day when Qianlong's name appeared in the Juventus first-team substitute lineup. This is utterly shameless. This prodigy is merely exploiting the loopholes in the competition system. After facing the youth team yesterday, he has now joined the first team today. Connie's actions are disgraceful. So thinks Donadoni, the head coach of Parma. The former Italian coach Donadoni holds a certain admiration for Qianlong. Upon seeing his name, his heart involuntarily tightened, and he felt a surge of anxiety, as if something significant were about to transpire. Shaking off that fleeting shadow, he began to contemplate strategies to counter Qianlong. Yet after much deliberation, he merely shook his head, convinced that as long as no mistakes were made within the first 5 minutes, there was little to fear. Donadoni's coaching style can be discerned from his tenure with the Italian national team, steady and conservative, lacking in innovation and offensive flair, which ironically afforded the veteran coach Lippi a second chance. Of course, the outcome was grim. Ultimately, Lippi accepted an invitation from Guangzhou Evergrande, seeking fortune in China. Within the Stadio Olimpico di Torino, colorful flags fluttered, and the atmosphere resonated with deafening cheers. It was the opening match of the season, held at Juventus's home ground, their inaugural match of the season. Thus, the club had been preparing extensively, as everyone hoped for a triumphant start. Yet inadequate preparation could lead to missteps. Especially at the season's commencement, the team's form posed a concern. Juventus arrived at the stadium early for a brief trophy presentation, showcasing last season's league championship and the recently acquired Super Cup. The fans' enthusiasm was unprecedented, as the stadium was packed to capacity, the audience akin to animals starved for months. Their adrenaline peaked. After a 2-month wait, the league was finally resuming. The grand gambling industry in Europe could once again begin to extract fortunes from the populace, while the spectators also found joy in the entertainment. Qianlong's solitary betting option reappeared on the betting boards, and the audience responded with fervent enthusiasm, particularly the fans of Juventus. As Juventus supporters, they naturally opted to wager on Qianlong scoring or assisting, while opposing fans scornfully chose the opposite. A new season heralds new hopes, new faces, and new joys. In this desolate battlefield of Italy, Juventus remains one of the few clubs still graced by the presence of superstars. The Turin Municipal Stadium serves as a splendid testament to Juventus's possession of the finest arena in all of Italy. This venue is exclusively dedicated to Juventus, mirroring the grandeur of Premier League stadiums, allowing fervent supporters to witness their beloved club's matches from an intimate proximity. Such exhilaration and thrill are unparalleled by any other stadium. The spectators seated adjacent to the sidelines impart an immense sense of pressure and excitement to the team, akin to gladiators battling within a confined arena reminiscent of ancient Rome. Renowned names such as Buffon, Chiellini, Barzagli, Bonucci, Caceres, Marchisio, Giovinco, Borriello, and Higuain represent pragmatic stars, each capable of standing out individually. While they may not evoke the same fervor as the world's elite players, watching them perform is undeniably a delight, and at this moment, they all grace the starting lineup of the match. Qianlong discreetly trails behind Pirlo, adorned in the familiar black and white stripes, his visage exuding a regal aura. Last year, Juventus triumphed over Parma at home with a 4-1 victory, only to be held to a 0-0 draw away. For this match, bookmakers have set the odds at victory 1.05, draw 3.55, and defeat 4.32, clearly exhibiting skepticism regarding Parma's chances of escaping Turin unscathed. Intriguingly, the odds for Qianlong to score have been adjusted to 0.8, reflecting the bookmaker's confidence in his likelihood to either score or assist, wary of inflating the odds after the previous losses they incurred. This year's European Championship has proven detrimental for the bookmakers, with the league causing considerable distress. Qianlong managed to bet on 22 out of 24 matches in the European Championship, resulting in a modest windfall for him. Within the expansive stadium, a large banner flutters in the wind, emblazoned with 4 Chinese characters: "Dragon battles the world." This is clearly a tribute from Qianlong's Chinese fans. In a delightful contrast on the opposite side, another grand flag bears the Italian phrase, "Topple Parma in 5 minutes." These two banners, one exuding majesty and the other humor, create a strikingly unique spectacle within the stadium. This is the allure of popularity, the fervor surrounding Qianlong, as it is the inaugural match. The live broadcast is bustling with activity. Over 500 media outlets from around the globe have gathered, with a cacophony of languages reverberating above the stadium, rivaling the atmosphere of the World Cup a decade ago. The players take the field, hand in hand, proceeding in an orderly fashion to the center, exchanging handshakes before forming a line to salute the audience. The first match of Italy's prestigious league has finally commenced. The crowd erupts into a fervent applause and cheers, celebrating this momentous occasion. Chapter 42, A Broken Leg for a Yellow Card? The players of Parma are predominantly from the dynamic generation of the 1980s, primarily Italians. As the match kicks off, they play with remarkable intensity. A team devoid of star power can often be quite formidable, reminiscent of Atlanta's youthful surge from years past, striking fear into every opponent. Astonishingly, the referee officiating this match is a newcomer, recently promoted from the second division, clearly lacking the experience to manage the game effectively. Juventus's possession-based strategy is rendered ineffective amidst Parma's relentless onslaught. The audacity of youth is fearless. However, if the tiger grows weary, it may indeed fear the calf. Even a team as illustrious as Barcelona cannot withstand the relentless pressure of such a formidable force, let alone Juventus. To stifle Pirlo is to stifle Juventus itself, a consensus among all adversaries, and clearly, Donadoni shares this sentiment. Pirlo, typically unaccustomed to such indignities, finds himself longing to express his frustrations, having been brought down thrice within the first 10 minutes. Regrettably, these encounters occur in the midfield, depriving him of the opportunity to showcase his finesse, perhaps even to score a goal. The continuous physical confrontations leave Juventus players reeling, a testament to their rigorous training and self-discipline. Yet, the youthful referee remains oblivious, failing to brandish a yellow card, possibly due to his inexperience officiating at this elite level. Or perhaps Juventus's players have not yet mastered the art of deception to evade his discerning gaze. On the sidelines, Kean inwardly curses, pondering whether these rascals are merely intent on theatrics, neglecting the essence of the game. If this continues, the team's unbeaten streak may very well face its demise. Amidst the tumult of violent collisions and fouls, he was as restless as an ant on a hot skillet, fervently appealing to the fourth official from the sidelines. Yet, his entreaties fell on deaf ears, prompting him to sulkily approach Donadoni to voice his grievances, only to be promptly ushered back to the coaching bench by the fourth official. Donadoni chuckled, a sly grin spreading across his face as peculiar as his shock of snow-white hair. Feeling a bit tender, are we? Soon enough. The referee will escort you to the locker room. Conti, a man of rather effeminate demeanor, has been embroiled in rumors of match fixing, a scandal that has stirred considerable controversy. Although recent investigations seem to yield some respite, he found himself once again ensnared in the web of scrutiny. Yet he has consistently denied any involvement in such malfeasance, and the courts have yet to reach a verdict, leaving everything shrouded in uncertainty. At this moment, he displayed a rather impatient side on the field, likely influenced by the ongoing turmoil. The situation was unfolding favorably for Parma in a rather dreary first half. Parma's 3-5-2 formation effectively stifled Juventus's 4-4-2, with the numerical advantage in midfield preventing Juventus from mounting any effective offense. The diminutive Giovinco, akin to a fragile adamant, found himself utterly eclipsed by Parma's robust defenders, his attempts at breakthrough proving fruitless as he nearly vanished from the pitch. Having spent the previous season at Parma, his former teammates were well acquainted with his capabilities, thus rendering his impact exceedingly minimal. Originally, Kean had hoped to leverage his familiarity with Parma to unleash a tactical surprise. Yet the outcome was paradoxically dismal. Once heralded as the successor to Del Piero, Giovinco, now in his mid-20s, has yet to realize his potential. While his performances are passable, they fall significantly short of the lofty expectations placed upon him. Presently, the iconic Juventus number 10 jersey is astonishingly draped on the shoulders of Chun Long. Upon his return to Juventus, the young player found himself under considerable pressure, having not performed as impressively as he did at Parma. After managing to contain his temper, Conti made his way back to the coaching bench to engage in a dialogue with his assistant, exhibiting a tinge of frustration akin to that of a teacher disappointed in a wayward pupil. If the situation did not improve, he contemplated substituting Vucinic in the second half. The cunning forward had the ability to evade defenders. Furthermore, he considered replacing Borriello with Vidal to bolster the midfield strength. As Conti glanced towards the substitutes bench, his expression turned curious, briefly surveying Chun Long, who sat at the farthest end. In pursuit of acquiring a top-tier striker, Conti had persistently lobbied the board during the off-season, ultimately achieving a significant victory with the arrival of Higuain, which alleviated Juventus' efficiency crisis in the forward line to a great extent. However, the remaining forwards lacked reliability, and parting with them while ensuring a fair price proved to be a conundrum for Conti. Just when he thought he had unearthed a gem, It turned out to be a player with only 5 minutes of stamina, and a precarious one at that, capable of faltering at any moment. While the match unfolded with intensity on the field, the atmosphere off it remained serene. The contest continued to be fiercely contested until the 30-minute mark when Juventus defense was breached. An inadvertent back pass from Marchisio allowed the opposing number 9 to intercept the ball, resulting in a clear goal-scoring opportunity. Conte, exasperated, pondered to himself, "Did this lad go out on the town last night? Why are his legs so unresponsive?" Though his frustration boiled within, he refrained from voicing his true feelings, knowing that such candor would make headlines the following day. Instead, he muttered, "This lad is in terrible form today," before forcefully slamming his water bottle onto the ground to vent his discontent. The choice of seat by Qianlong, who positioned himself at the farthest end, was deliberate. He believed he would always be the last to take the field, if at all, and thus, he sensibly opted for the backmost spot. Juventus, who had maintained an unbeaten streak throughout the previous season, appeared on the brink of suffering a loss in their first match of the new season. By the time the first half concluded, they had yet to score. In the locker room, Conte unleashed a tirade, vociferously reprimanding Marchisio. Strangely, he did not substitute him out, but instead opted to replace Giovinco and Borriello as discussed prior to halftime. With 2 substitutions made so early, Qianlong couldn't help but wonder if he still had a chance to play. However, after the scolding in the locker room, Marchisio returned for the second half transformed, bolstered by the relentless protection of Elia in the midfield, which allowed Pirlo to unleash his creative prowess and devote more energy to the attack. Meanwhile, Higuain, who had been isolated on the front line, began to find his rhythm. Tactics are undeniably crucial, yet the individuals executing these strategies are equally vital. The fundamental difference between Juventus and Parma lies in the depth of their squad. In the face of formidable strength, even the most cunning tactics shall be vanquished. Juventus executed a splendid offensive display for a quarter of an hour, with Higuain's powerful shot leaving the opposing goalkeeper in despair, assisted by the previously lackluster Marchisio. The latter finally redeemed himself, proving worthy of Conte's trust. Last season, Marchisio was an indispensable member of the Juventus lineup, contributing significantly to their championship victory. This season remains no different. However, at the 64th minute, a shocking turn of events occurred when the recently substituted Vinícius sustained a severe injury. The anguished cries echoed throughout the stadium, audible to every spectator. Vinícius' leg was undoubtedly ruined, rendering him incapacitated on the ground, his agonizing screams reverberating across the arena. The crowd was left in stunned silence. The match was interrupted, with the medical team rushing onto the field. A yellow card? A yellow card? Is there any justice in this? The entire audience witnessed the young referee brandishing only a yellow card after such a foul. Chapter 43, A Walk on the Field? Enraged. Is there any fairness in this? Having left a player in ruins, the punishment was merely a yellow card? Yet this was the reality. A yellow card was all that was given. One cannot help but wonder if the young referee would safely depart Turin after the match concluded. This unexpected twist added layers of suspense to the game. Vinícius was swiftly placed on a stretcher and transported to the hospital, leading to a suspension of play for over 3 minutes. At this moment, Conte still had 1 substitution available, which he originally intended for Qianlong. However, with only 64 minutes played, the match was far from its conclusion. The score was tied at 1-1, making the introduction of a forward imperative. But whom to substitute? The bench held only Matri and Qianlong, presenting a dilemma of selection. Substituting Matri seemed the most logical choice. But opting for Qianlong? He could only play for 5 minutes, which would effectively leave the team at a disadvantage, just as everyone expected Conte to replace him with Matri. Conte unexpectedly approached Qianlong, whispering in his ear, and Qianlong nodded repeatedly. The cameras followed Conte, capturing the unfolding decision. The commentator aptly remarked, "Surely Conte does not intend to bring on Qianlong?" This move was indeed a gamble, yet it held the potential for unforeseen rewards. If Qianlong could resolve the match within 5 minutes, the remainder would be purely defensive. But what would happen after those 5 minutes? Would Juventus be reduced to 10 players? Meanwhile, Parma had yet to utilize any of their substitutions since the match began. Donadoni's aggressive tactics were undeniably ruthless, having already incapacitated Vinícius. Observing Conte's apparent intent to substitute Qianlong, Donadoni stroked his little mustache, relishing the prospect. Substituting Qianlong? Was he truly cornered and desperate? It seemed evident that he was a gambler, hoping against hope for a miracle. Conte, oh Conte, await your demise. The substitution placard is raised high, revealing the numbers 10 and Qianlong. The crowd erupts in astonishment. Has Kean truly lost his mind? Has he succumbed to folly? Even the coaching staff of Juventus is engulfed in profound skepticism, as none can fathom the reasoning behind his actions. Is this truly the gambler's mentality of Kean? In the opening match, Kean and his Juventus faced considerable challenges, heralding a difficult season ahead. Cloaked in the number 10 jersey, Qianlong made his debut at Juventus home ground in a manner that defied all expectations and conventions. His leisurely entrance starkly contrasted with the tense atmosphere on the field. Qianlong's arrival signified that Parma needed to maintain the utmost vigilance for the next 5 minutes, as even the slightest lapse could afford him an opportunity to strike. In just 3 matches, this young man had already unveiled his audacity to Italy. Consequently, Donadoni, upon Qianlong's entry, signaled to his defenders, urging them to alter their tactical arrangement. As the match resumed, the Parma center-back, having received the command, was tasked not only with marking Higuain, but also with keeping a close eye on Qianlong. Meanwhile, Parma's defensive midfielder, Danilo, also moved closer to Qianlong, clearly indicating that no one wished for these two players to alter the course of the match in just 5 minutes. Timing was of the essence. He had to choose his moment wisely, as Kean had instructed him before taking the field, not to squander his 5 minutes carelessly. Thus, Qianlong was strolling. Indeed, he was meandering across the pitch, leisurely following the opposing defender. When the defender pressed forward, he ambled back. When the defender retreated, he gradually advanced towards the goal. This utterly contrarian approach to the game of football suddenly rendered the Parma team quite disoriented. Shall we follow him? He moves as slowly as a tortoise. Should we not distance ourselves from him? Once the ball finds its way to his feet, it could easily result in a goal. It's truly disheartening. An agonizing sentiment at its core. Juventus teammates gradually discerned Kean's tactical arrangement. Thus, when they observed Qianlong ambling about the pitch, they refrained from passing the ball in his direction. Ambling, existing outside the essence of the match, to lull the opponent into complacency, then seize an opportunity to deliver a devastating blow. Kean identified a subtle flaw in Qianlong's demeanor on the field and boldly acted upon it. This gamble required not only courage but also sagacity. Donadoni, from the sidelines, perceived the signs and shouted for vigilance, urging his players to maintain acute awareness. Although the defensive pressure on Juventus intensified, it bore resemblance to prior encounters, as Qianlong still managed to occupy an opposing defender. The spectators were left in disbelief. Substituting a player merely to stroll about seemed rather farcical. With 5 minutes ticking away, why had the ball not yet reached Qianlong's feet? Was he to be replaced after 5 minutes, leaving the team a man down? Onlookers were equally perplexed, exclaiming why Juventus teammates refrained from passing to Qianlong, and questioning why he did not actively seek to cooperate and score within those 5 minutes. Qianlong continued his leisurely pace, adopting an air of indifference. The stands erupted with boos, and some fans even erupted into laughter, mocking the situation. Qianlong could clearly hear these sounds. A faint smile graced his lips as he disregarded the cacophony, continuing to stroll at his unhurried pace. This has become a peculiar spectacle on the field, with several cameras incessantly capturing his image. Ultimately, the on-site host could not help but exclaim into the microphone, "The spirit of Balotelli has possessed him." Balotelli pondered for a mere few seconds, while Qianlong contemplated the essence of life for a full 5 minutes on the field. Balotelli still had 90 minutes left. But what remained for Qianlong? Was he preparing to exit the game? Throughout the entire 5 minutes, not once did a teammate pass the ball to him. The 5 minutes elapsed in this manner, just as people thought Juventus was destined for a sorrowful conclusion. Yet, as Qianlong prepared to leave the field, he continued to meander about. Wasn't he supposed to have only 5 minutes of stamina? How was it that after 5 minutes, he still remained on the pitch? Fans gasped in disbelief. "We've been duped. We've been deceived." It turned out he possessed far more than just 5 minutes of endurance. It was a smokescreen employed by Kean. Donadoni's face twitched slightly upon witnessing Qianlong leisurely roaming the field, suddenly sensing an ominous turn of events. Could it be that this lad's stamina had transformed into 10 minutes? Doubts began to creep into Donadoni's mind, prompting him to blow his whistle once more, signaling a clear message: maintain vigilance and defense, leaving no opportunity unguarded. The opponents pressed closely against Qianlong, whether advancing or retreating, while he ambled about nonchalantly, as if merely wandering the pitch out of sheer boredom. Qianlong was indeed strolling, yet the others were desperately exerting themselves, completely abandoning the left flank. Qianlong directed all offensive energy towards Higuain on the right. Higuain had numerous opportunities to receive the ball, yet none resulted in a shot on goal. After a leisurely 6 minutes of wandering on the football field, having diverted some attention and dulled the senses of certain players, Higuain was brought down from over 30 meters away from the goal. A free kick. The anxiety of everyone rose to their throats. For there was a prodigy on the field, a terrifying genius at free kicks, a phenomenon so remarkable that even Pirlo would yield his position. This extraordinary being initially had but 5 minutes to spare, yet he remains on the field. He has been strolling. Is this the moment he has been awaiting? Chapter 44. Naked Revenge. A bystander approached, eagerly embracing the basketball, making his way towards the free throw line. This free kick was akin to a penalty. Such was the conviction of his teammates, the head coach, and the legion of Juventus supporters. Yet, Qianlong harbored a different perspective. What of number 13? Oh, he was positioned within the wall, indeed. Qianlong's gaze was fixated on number 13. Why? Because he had recklessly brought down Vucinic. And Qianlong had resolved to confront him, a plan conceived before he even stepped onto the pitch. What was his intent? To exact vengeance for Vucinic? It certainly seemed so. Number 13 stood at the very center of the wall, a mere 9 meters away. This player, who had only received a yellow card for his foul on Vucinic, was now of greater significance than the goal itself. The ball was destined for him. After placing the ball meticulously, Qianlong retreated a considerable distance, at least 10 meters, leaving onlookers perplexed about his motives. Never had anyone commanded such trust, yet Qianlong was an exception. Thus, as he positioned himself at the penalty spot, the crowd anticipated nothing less than a goal. Yet, on this occasion, disappointment prevailed. As Qianlong surged toward the ball from his 10-meter distance, his right foot struck it with fierce intent, propelling the ball forth like a cannonball. Swift and straight as lightning. The trajectory was indeed toward the goal, yet the ball lacked elevation. It was merely a horizontal missile. In an instant, a sharp crack resonated through the air as the ball collided forcefully with someone. It struck number 13 squarely, precisely upon a sensitive area. Number 13, in agony, doubled over and writhed on the ground. The referee's whistle pierced the tension. This is not a foul, it merely struck his body. The number 13, rolling on the ground, cried out in agony, prompting the team doctor to rush onto the field, indicating the injury might be severe. For the first time, the spectators witnessed the doctor applying pain relief spray to the player's sensitive region. The live broadcast captured this moment, while the commentator jestingly remarked, "Is this Qianlong's conspiracy? Is he intentionally exacting revenge on Vucinic? To prioritize personal vendettas over the team's interests is rather unprincipled. Wouldn't you agree?" While one lay in torment, the others chuckled heartily. Teammates approached Qianlong, patting him on the shoulder in support and admiration. Even the normally composed Pirlo nodded in approval, exclaiming, "Well executed. Your precision is remarkable. Might I suggest aiming even more accurately next time, perhaps directly at those 2 precious jewels beneath?" The implication was clear, and the potential outcome even more so. Qianlong shrugged, conveying his innocence, while Conti, from the sidelines, waved his hands in exasperation, muttering in disbelief. This lad had the audacity to strike so openly. It infuriated me. Surely, one should score at least once before seeking retribution. Yet, I must admit, the shot was splendid. Take that, you scoundrel. Chiellini, without uttering a word, simply laughed heartily, reveling in the moment. Strangely enough, applause erupted in the stadium, accompanied by cheers and jeers. Shoot the jewels. Shoot the jewels. The cacophony rose and fell, utterly disregarding the sentiments of the Parma supporters. This is intentional. Everyone seems to believe so. Yet no one can assert that it was deliberate on Qianlong's part, for he was indeed attempting to score. One might argue that this is retribution or mere coincidence, but it is certainly not intentional. After lying on the ground in agony for over a minute, number 13 finally rose, casting a resentful glare at Qianlong. Qianlong met his gaze with a mocking look, devoid of any semblance of remorse. This is the raw essence of combat, a stark display of humiliation and vengeance. Revenge. Unequivocal revenge. The host likewise expressed his views with unadorned honesty. No one anticipated that after meandering for over 6 minutes, Qianlong's first shot was, astonishingly, an act of retribution against Vucinic. This unexpected turn of events left everyone dumbfounded yet amused. It became clear that the football field encompasses more than just the sport. It also harbors human emotions and unresolved grievances. Donadoni was infuriated, his beard bristling with indignation. Yet he dared not voice his fury. Should he approach the 4th official to lodge a complaint? There exists no regulation in football that forbids striking a player with the ball. But this was a monumental embarrassment. The ball remained firmly under Juventus's control, with a throw-in at the front line. Marchisio prepared to execute the throw. After his prolonged wandering, Qianlong began to spring into action, advancing to request the ball while the defenders closely shadowed him. Marchisio, too, opted to direct the ball towards him. Qianlong was poised to unleash his fury, he thought to himself. The opposing defenders felt a surge of anxiety. Realizing they must not allow this little prodigy to wreak further havoc, they had to contain him. Donadoni, with his grizzled beard, was fervently shouting from the sidelines, urging his players to maintain focus and fortify their defense. To everyone's surprise, upon receiving the ball, Qianlong passed it back to Marchisio and then ambled leisurely into the penalty area, once again disappearing from the fray. What tricks is this young man playing? The defender assigned to him must be going out of his mind, oscillating between tension and relaxation, caught in an endless cycle of turmoil. One moment he moves this way, the next that. Who can withstand such a relentless display? You wish to defend me? Very well, I shall take my leave. If you choose to follow, so be it. I am merely going for a stroll. With Qianlong's antics, the defensive rhythm of Parma was thrown into disarray. On one side, the pace was rapid, while on the other, it crawled like a sluggish snail. A minute later, it was Pirlo's turn to be fouled. The position this time is closer to the goal, just at the edge of the penalty area. Another free kick. It's Qianlong again. Oh yay, oh la la. A song begins to echo on the field, as if something significant is about to unfold. Where is that number 13? Qianlong once more searches for his figure, grinning mischievously at the opponent. This time, number 13 is apprehensive, hiding at the farthest end of the wall. Thinking to himself that he hopes this time he won't be struck by that rascal. The referee had also realized that Qianlong's previous shot was aimed at number 13. Yet he found no justification to issue a card to Qianlong. However, at this moment, the referee stands beside number 13, glancing at Qianlong ahead. Instinctively, he takes a step back, feeling an inexplicable intuition that the ball will indeed be directed towards number 13. To err on the side of caution, he chooses to retreat slightly. Qianlong prepares to take the kick again. Excitement surges through the crowd as they eagerly speculate whether he intends to shoot at the goal or aim at a player. Will the unfortunate number 13 be struck once more? At the moment before the kick, everyone is caught up in their conjectures, completely disregarding the score on the field. And what of Qianlong? He remains in that same posture, employing the same technique. Bang! The entire stadium falls silent, a hush sweeping over the crowd. The situation is quite dire. The ball was not aimed at the player wearing number 13, nor was it directed towards the goal, but rather it hurtled towards the referee. As the saying goes, there are deities watching from above. The ball struck the referee's forehead with the force of a thunderclap, unexpectedly. One might have assumed that by avoiding number 13 and taking a few steps back, the referee would remain safe, yet tragically, the ball collided with his head, sending him crashing to the ground. There is no need for a whistle, for no one is blowing it. The match has come to an abrupt halt. Which team doctor should I summon? Kean instinctively called for his team doctor to rush onto the field, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. This was indeed excessive on Qianlong's part, yet exhilarating. Kean's heart echoed with fervor. The number 13, having narrowly escaped misfortune, sulked amidst the crowd, equally drenched in perspiration. He cast a glance at the writhing referee on the ground, silently grateful. Otherwise, he would not only suffer from the pain but also bear a red mark upon his forehead. The Juventus team doctor was administering a cooling spray onto the referee's forehead. Dazed, the referee felt as though he were in a dream. How audacious of that little imp to dare kick the ball towards him. Such brazen provocation was utterly inexcusable. After a brief treatment, he stood up, still somewhat disoriented. His right hand reached for his pocket. This is it. It seems the referee is about to issue a card. Will it be a yellow card? Or a direct red card? There appears to be no justifiable reason. One could argue that the player's poor technique merely resulted in the ball striking his forehead. It is unreasonable to issue a card under such circumstances. The referee seems to be seething with indignation. It appears Qianlong may be leaving the field. The host spoke animatedly. Ultimately, the referee's hand delved into his pocket, only for the outcome to leave everyone astonished. He produced a white handkerchief. Chapter 45. The King's funeral. The audience's cheers resonated even more fervently this time. The inept referee's departure was a sight that Juventus fans relished. Consequently, the applause from the stands was even more resounding than on the previous occasion, steeped in irony. Poor referee, officiating his first top-tier match, was outplayed by a mere temp. Yet, who could be blamed? Was it not his own foolish officiating that led to this outcome? Who could have anticipated that this wandering timp would so audaciously act in such a manner? However, the players had learned their lesson. Who would dare applaud the referee? Marquisio approached Qianlong, whispering into his ear, "You are incredibly bold, even taking on the main referee. I must commend you." Seizing the moment while the referee was still recovering, Elia joined in, but spoke in hushed tones, wary of being too blatant. If Cynic knew you were avenging him in such a manner, he would surely be in much higher spirits. The speed of that last shot reached an astonishing 200 kilometers per hour. The host, seizing a lull in the match, rushed to check the speed. To my recollection, no player had ever achieved a shooting speed of 200 kilometers. This is simply terrifying. I can only describe it with 2 words: horrific, utterly horrifying. We can only imagine the agony of the 2 victims, a collision akin to an egg against a rock, or a sudden and jarring awakening. In the annals of football history, countless players have struck powerful free kicks, yet the most formidable among them is Brazilian star Roberto Carlos. However, even he could only muster a maximum speed of just over 180 kilometers. For Chinese fans, the most vivid memory is Carlos's direct free kick against the Chinese team during the 2002 World Cup. According to a player who formed the wall, that ball zipped past like lightning, entering the net in the blink of an eye. One can only fathom how terrifying Qianlong's shot truly was. Meanwhile, the referee wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, gradually regaining some clarity. The 4th official approached to inquire about his condition, and after the referee confirmed he was not seriously injured, he decided to continue the match. However, the look in the referee's eyes as he glanced at Qianlong had shifted. With a flushed forehead, the referee blew the whistle to resume play. The score had been settled. It was time to perform well, Qianlong thought nonchalantly. After 2 shameless shots, he had expended nearly half of his stamina. This posed an even greater challenge for the remaining match. He could not merely fulfill his duty by taking a couple of shots. The remaining energy must be utilized for assists or goals. As the match commenced anew, Parma's defensive actions had noticeably diminished. No one wished to commit further fouls and allow this little prodigy to take more shots. Who knew what tricks he might conjure next? However, Juventus remained undeterred, maintaining their usual vigor. Parma, on the other hand, began to play timidly, abandoning their previous robust and direct approach, thus granting Juventus an abundance of attacking opportunities and allowing the team to operate with increasing fluidity. Donadoni, anxious on the sidelines, paced restlessly, shouting directives onto the field. At this juncture, Qianlong had already been meandering on the pitch for a quarter of an hour. Even strolling demanded stamina, and it would be rather embarrassing to meander until the match concluded. Although tomorrow's headlines might feature him, if it were solely due to this lackluster performance, it would hardly suffice. This was the first time Qianlong had spent such an extended duration on the field, and he found himself somewhat out of sorts, prompting him to gather his composure and seek opportunities. As Juventus settled into their rhythm, they found ample space, which was more than adequate. Qianlong continued to feign nonchalance, all the while positioning himself for a potential opportunity. The players of Parma were wary of Qianlong receiving the ball but felt secure in their ability to pass it around him, believing he would neither challenge for the ball nor expend energy on interceptions. Consequently, they confidently maneuvered the ball in their defensive third, hesitant to advance it forward. Qianlong ambled toward the opposing defenders, signaling his intent to contest possession while maintaining an air of casualness. Naturally, they disregarded his presence, continuing their structured passing. This was precisely the outcome Qianlong desired, to lull them into complacency and create a chance for an interception or a breakthrough. It was still that defensive midfielder, number 13, with the ball at his feet. Whether he intended to flaunt his skills before Qianlong or merely to toy with him remained unclear. But he advanced the ball in Qianlong's direction. "Ah, so you wish to toy with me? How fortuitous." A subtle smile crept onto Qianlong's lips. He stood as still as a statue, seemingly prepared to allow the opponent to glide past him unchallenged. The scene is rather comical in such a prestigious league. It is indeed peculiar to witness someone standing still, awaiting their opponent to dribble past. Aside from the goalkeeper, who else would dare to do so? Are they merely indulging in idleness? However, the unfortunate number 13, in his arrogance, believing he could humiliate Qianlong, found himself abruptly confronted as Qianlong surged forward. In a flash, with a swift and thunderous slide tackle, his right foot came down decisively upon the ball, intercepting it with force in a mere heartbeat. What he had thought would be a simple maneuver against Qianlong left number 13 frozen in place, as though ensnared in a dream. Is this truly real? Is he not merely taking a stroll? While he stood there in a daze, Qianlong had already surged towards the edge of the penalty area, with 2 center backs ahead of him. Unfazed, Long maintained his pace as he faced the defenders, executing a dazzling series of step-overs, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 swift and bewildering feints that left the defenders hesitant to make a move. In that fleeting moment, Long suddenly nudged the ball to his left, deftly bypassing the left center back and charging into the penalty area. The goalkeeper, who had been intently observing the unfolding scene, realized the center back had been outmaneuvered and had no choice but to advance from his line. As Long lifted his right foot to shoot, the goalkeeper swiftly slid to the right, sealing off the angle and leaving Long with no opportunity to score. In a flash, Long nimbly tapped the ball with his right foot to the left, escaping the goalkeeper's grasp, and then pushed the ball into the net with his left foot. The entire sequence, from interception to the completion of the shot, lasted a mere 6 seconds. Yet, in those precious moments, the essence of Long's skill, from interception to evasion, culminating in the goal, was distilled into brilliance. Goal, goal, goal. A flawless strike, an impeccable performance, a phenomenon. The announcer's voice reverberated with excitement, left almost speechless by the stunning goal. The Juventus crowd erupted in fervor, rising to their feet in applause, the cheers swelling in waves. How many years had it been since such a goal graced the pitch? The entire stadium was electrified. That goal was utterly breathtaking. Conte, on the bench, raised his arms in unabashed celebration, while his teammates rushed towards Long, eager to embrace him fervently. Yet, amidst the frenzy, Long remained composed, breathless and leaning against the goalpost, as if on the brink of collapse. The effort of scoring had nearly drained him of all his energy, leaving him in desperate need of support. His teammates, witnessing his condition, hesitated to approach him for a proper embrace. Ultimately, inspired by Chiellini's quick thinking, they gathered around, lifting Long high and carrying him to the center circle. This particular celebration was humorously referred to by the host as the King's funeral. Logically, when a player scores, the celebration is typically exuberant. If the goal is particularly magnificent, the jubilation escalates even further. Yet, at this moment, the scorer could only calmly allow his teammates to carry him to the center circle. Chapter 46, The King's Privilege. With the phenomenal goal by Long, Juventus finally turned the tide, leading Parma by a score of 2-1. As the game resumed from the center circle, Long, nearly exhausted, stood motionless. Indeed, he was simply standing still. This was the price of his substitution. His stamina had nearly depleted. Long sensed that he had perhaps one more opportunity left. Yet he could hardly muster the desire to take a leisurely stroll. He merely wished for a brief respite. Yes, a moment of rest on the field. Watching his teammates play, what a splendid idea. Thus, he remained there, resting. This presented an unusual and distinct sight. His teammates were aware, as was the coach. This was his privilege. Teammates and the ball flowed around him, while opponents darted back and forth nearby. Is this individual engaged in a game of football? This scene has never before graced the football pitch, and given that the match is being broadcast live to a global audience, one can only imagine the uproar it has caused. Many spectators are simultaneously watching the game while recording it, subsequently sharing their footage online. The internet has already begun to circulate and comment on this peculiar occurrence. A certain player was completely disregarded by his opponents for over 3 minutes during this time. He stood motionless, nearly resembling a statue. Had he not been breathing, one might have assumed he was a mere lifeless entity. And it is likely that the team physician would have rushed onto the field. Throughout those 3 minutes, the Juventus team found themselves under relentless pressure from Parma. If Long had been merely taking a stroll, he would have at least been less passive. The crux of the matter lies in Long's unwavering stance. As his opponents did not require a dedicated defender to monitor him, after a pause of over 3 minutes, he finally stirred, taking his first steps at the 80-minute mark, gradually making his way towards the opponent's goal. This peculiar behavior undoubtedly captured the attention of the opposing players. He moved. He actually moved. What does this movement signify? It suggests a resurgence of vitality, hinting at a potential display of extraordinary talent. The audience, unaware of the implications, found their enthusiasm reignited, erupting into thunderous applause. Long ambled casually toward the penalty area. After a brief respite, he finally summoned the last remnants of his strength for a decisive strike. The Parma team was compelled to assign a defender to shadow him. As long as Long was active, Juventus could draw breath. As long as Long could move, Parma would hesitate to press forward recklessly. Even if he were deemed ineffective, his mere presence on the field altered the dynamics entirely. Accustomed to a numerical advantage on the pitch, Parma found the sudden emergence of Long disconcerting. Having already netted a goal, he was a force that could not be overlooked. While Parma aimed for a draw away from home, they still trailed in score, necessitating an offensive push. Qianlong's revival brought a newfound equilibrium to the match. Can this lad still move? His defender was perplexed. For the records indicated that Qianlong could only run for 5 minutes, yet he had been on the field for over 20 minutes, a blatant contradiction to the facts. What was going on? At that moment, the most frustrated was Donadoni. It was not that he had failed to conduct thorough investigations and preparations, rather. Qianlong's true performance had far exceeded expectations. Conte's tactics were utterly unconventional, disrupting the entire rhythm of the game. Donadoni had never anticipated that the player, who was expected to last only 5 minutes, would take to the field early and remain immobile. Throughout the annals of football history, no player had ever adopted such a style of play. Now motionless, he stood in the small penalty area, leaving his defender in a state of vexation. Was he merely following him, or attempting to create an offside? The head coach had clearly instructed him on his role. When others pressed forward, was it reasonable for him to linger in the small box? This was absurd, beyond absurd. For him, 2 words sufficed to describe Qianlong: a scoundrel, a shameless scoundrel. Was this how one played football? Surely not. Yet, he still required others to cater to him. In truth, Qianlong was utterly exhausted. He had adhered to Conte's strategy while on the field. But having taken it upon himself to shoot twice and even score a goal, he had arguably fulfilled his duty perfectly. However, with a lingering breath, he still yearned to make an impact. Observing Juventus being relentlessly assaulted, he could not resist stirring the pot further. No one could fathom his thoughts. This anomaly on the field pondered existence more deeply than Balotelli. One could see him rooted in the small penalty area, defying all logic. No one passed him the ball, and if they did, it typically resulted in an offside. After all, his defenders only needed to advance a half-step faster than him to place Qianlong in an offside position. Time ticked away, seconds slipping by, until it swiftly reached the stoppage time. Parma exerted every ounce of strength, yet remained incapable of equalizing the score. All of this was due to the presence of that individual who seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll on the pitch. Torment. That was Juventus's predicament at this moment. Akin to playing a man down. Stars like Higuain had to run for their lives, and renowned players like Pirlo expended every bit of their energy. While only Qianlong remained an exception, fortune favors the diligent. Through the tireless efforts of his teammates, Juventus ultimately triumphed, securing a 2-1 victory at halftime. The joy of their first league win illuminated every face. Conte's audacious substitutions had secured him a miraculous victory. Parma sorrowfully swallowed the bitter fruits of defeat, while the dejected number 13 departed the field with a glum expression. The unfortunate referee, too, was unwilling to face anyone as soon as the final whistle blew. He hurriedly exited the scene alongside the 4th official. Who knows what he had done today? In any case, this was a day he would rather not recall in his career, marking his very first officiating experience in a top-tier league. If given the chance, he would have relished the opportunity to send off Qianlong. Such a direct humiliation inflicted upon him would have brought immeasurable pain. At the moment the match concluded, Qianlong lay sprawled on the ground, utterly drained of strength. It seemed that even a mere stroll could be fatal. He resolved never to heed the cunning fox's mid-game arrangements again, thinking it could lead to his demise. All he desired now was to lie down and enjoy a deep slumber, indifferent to the accolades and press conferences. Why was he the only one feeling such exhaustion while everyone else played on? After a brief respite, the beleaguered agent, young 20, found himself gasping as he bore Qianlong's weight, hailing a cab to take him home. It was utterly exhausting to play in such a manner, after all. Was it just a game? As he drifted into a deep sleep, the press conference erupted with fervor, centering around Qianlong. The inquiries were predictably twofold. First, regarding Conte's decision to field Qianlong prematurely, and second, the alleged intention behind Qianlong's actions aimed at injuring an opponent. Chapter 47. Tempted. Severely fatigued, Qianlong returned to his residence and collapsed onto his bed, sleeping like a log. Conte's tactics had become an unbearable burden for him. Young 20 hastily summoned Yu Shanshan for assistance. Being somewhat versed in traditional medicine and possessing culinary skills, she effectively compensated for Young 20's clumsiness. The transient nature of this gig indeed carries a certain level of risk. At this moment, Conte is engaging in a lively discourse at the press conference. Blissfully unaware of Qianlong's deteriorating health, he seems to believe there is nothing amiss. Your coach has truly lost his mind, thrusting you into the fray so early. It's as if he seeks to exhaust you, Yu Shanshan bluntly criticizes Conte. While this approach may hold merit, The combination of sustained walking and sudden vigorous activity could overstrain your meridians, ultimately jeopardizing your health. Startled by Yi Shanshan's grave observations, Qianlong quickly rose from his bed to inquire further. After lying down for an hour, he finally felt rejuvenated. Just in time to enjoy the nourishing soup prepared by Yi Shanshan, which revitalized his spirit. You need to frequent the school more. The traditional medicine elective has commenced its practical sessions. If you don't attend, you won't accumulate enough credits. Just the thought of it gives me a headache. The names of those medications leave me feeling dizzy, he replied. As they were engrossed in conversation, his phone rang. It was none other than Marquisio, calling to check on him, displaying a commendable concern for Qianlong. The purpose of the call was twofold: to extend his regards and to invite Qianlong out that evening. Marquisio did not elaborate on the destination, simply stating he would pick him up at 9 o'clock. What could he possibly have planned? Qianlong pondered, noting that Marquisio seemed restless unless he was out enjoying himself. And he could only wonder what antics awaited them that night. At this hour, just past 8, Yang Ershi and Yi Shanshan were still at Qianlong's residence, savoring a belated dinner and engaging in light banter. Their conversation meandered around football and academia, time slipping away unnoticed. Marquisio's car arrived punctually at Qianlong's doorstep, and the revived Qianlong was ushered into the vehicle. He had intended to fetch Higuain from next door, but found his home shrouded in darkness. Presumably, he was already asleep. As the quintessential model player, Higuain epitomized professionalism. Players of Marquisio's ilk were rare within Juventus. The club seldom produced individuals enamored with nightlife and indulgences. Qianlong affectionately referred to Marquisio as Little Marco. Behind the wheel of his flashy red sports car, Little Marco navigated through the vibrant nightlife of Turin. The August night brought a hint of coolness, reflecting the city's industrial chill. As a seasoned aficionado of the nightlife, Little Marco was well acquainted with the terrain. He maneuvered deftly until they arrived at a relatively discreet location. Qianlong seldom frequented such establishments, yet since joining Juventus, he found himself dragged along by Little Marco from time to time, ultimately finding himself ensnared in this den of iniquity. The social circle holds immense significance. Previously, as an amateur, experiences of this nature seemed unattainable. Now, however, should he desire it, such escapades became a commonplace affair. What does it signify when a player, skilled in the game, handsome and renowned, steps into a nightclub? Before he could even settle in, a striking beauty approached him to strike up a conversation. In such a worldly establishment, Qianlong was but a naive fledgling, utterly oblivious to the nuances surrounding him. In their secluded booth sat a cadre of prominent figures. While Marquisio held a nominal position, the true leader was none other than Buffon. One could only surmise that Buffon's wife was away. As he began to indulge himself without restraint, it was well known that as the new captain of Juventus, he had led many young players astray, prompting Conti to frequently admonish him privately to temper his antics, yet Buffon remained unabashedly the same. While the tabloids often showcased his affectionate relationship with his wife, behind closed doors, he was undoubtedly the most scandalous figure at Juventus. Buffon, Chiellini, and Marquisio formed the notorious trio of debauchery, and Qianlong was merely the latest victim of their mischief. Buffon lounged unabashedly in the center, his large hand exploring the waist of a sultry and alluring woman. Giovinco, too, appeared to have succumbed to the influence, shedding his former shyness as he reveled in the company of beautiful women. Elia, even more audacious, was engaged in passionate kissing, nearly taking things to a more intimate level. The atmosphere was undeniably charged with hedonism, leaving Qianlong on the verge of turning 18, feeling a tad awkward amidst such displays. What trickery were these seasoned players inviting him into? He was momentarily perplexed, yet it mattered little, for a lovely lady had already approached him. The women frequenting such establishments were not much different from men. The exchange of flirtation was mutual, each seeking gratification from the other. The alluring woman effortlessly settled beside him, raising her glass to toast with Qianlong, who could only muster a cup of water. His cheeks flushed crimson, feeling a wave of discomfort. He dared not meet her gaze, while she, in stark contrast, fixed her large, captivating eyes upon him. If looks could devour, Qianlong would have been laid low 100 times over, his innocence swiftly taken. Little Marco snickered from the side, his laughter sly and peculiar. In this peculiar atmosphere, Qianlong felt profoundly discomfited. He mused that he would rather endure the repugnant introductory tome on traditional Chinese medicine at home than endure this torment. 5 minutes of the fast-paced male competition, while maddening, could at least be considered a delightful torment. As he sat there, feeling utterly out of place, he found himself closely pressed against a strikingly beautiful woman her soft bosom resting against his shoulder. Whether it was the intoxicating scent of alcohol or the alluring fragrance of her perfume, it seemed to have an aphrodisiac effect, stirring a sense of exhilaration within him. A mere adolescent, he was glued to the voluptuous woman, and who could remain composed in such circumstances? An involuntary reaction took hold of a certain part of his body, causing his cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Wearing only baggy shorts, he suddenly realized the gravity of his oversight. Had he forgotten to wear his underwear? The thought struck him with dismay. What a humiliation! He could not let them discover this indiscretion, especially not the woman, for that would be utterly mortifying. How could he have overlooked such a detail? Cursing his friends for bringing him to this predicament, he wondered if they had intended for him to lose his innocence here. Glancing across the room, he noticed Marquesio, who was engrossed in conversation with the enchanting lady, oblivious to his plight. Qianlong instinctively shifted his legs, intertwining them tightly in a desperate attempt to conceal his predicament, pressing down on a certain part of his anatomy with considerable force. Isn't this painful? At that moment, the beautiful woman's slender jade-like hand gracefully made its way onto his thigh, naturally spreading and pressing lightly atop it. Qianlong felt a surge of tremors coursing through his body, a certain part responding fervently yet helplessly restrained beneath. What am I to do? I truly cannot withstand this. Am I being toyed with in such a manner? Qianlong internally cursed his fate. Chapter 48. Overthrown. A wave of tingling sensation swept over his thigh, and the overwhelming pleasure rendered Qianlong flushed with embarrassment. The alluring woman erupted into laughter, her breath like a fragrant whisper against his ear, her delicate pink lips nearly grazing the skin beneath. The more anxious he became, the closer she leaned in with a triumphant air. Ultimately, unable to bear it any longer, Qianlong instinctively shifted his body to create some distance, only for the woman to gently topple toward him, half of her form leaning against him. He had no choice but to reflexively reach out to support her. And for the first time, his gaze met the enchanting beauty directly. Could she possibly be unattractive? Her mesmerizing eyes locked onto Qianlong with a captivating intensity, and the words that escaped her lips sent shivers down his spine. Still reeling from the previous embarrassment, he was further teased, and with a flushed face, he managed to utter two words: beautiful. It seemed that upon encountering a stunning woman, those were invariably the first words he uttered. How peculiar. This moment reminded him of his first encounter with Yishan, when he had responded similarly, though he had not felt such profound awkwardness then. After a slight calming of his nerves, Qianlong began to scrutinize the enchanting figure before him. This is a visage of porcelain-like fairness, where chestnut curls cascade gracefully over the shoulders. Adorning a pristine and charming countenance are a pair of cerulean eyes, while a subtle blush graces the playful little lips, exuding an indescribable allure and enchantment. At this age, it seems we are quite alike, yet how can one be so uninhibited? How wicked, Qianlong mused. To discern the purity of a man's heart, one need only place a hand upon his thigh. The enchanting beauty uttered her words with the grace of an orchid. I can still hear your breath quickening. Heh. A season one, indeed. This little enchantress, so young, possesses such profound knowledge. Qianlong couldn't help but reflect. Does this signify that I am a truly innocent person? As for the outcome, it is evident that you are inexperienced, the beauty remarked, relishing in his plight. Finally retracting her delicate hand from Qianlong's thigh, Qianlong sighed in relief. As the physical reactions he had earlier experienced subsided, his tongue no longer tripping over itself, he began to feign superiority. Humph, me innocent? Had there been no one around just now, I would have already pinned you to the ground. What of my inexperience? It holds great value. And you, little enchantress? I suspect you have. Well, then come on. Am I not still in your embrace? To Qianlong's surprise, the little enchantress capitalized on the moment, inching closer into his arms, causing his heart to race once more. I adore being called little enchantress. It stirs my heart. From now on, you shall call me that, she giggled. I can't play this way. Look over there at those older gentlemen. They're your type. I am but a tender sprout, yet to even touch a girl's hand. I am hardly suitable for you, Qianlong asserted, realizing the mischief of this enchantress. He quickly gestured toward his friends to divert her attention. Those old men? Stale and lecherous, I want none of them. I only desire you. Were you not just after me a moment ago? You even touched my thigh? Consider it your first experience. Be content. The words of a certain individual began to reveal their charm, an aura of mischief enveloping the air. I heard from the sisters that it was merely a trial, evidently. The result is still uncertain. Judging by your silver tongue, you are hardly pure. It seems there are many more enchanting sisters. No wonder you are such an exquisite little enchantress. By the way, I never claimed to be very pure. You simply made me feel innocent for a fleeting moment. Thank you. The lecherous individual spoke while fixating on her chest, embodying the guise of a true little wolf. You are shameless. You are indecent. You are a 5-minute man. I shan't play with you any longer. The little enchantress retorted, displeased, biting her lip in defiance. You are the shameless one. You are the indecent one. It was you who tempted me. What of being a 5-minute man? If you dare, give it a try. Then I shall. Right now, I intend to push you down. In the midst of a bustling crowd, Qianlong was unexpectedly toppled by the little enchantress. His hands were firmly grasped by her, painfully twisted behind his back, resembling a defeated warrior surrendering in disgrace, akin to a vanquished rooster. A robust man, with limbs developed and strong, found himself overpowered and subjected to the whims of a woman on the sofa, a most humiliating predicament. He never anticipated that such a petite sprite could possess such formidable skills. Oh, how could he endure encountering an enchanting creature skilled in combat? Moments ago, she had exuded a seductive charm, only to reveal a fierce and menacing demeanor. This was the consequence of his downfall. Such a formidable enchantress had transformed into a relentless shrew. With a dejected expression, Qianlong obediently lay on the sofa, calling out for help in desperation. Have you two had your fun yet? Canales, release Qianlong at once. Be cautious not to break him. A voice, elegant yet commanding, echoed through the air. The enchanting beauty named Canaris, the little sprite in Qianlong's eyes, unexpectedly ceased her actions. As Qianlong turned over, ready to express his anger, he was met with a familiar face. Andrea, do you know this fierce little sprite? Qianlong, previously pinned on the sofa by Canaris, now freed, felt a surge of anger. Just as he was about to retaliate, he was interrupted by the arrival of Perlo. Ah, she is my little sister, Canaris. Perlo replied with a smile. Oh, so she is one of your own. Qianlong chuckled, though inwardly he mused. How could one brother and sister possess such contrasting personalities? The sister, adorned with a bewitching charm, turned out to be a ferocious tigress. Sighing, he wondered if their parents had made a mistake in raising them. Upon reflection, his gaze wandered between the two, only to arrive at the unfortunate conclusion that they bore a striking resemblance to one another. Perhaps it was during a quarrel that Perlo's parents had inadvertently left behind Canaris, leading to such a peculiar outcome. Brother, he bullied me. He was leering at me just now, attempting something inappropriate. What? What did you say? I bullied you. It was you who touched me. Qianlong felt exasperated. He had clearly suffered a loss, yet now found himself on the receiving end of the little sprite's accusations. Andrea, you know I am not that kind of person. Perlo playfully tapped Canaris on the forehead. You little rascal, I distinctly said not to bring you here. Have you learned bad habits? I saw everything. Do not wrongfully accuse Qianlong. A nightclub is no place for you. Go home. Haha. Andrea, I'm relieved you witnessed that. Otherwise, I would have been left speechless. Qianlong thought, surprised by how quickly Perlo had taken his side. He had feared a misunderstanding, but deep down, he was grateful for Perlo's discerning gaze that saw through the facade of the little sprite. Although he hesitated to voice the term little sprite aloud, Canaris stuck her tongue out at Qianlong, teasing him. Just wait, little fast boy. Little fast boy. The nearby older gentleman could not help but burst into laughter at the phrase. Qianlong, visibly annoyed, remained silent in protest. Was the purpose of bringing him here merely to ridicule him? These wretched people, and that perverse little sprite as well. Chapter 49. The head coach arrives. Canaris did not leave, and Qianlong refrained from sitting beside her, feeling a sense of security with Perlo between them. He had no desire to engage with the little sprite again. The nightclub held no allure for him. He was not among those who lingered in such places, chasing after women, indulging in drinks, and living a life of hedonistic excess. The nightlife was strictly forbidden in their club, yet these individuals audaciously frequented such venues, oblivious to the consequences of their actions. Such a lifestyle has undoubtedly ruined countless talents. Even the illustrious Ronaldinho met a similar fate. In truth, their antics were not as wild as rumored. They merely engaged in flirtations with beautiful women and enjoyed a few drinks, far from the grotesque tales that circulated. Perlo abstained from alcohol, merely seeking camaraderie, seated beside Qianlong, sipping on a beverage and exchanging casual banter, while Canales listened with a tinge of boredom, occasionally stealing glances. Who would have thought of directing the ball towards those two characters? Today's press conference was quite lively, all centered around this incident. To be frank, are you not afraid of being penalized? Yet, the shot was both fierce and precise. It was merely a spur-of-the-moment whim, just for fun, After all, hitting someone with the ball is not a foul. I often did this in amateur matches. Qian Long had anticipated Perlo to pose profound inquiries, only to discover it was merely this trivial matter. In a moment of spontaneity, "You rascal, what about your interception? Your style is remarkably similar to mine. How do you explain that?" Elia rushed over. Qian Long regarded this lively, exuberant character and chuckled. "Naturally, I learned from you, applying knowledge in real time. You know, my capacity for learning is quite commendable. Haha. Did you not see how arrogant that fool was, leisurely dribbling towards me, attempting to humiliate me? I seized that opportunity. Here we go again, learning on the fly. Wouldn't you say you could also play goalkeeper?" Buffon was displeased, hearing this little rascal speak so nonchalantly. "Goalkeeper? Now, that's an intriguing notion. I shall endeavor to learn from Gigi during the training session the day after tomorrow. Perhaps I do possess some latent talent in that regard." Upon hearing Buffon's words, Qian Long felt a surge of enthusiasm. He mused that if he were to master the art of goalkeeping, there might be unexpected surprises in store. "You leave me in a quandary. If you were also a prodigy in goalkeeping, would I not be facing unemployment?" Buffon expressed his discontent, "Yet your 5 minutes of stamina, pose no threat. Connie had you take the field so early, and we were all exhausted. While you strolled, we were striving hard. What kind of situation is this?" Marchisio feigned anger, declaring that the entire team catered to this one individual, enjoying the benefits. "For tonight's meal, you shall treat us." "Very well. I shall work as a dishwasher for a month here, which might cover the cost of the treat." "You still dare to say that? My salary barely covers a fraction of your weekly allowance. Would you have me crash into a wall instead?" "Keep pretending. Who doesn't he know you have an eccentric agent behind you? That chubby fellow, quite skilled. I hear you have advertisements all over China. What does that even mean?" Marchisio was evidently well aware of Qian Long and pursued him relentlessly. They were merely temporary workers, with little to anticipate, truly relying on such meager earnings. "After all, I am still a university student, dependent on my family for support. Do not heed the nonsensical chatter of others. Speaking of the notorious Conti, you have no idea how exhausted I am after playing. I was utterly spent and needed a full hour of rest at home to regain my strength. I vow never to subject myself to such an ordeal again. It seems this might even contravene the stipulations of the contract. Overutilizing me? Ah, you are quite the talker." Qian Long felt a weight settle upon his shoulder as a large hand, seemingly appearing from nowhere, rested there. The voice sounded so familiar, reminiscent of a certain cunning old fox. Could it be Conti? Ahem, speaking of that old trickster. No, Lord Conti is truly wise and formidable, possessing an extraordinary strategic mind, capable of utilizing me to this extent. He is nothing short of a divine coach. One could assert that Juventus's triumph is solely his victory. Sensing Conti's presence, Qian Long shamelessly adopted a different tone, wondering what kind of world it was where one merely spoke of someone and they would suddenly appear. It was quite uncanny. However, what was this old fox doing here? Was he here to indulge in revelry? The thought was unimaginable. Xiaolong was becoming increasingly adept at navigating the currents, indeed, a true genius. Conti patted Qian Long on the shoulder and unceremoniously took a seat beside him. "Coach, what wind has blown you here? I was just singing your praises, and here you are." Qian Long feigned a look of surprise, flattering him. Shameless. The others shared a similar sentiment. These two cunning foxes, old and young. The head coach taking the players to a nightclub? Qian Long was momentarily stunned, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. A furtive glance at Conti revealed that he did not seem to be there to reprimand or apprehend anyone. Rather, he appeared to be there purely for enjoyment, thoroughly engrossed in conversation with Chiellini. "While I was dealing with reporters at the press conference, you all leisurely came here to amuse yourselves, living like immortal beings in a state of blissful oblivion. It seems tomorrow's holiday will be revoked." The swift change in expression was astonishing, comparable to that of a little sprite. What ulterior motives could this old fox be harboring? Was he not here to partake in the merriment? Qian Long found it difficult to comprehend his intentions, yet, observing the reactions of the other players, there were no complex expressions. They merely lowered their heads, quietly awaiting further discourse. Sighing deeply, Conti continued, "If it weren't for this lad today, we would all have been damned. What does this all mean? It is truly difficult to fathom and comprehend." Qian Long found himself utterly perplexed, pondering Conti's nonsensical ramblings and their relevance to hell. The others remained silent, listening intently without interjecting a word. Conti continued to speak to himself. "After tomorrow, I will be banned for 3 months, relegated to the stands to direct from afar. During this period, My assistant coach will take over my duties. What lies ahead for me after these 3 months remains uncertain. For now, let us focus on performing well in the upcoming matches. As he spoke, Kean exuded a palpable sense of despondency, akin to a forlorn elder waiting by a coffin for death's arrival. What? A ban? What is happening? Suddenly, he recalled a news item from a few days prior regarding Kean. It stated that Kean would face a 3-month suspension for tacitly permitting players to engage in match fixing. It seemed this was indeed the case. Had the verdict been confirmed today? Qianlong silently contemplated. Present among them, apart from himself, were stalwarts of Juventus such as Buffon, Chiellini, Marchisio, Giovinco, and Pirlo, all of whom were Kean's trusted allies. Kean spoke these words in their presence. What could this imply? Even someone of Pirlo's stature was embroiled in this murky affair? Surely not. What of Eli's involvement? Chapter 50. Only victory in betting. It appears the waters surrounding Juventus run deep. Kean's betting scandal had arisen while he was still managing Siena. And now that he had moved to Juventus, the prosecutors had not released their grip on him, since Juventus was relegated to Serie B in 2006 due to betting issues. Negative news surrounding the club had never ceased. Now, as the head coach, Kean found himself caught in this whirlpool. Each side claims its own righteousness. Is Juventus the only team involved in betting? Clearly not. Many teams faced point deductions due to betting scandals in those years. Are there truly teams that remain untainted? The so-called innocent clubs may not be as blameless as they appear. In fact, within the vast realm of football gambling, the odds favor those who bet far more than those who abstain. In this world, one is often not in control of their own fate. This adage holds true in any realm. Italy has made commendable strides in combating corruption in football, whereas China's efforts seem to have merely ensnared a few scapegoats, leaving the matter unresolved. Qianlong could not grasp the intricacies at play, nor could he decipher the deeper meanings behind Kean's words. And he certainly lacked the authority to speak on the matter. Yet, why would Kean address such topics in his presence? Of course, Kean did not explicitly mention betting. That was Qianlong's own conclusion. Could it be that this cunning old fox, even while facing suspension, would continue his betting practices and drag himself down with it? A sense of caution stirred within Qianlong. Little dragon, the waters of Juventus are indeed treacherous, or perhaps the waters of Italy are perilous. Just focus on your temporary role and refrain from concerning yourself with matters that do not pertain to you. Kean discerned Qianlong's unease and uttered this statement with layered meaning. It felt absurd to speak of matters that should not involve him directly. How could he continue to play knowing such things? This devious old fox. Qianlong felt a flicker of anger, yet curiosity began to stir within him. But I wonder. He mused. You referred to me as a temporary worker. If something goes awry, does it truly matter? During Kean's tenure, Canales had vanished into some obscure corner, leaving only a few men huddled together, listening to the old fox speak. Upon hearing Qianlong's response, one of the men couldn't help but feel a sense of amusement. Qianlong was still too naive, easily ensnared by a mere few words from the cunning fox. Pirlo, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of regret for Qianlong. Though he maintained a facade of indifference, even someone as seasoned as he had fallen into a similar trap. They often claimed that joining Juventus was a glorious path to victory, yet Pirlo's heart weighed heavy with discontent, stifling his emotions. In truth, it wasn't entirely a negative revelation. Despite being a temporary worker, knowing was certainly better than remaining in ignorance. Kean continued to project an air of seriousness, and those unaware might genuinely perceive him as a benevolent figure. Yet, ignorance could be a blessing. To be informed was to be foolish, mused Chiellini silently, acknowledging the old fox's cunning ability to deceive, speaking as though it were the absolute truth. Poor little Long, he thought, I wish I could assist you, but alas, your own loose tongue has led you into this predicament. As for me, I too am ensnared, left to accept fate. Oblivious to the concerns and silent advocacy of the two men, the naive Qianlong awaited Kean to continue, as if on the brink of uncovering a monumental secret. Juventus had completed the previous season undefeated over 38 matches, a feat earned through genuine effort. Kean's pride was unmistakable as he uttered these words, though the intricacies behind those draws warranted careful scrutiny. The implication of these words is quite evident. The draw is riddled with deceit. Last season, Juventus often found themselves in a position of leading by 1 or even 2 goals, only to be inexplicably drawn level in the end. This statement should resonate with those who engage in betting. I believe even Kean would find it impossible to turn the tide. The profits from a single draw are already grotesque. When multiplied over 10 or 8 matches, it becomes utterly incomprehensible. This Kean truly seems deranged. Must Juventus languish in the lower leagues for another year? Upon hearing this, Qianlong felt a surge of disdain welling up within him. It is no wonder the defense, which performed so abysmally last season, exhibited a stark contrast to the Italian national team's display. What's the matter, Qianlong? Surely you believe we are throwing the game, Conti said, gazing at Qianlong with disdain, tapping his forehead. The draw is not due to any deliberate leniency, but rather our abominable forwards. None of them are up to par. At this moment, Qianlong undoubtedly felt a twinge of suspicion. If there is no leniency, then how can one engage in match fixing? Conti had hit the nail on the head regarding Qianlong's thoughts, and he nodded earnestly. The reasoning is straightforward. Buffon and his compatriots have performed dreadfully. Or perhaps, there are traitors among us. Upon uttering this, Conti cast a furious glare at Buffon and Chiellini, as if they bore an irreconcilable grudge against him. Our approach to match fixing is simple. Juventus is only allowed to win, draws are unacceptable, and losses are out of the question. Is there truly such a method of betting? Does this not compel one to walk a path of self-destruction? In football, how can one ever guarantee not losing? Qianlong pondered, surprised by Conti's response. So today, you saved us from disaster, and yet we still have to invest more money. As for why we must invest, I shall refrain from disclosing that for now. Perhaps you will have the opportunity to learn in the future. Conti finally addressed the doubts lingering in Qianlong's mind, asserting that events destined to occur will eventually manifest. He expressed hope that Qianlong would prove luckier than the rest of them. Ultimately, he urged Qianlong to score and assist profusely during the match. Otherwise what? Qianlong felt quite comfortable until that final word suddenly loomed over him with pressure. If we lose, we shall all meet our demise. Although you are a temporary worker, you may still find yourself in dire straits. After all, as a temporary worker, where would you find the funds to compensate? Conti resumed his unabashed threats. How shameless. This is nothing short of a trick to manipulate Qianlong. In a corner, Marchisio began to worry for him. Qianlong's expression darkened. He felt as though he had unwittingly stumbled into a den of wolves, and it seemed this night's events were directed squarely at him. He increasingly sensed that being part of such a team was fraught with peril at every turn. We are all in the same boat, and thus, we must consider the collective. Our sole aim is to secure victory, victory, victory. In the event of a loss, we shall all contribute equally to the expenses, with those who can afford more contributing more, and those who can afford less contributing less. Conti has finally revealed his true, unsavory nature, uttering these words while patting Qianlong on the shoulder. This is indeed the descent into the depths, isn't it? At this moment, Qianlong's heart feels as cold as ice. Who possesses such terrifying power that compels them to spend money? Chapter 51. The Fairies' Pursuit. What money am I supposed to spend? The contract you signed has no mention of any payment. If you could perhaps draft a larger one, I might be able to contribute. Qianlong wore a face of deep frustration, finally realizing that in his dazed state, he had been ensnared aboard this ship. How could he not fiercely bargain with Conti? After all, one must uphold their own dignity. If it comes to it, I shall only be responsible for scoring and assisting. Money shall have no bearing on me. But what if you fail to score or assist? How would that be accounted for? There must be a limit to your shamelessness. Does that even concern me? I barely have 5 minutes. Do you truly believe I am a deity? Others may believe it. But even you think so? I am not a calculator. How can I be certain that 1 + 1 always equals 2? Qianlong was displeased. Indeed. That's the case, so in the event of a loss, we all bear the burden together. You certainly have enough sponsorship funds, don't you? You shameless old pervert. You are truly beyond compare. I refuse to discuss this any further. Otherwise, I might as well take a stroll. Engaging in futile efforts, like today, is tantamount to courting disaster. Very well, regardless of whether you score or not, you still won't receive any payment. However, even so, it may not be. Conti pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding to refrain from continuing. Let us conclude today's discussion here. We shall train punctually the day after tomorrow. I shall take my leave. Do take care, and avoid being drained by those women, especially little Ma. Like a shadow, swiftly departing like the wind, Conti, the old fox, vanished in an instant, leaving Qianlong, still struggling to process the events, behind. Once Conti had left, the teammates finally exhaled in relief. You, my friend, are rather foolish to have engaged in such lengthy discourse with that old fox. Have you lost your mind? You've been ensnared, and I find myself powerless to assist. Chiellini was the first to chastise him. If someone had kept their mouth shut, we wouldn't have this mess to deal with. Pirlo also shook his head. Would it kill you to provide a warning? Now you choose to speak flippantly? You may continue to pretend. Qianlong shrugged, displaying an air of helplessness. This beautiful weekend was abruptly shattered by the sudden emergence of Connie. In a haze, Qianlong found himself unwittingly aboard a pirate ship. With a gloomy heart, he was the first to leave the nightclub, unwilling to mingle with that peculiar crowd, and it was already midnight. Upon exiting, he realized his stomach was growling. Hadn't he just eaten dinner a little over 4 hours ago? Why was he so ravenous? It wasn't typically like this. Could it be the result of excessive exertion today, or perhaps the irritation caused by Connie? He placed a hand on his stomach, shaking his head in resignation. There was nothing to eat at home. Everything had been devoured by that glutton, Yang Ershi, were it not for Yi Shanshan's presence. Even the plates might have been left for him to wash upon his return. Chnling brooded resentfully, yet his feet instinctively moved forward. He entered a late-night eatery, casually ordered a plate of spaghetti, and began to devour it ravenously. Halfway through his meal, the crisp sound of high heels echoed from a distance, and a pair of black stilettos, encasing delicate white feet, approached him. As he consumed the noodles, Chnling's gaze lingered on those exquisite little feet for a while. Then, unable to resist, his eyes traveled upward. Upon reaching the two long, snow-white, shapely thighs, he paused for a few moments before his gaze ascended further, reaching the hem of a black, ultra-short skirt. Finally, he dared not linger and swiftly moved past the slender waist, arriving at the two ample, snowy peaks, where he halted just as he was about to continue his lewd contemplation. After an hour apart, the bone had begun to itch again. Hadn't he? At that voice it seemed familiar from somewhere. The half-eaten noodles lodged in his throat, and after a brief moment of confusion, he finally recalled the little enchantress. Is Turin so small that I would encounter this little sprite again in the dead of night? What misfortune! I thought I had stumbled upon a beautiful encounter. Yet it turned out to be the little sprite again, this isn't a fantasy world where one randomly encounters such beings. He did not lift his head, instead feigning to continue eating. Are you referring to me, the blind man? I must confess, I cannot see, so how could my bones itch? Ironically, after being summoned back from the nightclub by Perlo, Connolly's had been wandering the streets before making her way here, resulting in the current predicament. Oh, so you are blind? Then surely I can have some of your noodles, since you cannot see, Connolly said, acting on her whim. She pulled over a chair and boldly sat down, reaching for Chnling's utensils. Naturally, Chnling was not truly blind and swiftly withdrew his food. Aren't you supposed to be blind? Yet your reflexes are quite impressive, little swift boy, Connolly's remarked, observing his reaction. Seeing that Chnling was responsive, she ceased her teasing and playfully stuck out her tiny tongue at him. Chnling gazed at her for a few seconds, then sighed deeply. Little sprite, we bear no grudge, do we? Why follow me? After all, I am a brother to your esteemed sibling, whom I deeply admire. Must you make things difficult for me? I am quite famished. May I kindly ask you not to disturb me? TSK, I came here to eat noodles too. Who is following you? Such words are quite harsh. Only a little lecher like you would trail a beauty like me. However, I must admit, I am rather intrigued by you. Little swift boy Chnling continued to lower his head to eat. Seeing that he ignored her, Connolly's felt bored and began to play with her keychain, while her gaze fixated on Chnling's youthful visage. As he ate, his heart was in turmoil. How could he continue eating under her scrutiny? After hastily finishing, he rose to leave. As soon as Cornelis saw him preparing to leave, she too rose from her seat, disregarding the waiter who was just bringing their noodles, and rushed out after him. Hey, am I really that frightening? You barely exchanged a few words with me before wanting to leave. Cornelis, having pursued him to the entrance, casually wrapped her arm around Qianlong's left. Here we go again, this insufferable enchantress, oblivious to her own allure, always engaging in such intimate proximity. It's quite unbearable, oh dear. Italian women tend to be tall, with girls over 1.7 meters found everywhere. At this moment, Cornelis leaned against Qianlong, her head resting comfortably on his shoulder, the subtle fragrance of her perfume proving to be intoxicating. Qianlong, hesitant to embrace her too closely, maintained a rigid demeanor as they walked forward. Is this what you call a stroll? I didn't invite you for a leisurely walk. Could you exhibit a bit of masculinity? Cornelis teased in a melodious tone. No, I am not accompanying you on a stroll. You are the one who insisted, little sprite. Isn't your brother worried about you at this late hour? You should head back. Qianlong, moving like a zombie, felt a shiver run through him. Realizing that the little sprite was once again employing her charms, a mere illusion, an absolute illusion, and when she turns, no one can match her speed. Sensing the change in Qianlong's demeanor, Canales tightened her grip around him. Don't worry, I won't bite. It is indeed late. I'll drop you off on my way back to school. Upon hearing these long-awaited words, Qianlong's spirits lifted, and he quickly composed himself, allowing Canales to take advantage of the situation as they made their way to the car. Ah, a rich second-generation heir. Indeed, he must be affluent. This little sprite, at such a young age, is driving a top-tier Audi. It's the latest model. Qianlong gazed at the sleek white beauty before him, feeling a wave of admiration. Whether Canales was deliberately driving slowly or the car was a counterfeit, it seemed to move at a leisurely pace. Throughout the journey, Canales chattered incessantly while Qianlong responded sporadically. Suddenly, the sky opened up, and a torrential downpour ensued, drenching them completely, even before they could close the sunroof. As the deluge poured in on them, Chapter 52, a fortunate encounter. Is this merely water being splashed, or is it truly raining? This seems too far-fetched. There hasn't been a flash of lightning nor a rumble of thunder, and yet the rain pours down so heavily. After closing the sunroof, Qianlong couldn't help but exclaim in frustration. The two exchanged glances and soon erupted into hearty laughter. The man laughed with a wild abandon, while the woman's laughter was vibrant and charming. The earlier unfamiliarity dissipated like mist in the wake of the torrential downpour, revealing a clear sky. At that moment, Qianlong resembled a boy who had just returned from playing football in the rain, drenched from head to toe, while Canales appeared like a delicate maiden enjoying a summer rain, her tender face adorned with glistening droplets. In that instant, the handsome youth and the lovely girl, as they gazed into one another's eyes, became entranced by the reflections they saw. Their eyes locked in a moment of brilliance, which swiftly transformed into a wordless exchange, while the car's music player softly played the hauntingly beautiful melody of Time to Say Goodbye. Was this, perhaps, an omen of impending separation? A hymn. This song seems to be a gentle reminder that it is time to return home. It was Qianlong who shattered the idyllic scene, breaking the silence. Canales was pulled back to reality by his voice, a sweet blush blooming on her cheeks, clearly indicating that the two youthful souls had just experienced a fleeting moment of youthful infatuation. Regaining her composure, Canales resumed driving forward, and the two fell into a contemplative silence, likely influenced by the recent encounter, which had mysteriously woven a thread of affection between them. After a brief journey, guided by Qianlong, Canales finally pulled up in front of his house. Qianlong offered an awkward smile, announcing that he would be getting out of the car. Canales merely responded with an "oh," yet her gaze boldly lingered on Qianlong. The intensity of her look stirred something within him, prompting him to hold her gaze. Equally entranced, in their eyes, the surroundings transformed into a realm shared by two innocent souls, reminiscent of the tender stirrings of young love. Within a mere half-hour, they had experienced two such overwhelming moments of affection. Soaked by the torrential rain, Canales resembled a pitiful little kitten, curled up in the driver's seat. Gently gazing at Qianlong, witnessing this, an inexplicable surge of compassion welled up within him. August in turn felt rather chilly, prompting a pensive reflection from someone. Subsequently, he made a courageous choice, deemed shameless by Pirlo and other teammates. Why not come in for a moment? This was not intended in a suggestive manner. He merely noticed her drenched state and wished for her to change into dry clothes, certainly not with any ulterior motive, but simply to prevent her from catching a cold. Qianlong felt that no matter how he phrased it, it sounded inappropriate. Even he felt awkward hearing it. This was the first time he had invited a single woman into his home in the depths of night. Was this akin to luring beauty into his abode with hidden intentions? If this were to reach Pirlo's ears, he would find it impossible to clear his name, no matter how deep he plunged into the water. Yet, just as he wrestled with his thoughts, Canales exclaimed, "Oh, you said it," and swiftly leaped from the car. Oh no, Qianlong thought, startled by her nimble movements. Shaking off his earlier hesitations as the image of this unfortunate little sprite, along with her alternate persona, came to mind. While he stood at the doorway, indecisive, the sprightly Canales had already snatched the keys from his hand and proceeded to unlock the door herself. As the door swung open, Qianlong remained momentarily stunned at the threshold. "Is this my home or yours?" He protested helplessly, such rudeness. "Aren't you coming in? Do you intend to stand out in the rain?" She replied, "This is naturally your home, my future home, our future home," she exclaimed, reveling in the warmth of returning home. Once inside, Canales traced her fingers along the walls, switched on the corridor lights, and without a hint of hesitation, removed her black high-heeled shoes, padding barefoot into the living room. How could someone so different from Pirlo possibly share the same parents? Perplexed, Qianlong lingered outside for a moment before finally stepping into the house. After closing the door, he picked up Canalis's high heels, neatly arranged them, and placed them on his shoe rack before retreating to his room. In this house, aside from Yu Shanshan and Yang Er, only Qianlong resided. There were no women's garments to be found, compelling Qianlong to rummage through his wardrobe for a suitable outfit for Canalis. With the clothing in hand, Canalis darted into the bathroom. Qianlong felt a parched sensation in his mouth, as he was genuinely unaccustomed to sharing living quarters with a woman. He turned on the television and reclined on the sofa, attempting to distract himself from his slight unease. Canalis, as if she had not bathed in years, took an astonishing half an hour to emerge from the bathroom, only to find Qianlong had fallen asleep on the sofa. Clearly fatigued, he had succumbed to slumber unwittingly. Dressed in oversized clothing belonging to Qianlong, Canalis resembled a witch. She stealthily approached the slumbering Qianlong, leaning in closely, her lips mere millimeters from his. When she suddenly exclaimed, "Little fast boy," with a soft pop, the startled fast boy awoke, taken aback. As he turned his head, the impish girl's lips inadvertently met his, accompanied by a deliberate smacking sound. What was it like to be unexpectedly kissed by a woman for the first time? A wave of dizziness washed over Qianlong, his body stiffening in response, rendered motionless as he lay there. Above him was a delicate visage, with those very lips that had just pressed against his. Just then, lost in a daze, Canalis leaned even closer, her lips brushing against his ear as she whispered, "Little fast boy, I've discovered something tonight. You seem to be quite excited." With that, she planted a soft kiss on his cheek, picked up her bag, and cheerfully hummed as she made her way to the door, completely oblivious to Qianlong's tumultuous emotions. Initially, Qianlong was prepared to regain his composure after the first unexpected encounter. But then Canalis delivered a second unintentional verbal assault, leaving him utterly disoriented, staring blankly at the ceiling, unaware that the roar of engines outside had long since faded away. Is this a dream? Damn it, the embarrassing incident of tonight has been witnessed. Oh God, what manner of woman is this? Chapter 53. Within the traditional Chinese medicine academy, the previous night bestowed upon Qianlong two distinct sensations. One was the shock brought forth by gambling on football, while the other was the flutter of excitement ignited by Canalis. Ever since joining Juventus, strange occurrences have become commonplace, and fortuitous events have unfolded in succession. Qianlong felt as if he were ensconced in a dream, as those things that ought not to manifest in his reality continually appeared before him, reminiscent of scenes from a film. On this day of the team's holiday, he did not indulge in a luxurious lie-in. Instead, he maximized the beauty of the morning. For had it not been for Yu Shanshan incessantly calling him to rouse him from slumber, he might have indeed missed the time to attend school. After a series of matches, the name of Qianlong has resonated throughout the city of Turin. Thus, within this bustling metropolis, it is rare to encounter someone unfamiliar with him, unless one is, perhaps, blind, for even the temporary staff at Juventus are well aware of his fame. A person of renown, frequently gracing the public eye, inevitably stirs a commotion, which, in turn, can lead to societal unrest and instability. What excitement has the young and handsome Qianlong stirred within the university, although his sunglasses shield him from a considerable portion of potential threats? When Yu Shanshan escorted him into the traditional Chinese medicine laboratory and removed his eyewear, the atmosphere erupted into a cacophony of noise and exuberant shrieks. Seizing the opportunity before class commenced, fellow students flocked around him, clamoring for autographs. In this niche field of study, predominantly favored by a handful of eccentric males, the majority of admirers surrounding Qianlong were female, with the exception of Yu Shanshan and a few boys. The fervent girls, eager and insistent, sought a signature. And the situation escalated further when one of them produced her phone, wishing to capture a moment with him. Confronted for the first time with such a scene, Qianlong remained composed, relishing the delightful chaos amidst a throng of beautiful flowers, finding joy in the experience. Compared to the teasing and allure he faced from Canalis the previous night, this scenario was trivial, unless, of course, he were to be simultaneously courted by such a multitude of girls. Nevertheless, one might ponder, should a swarm of females converge upon him, would he not be utterly overwhelmed, leaving nothing but remnants behind? After graciously attending to the requests of these fervent admirers, his vanity was thoroughly satiated. At long last, as the class time arrived, he was able to take his place beside Yu Shanshan. This was an arrangement made long ago by Yu Shanshan, allowing Qianlong to work alongside her in the experiment, which would undoubtedly benefit him. Initially, this appeared inconsequential. However, To the group of girls who had just won Qianlong's approval, it was an utterly incomprehensible matter. How could Qianlong, right before their very eyes, sit alone with another girl? Their spiteful and envious glances pierced through Yu Shanshan like sharpened daggers. Yet their outrage remained unvoiced, relegated to hushed whispers in private. Qianlong sensed the palpable tension, leaning towards Yu Shanshan to murmur, "Shanshan, it seems we are encircled. We are under siege from all sides. The trouble I brought upon us is considerable." Yu Shanshan, initially indifferent to the situation, dismissed the girls as mere infatuated admirers and felt no inclination to engage with them. However, observing their incessant buzzing like flies, she began to feel a twinge of annoyance and decided to play along, to provoke them further. She turned her head to whisper back, "Let them simmer in their irritation. We shall put on a performance for their amusement." After uttering those words, Yu Shanshan deliberately let out a light, teasing laugh, which ignited another wave of murmurs among the onlookers. Could it be that Yu Shanshan was Qianlong's girlfriend? Surely not. What could Qianlong possibly see in such a girl? What exceptional qualities could she possess to warrant his attention? The low murmurs of disdain rose and fell among the crowd. Must you harbor such animosity? What is wrong with having fans? Besides, among all these beauties, choosing one as a girlfriend wouldn't be so bad. Please, don't ruin things for me, he thought, feeling a mix of frustration and amusement. Just then, the teacher arrived, prompting them to halt their conversation. The two communicated in soft, hushed tones in Chinese, leaving the rest of the class oblivious to their words, yet acutely aware of their closeness, resembling a couple. Consequently, throughout the entire lesson, apart from the two of them, only a few boys focused diligently on completing the experiment, while the rest languished in jealousy for an hour. Interestingly, when the traditional Chinese medicine teacher laid eyes on Qianlong, there was no sign of fervor. Perhaps age had mellowed him. He treated Qianlong no differently than any other student, which brought Qianlong a sense of comfort. Now, this is what a normal person should be like, he mused. This particular lesson was indeed extraordinary. Firstly, there was a group of infatuated onlookers nearby, akin to a throng of fervent fans at a football match. Moreover, this experimental class bestowed upon Qianlong a wealth of knowledge. The initial session surprised him greatly. The laboratory resembled a vast apothecary, akin to a library of traditional Chinese medicine, brimming with a plethora of herbal remedies. This experience was far more gratifying than the rote memorization of drug names from textbooks. As he navigated through the diverse array of medicinal materials, Qianlong quickly committed them to memory. One may wonder why there exists such a substantial traditional Chinese medicine laboratory here. It is a testament to the benevolence of China. Far to the east, it is said that this entire institute of traditional Chinese medicine was established in the early 1990s as a gift from China to Italy. In other words, the Italians incurred no costs in acquiring this academy and laboratory. All expenses were borne by the Chinese government, which invested a staggering $2.5 billion, with the value of the precious herbal materials exceeding $1 billion. One can only imagine the magnitude of such an investment. This generous endowment was akin to a fortuitous windfall for the Italians. Though the knowledge gained in a single lesson may seem modest, the breadth of understanding expanded significantly. This small revelation deepened Qianlong's affection for traditional Chinese medicine. What astonished him further was the discovery, after class, that there exists a specialized branch within traditional Chinese medicine dedicated to the therapeutic treatment of athletes, with a particular focus on football. This news thoroughly captivated Qianlong's heart. Nothing held more significance to him than his body and football. After class, he resolutely insisted that Yu Shanshan accompany him to the School of Management to change his major, transferring from management to traditional Chinese medicine. Thus, Qianlong completed his academic transition and instantly became a student of the Chinese Medicine College. This news spread rapidly, and the most disappointed were undoubtedly the football team and the female fans from the School of Management. The team lamented the loss of a prodigy who could assist them in their league matches, while the female fans were disheartened by Qianlong's absence, leaving them often longing for his presence. The Chinese Medicine College flourished. The football team, in particular, rejoiced, relieved from the burden of seeking approval from others while playing, quickly transforming into a formidable squad. Meanwhile, the aspiring female doctors, akin to flowers thriving after a nourishing rain, found themselves irresistibly drawn to Qianlong. It was said that among all the colleges at the University of Turin, the Chinese Medicine College boasted the highest number of female students, who were typically uninterested in cosmetics. However, since Qianlong's arrival, nearly every student had begun to adorn themselves with striking makeup, transforming the previously tranquil campus into a vibrant hub of activity. The Chinese Medicine College genuinely became the garden of the University of Turin, filled with enchanting beauties all yearning for an encounter with Qianlong. Indeed, the atmosphere had shifted drastically since the arrival of this charming enigma. Chapter 54, Yisin's Secret upon departing the bustling University of Turin. Qianlong did not head straight home, but rather followed Yu Shanshan to her newly opened store. According to Yu Shanshan, today marked the arrival of Yisun from Palermo to Turin, and Qianlong was eager to meet him. However, upon their return to the store, they found no sign of Yisun, leaving Qianlong feeling somewhat disappointed. In his everyday life, apart from football, he led a rather simple existence. Now that he had left Palermo for Turin, he found himself bereft of many friends. The only companions he had were the shameless agent and close friend Yang Ershi, along with the increasingly familiar Yi Shanshan. As for his so-called Juventus teammates, they certainly would not accompany him on daily excursions around campus. Yet, the elusive Yang Ershi seems to be absent from sight all day. He hardly makes an appearance, whether accompanying Qianlong or attending classes, surpassing even Qianlong in his inexplicable absence. According to our conversation during dinner last night, it appears he has flown to China today to resolve an advertising dispute. Qianlong is well aware of the situation. It seems a certain Japanese brand, produced in mainland China, has brazenly misappropriated his likeness for promotional purposes. As the general manager of the Longzhan Tianxia brand, Yang, naturally, must seek justice. Initially, Qianlong did not react with such fervor upon hearing about the matter. But upon discovering it involved the Japanese, his temper flared. He harbors a deep-seated aversion to the Japanese and despises their misdeeds, thus urging Yang to hasten his journey to China. In their collective mindset, the aim of negotiation is to secure the utmost benefit while ensuring that the Japanese do not escape unscathed. Consequently, in the city of Turin, Qianlong is left with only Yi Shanshan as a companion. It remains uncertain whether the rotund fellow has boarded his flight or is still ensconced in the comforts of a gentle embrace. Qianlong engages in conversation with Yu Shanshan, his eyes occasionally drifting to admire her graceful figure. You need not worry. On the way back yesterday, I overheard him receiving a call in his car, speaking with a charming woman from a certain institution, seemingly implying they would be traveling to China together. Can this chubby fellow truly endure loneliness on his journey? Certainly not. Yu Shanshan's response shattered Qianlong's fantasies, tarnishing his impression of Yang further. Since entering university and becoming Qianlong's agent, Yang Ershi has seamlessly blended into society and his role, no longer reminiscent of an 18-year-old. While others remain engrossed in their studies and romantic pursuits, he has taken to the roads in his car, earning money and engaging in romantic escapades, albeit now as a somewhat affluent businessman. Growing up alongside Qianlong and now following him to Turin, although Yang is quite astute and cunning, he remains loyal and devoted to Qianlong, sharing a deep bond. This thought brings a smile to Qianlong's lips. The conversation did not linger long on Yang Ershi before Qianlong suddenly recalled Yi Sun and inquired about him. Didn't Grandpa you say he would return today? Why has he not yet appeared? He just called, mentioning a delay of over an hour. He should be back in about half an hour, Yu Shanshan replied, tidying the herbs on the table while conversing with Qianlong. What kind of person is your grandfather? He seems almost celestial, akin to the exalted figures in novels. Of course, didn't I tell you the first time we spoke? He is indeed a living deity. Speaking of which, I have something to share that will astonish you even more. What could possibly astonish me? Hurry and tell me. Don't keep me in suspense. Yi Shanshan smiled gently and said, Do you know who established the traditional Chinese medicine college we are attending? I have a vague awareness of it. I have heard that it was funded by the Chinese government. Could it be that your grandfather personally financed its establishment? Qianlong's eyes widened in astonishment. If that were the case, it would indeed be remarkable for a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine to possess such wealth, enabling him to support an entire university. Not exactly. She replied, My grandfather is merely the dean of this hospital. The dean? So it is the esteemed dean. Qianlong remained equally astonished, unable to fathom that the Yisin he had encountered earlier was, in fact, the dean of the traditional Chinese medicine college, and that he was currently a student at the very institution. This message proves to be immensely beneficial, akin to grasping a sturdy leg to lean on. Qianlong, having settled down from his surprise, remarked, Why didn't you mention it sooner? I've taken so many detours because of you. Thankfully, I was adjusted to the academy today. Otherwise, I would have truly been misled by you. Yu Shanshan playfully stuck out her tongue in response. Well, you didn't say anything either. I didn't mention it because I was unaware, but your silence feels like deliberate concealment and deceit. I express my strong disdain for that, Qianlong retorted. The two resumed their playful banter, the atmosphere light and jovial, devoid of the awkwardness and tension that had marred the previous night's encounter with the little sprite. As their conversation continued, Qianlong recalled another question that had long perplexed him. What about Ronaldo's situation? What exactly transpired? I have been puzzled as to why Ronaldo underwent surgery in Belgium and the United States, yet it suddenly became attributed to your grandfather's prowess. Ah, that remains a secret. I have no comment, she replied. Come on, sharing a hint won't lead to anyone's demise, right? I'm genuinely curious. Could your grandfather possess some astonishing medicine or technique capable of defying the odds? Qianlong inadvertently envisioned a fantastical realm, perceiving Yi Sun as a living deity. It's not as extraordinary as you think, but there are indeed a few remarkable medicines. It seems you might be consuming one of them recently. Yu Shanshan said with a gentle smile. What exactly is it? Stop keeping me in suspense, Qianlong urged. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure myself. Yu Shanshan's response left Qianlong feeling frustrated. It felt no different from silence. However, if you frequent the academy more often, grow closer to my grandfather, and spend time in the laboratory, perhaps one day you might discover the truth. Are you implying that I should ingratiate myself with your grandfather to gain favor? Qianlong laughed, though not as shameless as Yang Ershi. He was cunning enough to realize that establishing a good relationship with Yi Sun would ultimately enlighten him. Moreover, this matter was of utmost importance to him. Otherwise, he would not have resolutely changed his decision to study at the traditional Chinese medicine academy that morning. What secrets lay hidden within Ronaldo? No. It was more pertinent to ponder what secrets were concealed within Yi Sun. This curiosity ignited a determination within Qianlong. He resolved to uncover this mystery, believing that understanding it might also unravel his own challenges. As he pondered deeply, the door of the establishment swung open. Yi Sun had finally returned to Turin. Chapter 55. Testing the medicine. This is the second time Qianlong has encountered Yi Sun in over 3 weeks. Since their last parting at home, Qianlong has not seen Yi Sun again, relying instead on Yu Shanshan's efforts to prepare medicine for him. Much like their first meeting, Yi Sun still exudes an aura of a living deity, albeit with the marks of age. Qianlong, unfamiliar with Yi Sun, feels somewhat reserved. Had it been Yu Shanshan, she would have already been chattering away. Despite his advanced years, Yi Sun possesses a remarkable vitality, showing no signs of decline whatsoever. After Yi Sun's return, Yi Shanshan hurried off to prepare more medicine, leaving her grandfather and Qianlong alone together. The atmosphere grew somewhat peculiar, as Qianlong found himself at a loss for words. Interactions among the young are typically easygoing, but bridging the gap between a teenager and an octogenarian requires a certain process. Fortunately, Yi Sun is quite articulate and swiftly guided Qianlong into the conversation. Yi Sun first examined Qianlong's body, much like their previous encounter, nodding in approval, clearly satisfied with Qianlong's health. Qianlong dared not interrupt, allowing Yi Sun to explore his physique freely. For some inexplicable reason, Qianlong's thoughts wandered to the memory of canales touching his thigh the previous night. After a brief interlude, Yi Sun finally ceased his examination. Progress was evident. After taking 3 doses of medicine over the past few days, Qianlong's meridians appeared significantly more robust and supple than before. It seems my medicine is indeed quite effective, Yi Sun remarked, observing his foster son with satisfaction. He then approached a chest, opened it, and retrieved a plant that Qianlong could not identify. Yi Sun carried it into the kitchen and handed it to Yi Shanshan before re-emerging. I hear you have developed quite an interest in traditional Chinese medicine? Yi Sun inquired with a smile. Would you like to transfer to the traditional Chinese medicine academy? Qianlong nodded in agreement and replied, I have already made the transfer. Ah, splendid. Attending the academy will be immensely beneficial for you. Mastering such a skill will undoubtedly enrich your future career. Yi Sun nodded, continuing, however, traditional Chinese medicine is not something one can grasp in a short time. If you begin with acupoints and acupuncture, you should be able to gain a foothold fairly quickly, particularly in the realm of football, where you may find a profound interest. Qianlong nodded once more. Although he felt somewhat bewildered by the introductory concepts, he had developed a keen fascination with the medicinal practices and acupoints described in the texts, allowing him to glean insights from Yi Sun's inquiries. Acupoints are akin to sluice gates along a river. If we open these gates and subsequently channel, broaden, and fortify the flow of the river, everything will naturally become more harmonious. If every sluice gate remains unattended for years, the flow of water will be obstructed, dividing it into segments. which not only leads to a collapse of the vital meridians, but also results in a person's body becoming engorged, ultimately leading to a tragic demise. I have previously mentioned this to you. Through the art of acupuncture, we can restore the smooth flow of these pathways. Now, it is imperative that you begin your studies in acupuncture, while for medicinal knowledge, you may seek guidance from Yi Shanshan at a later time. Qianlong continued to nod in agreement. Regardless of what the elder had to say, he had no opportunity to interject. Fortunately, he grasped the essence of the discussion. Contemplating that acupuncture merely involved inserting needles into one's own pressure points, which should not be overly complicated. He mused, what could possibly go wrong if he misapplied the needles? However, do not be deceived into thinking that acupuncture is simple. It is ubiquitous, yet few truly comprehend its essence. While the average person may use acupuncture to alleviate common ailments, a skilled practitioner wields it to resurrect the lifeless and rejuvenate the withered. Yusun's words extinguished Qianlong's delusions. The human body is replete with acupoints. You are not merely targeting one or two, but the entire pathway of the foot-showing kidney meridian. A moment's carelessness could lead to chaotic meridians and potentially exacerbate your condition. Is this not akin to gambling with one's life? Is it truly that dramatic? Do we not frequently observe others practicing acupuncture? Why does it seem so terrifying when it comes to my own situation? Sensing his doubts, Yi Sun continued, you are afflicted with an incurable illness, which is unlike what is commonly seen in society. Therefore, every aspect concerning your body must be approached with utmost caution. Do you understand? After his explanation, he emphasized that you must thoroughly understand and familiarize yourself with all the acupoints on your body, particularly in the region of the foot-showing kidney meridian. Once you have truly mastered this, I believe you may attempt to treat yourself independently, for the sake of your own life. Qianlong had no choice but to listen attentively, learning and remembering diligently. When he heard Yi Sun utter the following words, his eyes finally sparkled with hope. Akin to a long-hidden underground figure, whose eyes, although shrouded in darkness, radiated an unparalleled brilliance. Once you have mastered acupuncture, you may even treat injuries of other players. This is not merely a technical skill, but an extraordinary ability that is beyond the imagination of the masses. As Yi Sun spoke, a proud expression graced his face, which surprised Qianlong. How could someone on the brink of death still exhibit such pride? It must be due to the influence of Ronaldo, prompting him to inquire, how did Ronaldo recover? That matter. Once you have acquired all the acupuncture techniques from me, we shall revisit this topic. Discussing it now is akin to engaging in theoretical debate, lofty yet unattainable. Qianlong was taken aback by Yi Sun's shameless refusal to answer his question, leaving him feeling disheartened. How could he withhold such information? It seems he would need to persist in seeking knowledge. He chuckled. Does grandfather possess some miraculous elixir that guarantees immediate success? With a bold demeanor, he inquired once more. Upon hearing his words, Yi Sun's brow twitched slightly as he cast a sidelong glance at the kitchen and feigned ignorance, saying, what miraculous elixir could there possibly be? Isn't that merely what Yi Shanshan mentioned? Qianlong astutely observed Yi Sun's unusual shift in demeanor and thought to himself that there must indeed be a remarkable secret at play. A sense of joy welled up within him. Naturally, one could surmise that a figure as illustrious as his grandfather possessed numerous extraordinary resources unavailable to the ordinary person, such as wondrous potions. The lad merely speculated thus, chuckling to himself. What wondrous potions? There are no immortals in this world. Everything is conceived and crafted through human intellect and labor. Therefore, do not indulge in idle fantasies. Yi Sun once again shattered the young man's delusions and swiftly changed the subject. To substantiate this profound truth, I have deliberately brought back a new herb today, which I have incorporated into the formula of the previous remedy. Let us observe its effects. To be candid, I suspect it may yield favorable results, although I have not conducted any trials. Untried? How perilous. Are you intending to use me as a test subject? Oh, heavens, what if I were to perish? Cold sweat trickled down Qianlong's back, and he mentally chastised Yi Sun countless times, though he dared not voice his concerns aloud. Grandfather, is it safe? Safe? In medicine, there is no such thing as safety. But fret not, no one will die. The potion is ready, do drink it promptly. As she spoke, Yi Shanshan had already brought forth the concoction. Poor Qianlong could only grit his teeth and watch as Yi Shanshan approached slowly, feeling as if his very life might soon be reported to the king of hell. Chapter 56. The potion that will not bring death. Yi Shanshan presented the potion with a cheerful smile, and Yi Sun wore a knowing grin. The elder and the young one seemed to regard me as a mere subject for experimentation. What if I drink this concoction and collapse on the spot? Alas, I have truly come to the wrong place today, surrounded by such shameless individuals. Qianlong instinctively reached for his mobile phone in his pocket, contemplating that if he felt anything amiss, he would promptly call for an ambulance to avoid meeting his demise here. The potion still exuded warmth, akin to boiling water. Perpetually waiting for Qianlong, stripped of all pretenses, he blew gently on the medicine, ostensibly attempting to cool it down, yet inwardly he was engulfed in uncertainty. If death is to be, then so be it. It is merely a bowl of medicine. If it doesn't kill me, then there's nothing to worry about. He ultimately drank it, gulping it down without hesitation, without a moment's pause. Within half a minute, the liquid had settled in his stomach, and he was drenched in sweat, half due to the potion's heat and the other half stemming from his anxiety. Surprisingly, after consuming it, Qianlong waited for a considerable time. Yet his body showed no signs of reaction, which was entirely unexpected. This is nothing much, right? It is far better than the concoctions that Shanshan prepared previously. After consuming those earlier brews, I felt an overwhelming warmth enveloping my entire being, brimming with desire and impulse. However, this time, after imbibing it, I experienced no response whatsoever. Could it be that the efficacy of this medicine has diminished? He cast a puzzled glance at Yi Sun. I feel nothing at all. This is far more comfortable than what I had before. What could be the reason for this? Yi Sun had been fixated on Qianlong, and upon hearing his response, he erupted into joyous laughter. Ha ha, this is it. This is precisely it. Is this correct? What truly is right? Could it possibly be a good thing? What is this old man up to now? According to Qianlong's reasoning, a medicine should manifest its effects immediately upon consumption, ideally with a reaction more intense than those experienced previously. Yet, his body remains unresponsive. How can this be deemed correct? Successful? He finds himself utterly confounded. Yi Sun did not elaborate on this matter, instead pulling out a small notebook and hastily scribbling a few lines. His handwriting so scrawled that even Qianlong, standing beside him, could not decipher the characters. Qianlong could only marvel at the divine quality of the script, believing it to be incomprehensible to mere mortals. He had thought that the handwriting of Western physicians was already arcane, only to discover that traditional Chinese medicine practitioners were equally adept at crafting symbols that danced and flowed with an ethereal grace, truly embodying the aura of immortals. Since Yi Sun affirmed that it was indeed correct and a favorable occurrence, Qianlong felt reassured, liberated from the fear of collapsing suddenly or needing to summon an ambulance. With his spirits lifted, he resumed an endless conversation with Yi Sun, who responded only with a few terse words, clearly uninterested in a lengthy dialogue. Eventually, Qianlong, feeling somewhat awkward for intruding on the reunion of the elder and the youth, politely excused himself and departed in haste. Lacking culinary skills, Qianlong found himself dining alone at a restaurant, feeling a profound sense of boredom. Unconsciously, his thoughts drifted back to his encounter with Canales from the previous night. Dining alone was indeed dull. How much more enjoyable would it be if a little spirit were by his side? Oh, heavens, why am I thinking of a little sprite? Alas, such beings possess an enchanting allure. It is no wonder they are prevalent in society, here to beguile the unwary. I must dismiss such thoughts. Yet, ironically, the very place where he dined was the same as the previous night. Whether by design or coincidence, he found himself there once more. Normally, a bowl of noodles would take him no more than 10 minutes to consume, but today he lingered for half an hour, revealing the turmoil within his mind. Ultimately, things did not unfold as he had wished, and he begrudgingly made his way home. Why does my heart feel so empty? Had I not just eaten to my fill? As he walked, Qianlong pondered, sensing something amiss. He felt restless, a warmth coursing through his body. Am I feverish? He touched his forehead. No, it did not feel hot. Yet his body radiated an unusual heat. Why am I thinking of that little sprite again? Could it be that the effects have begun to manifest? How wicked. I cannot continue. If I do, I might feel overwhelmed. Strange, so very strange. Could it be the result of that potion? Most likely, indeed. Oh, the wickedness. Now all I can think about is, as Qianlong strolled along the street, he suddenly felt an overwhelming reaction, causing his trousers to bulge. With people bustling around him, the embarrassment of being seen was unbearable, prompting him to crouch down, unable to continue on his way. I find myself in such misfortune. Yi Sun is truly despicable. Does he genuinely remain oblivious to the fact that this medication would elicit such a reaction? An intensified version, no less. Alas, previously I could alleviate this sensation through a leisurely jog, but in my current state, how could one possibly jog? I must hail a taxi, and swiftly at that. This is my sole thought at this moment. Squatting by the roadside, I await the passing of a cab. The effects of the medication begin to manifest, and my face burns a deep crimson. Passers-by occasionally glance my way, and those unaware might wonder if I suffer from an ailment. Why endure such discomfort without seeking a restroom for relief? At long last, a taxi arrives, and I hastily dive inside, disregarding the curious stares of onlookers. The driver, noticing my abrupt entrance, promptly inquires, "Sir, which hospital shall I take you to?" As one accustomed to the nuances of human behavior. The driver perceives my condition and assumes I am unwell, thus asking about the hospital. Overwhelmed by this question, I can only respond with a sigh of resignation. I'm not ill. I simply have an upset stomach. Please take me to XXX Road, no XX. Ah, so it is merely a case of an upset stomach. However, one would typically return home for such matters rather than seek a nearby venue for relief. The driver, bemused by my peculiar choice, chooses not to probe further, perhaps surmising that I prefer the comforts of home over public facilities. Truly an oddity. He promptly accelerates towards my residence. My mind is solely fixated on returning home. I must resolve this predicament swiftly. The image of Canalis, with her graceful form, resurfaces in my thoughts, intensifying my physical response. Eventually, we arrive at my doorstep. And without a second thought, I toss money to the driver, not waiting for change, and dash towards the entrance. I hardly notice the sleek white Audi parked nearby, leaving the door ajar as I rush inside and head straight for the bathroom, turning on the faucet. Cold water cascades over me, drenching my entire being. I feel as if I am a roasted duck, radiating heat, and despite the icy water, it feels akin to a warm bath. What to do? What to do? It seems the cold water is ineffective. Should I call for a service to assist? No, I cannot possibly allow my first experience to be with a stranger. That is absolutely out of the question. What then? Should I resort to self-pleasure? Now, wouldn't that be exhausting? Submerged in the chilling water. I grapple with these conflicting thoughts. Meanwhile, a distinct tapping sound reverberates from the living room. Chapter 58, The Little Paparazzi of Naples. Overnight, I have transitioned from a boy to a man, while Canalis has transformed from a girl into a woman. The white Audi R8 had been parked outside Chen Long's residence for an entire night, while the two individuals had spent the night within the house. Typically, Chen Long would be picked up for training by his neighbor, Higua In, but this morning unfolded differently. As Higua In emerged from the garage, he noticed the Audi parked at Chen Long's doorstep and wondered if Chen Long had purchased a new car. He mused to himself about the lucrative advertising revenue that must have filled his coffers. Unsure, he drove closer to the entrance and honked the horn a few times. At that moment, Chen Long was preparing to leave and heard the sound of Higua In's horn, prompting him to step outside. "You've bought a car, haven't you? Where did you get the funds for that advertising? This is the latest model of Audi. Shall we take turns driving it?" Higua In teased. Chen Long, momentarily forgetting that the car belonged to a certain enchanting lady, felt a twinge of anxiety. He glanced at the vehicle Higua In mentioned, realizing how conspicuous it was and how much attention it would attract. He thought it best to have the lady drive it away promptly. "Haha, Higua In. I thought it was your new purchase, that you intentionally left it here to show off." "I certainly lack the means to buy a car," Chen Long replied, his discomfort evident. Higua In, being an observant individual and a budding writer in his spare time, noticed Chen Long's unnatural demeanor and sensed something was amiss. After pondering for a moment, he burst into laughter. "You rascal, you must be involved with a wealthy woman, ha." The words struck Chen Long with a darkened expression, as they insinuated that he was being kept by a wealthy woman, a blow to his self-esteem. Just as Chen Long was engulfed in awkwardness, Canalis unexpectedly appeared, brandishing a black LV bag, her heels clicking rhythmically as she approached him. She draped her arms around his neck, displaying an affectionate closeness. Higuain stood in stunned silence. This was no wealthy matron, but rather a youthful, alluring beauty, leaving Chen Long exceptionally fortunate. As he observed her more intently, Higuain suddenly recalled something, his astonishment renewing. "Canalis? You two are actually together?" Higuain had encountered Canalis before during an event at Perlo's estate, but had not paid much attention. Today, seeing her emerge from Chen Long's home with such intimacy was revealing. It was evident that these two shared a romantic connection, prompting even the usually composed Higuain to resort to such lascivious terminology. This reaction equally astonished Chen Long, implying that news of his relationship with Canalis would soon reach their teammates. What if Perlo found out? The abruptness of the situation left Chun Long feeling uncertain. "Since you have a car, I won't wait for you any longer. I'm off," Higuain stated, driving away in his green Beetle, leaving the two young lovers unsure of what to say next. "I'll drive you to the training ground later, but you must accompany me for breakfast first," Canales insisted, still nestled close to him, exuding a demeanor reminiscent of a delicate bird seeking comfort. Her words subtly declared that Chun Long was her man, and she his woman, indicating her intent to make the relationship public. Chun Long, apprehensive about the potential repercussions for Canales, particularly given she was an 18-year-old girl who had spent the night with him, worried about Pirlo's reaction. Furthermore, considering he had won the affections of the daughter of a steel magnate, he understood the immense pressure he faced. Declining Canales' invitation to dine out, he opted instead to hastily fry a few eggs in the kitchen. Eating out? That would be foolish. It would surely attract unwanted attention. He was certainly capable of frying eggs, having learned to fend for himself while his parents were often away on business, or else he would have starved long ago. Canales savored the eggs cooked by his own hand, her expression radiating the bliss and joy of a newlywed on their second day together. After enjoying a delightful breakfast, Canales drove Chun Long to the training ground. However, upon arrival, they were taken aback. The entrance to the training facility was swarmed with journalists, effectively blocking the way. There was no passing through, not even for a person. What could have prompted such a gathering so early in the morning? From a distance, Canales spotted the group of journalists and decided to stop several dozen meters away. Little did he know, after a hearty breakfast, they were on the hunt for news. "Ah, what a predicament. If the reporters see us, we shall become the news ourselves," Chun Long remarked casually. "Quick, turn around, or it will be disastrous." However, by the time Chun Long realized the gravity of the situation, it was already too late. "Look, that car over there, it's the white Audi. It must be them," exclaimed a journalist with remarkable eyesight, having spotted Canales' sports car from afar. He swiftly approached, prompting the others to hasten their steps, eager not to miss such a sensational story. "It's over. They are coming," Chun Long observed as the journalists charged toward the vehicle like wolves. Instinctively, he lowered his head, attempting to evade their gaze. Yet, Canales, as if lifting a chick by its neck, pulled him back up. "What are you afraid of? Sooner or later, we will be discovered. Why not embrace a grand romance instead? I shall proclaim to the world that Xiao Kuai Nan is my man. No one is permitted to steal him away from me." As they exchanged words, the reporters had already surrounded the car, capturing every moment with their cameras flashing incessantly. Canales embraced Chun Long, displaying a myriad of intimate gestures, seizing every opportunity for the limelight. After a considerable duration of photographing, the journalists finally paused their clicking, but their inquiries began in earnest. "Mr. Chun Long, when did you and Miss Canales begin your romantic relationship?" The question was direct and unembellished, lacking any semblance of subtlety. Given their overtly affectionate demeanor, even the blind could discern the nature of their relationship. This inquiry pertains to Chun Long, yet the response comes from Canales. "Today marks the first day. How amusing." Before the journalists, Canales exhibits no signs of trepidation, perhaps due to her upbringing in an affluent family, and undoubtedly influenced by her character. "You arrived so early. Did it revolve solely around the two of us?" "Naturally, it is indeed because of you two. This morning, before even commencing work, the Naples Morning News has already reported on the matter." "Oh, news emerged this early? How is that possible?" Chun Long interjected, unable to contain his curiosity. To his surprise, a kind-hearted journalist produced a newspaper, handing it to Chun Long. Upon receiving it, he was taken aback. The front-page headline of the Naples Morning News featured 3 large photographs prominently displayed alongside the text. The first image captured Chun Long entering his home from behind. The second showcased Canales from a side profile as she entered, and the third depicted the Audi R8 parked at Chun Long's doorstep. The journalists at the Naples Morning News exhibit remarkable professionalism. With both eyewitness accounts and photographic evidence, it is impossible for him to evade responsibility. Chun Long reflected on this with a sense of resignation. Canales leaned in to take a glance, pouting slightly before bluntly critiquing, "The photography skills are quite lacking. They failed to capture my beauty. May I inquire, dear friends, which journalist possesses such expertise to stealthily photograph near my residence in the dead of night, and yet manage to do so with such professionalism?" Chun Long sincerely expressed his admiration, scanning the surrounding journalists in hopes of a response. It was none other than the audacious Russian, Uzal Bushkovsky, known for daring even to disturb his ancestors' graves. Indeed, Someone confirmed this. What? The driver who feels uncomfortable? This driver doubles as a journalist? Truly a remarkable talent. Even his name is impressive. Qianlong jested, eliciting laughter from the journalists. Presently, one could not ascertain whether he was off to drive or to report. He arrived bearing first-hand information, whereas you are merely regurgitating stale news, which is rather uninteresting. As the training time approached, Qianlong found himself unable to extricate himself from the throng of journalists. Buzel Bushkovsky is the chief paparazzo of Naples, catering specifically to the Napoli club. Did you not make quite the impression at the Super Cup? This time, he seems intent on unsettling Juventus, particularly targeting your composure. One journalist astutely analyzed. If I am not mistaken, he may have already scaled a wall, preparing to clandestinely capture your training session. How incredibly professional. Thankfully, the curtains were drawn last night. Otherwise, today could have seen him invited to play the lead in an adult film, wouldn't he? If he were to capture an intimate moment between him and Canales, what would transpire the following day? Contemplating this, Qianlong felt a wave of relief wash over him. He considered himself extraordinarily fortunate. The audacity of staying awake all night and now attempting to devise tactics? Truly bizarre. Should I ever encounter him, I would certainly demand a substantial sum. As he pondered, he cast his gaze over the wall. While Qianlong was lost in thought, Canales, like a seasoned star, effortlessly fielded a myriad of questions, seemingly having quickly assumed the role of Qianlong's girlfriend. Ultimately, had it not been for the security personnel at the training ground intervening, this rather tedious interview might have stretched on until the training concluded. After exchanging a quick farewell with Qianlong, Canales departed the training field. Just before leaving, Qianlong stumbled upon a rather concerning revelation. Canales was attending classes. Where could she possibly be going? Naturally, it was to the University of Turin, which, coincidentally, was the same institution he attended. Thankfully, it was not the traditional Chinese medicine college. Canales was studying sports. Meanwhile, hidden behind a large tree, a certain individual was chuckling mischievously. Chapter 59. The ball hits the target overnight. Qianlong found himself in the embrace of love, and on the field, he radiated confidence. Upon arriving at the training ground, however, he encountered Pirlo, which rendered him somewhat awkward. Pirlo earnestly warned him that should Qianlong dare to toy with his sister's affections, he would not let him off lightly. Qianlong had anticipated such a reaction and pondered the consequences of a relationship with Canales that bore no fruit. Would he ultimately find himself pursued by the entire Iron Kingdom? The thought alone sent shivers down his spine. Typically sporting a jovial expression, Qianlong now bore a heavy heart, compelled to swear numerous oaths of utmost sincerity to Pirlo. Not long after, a bombshell of news broke. Juventus assistant coach had voluntarily resigned, seemingly entangled in the betting scandal. Juventus now resembled a ship swaying in the eye of a storm, perpetually besieged by fate's misfortunes and blows. Nevertheless, the training at Juventus continued unabated, impervious to external influences, particularly under Conte's unwavering and serious direction. After a brief 5-minute workout in the gym, Qianlong exited, as that was the extent of his exercise for the day. With nothing else to occupy his time, he strolled around the training field. What could be termed a casual walk during a match became a leisurely observation of the game during training. He recalled the information provided by the reporters earlier. There was a little paparazzo from Napoli currently playing hide-and-seek on the training ground. He felt compelled to seek out that rascal, not out of fear of theft of Juventus training materials, but rather to give him a proper lesson. He pretended to dribble the ball, leisurely running around the training ground. But his true intention was to locate that lad. However, after circling several times, he failed to spot anyone lurking in the corners or crouching against the walls, which left him quite frustrated. It seemed that the journalist's information was not entirely reliable, and ultimately, he had no choice but to reluctantly abandon his search. Qianlong's favorite training activities were shooting and dribbling, yet his teammates were decidedly uninterested in engaging with him in these pursuits, even going so far as to prohibit his participation. This situation was beyond the control of their coach, Conte, who could only watch as they indulged in their antics. As an outsider in these specific skills, Qianlong was remarkably formidable, having toyed with nearly all his teammates at one point or another, thus positioning him as the adversary of the training field. Bored, Qianlong, akin to the coaches seated on the sidelines, observed the training sessions. To an uninformed observer, one might mistakenly assume he was part of the coaching staff, for it was rare to witness a player in such a role. Was this a stroke of fortune or misfortune for Qianlong? Feeling a surge of frustration, he made his way to the goal guarded by Buffon, taking a seat behind the net to watch his teammates shoot. Idly passing the time, he figured it would be wise to glean some technical skills. After all, hadn't he jested with Buffon the night before about goalkeeping? Perhaps today was the day to acquire some of his signature moves. With mischievous intent, he chose a rather peculiar spot to sit, right next to the left post of the goal. Upon seeing him there, his teammates erupted into wicked laughter, clearly scheming various plans. Sitting in that position meant that when they shot, the ball would typically strike the far corner. If they missed, it would ricochet off the post. As numerous teammates spotted Qianlong in his chosen location, they eagerly vied to take their shots, particularly those from the midfield and defense who had been subjected to his relentless teasing. Today, they could relish the opportunity to score a few goals and perhaps take revenge. Feigning ignorance to their actions, Qianlong lounged about, entirely dismissing their intentions while secretly hoping for Xing and Shi Tu to emerge. I have said it countless times. I am not Shi Tu, I am Xing. Yet, upon hearing his call, did they not come forth? Although they shouted Shi Tu, in their hearts, they called for him, leaving him no choice but to respond. Such circumstances left him pondering whether to commend their cleverness or to deride their foolishness. He noted with exasperation what transpired the previous night. Didn't we agree that if it was unrelated to football, or if I didn't call you, you wouldn't come out? Qianlong could hardly maintain his composure upon hearing Xing recount his antics from the previous night, inwardly cursing him repeatedly. I wish to replicate Buffon's goalkeeping skills. All right. Qianlong's focus remained on the right side of the training ground as he conversed with Xing. Isn't it calm today? Why are the leaves in front swaying so vigorously? Is there an animal up there? An animal? Huh, I see now. It's cleverly concealed. I suppose it was hiding like this last night as well. Just you wait. Qianlong interrupted his conversation with Xing and strode onto the field. I want to play with you, little weirdo. Upon seeing him enter, Buffon promptly grabbed Qianlong, preventing him from taking a shot. Qianlong waved his hand dismissively, retorting with disdain, I'm not playing with you. You're no match for me. I'm here to put on a show for everyone, haha. Buffon paid no mind to the insult. He was accustomed to it. Verbal taunts were far preferable to humiliation on the pitch. What he was more concerned about was what trick this little weirdo was about to pull. Would someone else be caught in the crossfire? The other teammates exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of Qianlong's intentions, and halted their shooting practice. They had planned to take some jabs at Qianlong during shooting, but unexpectedly, he had approached them willingly. With a cheerful grin, Qianlong walked over to the footballs and bent down to line them up neatly. However, instead of aligning them with the goal, they were arranged parallel to the sideline. The group watched his bizarre actions, utterly baffled. Marchisio was the first to chuckle, remarking, Did you play too much with Pirlo's sister last night? Have you lost your mind? Pirlo swiftly delivered a strong smack, scolding, I told you to watch your mouth. Dogs can't give birth to ivory. Are you itching for a lesson? This left Marchisio wincing in pain, silencing him. Oh my goodness. Are we really indulging this kid in a game? Playing with toys? Buffon too was perplexed. The others were buzzing with speculation. But only Chiellini sensed something unusual about Qianlong and chose to remain silent. After meticulously arranging over a dozen footballs, Qianlong prepared to shoot. Everyone assumed he was about to kick the ball, but the direction seemed off. Perhaps he really had lost his wits. Ignoring the laughter of his teammates, Qianlong took his shot. The ball soared with tremendous force and perfect curvature, heading straight for the large tree at the edge of the training field. Well, little Long has truly gone mad. Has he become addicted to shooting last weekend? Now he is aiming for birds? Quagliarella watched Qianlong's odd behavior, nearly moved to tears. The ball struck precisely where Qianlong intended, causing the branches to sway violently and dislodge several leaves. No reaction? Haha. Let us see how long you can endure this, you little rascal. Qianlong wore a peculiar smile as everyone shook their heads, thinking that this kid was in for trouble today. For the second shot, Qianlong kicked again, targeting the same spot, causing even more leaves to fall. Yet there was still no response. The third, fourth, and fifth shots followed in rapid succession, sending leaves scattering across the ground. After the fifth ball descended, the tree finally began to move on its own, swaying vigorously. Still silent? Very well, you possess remarkable restraint. Qianlong swiftly unleashed another 3 shots, aimed directly at it. No, I surrender. I surrender. Shoot me again, and I'll fall. At last, from the tree, a terrified, pig-like wail echoed. The crowd suddenly realized, was this lad shooting at people? Someone was indeed hidden in the tree. A spy? A secret agent? A flurry of discussions erupted, while enraged Juventus players and coaches rushed toward the tree. Chapter 60. A rematch against Naples. A young man, bruised and battered, precariously descended from the tree amidst the skeptical gazes of the crowd. They surrounded him, but he appeared unperturbed, standing on the ground while completely ignoring the multitude, focused solely on rubbing his reddened nose. The sight of his disheveled state prompted hearty laughter from the onlookers. His long, rosy nose, characteristic of Russians, had turned an even deeper shade of red after Qianlong's antics. "You are the infamous Burchak Boschewski?" Qianlong stepped forward, unable to contain his laughter, feeling a sense of satisfaction at this minor act of revenge. "Who told you to indulge in covert photography? Why did you stubbornly remain in the tree? This is your punishment for spying on me." Boschewski, of similar age to Qianlong, bore a face dotted with numerous pimples. Upon hearing Qianlong's taunts, he remained unruffled and candidly replied, "Yes, I am Burchak Boschewski. That was not covert photography. It was a demonstration of my professional paparazzi spirit. To fulfill my duty, I must exhibit my unwavering commitment to professionalism." "Goodness, you are truly shameless. How about I sneak a glimpse of you and your woman in an intimate moment tonight?" Qianlong retorted, his anger ignited by the audacity of this fellow. "You don't fear for your safety leaving this place?" Xiaoma cracked his knuckles, preparing for a confrontation. "I am a journalist. What can you do to me? Surely, you wouldn't dare to assault me in broad daylight, would you?" In this tense scenario, Boschewski remained remarkably calm, a testament to his experience as a seasoned reporter. "You are correct. If I don't take my vengeance on you, my anger will remain unsatisfied," Qianlong replied, his teeth gritting with rage. "I can assure you, you will be beaten today, for I am merely a temporary worker. Even if I weren't, you would still find yourself in trouble, as I detest those who engage in sneaky dealings." As Qianlong spoke, it was evident that he was filled with intense fury, a sentiment mirrored by the other players, none of whom wished for their private lives to be disturbed by such paparazzi. Especially regarding Pirlo, his sister is also among the victims, which explains the similarity in his expression to that of Qianlong. "However, I pride myself on my sense of reason and have no inclination towards the shamelessness you exhibit, engaging in underhanded activities. I conduct my affairs with utmost transparency and fairness, hence I opt for a duel with you." Qianlong continued to assert his position with unyielding confidence. "A duel? This fellow dares to challenge someone? With merely 5 minutes of stamina. He wishes to engage in a one-on-one confrontation? Is he courting disaster?" His teammates were taken aback, unable to fathom that at such a moment, Qianlong had lost his senses and sought to challenge another. "Indeed, a duel, you against our entire team, each match a one-on-one, quite equitable." It was only after Qianlong uttered such audacious words that the others began to comprehend the situation. At that moment, Brother Ski was utterly bewildered and began to feel fear, seeking mercy, but it was too late. After Qianlong uttered those words, he proclaimed, "Brothers, close the door and seize the dog. Let us advance." The call was met with an enthusiastic response, as they had awaited this moment. With a flurry of punches and kicks, they descended upon Brother Ski, who was oblivious to the number of blows he endured. In any case, he was left battered and bruised, his camera long reduced to mere fragments, and his clothing, resembling that of someone who had been mercilessly trampled, was in tatters and disheveled. Amidst the chaos, the astute Conti, accompanied by the coaches, unfurled a banner to obstruct the entrance, ensuring that no one could witness the events transpiring within the training ground. Poor Brother Ski, after enduring a thorough beating, found himself utterly incapable of leaving the premises. Meanwhile, the cunning old fox, Conti, had the audacity to call for an ambulance, summoning it to whisk Brother Ski away. Before departing, he even enlisted a journalist to disseminate the story. The report alleged that Brother Ski was a traitor from Naples who had infiltrated the Juventus training ground to conduct clandestine photography. It claimed that while he was perched in a tree taking pictures, he accidentally fell, suffering severe injuries. Fortunately, the players witnessed this incident and rushed to render aid, promptly dialing for emergency assistance. The unscrupulous Juventus players and coaches unanimously affirmed this narrative, yet to any discerning observer, it was patently implausible. While the surreptitious photography was indeed true, the notion of him falling in such a manner was a fabrication. However, lacking concrete evidence, there was little that could be done against them, leaving the matter to fade away unresolved. Upon learning of the incident, the Naples Morning News refrained from any significant action, opting instead to craft a subtle article in a small corner, indirectly mocking and criticizing the thuggish behavior of Juventus. Yet, since the situation had originally been instigated by Naples, there were no substantial repercussions to follow. These matters are mere trivialities and sensational news, while the entire theme revolves around the impending clash in 3 days. In mid-August, Napoli suffered a defeat against Juventus in the Super Cup, and now they encounter Juventus once more in the second round of the league. Naturally, reporters aim to unearth some controversy, particularly from the Napoli side, which seeks to disrupt Juventus' morale through sensational headlines or whispers. Juventus finds itself besieged by internal and external strife. The betting scandal has left the club weary, and to exacerbate matters, even the assistant coach unexpectedly resigned today. Originally, with Coach Conte facing a 3-month suspension, the assistant was to step in as his replacement on the field, but now, just 2 days later, the assistant coach has also fallen victim to the turmoil. Juventus has already begun discreetly searching for a new head coach. Yet no suitable candidates have emerged amid the pressing urgency of the situation. For the moment, Conte remains the cornerstone, shouldering Juventus' burdens. As they prepare to face Napoli once more, the circumstances will undoubtedly differ from their last encounter. Following their defeat in Beijing, Napoli has reinforced their squad by acquiring several talents from South America, thus enhancing their strength. Had it not been for the emergence of Long in their previous match, the outcome could have been uncertain. The Napoli coach remarked in the press conference that it was Long who determined the result. The question now remains, can Long replicate such brilliance once again? Napoli has undeniably become a formidable force in Italy. This traditional powerhouse has been rejuvenated and continues to grow stronger. Whether Juventus can once again conquer this tough opponent remains to be seen. And will they still rely on Long's prowess? With a series of spectacular performances, Long has captured the attention of the entire Italian football scene, and even that of the international stage. Who can restrain his performance within just 5 minutes? The most formidable aspect of Long is not merely his dribbling on the pitch, but rather his free kick abilities. He converts opportunities with remarkable precision. Following his dazzling debut in the opening match of the league, Long has emerged as Italy's brightest star, overshadowing even the recently triumphant Milito, who scored a hat-trick for Inter. In that match, Long not only found the back of the net but also left opposing players and referees in his wake. Chapter 61. Buffon. The tale of the training was unexpectedly interrupted by the arrival of Buffon, which, in fact, added a touch of unforeseen joy to Juventus. It was unexpected to witness the Juventus players united in such a concerted effort, transforming the unfortunate skis into a veritable caricature. The commotion was palpable, and I lamented the lost opportunity to torment Long. I was uncertain when another chance would arise, yet to my astonishment, Long returned to his original position. Whether this was intentional or merely serendipitous, it nonetheless reignited the excitement among his teammates, seemingly more fervent than their previous aggression. The shooting practice was divided into 2 categories: stationary shooting and one-on-one confrontations with the goalkeeper. Initially, the teammates opted for stationary shots, aiming directly at Long, which resulted in a dismal display as not a single ball found its way to the goal frame. Buffon did not even have the chance to touch the ball. Yet, because the shots were directed towards Long, each attempt was almost always a dead angle, prompting Buffon to instinctively dive towards the posts. This group lacked precision. The ball either soared towards the heavens or veered away from the target, with none striking Long. Eventually, a couple of shots did approach him, but he effortlessly evaded them. Long finally grasped the intentions of his teammates and erupted into laughter. The jest had been made, and Conte arrived to reprimand them. While it is acceptable to engage in playful antics, one must not overindulge. The players had no choice but to cease their frivolities and recommence their earnest training. As for Long, he remained an observer, captivated by Buffon's performance. The team, now back on track, exhibited a newfound seriousness. Their shooting accuracy markedly improved. After all, aiming for a specific point is quite challenging. However, targeting a vast goal frame significantly expands the options available, unless one fails to strike the ball entirely. A professional player's foot can typically direct the ball within the confines of the goalposts. Buffon, too, began to showcase his prowess, adeptly stopping shots and rarely allowing the players to score, unless they aimed for theoretically impossible angles. Outside the penalty area, it is exceedingly difficult to score. Save for exceptional talents like Pirlo or Long had already summoned the star tier, diligently absorbing the essence of Buffon's goalkeeping mastery. To speak candidly, Buffon had aged and was in a phase of decline. Once the world's preeminent goalkeeper, he now ranks at best second or third, with Iker Casillas of Real Madrid holding the title of the best. Nonetheless, even in his decline, Buffon remains a top-tier goalkeeper. The data absorbed and replicated by the star tier continuously feeds into Long's mind, allowing him to swiftly adapt to the existence of a premier goalkeeper. In his consciousness, Buffon embodies steadiness, masterful in one-on-one situations, penalty kicks, high balls, and long-range shots, particularly his second reaction, which reaches a divine level. Naturally, this requires robust physical fitness to support such skills. Is Qianlong lacking in physical capability? In a span of 5 minutes, he is certainly not. Thus, he merely needs to fully absorb the skills residing in his mind to replicate everything Buffon has demonstrated. Next came the second phase of training, one-on-one shooting drills, where Buffon's sharpness in dealing with breakaway attempts became increasingly evident. Qianlong could not help but exclaim at Buffon's exceptional prowess, swiftly realizing that Buffon possessed an innate awareness in thwarting one-on-one situations, easily discerning the opponent's intentions. This aptitude is either instinctive or a result of experience. His parents truly did not name him in vain. Buffon, akin to a door sewn from cloth, begs the question, how could one possibly score against such a barrier? Unless one possesses sufficient speed and power, perhaps it might be breached, Qianlong mused. With this thought, he could not resist inquiring of Startier, what are Casillas' skills? The response was succinct, a deadlock. A deadlock? The name is quite direct. The moment the ball reaches him, it would be instantly thwarted? Astonished, Qianlong began to envision the scenario of Casillas in goal, noting the apparent similarities. Buffon's goalkeeping techniques were already formidable. What then would the concept entail if combined with the skills of Casillas or Cech? Qianlong began to indulge in a cascade of thoughts. Human nature is inherently greedy. Upon acquiring one desire, another arises, revealing an insatiable yearning. Qianlong was no exception, much like his free kicks, which amalgamated 3 formidable skills to reach an unparalleled level of mastery. If his goalkeeping skills were to similarly integrate several elite techniques, would it not achieve the same level of invincibility? After training concluded, Xinglei had completely absorbed Buffon's goalkeeping prowess, a feat unbeknownst to anyone but Qianlong. Yet, he harbored no intention of revealing this newfound capability just yet, even though the desire to showcase it on the field was overwhelming. If Gigi were to discover this, the blow would be monumental, and the team would struggle to accept the notion of a goalkeeper possessing such extraordinary abilities. How could he continue to thrive in this realm? Qianlong pondered. Buffon's hallmark as a goalkeeper lay in his stability and acute one-on-one anticipation. However, when it came to predicting shots, Iker Casillas excelled in that regard. Should the opportunity arise to encounter Casillas in the future, I would undoubtedly seek to replicate his skills, Xinglei mused, reflecting on the perfection that would ensue if combined with Petr's rock-solid attributes. Naturally, if one could further integrate Oliver Kahn's legendary lion's roar, it would result in an utterly flawless guardian of the goal. Even Xinglei found himself consumed by ambition, not to mention Qianlong, who listened intently. The Lion King, Kean, was a living legend, almost achieving the status of World Footballer of the Year as a goalkeeper, only to be thwarted by an extraterrestrial. The very individual whose number 9 Brazilian jersey was once ubiquitous was the sole player capable of wresting victory from Kahn's grasp. The most famous quip regarding children playing football is that if one among them incessantly dribbles the ball without passing, other children might exclaim in frustration, "Do you think you are Ronaldo?" Such absurdity is truly remarkable. The legendary lion's roar, when unleashed, would cause even the most confident striker to tremble, rendering their legs weak and ineffective, ultimately leading to their defeat at the hands of the Lion King. This is no mere fable, but a genuine testament. A goalkeeper who could slay with sound? Only he could claim that title. Among players in other positions, perhaps Gennaro Gattuso could be considered a butcher, and Roy Keane was also a formidable presence. Beyond that, few could match such ferocity. Alas, when the Lion King confronted the extraterrestrial, this tactic proved futile. The Lion King needed to roar, while the alien merely required a commanding presence to eliminate defenders with ease. Chapter 62. Coexisting with Beauty. 3 days swiftly elapsed. Qianlong, apart from dedicating half the day to training, found himself spending more time in academic pursuits than on the field. Being a figure of notable repute within the academy rendered his movements rather cumbersome. Yet, he had a substantial ally in the esteemed dean of the traditional Chinese medicine academy, Yu Sun. His mere presence suffices. He enjoys unrestricted access to the dean's office. The news of his romance with Canales has spread like wildfire throughout the campus, drawing disdainful glances from both fans and female classmates alike. At such a tender age, engaging with another young woman has indeed dealt a severe blow to his admirers. Meanwhile, Canales' own institution is rife with turmoil. The scions of affluent families are seething, eager to confront Qianlong. They are bewildered as to how this seemingly insignificant, physically challenged footballer could have won over Canales. Reports have even suggested that Canales spent the night at Chen Long's residence, igniting further speculation and exacerbating their feelings of discontent. To make matters worse, as Chen Long exited school that day, a white Audi was already parked at the entrance of the traditional Chinese medicine college. With the stunning Canales seated inside, this sight plunged the envious and furious onlookers into despair. Chen Long himself was taken aback by Canales' brazen display of affection as she arrived at the school gate to pick him up, under the scrutiny of many eyes. He hurriedly entered the vehicle. The two individuals were exceedingly ostentatious, surrounded by a cacophony of insults and indignation, though this was only after their departure. Chen Long was disheartened to discover that Canales had unceremoniously moved her belongings into the living room. Was this what they referred to in university as cohabitation? To cohabit with a woman at the tender age of 18? What, then, distinguished him from a mere commodity? Chen Long found himself increasingly perturbed, envisioning a bleak future. A prospective football superstar, shackled at 18 to a seemingly beautiful but actually fierce and formidable wife, who was backed not only by the demented Pirlo but also by a multinational steel conglomerate as a formidable ally. The mere thought of this nearly shattered him. Before turning 18, he had already endured a dismal and inevitable existence, having finally glimpsed a promising beginning. How was it that he seemed poised to plunge into another abyss of suffering? The more he pondered, the more disquieted he became. Romance should be cherished. Yet here he was, thrust into cohabitation after merely 3 days of dating. Had he truly transitioned from courtship to shared living in just 2 days? With cohabitation seemingly heralding the proximity of marriage, Chen Long's apprehensions deepened. Unbeknownst to Canales, she remained oblivious to Chen Long's turmoil, interpreting his initial excitement at her abrupt arrival as mere exuberance. Although Chen Long had intended to refuse, his kind-hearted nature prevented him from voicing his objections, ultimately compelling him to accept the situation. Nonetheless, this was merely the facade of his thoughts. His true concerns lay in the formidable support that Canales had behind her. Once settled, this space would transform into a shared abode, no longer merely Chen Long's sanctuary. With Canales' presence, Yushan began to drift away from Chen Long, transitioning from daily encounters to seeing each other only once every 3 days, which posed a significant inconvenience to his studies. Whether this distance was intentional or inadvertent remained unclear. Yet each time he sought her out, she would deftly evade him, citing her overwhelming busyness, which left Chen Long feeling despondent. The most pressing concern for Chen Long was that the romantic interludes with Canales could only occur once a week, a stipulation to which Canales had no objections. Thus, 3 days of cohabitation passed, marking the commencement of life with beauty. Aside from some complications during meals, no other issues had yet manifested. Soon, Chen Long was to participate in the youth league, facing off against the youth team of Napoli. The Napoli youth team was renowned for its prodigious talent, though the club's owner exhibited a preference for South American prodigies over their Italian counterparts. Consequently, the youth team was rife with young talents from various South American nations. While their names may currently elude him, who could guarantee that in a year or two, they would not emerge as celebrated stars? Originally, there was no intention to face Napoli this early, however, due to the association's considerations regarding both Napoli and Udinese, one aiming for a spot in the UEFA Champions League qualifiers and the other in the UEFA Europa League. Their schedules were altered. Consequently, Juventus now finds itself confronting Napoli ahead of time, which promises to be a challenging away match. After a week apart from Bike Bang, the two brothers reunite, naturally rekindling their camaraderie. Upon returning to the youth team, Chen Long experiences a greater sense of relaxation and joy compared to his time in the first team. The individuals here are all good friends from the same grade, reveling in their shared joy of play, unburdened by the pressures of scoring goals or providing assists. They simply strive to do their best without the scrutiny of numerous spectators or the tension of a live broadcast, indulging in the uncomplicated pleasures of youthful football. The match was progressing smoothly. At halftime, the score was tied at 1 goal apiece. In the second half, both teams managed to score again, bringing the score to 2-2. The youth coach of Juventus, emulating Conte, made an early substitution, bringing on Chen Long in hopes that this tactic would once again yield miraculous results for Juventus. However, if such a miracle were to occur, it could not be replicated more than twice. Thus, when Chen Long entered the field, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. What had been a tranquil match suddenly erupted into a frenzied and violent affair. In a mere 3 minutes, the head coach issued 6 yellow cards, all directed at the players of the Napoli youth team. Furthermore, all 6 fouls occurred near the center circle against Chen Long. This is a blatant foul aimed at delaying the game, preventing Qianlong from seizing the opportunity to attack, is it not? Clearly it is. For the foul is exceedingly brutal. This seems intent on rendering Qianlong ineffective. But why would they seek to undermine Qianlong? Is there any necessity for the youth team to do so? Evidently, it is inconceivable. This is something well known to all. Qianlong not only participates in the youth team's matches, but is also certain to play for the first team the following day. Thus, this is a conspiracy, a scheme aimed at incapacitating Qianlong. Even if they do not succeed in completely undermining him, inflicting an injury would suffice. It is evident that these youth players have received directives from the first team, exerting every effort to eliminate Qianlong. What kind of temptation could provoke such fervor and reckless abandon? Surely, the allure of ascending to the first team is a powerful incentive, particularly for those young players hailing from South America who have traveled thousands of miles to Italy. If they do not give their all, how can they rise to prominence in Europe? Thus, they are risking everything. Qianlong has become the target of a coordinated assault, and the other members of Juventus youth team, not to be underestimated, cannot stand idly by while Qianlong is so ruthlessly battered. They too must retaliate against the opposition. Under the leadership of Beckham, Juventus also adopted a more aggressive stance, resulting in the final minutes devolving into a near brawl. This, too, serves as a display for their elder counterparts in the first team. Fortunately, Qianlong emerged unscathed from these aggressions, evading his attackers with the grace of a fish gliding through water, skillfully dodging or only sustaining minor infringements, ultimately foiling the nefarious plot orchestrated by Napoli. The outcome has brought immense anguish to the players of the Napoli youth team. In their fervor, they have garnered nothing but disappointment. It appears that their future remains shrouded in uncertainty, with no clear opportunity for redemption in sight. Similarly, their head coach is equally disheartened, having failed to assist the first team in thwarting the formidable Ch in Elling. One can only imagine the depth of his despair. Chapter 63. A day revisited during the pre-match press conference. Mazzarri expressed his astonishment at the unforeseen circumstances surrounding the youth team's performance. He could not fathom how the players could display such a lack of integrity. He conveyed his profound sadness and regret, recalling the previous press conference. Mazzarri had held Ch and Ling in exceptionally high regard. If Mazzarri did not instigate the youth players' actions, it is likely that other coaches harbored malicious intentions. Such acts that contravene the principles of sportsmanship are met with widespread condemnation. When will Qianlong make his appearance on the field in this match? Mazzarri is indeed quite concerned about this. What strategy will Kean employ? Fortunately, Kean has been relegated to the stands and is unable to direct the game from the sidelines, which is immensely favorable news for Mazzarri. Today marks Kean's first time managing from the stands, and he is proceeding with utmost caution. He has opted for a predominantly defensive formation, resulting in an unexpected deployment of 3 defensive midfielders. In the daunting fortress of Naples, Juventus faces a formidable challenge in seeking to gain an advantage and secure a goal. Historically, it has been arduous enough to conquer Napoli at home, and now, in the away setting, any misstep could lead to dire consequences. As a shrewd strategist, Kean would undoubtedly refrain from engaging Napoli in an all-out offensive battle. Defense is paramount, and securing a draw would be the most favorable outcome. Conversely, Mazzarri, leveraging the home advantage, is intent on avenging the previous defeat. If he fails to deliver an exhilarating victory for the fans at home, his position as head coach may be precariously threatened. Naturally, Kean would not hastily deploy Qianlong. It is known that after the last match, Qianlong required an entire hour in bed to recuperate. This time, he is certainly reluctant to risk Qianlong's well-being again. This match holds significant importance. Should he lose, Kean's position may be irrevocably jeopardized. Juventus would never entertain the notion of retaining a coach incapable of orchestrating the game. The collective interests of the team supersede personal allegiances, a fact that was made abundantly clear to Conte in a pre-match ultimatum from the club. Nevertheless, he appeared impeccably attired in the front row of the stands, in close proximity to the coaching bench, a strategic move intended to facilitate his command during the match. As the game commenced, Juventus adopted a defensive stance from the outset, while Napoli, ignited by the referee's whistle, launched into a fervent offensive assault. Half of the Juventus players on the field were not only Kean's favored protege but also his steadfast allies. United by a clandestine pact, they could not afford to lose this match. Confronting the vengeful Napoli, they displayed remarkable composure, for in a clash of titans, one must inevitably fall, yet they were resolute in their belief that defeat would not be theirs. In contrast to the previous season, Juventus boasted the addition of a premier striker, a distinction that set him apart from his fellow forwards. Higuain, a world-class forward, exerted immense pressure on Napoli. Having honed his skills under Mourinho's direct mentorship at Real Madrid, he was not one to falter on the pitch. When it comes to defense, Italian teams are unparalleled, rivaling the best in the world, even those under Mourinho's command. Moreover, Juventus's backline is comprised almost entirely of the national team's defensive stalwarts. As long as Juventus refrains from overextending and remains anchored in defense, Napoli will find it arduous to gain any advantage, all while remaining wary of sudden counterattacks. In the days leading up to the match, Conte had already meticulously orchestrated his strategy, understanding that a draw was imperative to preserve his position. Consequently, Napoli found themselves ensnared in a state of futility in their offensive endeavors. The composed Conte sat leisurely in the stands, akin to an ordinary Juventus supporter engrossed in the game. In stark contrast, his counterpart, Mazzarri, exhibited a palpable tension, grappling with a plethora of attacking players yet unable to breach the opponent's defense. The entirety of the first half unfolded amidst a cacophony of confusion and monotony. Countless attempts to deliver crosses were thwarted. Whenever the ball soared over Juventus's territory, it was either skillfully dealt with by Buffon or decisively cleared by the formidable Italian defenders. Such outcomes can be disheartening. Is there truly no way to breach Juventus' formidable defense? By halftime, Mazzarri ultimately adjusted his offensive strategy, deciding against relying on lofty crosses, which proved futile against Juventus. Conte, confined to the stands and lacking the authority to enter the locker room, found himself devoid of even an assistant coach, rendering him powerless to implement alternative tactics. He gestured to the tactical coach on the bench, signaling to maintain the same approach in the second half. Juventus, determined to secure at least a draw, demonstrated their capability to execute this well. Thus, as the players on the pitch remained entrenched in defensive posture, Mazzarri waved his hand, sending forth an array of attacking players, embarking on a more fervent offensive. In the clash between offense and defense, neither side gained the upper hand. The match continued in a tense stalemate, with neither willing to concede defeat, yet only Napoli sought victory while Juventus aimed merely to preserve parity. Aside from the two center-backs closely shadowing Higuain, Napoli's players surged forward, relentlessly pursuing attack after attack. Napoli altered their game plan to focus on ground play, increasing the defensive challenges for Juventus. Mazzarri possessed an arsenal of adept players capable of breaking through, and the tall Cavani, known for his exceptional footwork, proved to be an atypical center forward. This shift to ground attacks left Juventus' goal under siege, fraught with peril. Juventus, with no recourse but to defend and clear, found themselves at a disadvantage against the reigning champions from the previous season, facing a precarious situation. Nevertheless, each Juventus player resolutely adhered to Conte's directives, with no one shirking their responsibilities or exerting less than their utmost effort. A united team is formidable, devoid of weaknesses. Thus, they ultimately persevered until the substitution of Qianlong. Conte, devoid of tactical options, reverted to his old playbook, having predetermined that Qianlong would enter in the final minutes. All prior strategies and preparations were meticulously crafted for that concluding stretch. Conte is a daring gambler. He wagered his team's full defensive efforts for the first 85 minutes, betting on the last few moments to introduce Qianlong onto the pitch. Such a contradictory approach has led to a rapid decline in the nature of the competition. Although Mazzarri harbors a fondness for Qianlong, he cannot help but feel a deep-seated resentment upon witnessing Qianlong's appearance on the field. The pain from the last encounter has yet to be fully processed. Must history repeat itself today? Will that slow-moving lad once again bring humiliation upon himself? Chapter 64. The making of a star in the past. Spectators watched a football match from the very first minute until the final whistle. However, Juventus fans now find themselves focusing solely on the last 5 minutes. This brief interval is the most exhilarating, filled with suspense. For Juventus supporters, it is a source of delight. These final 5 minutes have become a cherished moment they eagerly anticipate. Is this a football match or a basketball game? Why do the final 5 minutes evoke such fervor and anticipation among the spectators? All of this is attributed to a player named Qianlong. 5 minutes is sufficient. This was the promise made by Qianlong when he first appeared at the press conference, and throughout these recent matches, he has consistently delivered on that vow. With no lapse thus far, the Neapolitans fell into a hushed silence upon witnessing this prodigious talent take the field. No one dared to ascertain whether this young genius would once again place their beloved team in jeopardy. When did the fate of their team become so precariously dependent on this lad? If we were to rewind 30 years, what would this swift young player have been? In the era dominated by the legendary Diego Maradona, all stars were mere shadows, let alone this boy. Yet, as this young man emerged onto the scene. Why did an air of trepidation envelop the crowd? The Neapolitans were filled with dread, whereas the thousands of Juventus fans were exhilarated. Not only anticipating Qianlong's dazzling performance, but also the potential surge in the value of their tickets. Prior to the match, bookmakers adjusted the odds of Qianlong scoring to 1 to 0.5, while the odds for him not scoring were set at 1 to 5, clearly reflecting their confidence in his ability to find the net. Naturally, the Juventus supporters flocked to wager on Qianlong's goal scoring, with bets ranging from several thousand euros to mere dozens. Meanwhile, Qianlong's fanbase continued to grow exponentially. The two prominent fan clubs in the stands were fervently waving their banners and chanting, making it clear that Qianlong could hear their enthusiastic support on the field. Notably, the majority of the members of these massive fan clubs were young and beautiful female supporters. Upon Qianlong's entry onto the pitch, Coach Mazzari altered his strategy, shifting from a two-man marking on Higuain to a single defender, while deploying two players to closely monitor Qianlong. Such a prestigious treatment, akin to that afforded to superstars, was now bestowed upon Qianlong. Mazzari undoubtedly had no intention of underestimating Qianlong. Rather, he offered him special consideration. In this match, one must exercise caution regarding fouls on the field. Previously, one could commit indiscretions just outside the penalty area, but with Qianlong's extraordinary free kicks, a foul now represents a significant gamble, bearing the potential for a goal. If a foul is truly necessary, it would be prudent to commit it at least 40 meters from the goal. This distance significantly diminishes Qianlong's scoring probability to below 10%. A free kick from such a range poses almost no threat to the goalkeeper unless he is caught off guard. The defenders of Napoli, having faced Qianlong once before, are now exceedingly vigilant. Since their previous defeat, Coach Mazzari and the defensive squad have meticulously devised a strategy specifically to contain Qianlong, aiming to restrict him for 5 minutes to ensure absolute security. However, while strategies are well formulated, their practical application does not always align seamlessly with theoretical ideals. Qianlong's presence on the field alleviates much of the defensive pressure, as his teammates relentlessly feed him the ball. The defensive midfielder acts as a barrier in front of Qianlong, while the central defenders work diligently to obstruct his movement and limit his space to initiate plays. Thus, it becomes exceedingly challenging for the ball to reach Qianlong's feet. It is not that Qianlong is unable to maintain possession. Rather, he is simply unable to access the ball at all, as it is intercepted directly by the defensive midfielder upon being passed here. This tactic proved to be remarkably effective, relegating Qianlong's role to merely that of a defensive distraction. However, this very circumstance liberated Higuain on the other side. In one-on-one situations, few could withstand his prowess. The beleaguered watermelon, having endured nearly 90 minutes, was the one most eager for Qianlong's entrance. After several passes directed towards Qianlong from Pirlo, and witnessing the futility of this approach, he shifted his focus to Higuain. With great effort, Higuain received the ball, turned, and deftly maneuvered past the defender who was marking him. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful shot, yet regrettably, the angle was too straightforward, and the goalkeeper deflected it with a single palm. The ball fell at Marquisio's feet, after controlling it on the right flank. He relayed it back to Pirlo in the center. Pirlo, once again, sent it towards Higuain, who managed to secure possession. This time, the defender, wary of making a rash move, opted to use his body to block Higuain, preventing him from turning easily. Trapped, Higuain chose to pass back to Elia, who, lacking confidence in his shooting ability, refrained from taking a shot and instead returned the ball to Marquisio, who, without pause, took a direct shot. Unfortunately, it soared high into the stands, a wayward missile that squandered Juventus's opportunity to attack. Now it was Napoli's turn to press forward. The most effective strategy against Juventus was to attack, keeping them at a distance from the penalty area, which was the safest course of action. The goalkeeper launched the ball with a powerful kick, sending it soaring towards Cavani. However, Cavani found himself closely marked by Chiellini, leaving him no opportunity to comfortably control the ball. As Barzagli swiftly moved in to provide support, he easily intercepted the ball, passing it to Bonucci on the flank. Bonucci promptly relayed it to Marquisio, and Juventus mounted a resurgence. Marquisio once again delivered the ball to Higuain's feet. Higuain opted for an individual effort, evading the defender. But the central defender, who had initially been preoccupied with Qianlong, quickly returned to block Higuain's path. With two defenders originally focused on Qianlong, only a lone defensive midfielder remained. Higuain, initially poised to shoot, decisively chose to pass the ball back to Pirlo upon noticing the approaching defender. This is the moment of opportunity. Pirlo observed the approaching ball and deftly lifted it, executing a perfectly arched pass that soared directly towards Qianlong. Pirlo had anticipated this very instant, employing a tactic of misdirection. Qianlong, equally prepared for this moment, swiftly propelled himself forward, effortlessly evading the defensive midfielder and creating a gap of over a meter. The player arrived. The ball arrived. Qianlong raised his left foot, skillfully cushioning the ball about a meter ahead of him, and then surged forward, breaching the defensive zone. He now stood directly before the goalkeeper. Xing once remarked that a player who cannot dribble past the goalkeeper is not a true star. Would Qianlong surpass the goalkeeper? As he made his diagonal run from the left, he found himself face-to-face with the goalkeeper. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The goalkeeper charged forward. For Qianlong, bypassing the goalkeeper was as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist, with a simple maneuver. He deftly evaded the goalkeeper's outstretched hand and effortlessly sent the ball into the net. Yet again, he scored after evading the goalkeeper. And it seemed that within a mere fortnight, Qianlong had netted 2 such goals. Mazzari, on the field, grasped his head in despair, muttering inaudibly, clearly lamenting the reckless actions of the defender who failed to heed his instructions to mark Qianlong closely, instead opting to shadow Higuain. Perhaps he was secretly berating himself for being outdone by Qianlong once more. At that moment, no one knew. All that was evident was the score displayed on the big screen, 1-0. After lying in wait for so long, this opportunity had been seized by Qianlong, whose efficiency was staggering. 2 goals in 2 matches. What a remarkable scoring rate. How many minutes had it taken to achieve this? This time, Qianlong expended little energy as he jogged towards the corner flag to celebrate. What was that celebration? Naturally, it mirrored the iconic gesture of his idol. As he swung his right hand and extended his index finger, repeatedly tapping in that classic celebration not meant for extraterrestrials. Surrounding the corner flag were Juventus fans, who rose to their feet, applauding fervently, their cheers resonating throughout the stadium. In stark contrast, the faces of Napoli supporters were filled with anguish, each one reflecting a profound sense of desolation. Is this some sort of divine jest? To be humiliated once more by this little imp before my very eyes. Connie in the stands leapt up, unable to restrain himself, and shared an exuberant embrace with a nearby fan. Yet again, a goal of priceless value. How could he not be thrilled? This transcends mere wealth. His Juventus, his betting, his position, all became illuminated by this singular moment. How could he contain his excitement? He was not alone in his fervor. The players on the field, all intertwined in this affair, mirrored his passion. What was meant to be a mere stalemate transformed into a triumph due to Qianlong's entrance. How could they not be elated? Once more, Qianlong dominated the match, emerging as the hero upon Juventus's hallowed ground. However, the contest was far from over. This was a goal in the 90th minute, and the referee would add 3 minutes of stoppage time. The game resumed. Just 3 minutes. Could Napoli level the score? Juventus, with a goal in hand, represented Italy. Would they grant their rivals an opportunity? Under no pressure, would Juventus falter and allow Napoli a chance? Napoli's fervor, with all players pushing forward, was indeed formidable. Those 2 relentless wingers danced past defenders as if they were racing cars. Having been subdued twice by Juventus, how could one reconcile such a spectacle? Yet, despite their tireless efforts, it all culminated in despair. After an arduous 90 minutes, they were struck down once more. Why must they suffer such indignities? Twice in succession. They could not be faulted for their endeavors. Fate simply did not smile upon them, choosing instead to favor that little prodigy, and twice at that. Amidst their discontent, the final whistle blew. An exultant Conti leapt over the advertising boards, rushing onto the pitch to celebrate with the team, while the Napoli players departed swiftly. Meanwhile, over 3,000 Juventus fans remained in the stadium, singing the club's anthem, expressing their joy at the victory. Chapter 65. Is Morgan Freeman coming? Juventus's anthem is delightful, as are those of Milan and Inter Milan. As a fan, I find all clubs endearing, and the players equally charming. I hope that all football enthusiasts continue to find joy in the beautiful game. At this moment, Qianlong listened to the live rendition of Juventus's anthem, feeling a surge of exhilaration. Having cherished Juventus's anthem since childhood, he could hardly believe he was experiencing it in person today. Juventus's anthem may lack the passion of Milan's or the buoyancy of Inter's, yet it flows like Pirlo's dribbling, light and joyful, ever present. The anthem lingered, resonating throughout the stadium. Mazzari, at the press conference, displayed hints of irritation and resentment as he responded to reporters with a remark, "That damn little imp again." Clearly, Qianlong's presence stirred a complex blend of admiration and vexation in Mazzari. Having lost the Super Cup last time, this was a critical league match. The defeat on home turf left Mazzari quite embarrassed. On Juventus' side, Conte did not attend the press conference. Only Buffon represented the team, hastily concluding the event. In September, the temperature in Turin dropped again, as one strolls through the streets, scattered yellowing leaves carpet the ground, and the evening breeze carries a chill. After the match, Qianlong quietly departed, for he had an appointment with someone. Inside the tranquil CAF, the clientele was sparse. Qianlong made his way inside, his gaze searching for that familiar visage, and at last, in the furthest corner, he spotted the person he recognized. Louis XIV, his distant cousin, was an Italian born in France. Much like his formidable surname, Louis possessed an equally impressive stature. In Qianlong's memory, Louis XIV resembled the illustrious Morgan Freeman from the film The Shawshank Redemption. The only distinction was that Freeman had aged, while his cousin was still in his 30s, a youthful version of Freeman. Qianlong often pondered that Louis XIV was a rogue. Yet he could not resist the allure of his company. The cousin he remembered indulged in all vices, drinking, gambling, and more, spending his days in frivolity. It was a miracle that, having spent so much time with him during childhood, Qianlong had not turned out the same. However, since Louis XIV departed Italy 6 years ago, their communication dwindled to merely a handful of calls each year. Today, it was a mystery what brought him back to Italy. Upon their reunion in the CAF after 6 years, they embraced warmly. Qianlong's fondness for Louis XIV was evident from the joy on his face. Louis XIV had an air of mystery about his recent endeavors. Was he fishing daily at sea or frolicking on the beach with beautiful women? His complexion was as dark as coal. Without the CAF lights, Qianlong might have struggled to recognize him. Do not underestimate him. He was the head of the Italian mafia's French branch. Qianlong had learned of his cousin's affiliation with the mafia over a decade ago, and now, Louis's status had elevated significantly, cloaked in the shadows of organized crime, much like his own darkened visage. With a mere stomp of his foot, he could rattle all of Italy, perhaps even half of Europe. As a mid-level manager in the new generation of the mafia, the power he wielded was unimaginable to ordinary mortals. Yet, before Qianlong, Louis XIV appeared simply as a cousin, not as a crime lord. Freeman's visage exuded warmth and kindness, and at that moment, Louis embodied such a demeanor. After years apart, the two exchanged heartfelt pleasantries, their familiarity undiminished. In Qianlong's eyes, his cousin had changed little. He still bore that same face, marked by a persistent suspicion. Even now, as he sipped his coffee, he habitually gazed out the window, a habit cultivated over many years. A constant vigilance of danger lingered in the mind of Louis XIV. Those who dwell in darkness always possess an extra heart and an additional head, perpetually alert to the perils that threaten their existence. One can never be certain when a few policemen might appear, ready to drag one into the confines of prison. The two engaged in idle chatter for quite some time, before Louis XIV finally steered the conversation to the crux of the matter. The organization has begun to take notice of you. Did they not call you last time regarding the gambling issue? When Louis XIV uttered these words, his expression was gravely serious, as though he were discussing a matter of life and death. What? You are actually keeping an eye on me? Qianlong was taken aback by this revelation. What did it signify? If the mafia had turned its attention towards him, would he not have to tread carefully in his football career? He suddenly recalled the precarious situations of his Juventus teammates. Was he to be ensnared in this vortex so soon? He had not anticipated that his cousin would bring such disheartening news, and for a moment, Qianlong found it difficult to compose himself. However, I have managed to suppress it. For now, no one dares to touch you. Louis XIV quickly reassured him upon noticing Qianlong's apprehension. Hearing his cousin's words, the heavy stone in Qianlong's heart was temporarily lifted, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. Indeed, having a powerful ally was advantageous. Louis XIV retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and leisurely took a small puff, exhaling white smoke rings. Given Juventus's current circumstances, you are not in any imminent danger. Moreover, the odds being offered by various gambling companies are quite favorable for you. This cousin of Qianlong's was undoubtedly a formidable figure, not yet 30, commanding respect in the upper echelons of the mafia, a position more comfortable than that of a national leader. This year, you must exercise caution. Things are heating up over in Milan. Berlusconi, after stepping down from his position as prime minister, has resumed control over Milan, and the referees seem to favor him. Louis XIV stated, taking another puff of his cigarette and delivering yet another unexpected piece of information. The once clear atmosphere became shrouded in a haze of smoke. And although the wall behind Louis XIV bore the inscription "No Smoking," he continued to indulge in his habit with unabated enthusiasm. It is likely that this establishment shares intricate connections with him. Otherwise, smoking in public could very well lead to an arrest. However, the old man has indeed aged, and his recent antics have consistently defied expectations. Just the day before yesterday, he called me, requesting that I arrange a party with beautiful women for him. He remains engrossed in a life of indulgence, even at over 70 years of age, neglecting any serious pursuits. I cannot fathom how he maintains such vitality. I must admit, I am in awe. Qianlong harbors a rather unfavorable impression of Berlusconi, not solely due to his abhorrent indulgences, but more so because of his disrespectful remarks towards Chinese women. A few years ago, while still in his position as prime minister, Berlusconi made several repugnant statements, of which Qianlong is among the many who find them utterly distasteful. The two conversed about various topics, though the majority of the dialogue was dominated by Louis XIV, with Qianlong contentedly listening as the hours slipped away, soon reaching 10 o'clock in the evening. Speaking of your recent romantic interest, it is rather impressive that you have caught the eye of the steel magnate's daughter. You should exercise caution. The waters here run exceedingly deep, and you must tread carefully, Louis XIV reminded Qianlong. Upon the mention of Canales, Qianlong felt a pang of discomfort, as he had just received a call urging him to return home promptly. Poor lad, behind the facade of glamour lies an array of burdens that remain unseen, contributing to his distress. At the tender age of 18, one would expect a time of vibrant enthusiasm, yet, for him, it seems to grow increasingly burdensome. Chapter 66. A chance encounter with Prandelli. After meeting with his cousin Louis XIV, Qianlong found himself in possession of some obscure information, leaving him to ponder whether this was a stroke of fortune or misfortune. Louis XIV, enigmatic as ever, departed hastily without even partaking in a meal, bidding farewell to Qianlong. This left Qianlong, who had not been seen for many years, in a state of deep discontent, pondering whether the leaders of the mafia were truly so occupied, tirelessly engaged in their myriad affairs. Did they not even have time for a simple meal? At the same time, he felt genuine joy for his cousin, who was thriving remarkably. What of the mafia? Was it not merely a profession, albeit one shrouded in secrecy? Moreover, with a cousin who was ahead of the mafia providing protection, who would dare to bully him in the future? As he strolled along, lost in his thoughts, the arrival of the fierce yet enchanting Carlos caught his attention. How much time has passed? The little sprite has returned once more. Qianlong felt a wave of frustration wash over him. There was little he could do. This young man was currently enjoying immense popularity, with fan clubs numbering in the thousands. Who could guarantee that a moment's lapse in attention wouldn't result in another woman stealing his heart? Given Canales' nature, it would be strange if she did not follow closely behind. In these fleeting 5 minutes, the fierce and formidable Canales had managed to tame him effortlessly. With the intent of sharing dinner with Qianlong, Canales drove towards the city, seeking out a relatively secluded and tranquil upscale restaurant. In such an upscale restaurant, Qianlong found himself unable to afford the lavish experience, as it was Canales who insisted on bringing him along. It seems that at such a tender age, Qianlong has already begun to enjoy the fruits of another's labor, yet he felt somewhat out of place in this environment. Fortunately, this establishment exuded a refined atmosphere. Unlike the streets where one might be frequently interrupted by fans seeking autographs, here, the patrons were of high status and decorum, ensuring that no one would behave in such an uncouth manner. Thus, despite dining under the scrutiny of many eyes, Qianlong remained undisturbed, occasionally nodding at those who greeted him. With a burgeoning reputation, he felt a sense of delight. Who does not relish being flattered? At that moment, he encountered one of the most significant individuals of his life. Tomorrow marked the gathering of the national team, and the head coach of the Italian national team, Prandelli, was present in Turin this evening, evidently assessing the players from Juventus who were part of the national squad. Just then, Prandelli, accompanied by these national players, emerged from a private room and fortuitously crossed paths with Qianlong, who was enjoying his meal. Among the group were renowned players such as Buffon, Pirlo, and Chiellini. Canales, upon spotting Pirlo, averted her gaze as if she had not seen him, only to be playfully tapped on the head by Pirlo. He was well aware of Canales' recent move to Qianlong's residence, yet he could do little to rein her in, merely advising Qianlong to treat her well. Otherwise, Qianlong, momentarily distracted by the gathering of familiar faces, did not initially notice another figure behind them, engrossed in exchanging pleasantries. until he finally caught sight of Prandelli, which took him by surprise. Isn't he the head coach of the national team? To his astonishment, Qianlong had not anticipated encountering the national team's coach here. However, Prandelli's warm greeting ignited a surge of excitement within him. Qianlong was taken aback that Prandelli recognized him and even uttered his name. Prandelli, with his striking hairstyle, was dressed in his beloved light blue suit, exuding an air of refinement and politeness. Qianlong mused to himself that he was indeed an elegant leader. When Prandelli casually complimented Qianlong's performance that day, it sent a wave of pride surging through him, though he managed to conceal it from his expression. To receive praise from the head coach of the national team is an honor beyond compare. Perhaps one day, he too would earn a place within the national team. Qianlong secretly fantasized. Yet, the national team comprises meticulously chosen elites. Did they truly need a fleeting talent like him? Doubt began to creep into Qianlong's mind. After exchanging pleasantries, Prandelli departed. What else could he do? It was unlikely Prandelli would fervently shake his hand and plead for Qianlong to join the national team. Soon, the Italian national team was set to face Bulgaria away, with the players gathering the following day to prepare for the fierce battle. Naturally, Juventus, as the primary contributor to the national team, required Prandelli to personally assess the players' conditions and foster camaraderie. Once Prandelli took his leave, those older gentlemen returned to Qianlong, clearly with intentions directed at him. Their fierce demeanor sent a shiver down his spine, leaving him bewildered as to when he had provoked them. It turned out they were there to advocate for Canales. Having spent a few days together, these individuals had yet to converse with Qianlong. Why would they? It was simply because Pirlo was Canales' brother, and the others were close friends of Pirlo, thus they were particularly attentive to Canales. In light of this, Qianlong, as Canales' boyfriend, had to be more vigilant. Under the relentless questioning from this group, the unfortunate Qianlong had no choice but to recount his feelings, making countless vows to assure them he would never betray Canales, until he himself lost track of what he had said. Once again, Qianlong felt the formidable influence of Canales, a lingering sense of concern subtly intensifying within him. After a lengthy period of frivolous chatter, Pirlo finally spoke with earnestness. During their recent meal, Prandelli had indeed broached the subject of Qianlong at the dining table, exchanging opinions with the players. Naturally, this group extolled Qianlong with unceasing recommendations and accolades, even recounting their own embarrassing encounters with him, thereby singing his praises and illuminating his potential. It appeared that Qianlong had genuinely caught Prandelli's attention. When Pirlo relayed this news to Qianlong, he could no longer contain his excitement, bursting into an unabashed laughter that drew disdainful glances from nearby diners. What kind of child lacks such decorum, laughing uproariously in such an elegant setting? Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Juventus' youthful talent, accompanied by a cohort of their eccentric supporters. The crowd hushed Qianlong's exuberance, their heads bowed in embarrassment, fearful of being recognized. The lively atmosphere created by their antics turned what should have been a romantic dinner into a veritable picnic. After the meal, the evening was not yet over, as this group of seasoned jesters suggested heading somewhere to revel further. However, Qianlong declined their invitation, resolutely choosing to drive away with Canales. He declared he would rather return home to accompany his enchanting companion than mingle with such seasoned rogues. Chapter 67. A signature on the chest? Early in the morning, Qianlong's phone rang, shattering his hopes of enjoying a leisurely lie-in. It was a call from Yi Shanshan. Wasn't today Monday? This fellow was off to conduct experiments. Being a university student, he certainly had to engage in his studies. Just as he was about to head out after freshening up, another call interrupted him, this one instilling a sense of trepidation. Was it the Chinese Football Association? What could this possibly mean? The Chinese Football Association had reached out to him. Qianlong found himself perplexed. Yang Ershi had finally returned, astonishingly bringing along the Chinese Football Association. On the phone, he chattered incessantly about the need for a meeting. Recently, he had received a deluge of calls, more than tenfold compared to before. Qianlong contemplated whether he should change his phone number, considering that his current one was too well known, making it inconvenient. As a public figure, he dreaded such disturbances. After spending a tiring morning at the university, Qianlong emerged, feeling utterly drained. Yi Sun had relentlessly pressed him to memorize numerous acupoint terms, clearly exhausting his energy, leaving him looking as if he had not slept for an entire night. It seemed that the office of the esteemed dean was not a place for the faint-hearted. Walking along the still unfamiliar campus path, he was occasionally approached by beautiful women, prompting him to sign autographs to send them on their way, which somewhat restored his spirits. Initially, I did not intend to walk so ostentatiously. However, in order to pass by young Urshi's place, I had no choice but to stroll down the campus path with a brave face. The weather in September is delightfully refreshing, as the essence of autumn gradually envelopes Turin, and the earth is steeped in a sense of decline. Yet, the midday warmth still encourages the beauties to reveal their fair skin. A sweet and delicate voice, akin to a gentle melody, rang out behind Chun Long, prompting him to think that yet another infatuated admirer had approached. Alas, her affectionate calling was indeed endearing. I am the leader of the Dragon Battle World fan club. Chun Long heard this astonishing declaration just as he turned around, but what truly captivated him was the sight of this infatuated girl. She was an absolute vision of beauty. Standing gracefully, her alluring lips resembled a second Angelina Jolie, and her face was a masterpiece of perfection. Her long, shapely legs were exposed beneath a pair of blue ultra-short denim shorts, and her prominent curves were dazzlingly striking, causing Chun Long's gaze to inadvertently drift in that direction. My goodness, how could such a stunning flower exist? She was even more enchanting and seductive than my little fairy at home, those disobedient eyes, irresistibly drawn to that place. Yet the mouth opened. Dragon Battle World Fan Club? Ah, I recall. I saw it just yesterday afternoon. Greetings. I'm Carl Lance. The infatuation has not been ensnared by Chun Long's alluring gaze. Rather, it seems to thrive on it, as he continues to introduce himself. Reluctantly, Chun Long diverted his gaze, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, pondering when he had become so captivated, seemingly enjoying it of late. Lance, thank you for your support. I am immensely grateful. When feigning seriousness, Chun Long never falters, even though his thoughts linger on another's bosom. By the way, how did you come to form a group? Is my popularity truly that formidable? Lance, with her expressive eyes, exclaimed in surprise, you mean you didn't know? There are now 5 different dragon clubs. So soon? Just yesterday there were only 2. Now there are 5? Chun Long was astounded, contemplating that this pace was swifter than childbirth. 5 clubs, 5 dazzling beauty groups. What a notion. If each group comprises 100 members, that amounts to 500 beauties. Oh dear, how shall I manage this? Please, sign my name, haha. Lance beamed like a radiant flower, pure and innocent, yet unbeknownst to her, someone harbored impure thoughts. All right, where shall I sign? Chun Long readily accepted her request. Signing for fans is not only his duty, but also a pleasure, especially when it involves beautiful admirers. Lance stepped closer to Chun Long, gesturing toward her prominent curves. What? Is this a jest? This fan is undeniably enchanting, a true temptress, a facade of purity concealing inner desires. Chun Long was taken aback by Lance's boldness. On her bosom? This is unabashed seduction. His hands trembled slightly. Merely gazing was one thing, but was he truly expected to act? Is it appropriate to sign there? Chun Long's eyes darted to Lance's chest, and then around, wary of prying eyes. Nonetheless, his own ambitions stirred within, eager to engage. Yes, right here. You should know that I hold you in my heart, Lance giggled, embodying the essence of a beguiling siren. Ah, such sweet words, yet this action is perilous. Is this not public teasing? Chun Long's expression betrayed his inner turmoil, struggling to proceed. Struggling to act? Why the hesitation? It's merely signing on the chest. Yet you think of acting? That is quite an intriguing thought. I would like to act, and indeed, she is the one prompting me to do so. Why shouldn't I? Hurry. I still need to have lunch. By the way, would you care to join me for lunch? Lance persistently urged, shall we have lunch? Oh dear. If I were to share a meal with this enchantress again, I can only imagine the tempest that would arise at home with that formidable creature. No. I would rather hastily sign my name and make my exit. The thought of facing the fearsome tigress at home left Chun Long with no hesitation as he retrieved a pen from his pocket. With great caution, he inscribed his name upon her ample bosom, mindful of the ominous implications of such a gesture in broad daylight. Alas, though graced with beauty, he found himself unable to revel in it, and thus, Chun Long could only resign himself to this sentiment. Such actions naturally drew the attention of the crowd, making it impossible to escape their gaze. Lance, pleased with the autograph on his chest, nodded in satisfaction and ceased to trouble Chun Long. Before departing, he inquired about Chun Long's phone number and extended an invitation for him to attend a fan meeting in a few days. Chun Long, somewhat bewildered, agreed and even provided his number, which he had recently changed. It seemed he could not resist temptation in just a few days. He had already been enticed by so many women. Oh dear, was he destined to be a plaything of fate? After watching the graceful Lance depart into the distance, Qianlong regained his focus and continued toward Yang Ershi. Little did he know, someone was again hiding in the shadows, indulging in covert photography. Had he been aware, he would certainly have chosen to obliterate someone's head once more. Chapter 68. The three swineheads of China are all officials in Chinese football, plump and portly? Upon encountering Yang Ershi, Qianlong was astonished to find three more such figures. All three bore round faces and small statures, embodying the very image of rotundity he had envisioned. As officials, they naturally exuded an air of authority. Among them, the central figure took the lead, seated with an air of superiority. When Qianlong first sat down, he felt quite out of place. Through Yang Ershi's introduction, Qianlong learned that the man in the center was named Zhu Xie, the current vice president of the Chinese Football Association. This name seemed destined for the position of chairman, Qianlong mused. The individual to the left was named Yang Wei, which nearly caused Qianlong to choke. Was it a play on words? Each name seemed more audacious than the last. The third individual's name was equally unremarkable, Fan Jian. How fitting, Qianlong thought, as he was thoroughly defeated by the absurdity of their names. The Chinese Football Association, indeed, proved to be an extraordinary place, with even its leaders bearing such flamboyant titles, truly living up to its reputation. What is the purpose of this gathering? The presence of the three prominent figures here seems to overestimate Qianlong's significance. Logically, such a formidable entourage should only be assembled for the selection of a head coach for the national team. This situation is rather unprecedented. Could it be that Camacho is on the verge of dismissal? Are these three gentlemen traveling to Italy to choose a coach? They need not consult me. When did I gain such influence? At this point, Qianlong suddenly recalled that Camacho himself is quite portly, leading him to mischievously speculate that the trio favors coaches of a similar stature. Are there any overweight coaches in Italy? Indeed, there is the illustrious Ancelotti. Unfortunately, he is currently engaged with Paris Saint-Germain in France. Evidently, Qianlong has misunderstood their intentions. They are here to invite him to play football in China. Indeed, an invitation to join the Chinese national team from Zhu Xie, the foremost figure among them? When did the association become so enlightened as to extend an invitation to someone perceived as a mere has-been? The relentless destruction wrought by the Chinese Football Association is well known to him. A conspiracy, this was his initial thought, that it must surely be a plot. Is it not the head coach who should select the players? If one were to identify the foremost candidate, it ought to be Camacho. It is quite perplexing that this decision has fallen into the hands of these three incompetent individuals. As for Qianlong, he seems oblivious to the fact that the selection of players in Chinese football bears no relation whatsoever to the head coach. The slots on the national team are essentially purchased with money or personally designated by the chairman. The head coach? Merely a scapegoat. Victories are attributed to the leadership, while defeats rest solely on the coach's shoulders. It is a challenging position for the head coach in China. However, today, Qianlong has been singled out by the chairman. Much to his astonishment, Qian holds Italian nationality and has no Chinese citizenship. How could he possibly represent China on the field? It is not that he does not desire dual nationality, but China does not recognize such status, leaving him with no choice but to opt for Italy. This predicament has arisen, and Zhu Xie has stated that the issue of nationality is quite simple. It is merely a matter of changing Qianlong's nationality. Changing nationality? It sounds trivial, as if a mere nod and signature could suffice. Were it not for Qianlong's unique circumstances, would the Chinese Football Association even acknowledge him? Had he not a Chinese father and the distinctive eyes of a Chinese person, Qianlong, this so-called waste, would not be in the spotlight at all. Could Qianlong truly save Chinese football? The association seems to have lost its senses, fixating on him. There are countless players in China with the talent of Messi and Ronaldo, yet instead of searching within the country, they have traversed thousands of miles to invite him from Italy. Such audacity. Qianlong has pondered this extensively. Yang Ershi is a figure of profit, and it is unclear how he managed to deceive the association's trio of incompetents. His ability is indeed remarkable. Does Qianlong genuinely possess the capacity to rescue the national team? He himself harbors doubts, which is why he approaches this matter with utmost caution. Qianlong has always considered himself half Chinese, harboring a greater affection for China than for Italy. Yet, when it comes to the choice of nationality for his football career, he must tread carefully. Yesterday, Prandelli had just greeted him, and today, the association sought him out, which left him somewhat entangled, although Prandelli did not explicitly convey it. It seemed from his teammates' hints that he would soon receive a call from the Italian national team. Yet, to his astonishment, China had also extended an invitation, even offering to facilitate a change of nationality. How could such fortunate circumstances befall him? However, Qianlong harbored no confidence in the Chinese team. Imagine being part of a squad that merely buys talent with money, indulging in a lifestyle of excess and debauchery. What achievements could possibly arise from such an environment? His teammates had already squandered 2 or 3 goals in the first 85 minutes, and after just 5 minutes on the field, even divine intervention would be futile. Nevertheless, this was not the crux of his dilemma, for change is indeed possible. Perhaps he might find a group of commendable teammates, capable of fighting valiantly together. He understood that opportunities like this are rare. With one path paved in gold and another strewn with thorns, he still felt an affinity for China. Just as he was about to tell the trio of swine that he needed a few days to ponder, an ill-timed comment led him to a different conclusion. Fan Jian, who had been silent until now, suddenly presented a golden olive branch, insinuating that donning the Chinese national team's jersey could open the door to numerous contracts, Italian or Chinese. As many as he desired, provided he was willing to share half of his earnings with the association. While Qianlong had no aversion to monetary matters, the idea of relinquishing half his income to the association was unappealing. He recalled the recent uproar surrounding Chinese athletes, which had surfaced during the London Olympics. It was said that medalists received rewards, but the majority of the income was allocated to local sports departments, leaving the athletes with mere pittance, while those who did not win suffered even more, unable to cover their living expenses. This incident left a sour taste in Qianlong's mouth, leading him to believe that the officials and departments in China were similarly problematic. Now, before him, these swine were brazenly discussing profit-sharing, and how could that not dishearten him? This delightful initial intimate encounter unfolded rather straightforwardly, akin to a visit to the hair salon, direct, devoid of romanticism, and lacking in emotional depth. Chapter 69. I yearn to play authentic football. This matter was orchestrated by Yang Ershi. It seems he has once again set his sights on that substantial pile of gleaming silver. This child, it appears, believes that where there is milk, there is a mother. In recent days, Qianlong has found himself in a fortuitous yet shadowy predicament, encountering a series of dubious strokes of luck. First, there was the betting scandal involving Juventus, followed by entanglements with the mafia, and now a peculiar association with a Chinese entity. How is it that Qianlong's fate seems intertwined with such darkness? He refrained from outrightly rejecting the proposal presented by the Chinese organization, as he deemed it inappropriate to dismiss their overture in front of them. It seemed more fitting to allow Yang Ershi to respond later, considering the effort they made to journey from afar. Dining with several officials is likewise a burdensome affair, as one is compelled to maintain an upright posture while enduring their insipid conversations filled with pleasantries, an experience both excruciating and distasteful. This official's affairs have nothing to do with Qianlong. He is no longer part of the national team and has no need to seek favors from anyone. Why bother? After hastily consuming a meal, Qianlong abandoned Yang 20, leaving him to linger while he flaunted his status and departed. Yang 20, unlike Qianlong, lacked the authority to decide on joining the national team, resulting in a rather dull meal for the 4 pigs. Does the China Pig Association genuinely harbor interest in Qianlong? Indeed, they do. However, Qianlong suspects that their interest primarily revolves around financial gain rather than the team's performance. Consequently, he feels disillusioned with the Pig Association, effectively blocking his path to China. The association, under the guise of inviting him to join the national team, appears to be aiming for both fame and fortune, revealing the distasteful motives of those involved. Their failure to secure Qianlong left the 3 pig heads quite frustrated. They had presumed that he would readily acquiesce to such substantial temptations, only to be met with the opposite outcome. In front of the diminutive Yang 20, they derided Qianlong, claiming he was ungrateful and would inevitably regret his decision. The Chinese, thinking in a typically Chinese manner, believed that anyone would be swayed by such immense prospects, yet they were taken aback by Qianlong's rejection. Is Qianlong financially struggling? On the surface, it does not seem so, yet he is essentially impoverished. However, when it comes to the matter of football, he is resolute and unwilling to compromise. Joining a Chinese Super League club would not have elicited such profound deliberation, but at his young age, he feels no inclination to retire to a place devoid of football. At 18, he is not yet old, and the pigheads fail to grasp this. Even if he were to engage in gambling, would it not be in Italy? Is there no money to be made in Italy? Are there no women to pursue? What he desires is to play genuine football, not to merely exist in China. Yes, he yearns to play authentic football, such is his conviction. With little to occupy his afternoon, returning home to accompany his wife on shopping excursions seemed unappealing. He found solace in remaining at school both to study and to be pursued by girls. However, studying is far from easy, as he is confined within the vast office of the headmaster, which is hardly pleasant. Once again, he faced the tedious memorization of those clinched terms. Feeling dazed as he engaged in an almost obsessive rote learning. In an effort to ease his discomfort, Shan procured a plastic anatomical model, allowing him to explore without the burdensome strain of direct observation. After a half-day of intense focus, Long managed to memorize half of the human acupressure points to an almost obsessive degree. Eager to practice, he intended to wield needles, only to be met with Shan's scolding. You want to run before you can walk? You might as well catch a few frogs for practice. But do not attempt to jab needles into the human body. Once again, it was a painful half-day, and as Long exited the door, the sky had darkened. The enchanting Canalis awaited him patiently at the academy's entrance, ready to escort him home. A commotion erupted at the gate. Reading the newspaper? The door has been cursed. Normally, one would be engrossed in their phone, yet here is Canalis, seated in the vehicle, with a countenance that appears rather unsettling. Is she angry? Is she about to unleash her fury? What on earth could have provoked this fierce she-wolf? Surely, it cannot be me. Could it be due to the failure to deliver the weekly tribute? Was it he that previously agreed upon? With a tumult of thoughts swirling in his mind, Long cautiously approached Canalis's car. This newspaper, this large image, seems remarkably familiar. Ah, the person depicted on the paper, is that not me? What on earth am I doing? Am I groping? Oh no, how could this be? Who is the wretched soul that has captured this moment? Did this incident not transpire merely at noon? Which indiscreet paparazzo is responsible for this? Ah, the Naples Evening News. Goodness, there is an evening edition in Naples. The morning paper has already invaded my privacy, now the evening edition follows suit? How can I possibly explain this? The murderous glare of Canalis has shifted towards me. And if looks could kill, I would have perished multiple times over. For Canalis to witness my indiscretion with a woman's bosom splashed across the headlines? How am I to justify this? Internally, I am cursing the editor of the Naples Evening News, condemning him through generations for this affront. It must be that insufferable rascal again. Surely, he has stirred trouble once more. Oh, little sprite, I beseech you, have you seen the pen in my hand? I was merely signing an autograph, you see? Look closely, I implore you. In a gentle tone, I attempt to soothe her, fearful that her exuberance might lead her to utter something untoward, jeopardizing my reputation further. Canalis, of course, must uphold her esteemed image. Yet she venomously articulates each word. The pen? Naturally, I see it. However, I also discern your five-clawed dragon. Pray tell me, are your filthy claws reaching for her ample bosom? Is it not quite sizable? Do you yearn for it? Is it larger than mine? Are you signing your name? Or are you merely groping? After a prolonged silence, you have already begun to flirt with women outside. Although Canalis expresses her anger, her visage remains largely impassive. This is dire. Even if I were to plunge into the Yellow River, I could not clarify my predicament. Before this enchanting sprite, I was already in a precarious position. And now, with the arrival of an even more alluring creature, accompanied by both evidence and witnesses, how am I to explain myself? With a bold facade, I open the car door and take my seat in the passenger side, while Canalis, with a sulky expression, continues to scrutinize the newspaper. TSK, what a splendid photograph. I must hang it in the living room. Indeed, this woman possesses an exquisite figure. No wonder you are utterly captivated. This phrase seems vaguely familiar. Long suddenly recalled something. Shan had said something similar just a few days ago, when she saw the photograph of Canalis entering Long's residence. Why are all women so similar? He wore a dark expression, uttering not a single word, allowing Canalis to continue speaking. This woman, once she harbors grievances. If you do not allow her to express herself fully, she will incessantly bring it up, rendering your peace of mind elusive. In this regard, Long is rather inexperienced. Ah, my brothers and sisters who cherish the beautiful game of football, I find myself striving for a place on the new book rankings. If you share my passion for football, I implore you to shower me with your support and collections. Have you ever witnessed the thrill of competition? Have you ever experienced the fervor of football? I believe not. It has been 2 long years, with naught to show for it. Therefore, I beseech you to help this humble worker achieve a miracle, to see my name rise on the new book rankings. Oh, football. Such a magnificent sport. The grandest in the world, yet it languishes in this obscure corner, forever unable to shine. I am left utterly speechless. Chapter 70. Football is dead. Canalis stubbornly remained in the car, showing no intention of leaving. Despite Qianlong's attempts to persuade her, he was unable to sway her resolve. And thus he resigned himself to waiting with a forlorn expression, hoping for her anger to subside. During this period, it coincides perfectly with mealtime. The entrance of the school is bustling with people, many of whom are engrossed in newspapers, naturally coming across the news about Qianlong. The University of Turin has become a unique place, and Qianlong has now risen to stardom within its walls. Thus, any incident involving him becomes a delightful topic of conversation among the students. Clearly, the ambiguous events that transpired at noon were precisely what students and fans relished. It seems Qianlong has a penchant for flirtation. Perhaps there is hope to engage him, as some girls, passing by in a white Audi, loudly discussed amongst themselves. This left Qianlong, sitting in the car, feeling quite embarrassed. The wise chose not to approach the vehicle, fully aware of the individuals inside, while the less discerning blurted out comments like a fish out of water. Canales appeared to revel in such attention, seemingly enjoying the gossip from within the car. Showing no inclination to leave, Qianlong, at a loss when it came to dealing with women, could not help but roll up the window. Today was filled with frustrations, and he silently pondered his thoughts. The wrath of a woman can be quite formidable, and at that moment, Qianlong deeply understood this truth. As twilight descended, Canales finally uttered a statement. "I am hungry, I want to eat. I am hungry, I want to eat." Oh, this little enchantress, only speaking when her stomach demands attention, is truly perplexing, and for such a reason. Not angry anymore, lacking the energy to remain so. Once she has eaten her fill, she could resume her vexation. Qianlong, continuing to be irked after a meal, is there anything more absurd than this? Alas, it has been a week, and tonight he considered how to approach her. Yet it seems futile. Perhaps it would be more suitable to wait until tomorrow after taking her medication. Tonight, there are merely 5 minutes. What can he accomplish in such a brief time? Time slipped away before he could even make a move. Poor Qianlong, unable to employ even the solitary method of comforting his woman. This is the second disheartening meal I have consumed today. Throughout the duration, Canales remained utterly silent, while Qianlong merely offered a few scattered words accompanied by a foolish grin. What troubled him further was that after finishing their meal, Canales abruptly abandoned Qianlong and sped away in her car. When he inquired about her destination, she simply remarked that she was off to entice men. As someone without a vehicle, Qianlong could only watch her swiftly vanish from sight. In truth, her departure was somewhat of a relief. Qianlong finally found solace in the quiet, free from the burden of numerous vexations. His mind, having been stuffed with thoughts of traditional Chinese medicine, football, and women throughout the day, was beginning to feel overwhelmed. As he wandered aimlessly down the street, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he found himself at the CAF where he had previously met his cousin, Louis XIV. Unable to resist, he stepped inside, ordered a cup of coffee, and sipped it absent-mindedly, his thoughts clearly wandering elsewhere. China's football scene had left him profoundly disappointed. The audacity of those seeking him solely for monetary gain, rather than for his love of the sport, was disheartening. In that moment of contemplation, he resolved to abandon the land where his passion for football had failed to bring him joy. Thus, he called Yang Ershi and instructed the hefty fellow to decline the invitation. After making this choice of forsaking, he felt a notable sense of relief, as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart. If he did not represent China, then he would solely represent Italy. Little did he know that this decision would have far-reaching implications for his future. In truth, China desperately needed a prodigious talent like Qianlong, a perfect substitute. A rarity indeed. Surely, if Camacho had his wits about him, he would have recognized Qianlong's potential. Yet, it seemed that the opportunity was not destined for him. No one could ascertain whether Camacho sought to exploit China for profit or genuinely aspired to coach effectively. However, considering his less than 10 matches in charge, doubts regarding his coaching capabilities were certainly justified. His tenure with Spain and Real Madrid had already revealed considerable shortcomings. As some would say, he is merely a charlatan engaging in empty rhetoric, a claim that has proven true. The already moribund state of Chinese football could not deteriorate further. In an era where football flourishes globally, it is disheartening to observe China's stagnation. Qianlong leisurely sipped his coffee, beginning to envision his future steps. Remaining in Italy, the circumstances were not necessarily favorable, and he resolved to take things one day at a time. Just as his thoughts drifted to distant horizons, an unexpected visitor intruded upon his reverie. Wang Jian. Qianlong recognized him without a shadow of a doubt, simultaneously calling out his name. "Hey, Xiaolong. Do you remember me? It is truly an honor." Huang Jinxiang was pleasantly surprised that Qianlong remembered him. The moment he heard Qianlong call his name, an overwhelming joy surged within him. He warmly extended his hand, engaging in a hearty handshake with Qianlong. Being Chinese, it is customary to greet one another with a handshake. Naturally, Qianlong would not offer him a kiss, for that would be rather inappropriate for a man. Qianlong had always held a favorable impression of Huang Jianxiang, and thus he swiftly invited him to sit together. Just moments ago, he had been troubled by matters concerning China, and now, fortuitously encountering a fellow compatriot, he could engage in conversation and share his grievances. Since the 2006 World Cup, where he provided commentary for Italy's round of 16 match, Huang Jianxiang has ascended to become China's foremost sports host, wielding considerable influence within the realm of Chinese football. Today, it remains a mystery what serendipitous breeze has brought him to Italy, where he unexpectedly encountered Qianlong in a CF. It is said that when fate draws near, even at the gates of the underworld, one might share a bowl of Mbappé soup together. Huang Jianxiang did not intentionally seek out Qianlong. Although Italy is not vast, it certainly exceeds the size of a mere county town. Huang's visit to Italy primarily aims to produce a special program dedicated to the Serie A season of 2012 to 2013, focusing on the remarkable talents of Italian football, seemingly revolving around the theme of football prodigies. At that moment, in the CAF, he encountered the foremost enchanting figure of Italy, inadvertently colliding into his embrace. The delight evident in his expression hinted at his immense joy. Huang Jianxiang, perceiving this as sheer serendipity, whimsically pondered whether he ought to create a dedicated album for Italy's premier charmer. Alas, he was no longer affiliated with the World Football Channel. Otherwise, he was certain this episode would achieve unprecedented acclaim. Such thoughts traversed his mind. As for Hua, the new book had plummeted to the 15th position on the charts, languishing at the very bottom. Was it possible that the essence of football had truly perished, reduced to nothing more than a jest? Well, if Hua were absent, let it indeed become a mere joke. Chapter 71. Even without the fragrance of flowers, there are still flowers. The encounter with Huang Jianxiang was a beautifully serendipitous meeting, far more comfortable than his previous rendezvous with those three foolish individuals. Huang Jianxiang also reminisced about the news from 14 years prior, when he joined Inter Milan, a time when he had reported on Qianlong. This piece of information once again drew the two closer, as they engaged in delightful conversation, and before they knew it, the time had slipped away to 10 o'clock in the evening. Had it not been for Qianlong's inability to consume alcohol, it is likely that the pair would have ventured to a bar for a hearty drink together. How they lamented the lost time. Before parting ways, Qianlong promised to arrange another meeting to discuss a special feature for Huang Jian on the world of football. Upon quietly returning to his residence, Qianlong discovered that Canales had yet to come back, so he made a phone call, only to find the device powered off. As he waited, he eventually succumbed to sleep. In recent days, there have been no significant events, the only noteworthy occurrence being the arrival of the Italian national team in Bulgaria. Qianlong, having numerous club teammates in the national squad, is particularly attentive to their progress. It remains to be seen how Italy will present themselves in their first official match following the European Championship. Besides his club colleagues, he also shares a childhood friendship with Balotelli, making it evident that although Qianlong has never been part of the national team, nearly half of its members are his acquaintances. Despite not being called up, after his university class on Wednesday, reporters encircled him at the entrance, conducting an interview that lasted half an hour. This was particularly inconvenient as he had just emerged from the dean's laboratory, having taken his routine medication that day, which he noted typically takes half an hour to take effect. Being cornered by reporters at that moment left him apprehensive about the potential onset of side effects. It is unclear how the journalists received their tip-off about Qianlong's supposed invitation to the national team, which ultimately did not materialize under Prandelli's selection. The investigative prowess of tabloid journalists is indisputable. Many are aware of Qianlong's chance encounter with Prandelli in the lobby, which the media have sensationalized. At this juncture, Qianlong harbored no goodwill towards the reporters, as he frequently found himself subjected to intrusive paparazzi. His patience wore thin, particularly with that troublesome red-nosed fellow from Naples, who was of similar age. He provided curt responses to various inquiries, stating that Prandelli had not contacted him, although he did mention that the Chinese Football Association had reached out. This inadvertently shifted the conversation to a different direction. The mention of the Chinese Football Association raised eyebrows among the journalists, some of whom expressed concern for Italy. A reporter possessing a modicum of international legal knowledge inquired, "Isn't China opposed to dual nationality?" How could you possibly be selected for the Chinese team? Things are accomplished through people, Qianlong replied. China is vast and undoubtedly possesses its strengths, so we need not worry. Are you suggesting you intend to join the Chinese team and abandon Italy? He dismissed the notion of abandonment, clarifying, firstly, I have not been selected for the Italian national team, and secondly, I have not joined the Chinese national team. To me, the fans of both nations are deeply cherished, and my affection for both countries is profound. Qianlong's statements were deliberately ambiguous, revealing his seasoned nature. I love football and the supporters of both nations, but to play for either country, happiness must be paramount. I require joyful football. When asked whether Italy or China brings him more joy, the reporters could only interpret his words, yet the true sentiment behind Qianlong's thoughts remained elusive. They expressed concern that if Prandelli's decision not to include Qianlong led to a loss in the upcoming match, the repercussions could be significant. There was initially no need for such exaggerated reactions, yet the mere fact that these two individuals met has transformed the situation entirely. Although a small faction of journalists had previously speculated whether Qianlong might serve as a temporary player for the national team, as long as it remained an unwritten topic. It was merely idle chatter. What intentions might that distant China harbor at this moment? Is this not an act of disruption? While Qianlong shares a portion of their heritage, was such a commotion truly warranted? It appears that the Chinese are intent on poaching talent in Italy, and their intentions seem far from benevolent. From Qianlong's perspective, however, it presents a different narrative. The journalists will undoubtedly revel in the opportunity to sensationalize the story. At this thought, he found himself inexplicably reminded of that detestable Yang. Could it be that the rotund fellow was behind this rumor? Alas, this wretched soul never allows me a moment's peace. This message was indeed released by the corpulent Yang, and as one wave calms, another rises. I declare that the time has come for me to make my exit. Qianlong, the incorrigible scoundrel, jested that the half-hour was nearly over, and the effects of the medication would soon commence. Could he afford to leave? Absolutely not. Your agent has accepted our interview fee. You must endure this half-hour interview. A middle-aged journalist, adorned with oversized black glasses, seized Qianlong as he attempted to slip away, uttering these words. What? That pig actually asked you for an interview fee? Qianlong was incensed upon hearing this. This shameless rogue was unscrupulously extorting money, even charging for interviews. He felt an overwhelming urge to call that rascal immediately and give him a piece of his mind. Having such a money-minded individual around can sometimes be a great nuisance. Qianlong thought, but time was of the essence, and he needed to retreat swiftly. I assure you, this interview is complimentary. If that rotund fellow demands an interview fee, you may confront him about it later, citing my words. Should he refuse, return to interview me again, and I shall grant you another session free of charge. As he spoke, his complexion began to flush slightly, clearly indicative of the medication's gradual onset. He hurried to the roadside, eager to hail a taxi and hastily return home to alleviate his distress. The journalists, bewildered by his peculiar behavior, were momentarily stymied by his statement. Thus they refrained from further pressuring him. However, Qianlong's hasty actions were fervently captured by their cameras and camcorders. One can only imagine what the evening news would portray. After securing a taxi, he disregarded the journalists and swiftly departed the scene. On his way home, an unexpected thought struck him. Wasn't Canales still upset? She hadn't answered his calls in the afternoon. How would he quell his frustrations upon returning home? Oh no, this could lead to another bout of self-indulgence. Regardless, he decided to deal with it once home. If all else failed, so be it. To his surprise, upon reaching his doorstep, he discovered Canales' car already parked outside. Ah, the little enchantress, she truly knows how to take care of her man. My dear enchantress, I have arrived. Someone charged through the doorway like a ravenous wolf. Chapter 72. Even a short tree is still a tree. It must be said that Canales, with her perceptive nature, returned to Qianlong's side, despite her capricious temperament. A woman's heart is often intricate. She understood that Qianlong was due for his traditional medicine on Wednesday, and the effects would surely manifest. She had no desire for him to find solace with another woman. Hence she returned early to his abode, waiting for him. If a woman truly intends to leave, wouldn't she pack an entire vehicle full of luggage? Canales had not done so, clearly. She merely sought to provoke Qianlong and induce a sense of urgency within him. At present, the spotlight of Italian football had shifted to Bulgaria, and Qianlong was no exception. Nevertheless, despite this, Qianlong remains the darling of the fans. On Thursday afternoon, after a rare half-day of respite, he graciously accepted an invitation to attend a fan meeting hosted by Lance a few days prior. Curiously, Canales did not accompany him, which seemed rather uncharacteristic of her. While his teammates were urgently preparing for battle in Bulgaria, the leisurely Qianlong was relishing his journey at the fan meeting. The event was held at the football field of the traditional Chinese medicine college, a fitting venue that resonated perfectly with Qianlong's passion for football. A temporary guest room was set up at the venue, adorned with numerous footballs, clearly indicating that Qianlong would be showcasing some performances shortly. Wang Jian was fortunate enough to partake in this gathering as well. Of course, the ever-sneaky Ski, who had been covertly capturing moments of Qianlong, also made a brazen appearance among the fans. From a distance, Qianlong spotted the red-nosed rascal, yet his expression remained unperturbed. According to his chubby friend Yang Ershi, the red-nosed fellow's antics served as a form of publicity for Qianlong. Since such free promotion could yield positive results, why should Qianlong harbor any anger? As long as he refrains from flirting with beautiful women in public, there should be no adverse effects. However, in Qianlong's perspective, he believed he had never flirted with women. Instead, it was the beautiful women who approached him with flirtation. In other words, he found himself in a position of passivity, being the one pursued and entangled in ambiguous situations. Indeed, it was Lance hosting the program. And today she donned an even more revealing outfit, a short white dress with a daring backless design, her bosom nearly spilling out, captivating attention like two blooming buds. Even more alluring than a football, Qianlong privately pondered whether Lance was organizing this fan meeting for him or promoting herself. Yet, the sign above the guest room clearly read Dragon Battle All Under Heaven Fan Meeting, revealing a rather clever ruse. Her intention was ostensibly to promote herself. She was indeed a great enchantress, a cunning fox. It resembled a small-scale football match, with an astonishing audience exceeding 3,000. Not only were the fans of Dragon Battle worldwide present, but supporters from various colleges of the University of Turin also gathered, along with some members from the broader community. The football field of the College of Traditional Chinese Medicine had not witnessed such a lively atmosphere in quite some time, aside from the annual freshman assembly. It had been ages since the venue experienced such exuberance. Surrounding the field were an array of advertisements, which left Qianlong feeling somewhat disconcerted. One particular company's name stirred a sense of unease within him. It was the very same pharmaceutical firm that had previously provided him with his first advertisement. And now they had the audacity to promote themselves here. This undoubtedly stems from the pen of Yang Ershi. However, this did not truly strike a chord with Qianlong, for there was no need for him to personally participate in the advertisement. Merely having a few names displayed on site was of little consequence. Various billboards inundated the surroundings, each more colorful than the last. What astonished Qianlong even further was the appearance of a group of disabled fans. This was, in fact, not so peculiar, as Qianlong himself was, in a strict sense, somewhat impaired. His current success served as a source of inspiration. One can only imagine the esteemed position he held in the hearts of those disabled compatriots. Thus, Qianlong eagerly rushed over to them, offering his autograph one by one. This gesture incited a frenzy among the fans. Whether he signed 1 or 100, it was all the same in terms of monetary gain. However, once he signed for one, he felt compelled to sign for the next, for it would be unthinkable to leave any fan unacknowledged. No one would relish such a scenario, prompting Qianlong to take a bold step. After all, how difficult could it be to sign over 3,000 names? Come on, let us get this done, he thought. Nevertheless, he resolutely decided against signing in any inappropriate places, such as on the chest. With a knowing glance at Lancey, who was momentarily visible before him, he pondered this internally. The task of signing over 3,000 names consumed an hour and a half. This was still a rapid process, and thankfully he used his hand rather than his foot. Otherwise, he would have surely collapsed from fatigue. Some fans insisted on embracing Qianlong after receiving their autographs, necessitating that he carve out additional time to indulge them. It remained unclear whether Qianlong was taking advantage of the situation or vice versa. We can only purify this moment by stating that it was simply a wholesome embrace. Once this arduous task was completed, Qianlong could finally rest in the VIP lounge, preparing for an interview with Lancey. Though labeled a VIP lounge, it essentially consisted of a large screen, a few chairs, and a table entirely in open-air setup. Engaging in conversation proved effortless, and Qianlong relished this moment. Initially, it was a one-sided interview, with Lancey posing questions that were quite acerbic and biting, leaving Qianlong at a loss. He mused that Lancey was more professional than even the paparazzi, showing promise as an exceptional tabloid journalist. The inquiries were sharp and often foolish. For instance, "Do you have a girlfriend?" This question was blatantly redundant, just days prior. She had made headlines regarding Qianlong's relationship with Canales, yet here she was, unable to restrain herself from asking again. How irritating. While the fans might have anticipated a negative response, the reality was evident. What is it like to experience 5 minutes of passionate intimacy? This question left Qianlong in utter embarrassment. Such a private and potentially hurtful inquiry had been posed by Lancy, leaving him in a most uncomfortable predicament. In his heart, Qianlong quietly categorized Lancy among those of a more sensationalist ilk. In regard to this matter, Qianlong desired to respond with humor and a hint of temptation. Come over and personally experiment when my girlfriend is not home. Yet, if he were to truly dare such a response, I reckon his life expectancy would not exceed half an hour. Thus, he opted for a more serious reply. This is my privacy, no comment. Lacking floral fragrances and towering trees, I am certainly not an inconspicuous blade of grass, but rather a rather handsome one. Canales chuckled softly, and laughter echoed among the fan group. Qianlong was not disheartened. He too burst into hearty laughter. Effortlessly brushing aside the momentary awkwardness, his gaze instinctively drifting towards the disabled brothers, exuding encouragement. Chapter 73. Defeat in Sophia. Sophia, in Greek, signifies wisdom and intelligence, embodying the aspiration for a beautiful life composed of love and wisdom. The capital of Bulgaria bears this name, and the city of Sofia is as enchanting and wise as its title suggests. Upon the arrival of the Italians, it felt as though they had tumbled into a garden of blossoms. However, these flowers in this veritable garden do not specifically refer to women. This marks the first qualifying match of the 2014 Brazil World Cup, where Italy is a guest in Bulgaria, engaging in their inaugural battle in this flower-like city of Sofia. Carrying the momentum of being runners-up in the European Championship, Italy's arrival ignited a frenzy among the fans. In truth, this Italian team is rather unpretentious. The players are not particularly striking, with Pirlo being one of the few handsome men on the team. If we were to rewind to the summer of 1998, the Italian lads could easily have frightened many, especially those from other national teams. The Italians arrived in Sofia 2 days early, adopting a remarkably relaxed approach to their preparations. Coach Prandelli, wary of imposing excessive pressure on his players, refrained from conducting high-intensity training sessions. However, he insisted that the players maintain strict discipline, with no allowances for external violations. The first away match is always challenging. Bulgaria's strength has severely declined over the past 2 decades, with the team lacking in both experience and talent. While they may not possess the capability to contend for the top 2 spots in their group, they certainly have the potential to disrupt proceedings on home turf. Thus, Prandelli harbored genuine concerns about unexpected occurrences in Bulgaria. In football, there are no absolute powerhouses, nor are there guaranteed victors. Having navigated the footballing world for many years, Prandelli felt the weight of responsibility more acutely than his players. Yet, as the head coach, he would never impart a sense of anxiety to his team. Nonetheless, he was also apprehensive that excessive relaxation could lead to dire consequences. Italy has never been short of mischievous players. A distant example would be Cassano, who, at 28, has finally matured. A closer example is the globally popular Balotelli, whose mental development seems still in progress, alongside the middle-generation player Marchisio. The result of this relaxation saw these individuals gallivanting through the flower-laden city, reveling in merriment. In a shocking turn of events, Prandelli was oblivious to the situation prior to the match. He believed that after an easy training session, the young players would dutifully return to their hotel to rest and prepare for the next day's battle. However, several of these spirited youngsters, unable to contain their excitement, stealthily snuck out in the dead of night, even after room checks. What does it signify to venture out at midnight? One can only imagine the mischief that ensued, likely involving escapades of a frivolous nature. Surprisingly, the ringleader was none other than the youngest among them, Balotelli. This young man enjoys immense popularity in Eastern Europe, a reputation bolstered by his frequent stellar performances in this year's European Championship, also held in the East. Rumor has it that a staggering 97% of women wish to engage with Balotelli in a more intimate manner. Upon his return to Eastern Europe, he was not about to let such an opportunity slip by. In the stillness of the night, driven by restlessness, he rallied 2 other mischievous companions, and they slipped away together. It is bewildering to ponder what possessed him to act so recklessly, blatantly defying discipline. Consequently, the following day's match was doomed from the outset, casting a pall over the entire Italian team. A key midfielder and two principal forwards appeared lethargic on the field, their limbs as insubstantial as cotton swabs, posing no threat whatsoever. When was the last time Italy faced such a defeat? Nearly 2 months prior in the European Championship final. A humiliating 0-4 loss still loomed large. Could it be that fate would repeat itself in this second consecutive match? The three young rascals were now delivering Prandelli an outcome he desperately wished to avoid. It was evident to any discerning observer that the trio displayed a woeful lack of form. Frustrated, Prandelli could not justify substituting them before halftime, especially with the score still at 0-0. His benevolent nature led him to endure, allowing them to complete the first half. Yet, just as he hesitated, Bulgaria unexpectedly scored. Courtesy of the suave Berbatov from Manchester United. It is said that Berbatov has a saying, 1 year without a goal, followed by 3 years of scoring. Italy needed to be cautious, as it appeared he was poised to feast once more. Italy has a peculiar tendency, following a successful tournament. They often face a dismal outcome the next time around. Little did Prandelli anticipate that the very first match of the qualifiers would be fraught with difficulties. He had hoped to secure at least a draw away from home, but this goal disrupted all his plans. Equally perplexing was the inexplicable poor performance of those three players. While ineffective in attack, they were equally lackluster in defense, leaving the seasoned Pirlo to toil in the midfield like a weary ox, gasping for breath and overwhelmed. Gritting his teeth, Prandelli made the unprecedented decision to utilize all three of his substitutions before halftime. As the trio departed the pitch, Cassano and the young player walked dejectedly to the bench, silent and somber, while Balotelli, ever the vocal one, expressed his discontent, though the specifics of his grievances remained unclear. Based on past experiences, one can surmise that Balotelli's words were unlikely to bode well, and one can only anticipate that lip-reading experts will decipher his utterances post-match. What a predicament it is to consider who might take the field, particularly in the forward position. With the likes of the fragile Ant-Man Jovinko and the 34-year-old veteran Di Natale. The diminutive Ant-Man's physique is simply too frail to establish his place amidst the physicality of the game, while the elder Di Natale, despite his commendable effort, cannot compete with the youthful vigor and stamina of a Bulgarian defender a decade his junior. Tragically, throughout the first half, the lethargy exhibited by those three individuals severely drained the energy of their teammates in the midfield and defense, resulting in a second half where they found themselves utterly impotent. Upon their entry, they merely became decorative figures on the pitch. The match concluded with a disheartening scoreline of 0-1, leaving Prandelli, burdened by fatigue, with an expression of despondency. He could scarcely fathom how Italy could perform in such a manner. It seemed utterly incomprehensible. Had those three young men audaciously defied his directives and engaged in some indiscretion? Otherwise, how could their vibrant training session just yesterday contrast so starkly with today's performance? He was at a loss. Nevertheless, he instructed his assistant coach to inquire with the hotel management upon their return to the lobby, seeking to review the surveillance footage from the latter half of the previous night. However, before the assistant coach could investigate, a reporter at the press conference presented Prandelli with the answers he sought. Chapter 74. Expulsion from the team. Prandelli's heart felt as if it might explode from indignation. The revelations from the reporters incited his fury. This was the first time in his tenure as the head coach of Italy that he was overcome with such rage. Yet, in pursuit of clarity, he refrained from immediate outbursts, choosing instead to await his assistant coach's verification before taking action. Typically genteel and possessing an amiable disposition, Prandelli was well-liked. However, a good nature does not exempt one from feeling anger. Following the reporter's bombshell, he felt a profound sense of betrayal and abandonment by his own players, leaving him both disheartened and furious. During the press conference, Prandelli spoke with a veiled significance. The match unfolded in a rather peculiar manner. I intend to ascertain the entirety of the matter shortly and will provide a more comprehensive explanation. Some players displayed commendable effort, wholeheartedly contributing, while a select few appeared as if in a stupor, exerting minimal effort and performing poorly. This is a desecration of the Italian national team. I suspect there are some unsavory reasons behind this. He refrained from naming names regarding those underperforming, yet anyone familiar with the game could discern whom he referred to. Aside from the three substituted, who else could it be? The reporters in attendance voiced their speculations, but Prandelli merely responded that he would reserve judgment until the investigation was complete. The press conference concluded hastily, and soon thereafter, news from the assistant coach corroborated the reporters' claims. This reality once again etched weariness upon Prandelli's features. Although I was aware of the general outcome, the stark reality brought forth an undeniable sense of disappointment. Prandelli, who had initially intended to leave the press conference, halted upon receiving this news and called for the reporter's attention. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have an announcement to make to the media." Despite the tumultuous anger boiling within him, Prandelli managed to maintain his composure as he delivered these words. The journalists, previously disheartened by the lack of substantial news, suddenly found their spirits lifted at Prandelli's pronouncement and shifted into a state of eager anticipation. I must bear the greatest responsibility for the team's defeat. However, I was not prepared for the audacity of individuals who would indulge in revelry on the eve of a major competition. Prandelli had only heard from his assistant coach that the footage captured 3 individuals indeed went out in the early hours, but it could not reveal their activities. Nonetheless, the phrase eating, drinking, and enjoying oneself was undeniably accurate. Prandelli could envision even worse scenarios, though he refrained from articulating them directly. The implications of such behavior on the eve of a match were well understood by professional players, yet these 3 individuals chose to act recklessly, raising the question of their sanity. "What measures does the national team intend to take against them?" inquired an Italian journalist. Prandelli paused momentarily, straightened his immaculate suit, and wearily responded, "To disregard team discipline and trample upon national honor is intolerable. Even if a player were as formidable as Maradona, my team would not accept such conduct. A player who disrespects the team, teammates, the nation, and the fans will face." Prandelli paused again. "Expulsion from the team. Expulsion from the team. Expulsion from the team." As these words slowly escaped Prandelli's lips, the journalists erupted in disbelief. They had anticipated a mere fine or suspension, unaware that Prandelli would declare such a severe consequence. The situation had escalated to a grave extent. Expulsion from the team implied that they would no longer participate in matches. At least, under Prandelli's leadership, there would be no opportunities for redemption. This explosive news was relayed directly by the author from the scene, either through an online post or a phone call back to the editorial department, leading to immediate publication. The notorious trio, having just exited the dressing room, were taken aback upon overhearing their teammates' discussions. The gravity of the situation left them utterly stunned. How serious could it be? Had Prandelli truly lost his mind? Cassano's first reaction was one of disbelief. He never anticipated that his transgression would culminate in such consequences. At this very moment, he remained oblivious to the severity of the issue. Had it merely been a professional league match, perhaps the repercussions would not have been so dire. Meanwhile, Marchisio wore an expression of deep regret. A significant error had occurred. He had truly erred. In his heart, he lamented the folly of heeding the reckless suggestions of Balotelli and Cassano, choosing to indulge in frivolities instead of exercising prudence. Throughout the match, Marchisio had berated himself countless times. His fruitless efforts on the field were unacceptable to him. After the game, he kept his head bowed, too ashamed to meet the gaze of his coach or teammates, having come to realize the magnitude of his mistake. At his age, one would expect a degree of maturity. Yet he faltered. Not only he, but even the nearly 30-year-old Cassano was exhibiting erratic behavior. As for Balotelli, he appeared utterly indifferent, seemingly detached from the situation, as he inserted headphones and strolled away, oblivious to the turmoil around him. It seemed that the 21-year-old Balotelli had not changed at all. He had shown no signs of growth. Pirlo, standing behind him, gently shook his head, wearing a resigned expression, pondering how such an Italian team could possibly find its way to the Brazilian stage in 2014. Chiellini, standing beside him, similarly patted his shoulder in a gesture of consolation. The teammates, who have toiled diligently, initially harbored feelings of dissatisfaction regarding their performances. However, upon witnessing such a stringent punishment, their sentiments shifted to one of sympathy and concern. After all, they represent the same national team, and in such close quarters, no one desires matters to escalate to this extent. Moreover, the absence of these 3 pivotal figures casts a rather bleak outlook for the team. Marchisio's role in midfield is of paramount importance. As a regular starter for Italy, he carries significant weight. While the midfield may be able to compensate, what about the forwards? With both Cassano and Balotelli, Italy's last remaining trustworthy strikers, facing expulsion, who will spearhead the offensive efforts henceforth? Perhaps it is time to elevate the aging Di Natale to a more prominent position. The players here appear indifferent. Yet the press conference buzzes with excitement, particularly focusing on the Italian forwards. In recent years, Italy has lacked a formidable striker, or rather, a reliable one. Prandelli struggled to mold a troublesome player into the focal point of the team's front line, only for calamity to strike. As for Balotelli, he was initially regarded as the crown jewel of Italy's attacking line for the next decade, with high hopes pinned on him by both the public and Prandelli. Yet he is the one leading the charge in this debacle. Could it be that these three players simultaneously pondered the meaning of life? Chapter 75. We have temporary workers. Balotelli has unexpectedly departed early, returning to Italy, just as Prandelli was engaging with reporters at the press conference. Italy was on the brink of turmoil. Many journalists believe Prandelli is shooting himself in the foot by expelling his star striker. How can Italy survive without him? How can they aspire to victory? But there are Del Piero and Inzaghi, who are no longer active in Serie A. Perhaps Prandelli could coax the two veterans back to bolster the front line. It is bewildering that a certain foolish tabloid journalist would propose such a notion, leaving other reporters astounded. In theory, it could be feasible. One is 36, the other 37. Could they manage to come off the bench for half an hour? Combined, their ages could account for 4 youthful teammates. But what about the first half hour? Relying on the unreliable Borriello and Matri? Italy might perform better in bird hunting than in football. Without a striker, how can Italy execute a counterattack? This would leave the defenders and midfielders exhausted. The journalists present began to assist Prandelli, pondering how many usable forwards Italy actually possesses. Eventually, they mentioned Milan's El Shaarawy, who is just over 19 and has gradually established himself at Milan, making him a commendable option. Aside from him, who else might catch the eye? Balotelli, in a fit of pique, has stormed off, leaving Italy's front line with only the reliable Di Natale. This seasoned player has been prolific in the league, scoring 4 goals in 2 matches for Udinese, proving his enduring prowess. While he may not excel in the national team, he has maintained a steady performance and has finally earned a starting position after so many years. The next match is scheduled for Tuesday, and time is of the essence. Prandelli has little time left. If the next game fails to yield results, Italy might as well resign to their fate. Malta, with a population of less than 5 million, possesses a level of footballing skill akin to that of the Chinese Super League. If Italy truly cannot secure a victory, it would be quite the embarrassment. However, this is not surprising. In Europe, there are no weak teams, and it is often such sides that frustrate so-called powerhouses. Last year, during the European Championship qualifiers, Portugal experienced considerable frustration, nearly jeopardizing their chance to compete in the finals. After making his decision, Prandelli remained remarkably composed. What he sought was a display of authority, discipline, and a flawlessly cooperative team. Were there truly no alternatives to 2 strikers? Italy, after all, is not devoid of talent. A significant infusion of fresh talent to replace the old guard. What difference does it make if a star like Balotelli is among them? On the football field, the most significant figure is not the player, but the head coach. If this individual continues to act recklessly, Italy's prospects will be further dimmed. His young age belies the detrimental influence he has had on so many, and decisive action must be taken. Prandelli steadfastly adhered to his convictions, showing no signs of regret. Who claims Italy lacks talent? The nation boasts an abundance of promising young players. Prandelli eloquently asserted that it is indeed time to provide opportunities to new faces. The team is currently in its prime, and infusing fresh blood will only enhance its vitality. He intends to convey to the players that the relentless tide of new generations must not be underestimated. When the time comes for the old to make way for the new, arrogance can lead to dire consequences. This blunt and unvarnished statement essentially serves as a renewed proclamation of their impending demise. The prospect of returning to the national team? Only if Prandelli were to be dismissed. Otherwise, it's a futile notion. The consequences would be dire. This declaration further signifies Prandelli's unwavering resolve. He will not tolerate any insubordination or arrogance, for such behavior leads to a dead end. Marchisio is the one who harbors the deepest regret at this moment. He is contemplating how to appease Prandelli and orchestrate his return to the national squad. A 25-year-old in his prime, cast away from the national team. This predicament is exceedingly vexing. Who wouldn't feel desperate in his situation? He has sought out his national teammates at Juventus, imploring them to intercede on his behalf. They are comrades from the same club. How could they refuse to assist him? Buffon and the others certainly had no reason to decline. However, the crux of the matter lies in Marchisio's own acknowledgement of his mistakes. Are there any forwards left in Italy? One Bulgarian journalist, among the few foreign reporters present, inquired with curiosity. We even have temporary workers in Italy, let alone professional forwards. To their astonishment, Prandelli had indeed thrown a temporary worker into the mix. The journalists were taken aback. They recalled Prandelli's recent delightful encounter with Qianlong and could not help but feel invigorated. A cacophony of questions erupted. Are you planning to summon Juventus's temporary worker, Qianlong, into the national team? This lad is thriving at his club. Can he replicate that success on the national stage? With the departure of the hapless Balotelli, the entry of the sprightly Qianlong seems seamless. Why not? Just look at how many Juventus players are in the Italian squad. It's practically half the team. It's perfect. No need for adjustment. Qianlong is the quintessential Italian super sub. Some journalists expressed agreement, while others voiced dissent, reveling in the lively debate. It seems that Qianlong and Balotelli have been childhood friends. Surely, they cannot be of the same ilk. A temporary worker indeed. Given Italy's defensive prowess, 5 minutes would suffice for Qianlong. Prandelli, in essence, announced his intention to include Qianlong in the national team, and his confidence in doing so was palpable. A mere mark other? Prandelli hardly regarded him as a threat. This is not mere arrogance or carelessness. Rather, it is a testament of confidence and strength, strategically dismissing the opponent while tactically respecting them. A great commander is always thus. As he sat before the television, intently watching the football match, Qianlong initially did not anticipate the repugnant turn of events that unfolded. His childhood friend, Balotelli, performed dismally, while little Ma joined in the uproar. Even the illustrious Cassano proved to be a source of disappointment, leaving Qianlong's spirit deeply wounded. To his dismay, even his two most trusted friends were expelled by Prandelli, a blow that struck him harder than their absence. Yet, paradoxically, the outcome brought him joy. He was astonished to hear Prandelli announce live that he would be summoned to join the national team for the upcoming match against Malta. Qianlong would indeed find his name on the roster. What a bewildering turn of events. Just a few days have passed, and he has astonishingly found himself summoned to the national team. Unable to contain his excitement, he playfully pinched the cheek of Canales, who was sitting beside him watching the match. Is this truly happening? The national team? The Italian national team. The temporary worker is set to report to the national team. Chapter 76. Reporting to the national team. It seems that when the call comes, it comes without delay. Indeed, Qianlong received a call from Prandelli. Was it difficult to obtain his number? With so many exceptional Juventus players in the national squad, asking anyone would suffice. Prepared in front of the television, Qianlong remained composed, though the thrill coursing through him was undeniable. At last, he is to represent the national team on the field? It feels as if he is soaring into the heavens. His ascent is akin to a rocket, propelling him skyward. No, it is more like he is shooting upward, as the term climbing has never quite captured his trajectory. The temporary worker has become a hot commodity, sought after by clubs and even the national team. Originally scheduled to continue his studies in traditional Chinese medicine over the weekend, Qianlong had no choice but to alter his itinerary and arrive in Milan ahead of time. This is the second time in Milan. Qianlong is merely a rustic from Sicily, a purebred provincial who has traversed but a minuscule portion of Italy, a land as expansive as a stiletto heel. For 18 years, he has lingered at the heel of that stiletto, never inquiring about the world beyond his island. Nor has he ever set foot outside of it. However, Milan holds a unique significance. He first arrived in this city at the tender age of 4 and remained for a full 2 years. Even without Yang, the corpulent gentleman, escorting him, he would navigate the city with the utmost familiarity. This is a city best left unremembered, for it was here that I was forsaken by a local club. A memory I shall never erase. Milan is a city of exquisite allure, as I, Qianlong, have come to perceive, while Turin embodies an icy detachment. Milan, the fashion capital, stands as Italy's proud facade. Upon my arrival in Milan, I seized the opportunity to explore this vibrant city with my companion, Yang. Before the national team returned and training commenced, at 18, I remain on the cusp of adulthood, and as I gazed upon the kaleidoscope of colors, I swiftly relegated my dismal memories to the background. The morning passed pleasantly, and by afternoon, the national team had arrived in Milan, signaling my time to report for duty. As a newcomer, one would typically feel a sense of strangeness and embarrassment. However, my situation is unique, for I am accompanied by no fewer than 7 Juventus teammates, which alleviates any feelings of unfamiliarity. Originally, there were 6 Juventus players, yet Marchisio adamantly refused to depart from the national team, insisting on remaining even in the absence of matches. His demeanor was one of genuine contrition as he publicly apologized to Prandelli and made a declaration of intent. Due to this earnest attitude and action, Prandelli chose to retain him, though Marchisio remains ineligible for participation in matches. Prandelli's decision was not born of leniency, rather. It was imperative to eradicate the detrimental influences within the team. However, recognizing Marchisio's swift acknowledgement of his missteps and his rightful actions, Prandelli graciously granted him a chance. Nevertheless, as previously stated, while he may stay, punishment is inevitable. When he will be allowed to play remains uncertain. The next match is out of the question, as Prandelli is keen to demonstrate to the world that Italy can thrive without them. Thus, the current Italian national team boasts an astonishing 8 members from Juventus, completely dominating half of Italy's football landscape. The presence of numerous acquaintances proves advantageous for Qianlong. After becoming acquainted with his teammates at the club, he swiftly acclimatized to the positive atmosphere that enveloped them. Where do stars reside? They dwell at Juventus and Milan. Hence, if the stars are so amiable towards Qianlong, it follows that the lesser luminaries from smaller clubs would also extend their goodwill. After all, Juventus is the preeminent club in Italy, and the foremost Italian stars are indeed part of Juventus. Benefiting from the esteemed company of Pirlo, Buffon, and Chiellini, Qianlong joyfully joined the national team. Having just disembarked from the plane, he found the notion of training rather unappealing and retreated to his room for rest. Meanwhile, a few lesser players remained on the training ground for additional practice, Qianlong included. The reason for this? Naturally, it was due to the 3 players who had been dismissed. With their absence, it was only fitting to bring in 3 replacements. Among the 3 individuals, apart from Qianlong, there was also Milan Sulla, and another whom he did not recognize. Qianlong pondered this in his mind. Indeed, who could be oblivious? The fellow had a striking countenance, robust and sturdy, someone he had never encountered before. Could he possibly be another prodigy emerging from a youth team? All he knew was that this individual was named Robert Choba. Such a grand name, Robert Choba. When the name is reversed, it becomes Baggio. Baggio, yet another legendary figure of divine caliber. For the moment, he refrained from engaging with Choba, as Sulla was persistently vying for his attention. Do these 2 individuals also know each other? Indeed, they are acquainted. This narrative harkens back to 14 years ago. The illustrious El Shaarawy, a product of Milan's youth academy, has had a long-standing acquaintance with the Inter Milan training camp since his early years. Had Qianlong not been cast aside years ago, perhaps he would have been collaborating with El Shaarawy by now. The name Qianlong was known to the young El Shaarawy, who had faced him on the pitch a dozen times. Yet, merely a year later, Qianlong vanished from the scene. It was only this year that El Shaarawy encountered his name again on television, having also faced him in the TIM Cup. Their interactions were limited, lacking profound camaraderie. Nevertheless, this meeting between the 2 youngsters was quite pleasant, devoid of the tension typically seen between players of Milan's 2 rival teams. Instead, showcasing a simple and genuine connection between 2 young men. El Shaarawy has since established himself as a pivotal player for Milan, having flourished over the past 2 to 3 years. With the departures of Robinho and Ibrahimovic, his future appears increasingly promising. Yet, in the presence of Qianlong, El Shaarawy remains merely a child. It is clear that El Shaarawy, having witnessed the prowess of the seasoned Qianlong, humbles himself in admiration. To call it flattery would be somewhat unkind. Rather, it is a testament to El Shaarawy's reverence for Qianlong, who is even younger than he. As the 2 engaged in animated conversation, the diminutive Joe Ba, engrossed in his own football antics, could not resist the urge to approach them, seeking a connection. Unbeknownst to them, Joe Ba's entry into the national team signifies that he is no ordinary contender, and considering their similar ages, one wonders from which team this prodigy has emerged. Among Italy's younger generation of talents, El Shaarawy has encountered nearly all. Yet he finds himself at a loss regarding the origins of this particular boy. The head coach had not disclosed his background either. Chapter 77. The little prodigy from La Masia. Brother Long. Brother El Shaarawy. How about adding me in? Joe Ba, significantly shorter than both El Shaarawy and Qianlong, standing at around 1.7 meters, exemplifies the shorter stature prevalent among professional players. He seems to possess an air of mystique as he addresses them. Qianlong scrutinizes Joe Ba before him, contemplating his looks. Though he considers himself superior in appearance, Joe Ba is not without charm, featuring a youthful square face, angular features, and large expressive eyes, though his physique is somewhat frail, reminiscent of Giovinco. Pray tell, which team do you hail from? El Shaarawy, the eldest of the trio, responds with a tone of seasoned authority. Joe Ba is familiar with El Shaarawy, having observed him several times during last year's matches between Barcelona and Milan. I hail from the La Masia training camp in Barcelona, he replies. As Choba spoke, His lips bore an unmistakable air of supreme pride, exuding a hint of disdain towards Sulla. The latter sensed this arrogance and contempt, feeling a twinge of displeasure, pondering to himself how one could be so haughty, especially one who merely clung to Messi's coattails. What is so extraordinary about languages? Merely possessing a prestigious name does not equate to genuine talent. The worth of that talent can be revealed through a comparison, dear Sulla. Although his words dripped with disdain, he maintained a respectful facade, referring to him as brother. Ah, so you wish to compete? Do not presume that all who emerge from languages are of Messi's caliber. In the realm of football, we are unafraid. Yet I must genuinely commend your flair for performance. Sulla, hailing from Milan, naturally harbored little affection for languages. Recalling how Milan lost their chance at the Champions League semi-finals last season due to a controversial penalty awarded by the referee. Upon hearing Choba's affiliation with Barcelona, a slight irritation welled up within him, prompting him to mock in return. If you claim superiority through performance, how utterly absurd. Choba, too, felt a surge of anger, shedding any pretense of politeness. If you are so remarkable, why have you not ascended to Barcelona's first team? I seem to have overlooked your name. Are you perhaps merely polishing Messi's shoes? Undeniably, Sulla possessed a sharp tongue, his words laced with sarcasm and precision. Let us dispense with the trivialities and engage in a contest. Only then shall we discern the outcome. Choba's ire had been thoroughly ignited, proclaiming his desire to challenge Sulla. Very well, but you shall not compete with me. Rather, you will face him. If a contest is to be held, let it be against the finest. I do not claim to be the best, he does. Thus, to establish your superiority, you must best him. Sulla pointed to the side, indicating Qianlong, who was taken aback, realizing that this cunning Sulla had redirected the conflict towards him. It seemed he was apprehensive, fearing defeat at Choba's hands and the subsequent loss of face, which elicited a sly grin. Compete with me? What could we possibly compare? There is no basis for comparison. Should we race, I would surely falter. Sulla, do not jest. Qianlong declined, casting a playful glance at Sulla. I implore you, dear brother. Spare us the charade. If you cannot manage, who else could? Come now, show this lad a thing or two, ensuring he thinks twice before speaking out again. Sulla, in his flattery, revealed his genuine fear of competing with Choba, the prodigy from languages, uncertain of what he might conjure. Should he indeed lose, his embarrassment would be monumental. Thus, he was determined to have Qianlong take the lead. In his eyes, Qianlong was undoubtedly Italy's premier talent, without rival. Choba, having been trained at languages since childhood, remained unaware of Qianlong's true prowess, much like Qianlong knew little of him beyond the name Choba. I propose, dear brother Long, that we engage in a contest. After all, we find ourselves quite bored. Choba, lacking the aggressive demeanor typical of challengers, nonetheless possessed an earnest desire to compete, pleading with Qianlong. Very well, let us speak of what to contest. There are certain things in which I am truly at a disadvantage, such as running, which might lead to my immediate demise. Observing Choba's eagerness, Qianlong acquiesced, curious to witness the prowess of this talent from languages. For young players, languages is a coveted institution. During his childhood, he had often heard of Balotelli's boasts. Back when Messi was yet to achieve fame, Balotelli had regaled him with tales, asserting that even he, the formidable Balotelli, dared not flaunt his skills at languages, instead opting to humbly toil and demonstrate diligence. Thus, upon encountering Choba, another product of languages, Qianlong refrained from adopting the haughty demeanor typical of Sarahi. Let us compete in free kicks. My technique is rather proficient, Choba declared confidently. Sarahi, upon hearing this, could not contain his laughter, exclaiming, free kicks? Are you certain? You wish to contest free kicks? What is so amusing? Yes, let us compete in free kicks. Are you frightened? Choba's intense gaze fixed upon Qianlong, awaiting his response, disregarding Sarahi's mockery. Very well, free kicks it is. What are the rules? A faint smile graced Qianlong's lips, devoid of any significance. Yet internally he reveled in the challenge, amused that Choba would dare propose such a contest. Sarahi shared the same sentiment, thinking, this is reckless. From 30 meters, whoever strikes the post first shall be the victor. Choba confidently articulated the terms of the competition. Goodness, that's quite a peculiar rule, Sarahi remarked, astonished that Choba would suggest such a challenge. He silently commended himself for not accepting the challenge, fearing he would have faced utter humiliation. He looked at Qianlong, signaling his own helplessness. All right, you may begin. Qianlong had not anticipated such a method of competition, which suggested that Choba's skills were indeed formidable, Otherwise, he would not propose such an audacious challenge. Although striking the post was no easy feat, the probability of success was significantly high. Am I compelled to unleash my ultimate technique? Choba measured his steps from the edge of the penalty area, positioning the ball carefully upon the grass. Cheng Long observed with keen interest, contemplating how this fellow must practice frequently to exhibit such familiarity. Chopper approached the ball with utmost seriousness, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, entirely absorbed in his concentration. It sufficed to strike the goalpost, regardless of the technique employed. Thus, Chopper's initial kick was a ground shot, the ball gliding along the grass towards the left post, but alas, it narrowly missed grazing the side of the post. Chapter 78, The Man Like a God. There is potential. His mind is quite agile, Cheng Long mused, impressed by Chopper's near success. Executing a ground shot is indeed a commendable strategy for hitting the post, yet the trajectory of the ball can be influenced by the grass at any moment, requiring not just skill and technique, but also the appropriate force behind the kick. Chopper's near hit on the post indicated his proficient technique and nimble mind. As he opted for the simplest method, Cheng Long regarded the lad with newfound respect, though he pondered the distance. Was he playing golf? Such precision seemed improbable. Respect aside, who was Cheng Long? A person capable of targeting even the most obscure of objects, from the private parts of opposing players to the forehead of the referee, and even the paparazzi perched in the trees. What significance did a few attempts at the goalpost hold for him? Frustrated by his failure to score, Chopper scratched his scalp and stepped aside, clearly dissatisfied with his performance. It seemed he believed he should have hit the post. Standing nearby, Salawi pondered. Next, it was Cheng Long's turn to take the field. He opted not to replicate Chopper's method, despite acknowledging its relative simplicity. The first attempt is seldom easy. A lack of experience or perhaps insufficient warm-up contributed to his failure to strike the post on his initial kick. Yet, this elicited a cold sweat from Chopper. For Cheng Long had chosen to execute a curved shot aimed at the upper right corner of the goalpost, precisely where the post meets the crossbar, an exceedingly difficult angle. Is he truly that formidable? Chopper questioned internally, astonished that anyone would dare to shoot in such a manner. It was perplexing. Was he exceptionally talented or merely foolish? Cheng Long shook his head with a wry smile, graciously allowing Chopper to take his place once more. Regaining his composure, Chopper prepared for his second round of shots. The onlookers remained silent, wary that excessive chatter might disrupt his focus. Chopper decisively reverted to his previous technique, resulting in a satisfying clang as the ball struck the post, prompting him to clench his fist in celebration. Yes, he actually hit it. He truly hit it, as Sulla observed from the sidelines. He was rendered speechless by Choba's success. Cheng Long felt a twinge of pressure as well, anticipating that Choba would strike true on his second attempt. After all, in a match, who is devoid of pressure? This was certainly far easier than taking a penalty kick. The goal was so expansive. One could aim in any direction within its confines. Yet now, he was tasked with shooting at a mere post, a challenge that must surely be at least tenfold more daunting. Choba, having struck the post successfully, ambled back with a gleeful demeanor, casting a proud glance at Cheng Long. He seemed to believe victory was already within his grasp. Relishing the thought of Cheng Long's impending failure and eagerly awaiting a grand celebration. The title of Italy's foremost prodigy? It is rightfully mine. Who could possibly rival my prowess? Products of La Masia are invariably of exquisite quality. Rather than displaying anxiety, Cheng Long methodically placed the ball with steady composure, inhaling deeply and pausing momentarily before the ball. Go ahead and put on a show. The moment of disgrace is merely delayed. Why prolong it? Choba scoffed inwardly, convinced that Cheng Long was merely stalling to devise a graceful exit. In that fleeting moment, Cheng Long made his move, striking once more at the same angle. Executing his signature skill, a remarkably audacious, straight curling shot, heading directly for the upper corner of the goal. Indeed, the ball was soaring. With such a trajectory, it was evident that the previous attempt had been a stroke of luck. Choba, observing the ball's flight path, instinctively deduced the outcome. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the ball altered its course, gently descending. With a resounding thud, it struck the upper left corner of the goal with uncanny precision. Choba was taken aback. Was this individual's technique truly so formidable? This was no mere fluke. It was a deliberate act. Having already executed a low shot that struck the post, he had not anticipated that this competitor could also bend the ball in such an unusual manner, achieving the same result. A prodigy, undeniably, a true adversary had emerged, one who surpassed him in skill. Cheng Long's performance thoroughly unsettled Choba's composure, marking the second strike. Although both had struck the post, leaving them at an impasse, their mental states were worlds apart. Meanwhile, Sulla, watching intently, finally exhaled with relief. He had genuinely feared that Qianlong might falter in this match. The illustrious first prodigy of Italy had once again delivered. Free kicks had never disappointed. After that strike against the post, Sulla felt a weight lift from his heart. However, when Choba approached the ball for his third attempt with such an unstable mindset, it veered past the goalpost once more. This was to be expected. An unsteady mentality while taking a penalty was bound to result in failure. It turned out he was not so remarkable after all. His success rate was dismally low. Sulla began to chuckle inwardly at Choba's expense. Shall we engage in something different this time? After all, Chopper missed the shot. Even if I fail this time, it would merely result in a draw, thought Qianlong as he stepped forward. What shall we engage in this time? He gazed at the distant goalpost and was suddenly reminded of the shooting game from a few days prior. Very well, this time let us indulge in a powerful shot. The mere thought of that detestable thief, the little pup, and that repugnant ski brother ignited within him an urge to strike. Thus, he temporarily envisioned the goalpost as the ski brother, as well as the little pup. He retreated, took a run up, accelerated, and swung his leg. The ball soared forth like a cannonball, hurtling directly towards the goalpost. With a resounding thud, the ball collided forcefully with the very center of the post. The impact was tremendous, the sound exceedingly loud, causing the entire goal to tremble. Chopper's mouth gaped wide open, utterly astonished and rendered speechless by the sheer force of the shot. The force of this shot is astounding, utterly ferocious. Surely, Carlos's strikes were never this powerful, were they? Is he even human? And with such precision, is Ronaldinho truly comparable? No, it seems he surpasses even Ronaldinho. Choba gazed intently at the just-fired shot from Qianlong. Rendered speechless, his mouth agape in a state of utter astonishment. The outcome of the competition was already determined. Qianlong slowly made his way back, approaching Xiaoba. It was only when he noticed the towering figure swaying before him that he regained his senses, his eyes filled with admiration as he stammered, "Brother Long, no, Dragon Brother. You truly are a man of divine caliber. I express my utmost respect, like the endless flow of the Yangtze River. Please allow me to pay my respects. Accept me. Sob, I want to follow you." The sudden shift in demeanor left both Shirawi and Qianlong drenched in cold sweat. They had not anticipated such a transformation. This fellow was indeed capricious just moments ago. He had been arrogant, and now he had morphed into this sycophantic figure. Qianlong's earlier impressions of him had proven accurate. He was undoubtedly a little charlatan. Chapter 79. A shocking revelation. Having lost the bet, Xiaoba's demeanor shifted from haughty to submissive, exhibiting a willingness to accept defeat. This lowly posture greatly altered Qianlong and Shirawi's perception of him, especially for Shirawi. It turned out that this lad from the La Masia training camp, despite his earlier arrogance, was not as lacking as he had once appeared. The trio transitioned from adversarial sentiments to friendly greetings and understanding, becoming quite familiar in just half an afternoon. Curiosity about the La Masia training camp piqued Qianlong and Shirawi's interest, leading them to gradually learn more about it through their conversation, dispelling its previous air of mystery. Xiaoba was a standout player from La Masia. His father was Italian while his mother hailed from Spain. Having resided in Spain for an extended period, Xiaoba held dual nationality. Yet he firmly identified with his Italian roots. Thus, when he received an invitation call, he accepted without hesitation. Indeed, Xiaoba was an exceptional talent. It was effortless for Italian scouts to discover him. He had shattered records previously set by Messi during his time with Barcelona's second team. How could someone who broke the records of the great Messi not be extraordinary? At just 16 years of age, the Italian national team, facing a dearth of talent in the attacking line, had already set its sights on Xiaoba. Though Spain had also expressed interest in him, Xiaoba remained steadfast, awaiting Italy's call and resolutely declining Spain's overtures. Now, at 16, Xiaoba had been promoted to the first team by Barcelona's head coach for the new season, serving as a regular substitute. One can only imagine the formidable future that awaited him. When Qianlong heard that Xiaoba had indeed broken Messi's records in the second team, he was taken aback. At just 16, the potential was limitless. He felt a twinge of envy. "Little brother, I will be relying on you in the future. Do well." Qianlong could not help but pat the little fellow before him, who was half a head shorter, contemplating the myriad possibilities that lay ahead. "Dragon brother, I hope you will offer me guidance in the future. If I could attain your 5-tiered level of skill, I would command respect in Barcelona," Xiaoba flattered smoothly. "You imbecile!" Qianlong cast a disdainful glance at him. You spend all your time in Barcelona, yet you do not learn from the king of football, Messi? He is on the verge of becoming a legend. Wouldn't it be more beneficial to seek his wisdom than to learn from a mere temporary worker like me? In truth, Messi's technique seemed less formidable than yours, just judging by those 2 shots you took earlier. Get lost. Keep spinning your nonsense, you nauseating being. Unable to tolerate Xiaoba's audacity any longer, Qianlong interrupted him, pondering whether La Masia truly cultivated stars or merely nurtured shamelessness. Suddenly, he recalled the self-improvement program for actors initiated by Juventus not long ago. Xiaoba, I believe there is one skill in which you undoubtedly surpass me. Qianlong grinned mischievously as he uttered these words. Nanny. In what regard? Feigning injury, you are undoubtedly exceptional at that, Qianlong affirmed. Hearing Qianlong's assertion, Xiaoba felt a wave of embarrassment, scratching his head awkwardly. After all, he was still young, with a thin skin, easily succumbing to teasing. And his face flushed crimson. Well, I can only say it's average, just barely. Seeing Xiaoba's unusually bashful demeanor for the first time, Qianlong erupted into hearty laughter. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Sulla had also undergone similar training under Zambrata the previous year and joined in the laughter. The match against Macedonia was set to commence tomorrow. Initially, this pre-match prediction seemed devoid of suspense, warranting little attention from the masses. Even with Prandelli's current lack of key players, it hardly suggested any potential mishaps. However, following the pre-match press conference, Italy was once again shaken. Prandelli's recent maneuvers had been audacious. He had dismissed 3 core members and, today, boldly incorporated newcomers. What was the situation then? As it turned out, the starting lineup announced the following day surprisingly included Sulla and Xiaoba. Xiaoba was positioned as either a right winger or right back, while Sulla formed a new striking partnership with veteran Di Natale. A mere 16-year-old and a 19-year-old had made their way into the main squad. While Sulla's inclusion was somewhat justifiable, Xiaoba's selection at such a young age was undoubtedly a risk. The media, unlike the players, were not oblivious. They would swiftly unearth a player's background. Thus, while the media recognized Xiaoba's talent, they were hesitant to endorse his starting role at this time. Initially, it was anticipated that the positions on the flanks would be occupied by Milan's Nacerino and the emerging talent Diamanti from Bologna. However, to everyone's surprise, Jabba has relegated Nacerino to the bench. Poor Nacerino. It seems fortune has not favored him, as he seldom receives ample opportunities. After finally making a name for himself in the European Championship, he now finds himself overshadowed by a 16-year-old prodigy who is a decade younger than he. The young pharaoh, El Shaarawy, has indeed been a seasoned competitor on the battlefield, and the media harbors no significant concerns as long as he performs to his potential. As for Qianlong, following Jabba's arrival, the media has treated him with newfound leniency, with doubts about his capabilities dissipating. It is Jabba who now stands at the forefront of the news, while Qianlong has been relegated to the shadows. Facing a European lower-tier team, the situation need not have been so sensationalized. However, journalists were astonished to discover that Prandelli is indeed playing with fire. Has Prandelli lost his senses, possibly driven mad by Balotelli and his antics? The media expressed skepticism, yet they could not alter Prandelli's resolve. Conversely, some journalists lauded Prandelli, considering this an opportune moment to test new talent. What appears perilous could indeed be a rare opportunity. In summary, amidst a chorus of astonishment and skepticism, 3 of Italy's newest young talents are poised to step onto the historical stage of Italian football, marking the dawn of a new era for the sport. Jabba, unexpectedly starting, is taken aback. At just 16, being named to the national team's starting lineup is an extraordinary stroke of luck, one that rarely befalls an individual. And Jabba is that fortunate soul, far beyond Qianlong's reach. Chapter 80. The Storm of Youth. Come on, lads. Play well and deliver a resounding victory. This was Prandelli's exhortation to the players in the locker room, as he greeted each one with a handshake. When it came to the 3 young talents, he transformed the handshake into an embrace, conveying his utmost encouragement and trust. This is merely a minor skirmish. The veteran players emerged from the dressing room, laughing and joking, while the expressions of the 3 young men were imbued with solemnity and earnestness. As they made their debut in the national team, a subtle tension intertwined with a greater thrill coursed through them, evident in the way they held hands and exchanged encouraging glances. The vast San Siro Stadium in Milan shone brightly, adorned with azure hues, reverberating with jubilant cheers, given that it was the Italian national team's inaugural home match. The atmosphere was electric, with countless fans eagerly gathered in front of their televisions. El Shaarawy donned the number 9 jersey, a symbol of the primary striker, previously worn by Balotelli. More significantly, it was the very jersey of the recently retired legend, Alessandro Del Piero, who served as El Shaarawy's mentor. The sheer joy of wearing the national team colors once graced by his teacher was a sentiment only he could truly fathom. As for the audacious Chiesa, his jersey number ignited fervor among the spectators. He boldly wore the national team as number 10, a number originally belonging to Cassano, yet even more famously associated with the likes of Totti, Del Piero, and Baggio. With an air of confidence, Chiesa strode onto the pitch, embodying the very essence of languageas training, showcasing the potential traits of a future superstar. At merely 16 years of age, donning the number 10 jersey for the Italian national team was an unprecedented achievement. Placed upon the grandest stage by Prandelli, Chiesa's impact was monumental, eclipsing even that of his compatriot, who, at 18, had donned the Juventus number 10. In contrast, the attention on Chiesa diverted focus away from his fellow player, who wore the larger number 13, once associated with Nesta. Since Nesta's retirement from the national team, this number had remained unclaimed for an extended period. Chosen not to attract attention, but rather for its ominous connotations in the West, the young player wore it to maintain a low profile while letting his performance speak volumes. After a brief warm-up, Chiesa departed the pitch alongside the substitutes, while the other 2 fortunate lads were honored to partake in the latest national team photograph among the starting 11. The distinction in treatment between starters and substitutes was palpable. Naturally, all eyes gravitated toward the stars. Having left Juventus behind, Chiesa no longer occupied the spotlight within the national team, a stark contrast that was unmistakably apparent. Adjusting from being a primary star to a supporting role is a transition a footballer must gradually embrace as they age. Yet the 18-year-old Chiesa was compelled to adapt from the outset. However, what thrilled him was the sight of the Dragon Warriors banner soaring above San Siro, emblazoned with the words, "Go, Dragon, you shall never walk alone." They unexpectedly followed him from the club to the national team. A wave of emotion surged within Qianlong. Such unwavering support was an honor he could never repay, a form of affection and favor not bestowed upon just anyone. The match commenced. Italy's 4 defenders stood in a line, with the seasoned midfield duo of Pirlo and De Rossi anchoring the center. On the left was Diamanti, while on the right was Giovinco, flanked by the veteran Di Natale and the young talent El Shaarawy at the forefront. They employed a classic 4-4-2 formation. In this lineup, the 2 midfielders flanking the sides are 2 young prodigies, complemented by a seasoned veteran and a youthful talent in the forward line. Will they deliver a delightful surprise? The answer soon revealed itself during the match. This lineup is truly unlike any before. Why is that? It pertains to the defensive midfielders. Pirlo embodies the seasoned maestro of organization, while De Rossi serves as the stalwart interceptor. This harmonious blend of an offensive and defensive midfielder allows Italy to maintain a robust defense while simultaneously unleashing incisive attacks. With such a foundation, the 2 prodigious wingers naturally possess the audacity to challenge the flanks of their opponents. The inexperienced teams, lacking in talent reserves, are utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of these 2 remarkable players, who embody both speed and skill, vigor and fervor. The relentless barrage of breakthroughs and relentless pressure is akin to invincible masters in a video game, leaving the 2 defenders of the opposing team in a state of exhaustion. Not to mention the wingers, who were rendered impotent in their attempts to launch an offense, having to retreat to assist in defense. This is a battle of encirclement. According to Italy's traditional style of play, even when they dominate the field, such a situation would not arise. However, at this moment, Italy, having secured complete control in the forward area, pressed forward entirely, allowing Pirlo to orchestrate the attack with composure. The forwards merely needed to position themselves in the penalty area and strive for more goals. Prandelli, observing from the sidelines, smiled knowingly, pleased that his modest gamble had paid off. Within less than 10 minutes, a greater success was achieved with a goal. Pirlo's precise through ball granted the veteran Di Natale a clear chance on goal. Faced with such a weak opponent, with no slips or weakness in his legs, he certainly did not let this opportunity slip away. With ease, he put Italy ahead 1-0, eager to prove himself to the world. Although El Shaarawy missed a one-on-one chance during the match, he nonetheless scored his debut goal for the national team just over 20 minutes in. By the 30th minute, De Rossi's long-range shot extended the score to 3-0, with the assist coming from Jabo. Throughout the first half, Italy's performance was flawless, and the prodigies shone brilliantly. As the second half commenced, Prandelli audaciously substituted the veteran Di Natale for Giovinco. Giovinco, being a technically adept forward, further enhanced Italy's control on the field, allowing them to execute a more refined style of play. Italy abandoned the rough tactics of lofty crosses and transitioned to a fully grounded attack. Before long, more goals followed in rapid succession, with Jabo also netting his first goal for the national team, albeit from a corner that fortuitously landed at his feet. While it may not have been particularly remarkable, it was nonetheless his inaugural goal. The newly entered Giovinco cemented the score at 5-0 with only 7 minutes left in the match. Qianlong had already removed his jacket on the field. After witnessing nearly the entire splendid performance of his teammates, he finally awaited his turn to play. Although entering the match at the tail end with a score of 5-0 might not excite anyone or offer him the chance to become a hero for Qianlong, those 5 minutes belonged to him, and that was what mattered most. The three newcomers, Jabo and El Shaarawy, had perfectly completed their debuts, leaving only him, Qianlong, yet to step onto the pitch. This inevitably stirred a sense of urgency within him. He had previously envisioned countless scenarios of how he would break through and score, clearly reflecting his anxious anticipation. The moment to enter the game had finally arrived. Clad in the blue jersey numbered 18, Qianlong exchanged a gentle embrace with the departing number 9, El Shaarawy, and stepped onto the unfamiliar turf of San Siro. With just over 7 minutes remaining, it was more than enough time to make his mark. At this moment, Choba was still substituted, as Prandelli evidently aimed for him to complete the match, seeking a more flawless debut, which reflected absolute trust and reward in him. Qianlong and Giovinco had yet to partner on the front line for Juventus, and it was unexpected that their first collaboration would occur on the national team stage, leaving Qianlong somewhat pensive. As the match resumed, the opposing team displayed no inclination or desire for offensive play. They merely wished to concede fewer goals on Italian soil, considering it a completed task, thus sparing themselves from excessive humiliation. However, they were unaware that the newly substituted Qianlong was akin to a famished little tiger, eager to unleash his prowess. Chapter 81. An impossible task. The ball was beckoning to him. Qianlong, having been without a match for over a week, appeared vivacious and full of life. Half of the opposing team comprised amateur players, who had no inkling of who this prodigy was, perceiving him merely as an ordinary substitute for Italy. At that moment, they had lost their competitive spirit, their stamina nearly depleted. The disparity between amateur and professional players is immense, especially considering Qianlong had only just begun his performance. The Italian team, having already scored 5 goals, showed no signs of halting their assault, particularly with so many Juventus teammates on the field, who naturally aimed to assist Qianlong in achieving a perfect debut for the national team. Choba, still on the pitch, had only witnessed Qianlong's free-kick prowess 2 days prior, and had yet to behold his full display of talent. He believed his dribbling skills were among the finest in Italy, yet he was left astounded by Qianlong's current exhibition. His teammates instinctively passed the ball towards Qianlong, with Pirlo ignoring the opposing defenders and delivering a direct pass to Qianlong's feet. Qianlong secured the ball with his back to the play, choosing not to release it, but instead skillfully received it with the outside of his right foot and swiftly flicked it ahead, accelerating unexpectedly, leaving the defensive midfielder trailing by over a meter. Easily shaking off the defender, Qianlong continued his advance with the ball. Ahead loomed a central defender, while another shadowed Giovinco closely. The central defender surged forward, attempting to mark Qianlong, who faced him head-on. With a series of 6 deft step-overs, all feints, he left the central defender completely off balance, executing a flamboyant nutmeg, the ball gliding past his right foot to the left side with astonishing speed, leaving the defender frozen in place, unable to react. Once again, he found himself face-to-face with the goalkeeper. This time, rather than attempting to bypass the keeper, he swiftly adjusted his stance and struck the ball with the arch of his right foot, sending it into the far corner of the net, the ball skimming along the grass to find the dead angle. It was 6-0. Merely a minute after his entrance, Qianlong had scored effortlessly. Choba stood in astonishment, thinking to himself that this fellow's explosiveness was remarkable, and the nutmeg was spectacular, reminiscent of the legendary Ronaldinho in his prime. Choba has been in Barcelona for many years, and naturally, he has witnessed the remarkable prowess of Ronaldinho, not to mention the extraordinary talents of Messi and others. At this moment, as he observes Qianlong's dazzling performance, memories of those Barcelona prodigies resurface. Meanwhile, his Juventus teammates are unfazed, having grown accustomed to such brilliance. As if the score were reversed in Italy, After scoring, Qianlong did not simply celebrate. Instead, he sprinted forward, entered the goal, and personally retrieved the ball, making his way towards the center circle. In contrast, his teammates moved languidly, as if the match were firmly in their grasp, deliberately wasting time. Seeing Qianlong's urgency, Xiaoba pondered whether this fellow still harbored ambitions for another goal. Indeed, Qianlong sought to score again, and his teammates, recognizing his intent, eagerly re-engaged in the contest as the game resumed. This is a battle solely among Italians. Chiellini finally seized the ball with a vigorous effort, deftly directing it to De Rossi. Without a moment's hesitation, De Rossi launched the ball with a powerful kick, his aim precise as it soared towards Qianlong. The ball traversed the midfield, soaring over the defenders, executing a perfect lob. Qianlong, positioned ahead, intuitively accelerated, akin to a BMW in fifth gear, effortlessly distancing himself from the defenders as the ball arrived in tandem with him. In midair, he skillfully controlled the ball with his left foot, maintaining his speed unabated. The other defenders could only watch helplessly as Qianlong confronted the goalkeeper from a mere 5 meters away. The goalkeeper, still reeling from the previous goal, was caught off guard as this remarkable player charged towards him once more, making his way solo within a mere 3 minutes. Is this still a human? The goalkeeper found himself in a daze, filled with uncertainty. How could Italy produce such little deviance? Today, he had already been trampled by 2 such miscreants. And this one was even more outrageous. In that moment of hesitation, Qianlong had already surged into the small penalty area with the ball at his feet. The goalkeeper had no choice but to charge forward, tumbling down in an attempt to fortuitously intercept the ball beneath Qianlong's feet. This time, Qianlong altered his shooting technique, yet he still did not opt to bypass the goalkeeper. Seeing the goalkeeper collapse so swiftly, he instinctively decided to lift the ball delicately. Executing a graceful chip shot, the ball floated gently over the goalkeeper's head, meandering slowly toward the net. Alas, that cunning little fox has humiliated me once more. The young goalkeeper, who was of a similar age to Qianlong, wondered how the disparity between individuals could be so vast. He could only watch helplessly as the ball sailed into the net. What? Is he not done yet? He asked, retrieving the ball again. Still sprawled on the ground, the goalkeeper witnessed Qianlong replicate the action from his earlier goal, plunging him into utter despair. The match had now progressed to the 88th minute, nearing its conclusion, with Italy leading 7-0. However, the game was not yet over. At least Qianlong did not wish for his performance to conclude just yet. The fans erupted in frenzy, and the distant supporters of Longjean Tianxia were exhilarated. After waiting for over 80 minutes, they finally beheld the wild display of their idol. The live broadcast camera, in perfect synchrony, focused on Qianlong's vast fan base, capturing the excited beauty of Lancy, while another angle panned to Canali. What could this possibly mean? Was the host intentionally capturing these 2 beauties together to create a sensational story? The match was still ongoing. The eager little trickster Qianlong once again placed the ball at the center line. Brothers, let us stop him. We absolutely cannot allow him to humiliate us any further. The other players from Machi Tua were incensed, having been humiliated twice in 3 minutes. How could he dare attempt a third? Their anger was palpable. Initially, they had expected the match to conclude early, finishing their journey with a score of 5-0. But they were taken aback by how dramatically the situation had deteriorated in such a short span, now 7-0. Yet the match was still not over. This little deviant actually intended to score again. Almost everyone retreated to the backfield to defend, determined to prevent this scoundrel from finding the net. Captain, we can't hold him back. Standing in the front line, the player from Maki was just outmaneuvered by Qianlong. He initially intended to reach out and grab Qianlong, yet he failed to even touch the fabric of his jersey. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Ultimately, Qianlong was intercepted, courtesy of a flying tackle from the captain of Maki. The captain rose, exuding an aura of invincibility, thinking to himself that his leadership proved effective. To his surprise, the other players from Maki rushed over to celebrate with high fives. What a peculiar situation. Even the referee could no longer tolerate this and pulled out a yellow card for the captain of Maki. However, the captain was unfazed, continuing to celebrate heartily with his teammates. Approximately 30 meters out, Qianlong was about to unleash his extraordinary talent once more, and they still managed to laugh. I felt a profound sympathy for them, thought Chiellini, who stood in the back line, originally expecting Pirlo to take the free kick. He was taken aback to find Qianlong at the penalty spot, although he was aware of Qianlong's exceptional free kick abilities. He had always assumed that the esteemed Pirlo was the one taking charge. With a grin, Qianlong confidently struck the ball. The trajectory was impeccable, and the ball naturally found its way into the net. The players of Maki were utterly despondent. 8-0. 3 goals in 5 minutes. How was this remarkable feat achieved by the little prodigy before them? In their despair, all the players from Maki turned their gazes toward him. Even the young and prodigious Choba was completely astonished, as within those 5 minutes, his admiration for Qianlong transformed into boundless respect and reverence. The Italian fans were the happiest of all. Their visit to San Siro was far from in vain. On this night at San Siro, they not only witnessed the rise of a new star in Choba, but also encountered a super prodigy who accomplished an extraordinary feat deemed impossible. Juventus fans were in a frenzy, while Qianlong's supporters basked in joy. Chapter 82. This prodigy belongs only to the heavens. A match that starkly illustrated the disparity in strength brought about immense surprise. The head referee, unable to bear the continuation of such a lopsided contest, blew the final whistle as the 90 minutes elapsed. The beleaguered players of Maki finally found relief after enduring 90 minutes of torment, while Italy's resounding victory marked their return to the path of triumph, temporarily escaping the depths of despair. Though their opponents were exceedingly weak, the insights garnered during the match provided the Italians with a glimpse into the future. After the conclusion of the match, Qianlong sat down on the ground to rest. Why does it feel as though he played the entire match and is even more exhausted than us? The captain of Maki pondered as he approached Qianlong, only to find him sitting on the ground with a peculiar expression. Unfamiliar with Qianlong's true circumstances, he could only speculate. "Hey, may I exchange jerseys with you?" At this moment, the captain was unaware of Qianlong's name and could only greet him with a casual hi. Qianlong, gasping on the ground, heard someone proposing a jersey exchange and struggled to rise, laboriously removing the azure Italian jersey he wore. Little did he expect that his first experience donning the Italian kit would lead to a swap with none other than the national team captain. "Ah, captain. How shameless of you to seek a jersey exchange so quickly. Could you perhaps let me have it?" The captain, having already secured Qianlong's jersey, turned at the voice calling him from behind, realizing it was the defensive midfielder who had just been marking him. "Are you dreaming? This jersey will undoubtedly fetch a high price in the future. Ha. I'll keep it for myself. Go find another superstar." The captain's teammates soon approached. But upon seeing Qianlong bare-chested and the captain clutching the blue jersey, they understood the futility of their hopes and reluctantly greeted the captain before departing. Qianlong was astonished that his jersey had become such a coveted item, while the other players exhibited little of the demeanor expected of national team representatives. They chased after Italian stars for their jerseys, often requesting autographs, and alarmingly, even the coaches on the sidelines approached with pens in hand, eager to obtain their own souvenirs. This is truly unexpected. Qianlong stood on the field, pondering. "Idol, your prowess is unparalleled. I played for 90 minutes. Yet my performance pales in comparison to your 5-minute display. Alas, the announcement of the best player on the field was indeed you, stealing the spotlight from my flawless debut with the national team. Oh, Idol, why must I be your teammate? Yet, would it not be terrifying if you were an opponent?" The one uttering these words was, of course, the jovial Choba, who approached Qianlong with a cheerful demeanor. Had it not been for Qianlong's late appearance, Choba, with a goal and 2 assists, would have undoubtedly claimed the honor of the best player. However, the emergence of the even more exceptional Qianlong, with a hat-trick overshadowing everyone, left no room for competition. None could seize this limelight. With his bare torso, Qianlong conversed as he descended from the field, while Prandelli approached, beaming as he celebrated with the 2 young talents. "Well done, boys. Absolutely splendid. Now, hurry back to the locker room and freshen up. We have a press conference to attend shortly." Upon hearing about the press conference, Qianlong promptly declined, saying, "No, coach, I shall not attend. I am too exhausted. Please take little Choba instead." "Very well, then Choba, you hurry along," Prandelli conceded, not pressing Qianlong further, considering his unique circumstances and the constant media attention surrounding him, which often led to a plethora of sensational news.